Chapter 1. The resplendent sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the room with an extraordinary clarity. The gentle caress of the breeze brought a refreshing coolness that lulled him into a state of drowsiness. Peng Gang gazed out at the enchanting scenery beyond the window, overwhelmed by a myriad of thoughts. Who could have anticipated that a keyboard warrior would transform into a prince? This sudden shift in identity caught him completely off guard. He recalled the incident when, in a fervent online dispute, he had inadvertently jostled his cup, causing an electrical short that led to his collapse upon keyboard. Awaking to find himself being addressed as Your Highness had left him utterly astonished. He remembered learning that he was situated in the Quirinal Palace in Rome, having inexplicably become Prince Carlo, a figure mourned due to the death of his grandfather, Emanuele II, the founding father of the Kingdom of Italy. Over the course of the initial days, Peng Gang gradually reconciled with his princely status. After all, this position was a far cry from his former life, offering him more than he could have ever imagined. Of course, his unfamiliarity with certain modern customs had led to a number of amusing blunders, but fortunately, they were merely minor foibles. Having learned from these experiences, he dedicated a significant amount of time to studying and observing, drawing upon the resolve he had mustered before his college entrance exams to conceal his identity as an imposter. Thus far, his efforts had yielded satisfactory results. He had managed to remain undetected, though he had earned a reputation for being taciturn. During this period, he gradually came to understand the era in which he resided. Presently, European nations were in a state of rampant growth, each vying to exploit opportunities for their own gain. The same held true among the populace, where deceit and trickery were rampant. Of course, all of this information came from newspapers rather than first-hand experience. Given his tender age of 14 or 15, it was hardly feasible for him to venture out and truly grasp the sentiments of the common people. Thus, newspapers became his primary window into understanding this epoch. After spending some time by the window and feeling a bit overheated, Peng Gang took a sip of the chilled lemonade beside him. To be able to enjoy iced water in the early summer of 1880 was truly delightful. The decadent lifestyle of the royal family was intoxicating, causing him to forget his long-held ideals of being a revolutionary successor. If there were any grievances he harbored about this unexpected journey through time, it would be the unfamiliarity with the historical context of this era. His previous life had revolved around discussions of either World War I or World War II, or the interwar period, with most conversations focusing on events post-1900. Any discussions that ventured further back typically touched upon the Franco-Prussian War. His knowledge of Italy was limited to its reputation as a fortunate nation. For instance, he recalled that Emanuele II, initially the King of Sardinia, had triumphed over Austria with the assistance of France to secure northern Italy. Later, aided by Garibaldi, he gained southern Italy, culminating in Italy's eventual unification, with his grandfather Emanuele II being proclaimed King of Italy. Subsequently, through the Austro-Prussian War, Venice was acquired, and the Papal States were annexed during the Franco-Prussian War. Thus, it was no surprise that Italy was regarded as fortunate. There is a saying that one's circumstances dictate their perspective, and Peng Gang found this to be profoundly accurate. He vividly remembered his disdain for the malevolent capitalists in his past life and his ridicule of the royal families of Europe, embodying the eloquence of a dedicated revolutionary successor. Although the odds of him becoming a successor were infinitesimally small, he felt justified in calling himself one. Yet now, as a prince, he found himself abhorred by those twisted ideologies. How could he allow such pernicious thoughts to corrupt the virtuous Italian populace? Were it not for the current tensions between the kingdom and the papacy, he might have even considered inviting this heavenly representative to impart wisdom to cleanse the tarnished souls of the people. Since he could not rely on others, he resolved to depend on himself. As a great leader once proclaimed, self-sufficiency is the path to prosperity. Peng Gang intended to embody this principle. To that end, he sought out extensive information on Italy from his father, Umberto I. After thorough examination, he had to concede that instilling a love for the monarchy in the Italian populace would be a formidable challenge. Italy was grappling with a significant population-to-land ratio issue, leading many to seek opportunities abroad, primarily in the Americas in search of a better life. Moreover, Italy remained an agrarian nation, with its geography suited to small-scale farming. Upon grasping these realities, he recognized that for Italy to thrive and for the people to enjoy a better quality of life, industrialization was imperative. However, Italy faced a particularly awkward dilemma in its quest for industrialization: a scarcity of coal and iron ore. In this era, heavy industry, relying on coal and iron, was essential for industrial development, and this was a glaring shortcoming for Italy. The Italian government was well aware of this fact and had conducted extensive geological surveys of the kingdom. The results were somewhat disheartening, revealing numerous stones and minerals, yet not a single substantial coal or iron deposit. Peng Gang's research into later historical records confirmed this. Despite advanced exploration techniques at the time, Italy still lacked significant coal and iron resources. Without coal and iron, how could one develop heavy industry? While it was possible to masquerade as an industrial nation through light industry, it was akin to a facade that would crumble with the slightest touch. This was a source of dissatisfaction for Peng Gang, although he held a prestigious title as a prince. The inherent limitations of Italy's potential posed a significant challenge. Despite the absence of a clear path forward for Italy, life must go on. The once revolutionary Prince Carlo, now somewhat corrupted by the comforts of capitalism, found himself unable to detach from the indulgent lifestyle of having his every need met. Alas, how far he had fallen. Feeling fatigued from standing, Carlo reclined on a small leather sofa, continuing to ponder Italy's future. In truth, he wasn't entirely devoid of ideas. He had already dispatched his trusted aide Domingo to undertake certain tasks on his behalf. Domingo was a recent addition to Carlo's inner circle, chosen for his reliability during moments when Carlo found himself otherwise occupied. Recognizing Domingo's trustworthy nature, Carlo had decided to enlist him to handle various matters. At that moment, his loyal aide should be in Prague. The thought left Carlo feeling slightly dazed, as the overly comfortable environment beckoned him toward slumber. Creak! As he contemplated further, the sound of a door creaking opened broke the silence, followed by a voice that made his heart flutter. "Your Highness, I have come to tidy the room." Without needing to look up, Carlo recognized the voice all too well. It was the maid responsible for maintaining his quarters. "Nia, do come in." With his invitation, a youthful girl of about 18, brimming with vitality, entered, struggling to carry a wooden bucket. Her petite frame seemed incongruous with the heavy load she bore. Once the maid entered, Carlo's breathing grew noticeably rapid and labored. Internally, he chastised himself, feeling quite undignified. After all, he had encountered countless women in his past. He recalled the esteemed philosopher Wang Jingzi, who proposed the profound theory of true fragrance, of which Carlo was evidently a proponent. Though he might not have acknowledged it internally, his body unambiguously subscribed to this theory. It was hardly surprising, considering that the maid Nia was both diminutive and charming, with delicate skin and exquisite features, defying the typical image of a European maid. Furthermore, her well-endowed figure exuded a distinctly Japanese-made aesthetic, presenting a temptation that was somewhat lethal for Carlo. This weather is truly sweltering. Unconsciously, Carlo began to unbutton his shirt, allowing the heat to dissipate, while surreptitiously downing the last of his glass of iced water. "It's rather warm in here. I think I'll go for a stroll." With that, he made a hasty exit, leaving behind Nia's innocent gaze. While watching maid Nia clean was a delightful sight, indulging in it too often would inevitably quicken his heart rate and leave him feeling lightheaded. At times, he pondered why, in an era devoid of nylon, he found himself so irresistibly drawn to her. But he decided to dismiss such thoughts and sought a new location to regain his composure. Having been driven from his own chamber, Carlo resolved to find his younger brother for a game of chess. It is worth mentioning that Carlo's younger brother, Prince Vittorio, was 2 years his junior and currently navigating the tumultuous waters of youthful rebellion. As someone who had once traversed that path, Carlo understood this phase all too well. Dealing with Vittorio's burgeoning rebellious spirit was a task Carlo found effortlessly manageable. Upon his arrival, Carlo was met with an enthusiastic welcome from his brother. "Carlo, it's you." Vittorio, brimming with youthful exuberance, greeted his brother warmly. Yet, the fierce determination in his eyes revealed a lack of familial affection. This was hardly surprising. Anyone would feel aggrieved if their pocket money was appropriated repeatedly. Although it was his own money, surrendering it willingly was out of the question. Indeed, Carlo, that rascal, has even managed to swindle his own brother's pocket money. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him after all. His brother Vittorio is quite the little millionaire. At that moment, he was utterly captivated by the allure of wealth and, unable to resist, diverted the funds into his own possession. Although he later experienced pangs of remorse, he found himself unable to resist the temptation on several subsequent occasions. However, the blame cannot rest solely on his shoulders. Vittorio receives a monthly allowance of 20,000 lire, and since he tends to spend very little, he has amassed a considerable sum. Carlo, with a pressing need for funds, naturally set his sights on his dear little brother. "Vittorio, have you missed me?" Carlo exclaimed, affectionately ruffling his brother's hair, completely disregarding the simmering anger evident in Vittorio's gaze. "Do not touch my head again." "Very well, I shall refrain." As Carlo withdrew his hand, a victorious smile graced his lips, further aggravating Vittorio, whose frustration was nearing its boiling point. When this brother of his becomes enraged, his rationality plummets, and seizing the moment, Carlo decided to press his advantage. "Shall we engage in a wager, perhaps with some stakes?" "Bring it on." Without hesitation, Vittorio accepted Carlo's challenge. Some time later, Carlo departed with a triumphant smile, leaving behind a crestfallen brother. He secured the spoils of victory in his small safe, admiring the neatly stacked bills with great satisfaction. The initial funds required for his plan were now sufficient, and with tangible results, he would be able to attract further investments. Today had been nothing short of perfect, however. The arrival of unexpected news abruptly marred his elation. "You mean to say that Tesla is unwilling to come to Italy?" Faced with Carlo's incredulous expression, his newly appointed confidant Domingo could only nod solemnly. This was indeed a predicament. The news disrupted Carlo's meticulously crafted plans, for Tesla was a pivotal figure in his strategy. The inventor of alternating current was someone Carlo never imagined would decline such an invitation. Carlo's ambition lay in electrification, with Tesla at its very core. The Second Industrial Revolution held immense significance for Italy, representing one of the few opportunities for the nation to leapfrog ahead. Domingo's delivery of such disheartening news left Carlo so incensed that he nearly hurled the cup in his hand at him. Observing Carlo's wrathful demeanor, Domingo felt a wave of regret wash over him, not for the task at hand, but for failing to plead with Mr. Tesla. He had never anticipated that Tesla would be held in such high esteem by the prince. His prior research had revealed nothing particularly extraordinary about the man that warranted such regard. Yet, regret was now futile, and all he could do was brace himself for the prince's inevitable wrath. With Domingo appearing as though he had just lost his parents, Carlo managed to suppress his fury and, after regaining his composure, inquired, "Pray tell, how did Mr. Tesla decline your invitation?" Carlo's mind was racing with questions about why Tesla would refuse, and he sought to uncover the reasoning behind it. "Your Highness, upon hearing your invitation to serve as the director of the Electrical Research Institute, Mr. Tesla expressed disbelief. He claimed that his knowledge was insufficient for such an esteemed position and proposed to study further before accepting." After hearing Domingo's explanation, Carlo was at a loss for words. However, since Tesla had declined, he now required an alternative candidate. Yet, such a selection was not as simple as choosing a cabbage from market. While Carlo possessed a theoretical understanding of alternating current, it remained merely a term to him, for he lacked the practical skills to bring it to fruition. Moreover, he had not anticipated his own time travel and had prepared no relevant materials. Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed. How was he to establish the Electrical Research Institute he had envisioned? Contemplating all this, the money he had taken from his brother lost its allure, and he was left pondering his next steps. With a heavy heart, Carlo dismissed the despondent Domingo and spent the entire afternoon in futile contemplation. Even the presence of his charming maid no longer brightening his spirits. He awaited the evening meal with a sense of dread. In Christian doctrine, Dinner is a sacred affair, as it was after the Last Supper that Jesus ascended to heaven. Hence, the significance of dinner is paramount throughout Europe, and the Italian royal family is no exception. When dinner was finally served, the family gathered around the table. The servants presented a sumptuous feast while their father, Umberto I, occupied the head of the table. Yet, the weariness in his eyes betrayed the considerable burden he had been shouldering. After all, he had only recently ascended to the throne and was inundated with state affairs, making his initial clumsiness entirely understandable. Seated beside him was their mother, Queen Margherita. Years of shared life had dulled the flames of passion between them. They maintained a respectful distance, but their relationship had not deteriorated to the point of hostility, existing instead in a delicate balance. Below them sat the two princes, Carlo and Vittorio. Although Carlo was fraught with anxiety over Tesla's refusal, he would never allow such turmoil to manifest externally. He donned a mask of joy instead. However, compared to Carlo, Vittorio falls woefully short, as he fixates on Carlo with a countenance steeped in deep resentment. Faced with his inadequately trained younger brother, Carlo cannot resist provoking him with a look. A perfect outlet for his pent-up frustrations of the day. "What are you staring at? Return my money. Why should I return what I won fairly? Are you going to give it back or not? Don't count on it. Just wait." As the two princes engage in their silent duel of gazes, the focus shifts to their two sisters, Princess Yolanda and Princess Mafalda, in stark contrast to the cordial exchange of the two princes. The sisters sit quietly, wide-eyed, simply awaiting their meal. Seizing the moment before dinner, their father, Umberto, speaks up. "I will be going to Sicily for an inspection." Carlo, "Vittorio, you must listen to your mother and behave." It is evident that their father's attention has been drawn by the silent skirmish between the two. "Umberto, you're heading to Sicily for an inspection?" Before either son can respond, their mother, Queen Margherita, interjects. "Indeed, this is a joint decision between myself and the Prime Minister. Currently, Sicily and Sardinia are the only regions I have yet to visit. I cannot show favoritism." Addressing his wife's inquiry, Umberto's tone carries a hint of regret. Over the past year, he has devoted considerable time to military and political affairs, frequently inspecting various regions to better understand their realities, leaving him with little time for his family. "Father, how long will you be away?" Vittorio, unable to contain his curiosity, interjects. Approximately 10 days. That Umberto's words spark a different glint in Vittorio's eyes. "Vittorio, when I return, I expect not to hear any unfavorable reports about you." The father's admonition swiftly extinguishes any rebellious thoughts in the younger prince. Observing his brother being chastised, Carlo quickly steps in. "Rest assured, father, I will keep an eye on him." "Very well, Carlo," the king replies, his attention successfully drawn to Carlo's assurance. However, this only fuels Vittorio's ire further, prompting him to shoot a fierce glare at Carlo in secret. Not one to stoop to the level of a petty child, Carlo remains unbothered, his spirits lifted. Thus, the dinner, imbued with the essence of life, commences. The following day, under the protection of Captain Felimisai, the father departs from Rome towards Sicily. His absence does not lead the two brothers to slacken their efforts, for they still have much to learn in their studies and military training. Carlo feels no anxiety regarding his studies. The rigorous educational demands of his past life have rendered him quite adept. However, the military training, particularly horsemanship, proves to be a grueling challenge for him. Indeed, as a prince, Carlo must learn to ride, and he is not alone in this endeavor. It is customary for all noble males in Europe to master equestrian skills. Regarded as a vital military competency, "Your Highness, try to relax. Do not be afraid. Sarah is a very gentle mare. She will not misbehave in a small riding arena within the palace." Lieutenant Conti, the royal equestrian instructor, is guiding Carlo through his riding lesson. Clad in riding attire, Carlo's body is tense as he grips the reins tightly, embodying a palpable fear of falling. His comical predicament does not escape the notice of his brother Vittorio, who rides by with a confident demeanor, deliberately raising his chin in a display of superiority. Witnessing his brother's bravado evokes a twinge of melancholy in Carlo, such as the price of retribution. And it comes swiftly. After all, he had never even touched a horse in his previous life. How could he be expected to master riding? Even a docile mare seems daunting, as Carlo fears she might take a bite. "Your Highness, stop gripping the reins so tightly." Sarah is becoming uncomfortable. Lieutenant Connie promptly corrects him. This observation only heightens Carlo's anxiety further. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? With no alternative, he steels himself to persevere in honing his riding skills. While Lieutenant Connie patiently continues his instruction to it is worth noting that Lieutenant Connie is no ordinary instructor. He had safeguarded King Umberto during the Battle of Castazza, earning the king's favor. However, although loyal, Connie's abilities are limited, relegating him to protective duties, including the instruction of the two princes. In contrast to Carlo's abysmal riding skills, Vittorio exhibits considerable prowess, even earning commendations from Lieutenant Connie. "Your Highness Vittorio, you ride remarkably well. You shall undoubtedly become an excellent equestrian." The praise inflates Vittorio's ego, prompting him to flaunt his skills before Carlo like a proud peacock. Carlo, however, remains unfazed by his brother's childish antics. "Once Vittorio has some pocket money next month, I'll show him who's the real master." The practice continues throughout the afternoon, and as the sun begins to set, a thoroughly exhausted Carlo and an unsatisfied Vittorio return to the Quirinal Palace. Upon their entrance, they encounter a tall, dignified man engaged in conversation with their mother. Uncle Amedeo has come to visit. In unison, the two brothers greet him. "Hello, Uncle." "Greetings, my dear little princes." Amedeo responds warmly to Carlo and Vittorio's salutation. It is worth noting that Uncle Amedeo's life experiences are quite extraordinary. He ascended to kingship earlier than their father, Umberto. During a coup in Spain, General Juan Prim sought to select a king for Spain, initially choosing Prince Leopold from the House of Hohenzollern. This proposal was met with fierce opposition from France, igniting the Franco-Prussian War. Consequently, Uncle Amedeo, the Duke of Aosta, was selected as king, faced with the unexpected title of king. Amedeo eagerly accepted, but misfortune soon struck. The very Juan Prim who championed his kingship was assassinated. Thus, upon his arrival in Spain, Amedeo's first task was to attend the funeral of the slain Prim. His position in Spain quickly became precarious, lacking support and rendering him a king with little power. After 3 uneventful years, the Spanish Parliament deposed him, overwhelmingly voting to establish a republic, and a year later, they reinstated Isabella's son, Alfonso XII, restoring the Bourbon dynasty. Having shed the awkward title of king, Amedeo returned to Italy, resuming his role as Duke of Aosta. However, as the Duke, Amedeo typically resides in Turin and rarely visits Rome. The reason for his current visit remains beyond Carlo's purview. "Uncle Amedeo, what have you brought us this time?" Vittorio, lacking any pretense, immediately inquires about gifts. Amedeo chuckles, ruffling Vittorio's hair as he replies, "Vittorio, I have nothing for you this time. You must understand, Turin is not affluent." Vittorio's lips pucker in disappointment at his uncle's words, but a comment from their mother swiftly alters his demeanor. "Vittorio, how can you speak to your uncle like that? Have I not taught you manners?" At their mother's discontented remark, Vittorio's expression transforms from disdain to enthusiastic warmth. "It's wonderful to have you visit, Uncle." Carlo, not one to act as foolishly as Vittorio, greets Amedeo with courteous words of welcome. "Carlo, I cannot believe how polite you have become in just a year," Amedeo exclaims, reaching out to tousle Carlo's hair, much to his chagrin. "Ha, our Carlo has turned shy." "This is not shyness," Carlo retorts, adopting an expression of exasperation that elicits hearty laughter from both his uncle and mother. "Why don't you both go change your clothes? I can smell your sweat from a distance," their mother suggests, fanning her face with her hand, as if to emphasize the odor. This action naturally prompted the two individuals to swiftly return to their chamber. Upon witnessing the departure of the two children, Queen Margherita spoke up, noting, "Your elder brother is currently inspecting Sicily and will not return for another 2 days. If your matter is urgent, you may go directly to Sicily to seek him out." "It is quite all right. I can wait for my brother's return," replied the younger sibling, alleviating Queen Margherita's concerns, as it appeared that this visit was indeed of little consequence. Had it been a pressing issue, a telegram would have been dispatched immediately. Amedeo harbored no significant matters. He simply had received a troubling report indicating that extreme anarchists might pose a threat to his elder brother, which caused him unease. Prompting him to relay this information. It is essential to clarify that during this era in Europe, various ideologies were in a state of tumult. The emergence of diverse democratic demands clashed violently with social realities, giving rise to numerous political philosophies, among which was anarchism. The core tenet of anarchism is the elevation of individual freedom and the abolition of governmental authority and all forms of state control. In this period, anarchists were particularly inclined to advocate for political violence, such as bombings and assassinations of national leaders. Such actions were commonly referred to as propaganda of the deed, originally signifying demonstrative direct actions intended to inspire the masses to revolution. However, propaganda of the deed could manifest in both violent and non-violent forms. Clearly, this time, the anarchists had set their sights on King Umberto, since there were those intent on assassinating his elder brother. It was imperative that he inform him post-haste. Regrettably, Amadeo had not been able to verify this information. He could not approach his brother with unfounded claims warning that someone might seek to assassinate him. Moreover, such threats were alarmingly prevalent across Europe. The monarchs of the 19th century found themselves in no small degree of peril, with numerous individuals eager to orchestrate sensational attempts on their lives. This phenomenon was a residual effect of the ideological upheaval. Although the doctrine of bloodlines remained predominant in Europe, the resistance against it was formidable, chiefly led by the nobility. Having not seen his brother, Amadeo could only wait for another opportunity to convey his concerns. The following day, the Duke of Aosta returned to Turin. The morning in Palermo gradually came to life, in this largest city of Sicily. One could encounter an array of architectural styles, from the dominant Baroque style of Europe to influences from Arab architecture. The intertwining of various styles rendered Palermo uniquely captivating. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock's ringing roused Gabriel from his slumber, prompting him to reach out and silence the persistent beeping. The firm bed had afforded him a restless night of sleep, yet he remained content with this arrangement. After rising, Gabriel stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance, and could not help but frown. His disheveled hair, coupled with unkempt facial hair, presented a rather unappealing sight, necessitating some grooming. After washing his face, Gabriel took a comb, dampened it, and tended to his hair. Subsequently, using a razor to remove his beard, he undertook these tasks with remarkable diligence, as if they were of utmost importance. Once he had sufficiently preened himself, he donned his finest attire, presenting himself as though he were to attend a grand banquet. Yet he then retrieved a handgun from his traveling case. The inscription on the firearm indicated it was a Colt revolver, specifically the renowned M1873 single-action revolver. In its compact sheriff model, with a barrel length of merely 89 millimeters, it was ideal for concealment beneath his clothing, a feature he greatly valued. Indeed, Gabriel intended to embark on a significant undertaking today, one that would ensure his name would be remembered. This weapon was his assurance. Gabriel hailed from a respectable background. His father was a merchant who enabled him to pursue his education. During his university years, he encountered anarchism, which resonated deeply with him. He perceived the government as nothing more than a leech upon the populace, devoid of any true purpose. Thus, upon completing his studies, he immersed himself in the embrace of anarchism, publicly advocating its principles multiple times. Were it not for the financial support of his relatively affluent father, he would have likely faced arrest by the police long ago. Nevertheless, even with his father's protection, few believed in his proclaimed ideals. In light of this reality, the desire to orchestrate a sensational event to garner public attention took root. Nothing could create a greater stir than the assassination of a monarch, and he set his sights on the newly appointed King Umberto. Consequently, he devoted these recent days to preparing his weaponry and plotting the assassination while closely monitoring the king's movements. Fortunately, the new monarch had only been in power for about a year and was frequently engaged in inspections, making him a focal point in the newspapers, thus alleviating much of Gabriel's burden. In the restroom, he had even affixed to the wall a collage of cut-out photographs of King Umberto, sourced for various newspapers. After completing his grooming, Gabriel ensured that no one would suspect him to be an assassin, donned his top hat, and stepped out, determined that this day would be one for the history books. The Norman Palace in Palermo, established in 1100, initially served as the royal residence of the Romans. Later undergoing renovations by the Byzantines and Arabs, which infused it with eclectic architectural styles. This unique blend made the palace highly esteemed during the Kingdom of Sicily, ultimately becoming the royal residence following Italy's unification. King Umberto, upon his arrival in Palermo, would naturally reside here. Now, as king, Umberto prepared to depart, with plans to first visit the town hall to hear Mayor Romi's urban development proposals, enjoy lunch with local dignitaries, and in the afternoon, partake in a festive parade to convey the goodwill of the new monarch to the citizens of Palermo. Your Majesty, everything is ready. We may set forth, announced Baron Felamici, the chief of the guards, as he entered the room where Umberto was reviewing documents. Very well, let us proceed, Umberto replied, gathering his papers and donning his formal attire, following the chief guard out of the room, along the corridors of the palace. Several ornate carriages adorned with royal insignia waited, alongside the vigilant royal cavalry prepared for the king's protection. Once Umberto and his entourage boarded the carriage, the convoy, under the driver's direction, began its slow procession outward, with the royal cavalry forming a tight protective circle around the king as they made their way to the town hall. As the convoy departed the Roman palace, crowds lined the streets, eager to catch a glimpse of the king, prompting police to exert considerable effort to keep the throngs at bay and prevent any sudden disruptions to the procession. Gabriel did not mingle among the crowd. Instead, he had secretly acquired a copy of the king's itinerary, planning to appear at the opportune moment and deliver a lethal blow to King Umberto. Unbeknownst to Umberto, who was preoccupied with the documents in his hands, he was blissfully unaware of the peril that lurked outside. Although the consecutive days of inspections had left him visibly fatigued, he understood the importance of being well informed about the day's engagements, particularly the prominent figures he would dine with at lunch, as they were pivotal to Palermo's development. While these matters could be delegated to the chief guard, Umberto believed that engaging with these dignitaries directly, rather than through intermediaries, would foster a deeper connection, which was of great significance for the kingdom. Upon the convoy's arrival at the town hall, Mayor Nars had already gathered officials at the entrance to await the king's arrival. "Welcome, Your Majesty, to Palermo," the mayor greeted as he approached to receive Umberto. "Thank you for the warm welcome. It has left a lasting impression," Umberto replied with gratitude, following the mayor into the town hall. As the king entered, the throng of well-wishers dispersed, revealing Gabriel's presence among them. Indeed, he too was here, primarily to familiarize himself with his target, King Umberto. After all, the newspaper's photograph was too blurred. Only by witnessing it with one's own eyes could one ensure that no mistakes would occur. Having seen his goal, Gabriel left with a heart full of satisfaction, knowing he would have to wait until the afternoon to return. The sun ascended gradually, radiating a heat that began to become uncomfortable. However, the crowds in Palermo were utterly unfazed. By midday, people were gathering in the town hall square, some brandishing the flag of the Kingdom of Italy, while others held aloft portraits of His Majesty. Festooned in anticipation of the royal outing, Gabriel mingled among them, raising a flag of the Kingdom of Italy to disguise his identity, straining to push his way to the front, despite the sweat saturating his back. It wasn't long before the police arrived to maintain order. To his delight, a white open-top carriage appeared at the town hall, signaling the imminent arrival of his target, which heightened his excitement. The waiting crowd echoed his fervor, erupting into cheers at the sight of the king. Before long, Umberto emerged at the entrance, smiling and waving to the throngs of eager onlookers. "Mayor Nars, shall we share a carriage?" The king's words, delivered beside the carriage, sent the mayor into a fervor of joy. "I am exceedingly grateful, Your Majesty." The exhilarated mayor waited until King Umberto had boarded before taking his seat opposite him, inadvertently squeezing the chief of guards, Baron Michi, to the other side, which caused the latter to furrow his brow slightly. However, upon noticing the mayor's apologetic expression, he refrained from voicing any objections, though he would later deeply regret this moment. Once everyone was aboard, the procession commenced under the protection of the cavalry. The populace of Palermo displayed tremendous enthusiasm for their new king, waving in tribute. In response to their fervor, King Umberto reciprocated, the exchange appearing effortlessly natural. Closer, even closer. Gabriel, amidst the crowd, was elated as he observed the carriage approaching. He discreetly lowered his flag along the way, Waiting until the carriage was near, in that moment, he felt no rush to act. Rather, he remained remarkably composed, keenly observing the movements of the individuals accompanying his target. The man seated opposite the king was the mayor of the city, who was waving to the crowd alongside him, while security personnel, partially obscured by the mayor, remained alert, scanning the surroundings. However, the mayor's presence made it difficult for him to see in Gabriel's direction. As the carriage drew alongside him, Gabriel feigned to stumble, appearing to lose his balance as he stepped onto the road. This maneuver caused a nearby cavalryman to pause momentarily, and seizing that fleeting opportunity, Gabriel swiftly drew his pistol. He executed this action with remarkable proficiency. Having practiced it thousands of times before, fully aware of the limited time he had to draw and fire at that moment, fortune favored him, for the king had turned his head, oblivious to the sudden assassin in his midst. There was no better opportunity. It was as though the heavens themselves were aiding him. Before anyone could intervene, Gabriel fired 3 shots in quick succession, each striking the king. The unexpected gunfire stunned the crowd, and before Gabriel could attempt another shot, the guards rushed forward, overwhelming him. Yet the blood staining the king's attire was alarmingly conspicuous. "What? My father has been assassinated." When Carlo learned this news from his mother, he was utterly astounded. He had seen her enter his room with red-rimmed eyes, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. How severe are his injuries? Carlo's concern for his father's condition surged. According to the prime minister, the telegram indicated that his father's wounds were grave, and transferring him to Rome for treatment posed significant difficulties. As his mother spoke, tears fell uncontrollably, and Carlo felt a heavy weight in his heart. The notion that movement was challenging cast a shadow of dread over him. Observing her son's reaction, the queen, Margherita, assumed he was merely worried for his father. I too cannot bear to accept this reality. But this telegram comes directly from the prime minister. Prepare yourself. We must depart for Palermo at once. With that, his mother left to convey the news to their other children. God had been excessively cruel to her. Why must her husband endure such a fate? The news of the king's assassination struck Carlo with profound shock. Although he had only been in this world for a little over a year and had seen little of his father due to his commitments. Whenever his father returned, he always inquired about them, allowing him to feel the warmth of familial bonds. Humans are not mere plants. How could they lack emotion? Gradually, Carlo had come to accept his parents in this life. Having initially concealed his identity, the news of his father's assassination was astonishing, and it deepened his understanding of the chaos in contemporary Europe, where even kings were vulnerable to assassination. However, he could not dwell on this. He needed to ascertain the severity of his father's injuries without delay. Swiftly changing his clothes, Carlo rushed downstairs, in the foyer. His mother was engaged in conversation with Prime Minister Caroli, seemingly discussing their travel plans. Carlo noted that the prime minister acknowledged him with a nod as he descended the stairs, drawing his mother's attention. "Carlo, you've arrived just in time. The prime minister has arranged for a ship to take us to Palermo at the utmost speed." Upon hearing his mother's words, Carlo sincerely expressed, "I am grateful for your arrangements, Your Excellency. We shall remember this kindness. It is of no consequence." "It is my duty," replied the prime minister. "I share in your sorrow regarding His Majesty's plight. But it is imperative that the Queen hastens to his side." After addressing the immediate concerns, the Prime Minister continued, "I have dispatched the best doctors and medical equipment, and to offer prayers for His Majesty. I have also sought a priest, hoping for his swift recovery." Caroli's words showcased his capabilities as Prime Minister, demonstrating foresight and consideration in a time of crisis. The Queen, Margherita, was profoundly grateful to hear that the best doctors and medical equipment had been arranged. "Thank you for your arrangements, Prime Minister. They are of utmost importance for my husband." Such an able Prime Minister brought her a sense of relief, especially as she had been overwhelmed upon hearing of her husband's assassination. Her thoughts solely focused on his injuries. As for Carlo, he too felt somewhat at a loss, merely seeking to comfort his distraught mother. The unwavering composure exhibited by predecessors in the face of danger was absent from him. Prime Minister Caroli proved himself worthy of King Umberto's trust, demonstrating his capability during this critical moment. 2 hours later, when their carriage arrived at Anium, the closest port to Rome, a throng awaited their arrival. including notable figures such as Interior Minister Jayadeli and Health and Education Minister Micah Davida. It was evident that, aside from maintaining governmental operations, a significant portion of the military and political elite had gathered there. Carlo was unfamiliar with these individuals and could only greet them one by one as introduced by the Prime Minister. This, too, left him with an uneasy feeling. It was far too early for such gatherings. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that. Comforting his family was the priority. Presently, aside from himself, his siblings bore the marks of recent tears. Naturally, everyone was acutely aware of the significance of the situation, and no one dared waste time. Once aboard the ship, they immediately set sail for Palermo. The Camellia, a high-speed cargo vessel with a displacement of 3,000 tons, typically transported high-value goods, never anticipating its sudden transformation into a passenger ship. However, it was the fastest vessel in the port, capable of reaching a speed of 14 knots. Yet, remnants of cargo remained aboard, clearly indicating its original purpose as a freighter. Nonetheless, no one cared about such details. Even the most fastidious individuals expressed no dissatisfaction. 2 evenings later, the Camellia docked at the port of Palermo, where it was met by Mayor Nars. 1 could say the mayor was unfortunate, having allowed an assassin to strike the king right under his nose. At the moment the king was shot, he realized his fate was sealed. However, even at the risk of his own downfall, he resolutely chose to stand his post until the very end, not out of a sudden awakening of conscience, but rather in the hope of rectifying his past mistakes through forthcoming actions. Upon receiving the telegram announcing the imminent arrival of the royal family and high-ranking officials, he promptly arranged for a thorough cleaning of the port and summoned the police to ensure the highest level of vigilance. Should another assassination attempt occur, it would not only spell his doom, but likely jeopardize his entire family as well. Alas, his efforts were but a futile endeavor, for those disembarking from the rhododendron had faces etched with exhaustion, each one reflecting a deep longing for rest. It was evident that the rhododendron, a high-speed cargo ship, offered little in terms of comfort. Even the royal family, occupying the most privileged positions, bore expressions that betrayed their fatigue. Yet, they could not afford the luxury of repose. They were compelled to accompany the royal family to the hospital to check on His Majesty's condition. Thus, the group boarded the carriage and hastened towards the hospital. San Siro Hospital, the finest in Palermo, had been placed under strict security since the arrival of His Majesty. King Umberto, Baron Filimisai, as the chief guard, remained tirelessly vigilant by the side of the gravely injured king. His eyes were filled with remorse for his perceived failures, believing it was his negligence that led to the king's assassination. He was already aware of the queen's impending visit, yet he had no desire to leave the king's side. In that moment of the assassination, he felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. With a loud bang, the door to the sick room swung open, revealing the weary queen accompanied by several princes and princesses. "Your Majesty," Filimisai said, stepping forward with a face full of regret as he greeted the queen. His appearance startled her. He looked pale, dark circles under his bloodshot eyes, and an unpleasant odor lingered around him. "My dear Baron, you need not be so hard on yourself. This is all part of God's design." The queen's mother, stepping forward as the queen's confidant, consoled him. "I am grateful for your understanding, Your Majesty. Yet I am acutely aware of my shortcomings, that I deeply apologize for failing to protect His Majesty." By the end of his statement, this guard, who was usually so meticulous about his appearance, wept like a child, prompting others to feel a surge of compassion towards him. The commotion in the room roused the king from his slumber. "Is that you, Matilda?" came the king's voice, causing his mother to momentarily abandon her consolation of Filimisai and rush to the bedside. "It is out upon hearing of your attack. I hurried here. Are you all right?" King Umberto weakly raised his hand and smiled in response. "How could I possibly be all right? I thought I was about to meet my maker." His jest failed to elicit a smile from his mother. "Carlo, where's my little Carlo?" At his father's sudden call, Carlo hurried to his side. "Father, I am here." Seeing Carlo standing before him, the king extended his hand. Struggling to touch his son's face, sensing his father's exertion, Carlo quickly placed his own cheek against his father's hand. "Carlo, you must promise me to take good care of your younger siblings, will you?" "Of course, father. I will look after them." Feeling as if his father were imparting his final wishes, Carlo immediately responded with assurance. "Kerali, Kerali. Hearing his father call for the prime minister, the now somewhat recovered guard quickly summoned him into the room. "Your Majesty," the prime minister said, his heart sinking upon witnessing the state of the kingdom, "I feel the call of the Lord approaching. However, before I depart, I hope you will ensure Carlo reaches adulthood." "Is that understood?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will safeguard Prince Carlo." After seemingly concluding all matters, the king muttered to himself, "It is a pity I shall not see Amedeo. I wish to have a word with him. Alas, it is too late. I never expected to conclude my life in such a manner that I hope future generations will not judge me harshly." On April 21, 1880, King Umberto I of Italy passed away at San Siro Hospital in Palermo. Although his reign lasted barely over a year, he left behind a significant legacy for Italy. The news of King Umberto's death sent shockwaves across the globe, leaving many in disbelief that such a monarch could be felled by an untrained assassin. Yet, compared to other nations, Italy was engulfed in grief. Many could scarcely fathom the loss of their sovereign. Thus, when King Umberto's body was conveyed from the hospital, the public lined the streets to pay their last respects, creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere for the royal family. They sat in their carriage with tear-filled eyes, needing time to come to terms with their loss. Meanwhile, the prime minister was busy preparing for the multitude of tasks that awaited him in the wake of the king's demise. The funeral arrangements were merely the beginning. The ascension of a new king and the subsequent division of power loomed large on his agenda. It was already clear that Carlo, as the eldest son, would succeed his father, as Umberto had made his intentions known before numerous witnesses, making any challenge to his decision improbable. Regrettably, even if Carlo were to ascend the throne, his power would be severely limited, as it had been largely usurped by the prime minister and his uncle, Regent Amedeo. Carlo had no inclination to contest this. He was focused on ensuring his father's funeral was conducted properly before attending to other matters. The journey from Rome to Palermo was swift, and the return would be no different. However, this time they would not travel by cargo ship. The prime minister had secured the finest passenger liner, the Gordon, which could accommodate 300 travelers and had been summoned from Venice while Carlo was still in Rome. Initially, the plan had been to transport the wounded King Umberto to better medical facilities in Rome. But now they could only return with his lifeless body. Fortunately, Prime Minister Kerali had already taken steps to prepare for the funeral arrangements, ensuring that the officials left behind were ready for the task at hand. As they needed to return to Rome promptly on April 25, the Gordon, carrying the mourners and the king's remains, arrived in Rome, where a multitude of citizens silently gathered along the streets to bid farewell to their sovereign. On April 27, the gates of the Quirinal Palace swung open, revealing a modestly dressed guard bearing various weapons at the forefront, followed by a horse-drawn carriage adorned with chrysanthemums, transporting the body of King Umberto. Driven by coachman Vaughn. Following closely were the family members, including the grieving Queen Margherita, Carlo, and Uncle Amedeo with his family, followed by government officials and representatives from various nations, each face reflecting profound sorrow. Contributing to the somber atmosphere, as the funeral procession commenced, the public instinctively joined in, swelling the ranks of mourners. The mayor of Rome, Sabode, ordered the police to maintain order and prevent any untoward incidents. The lengthy procession made its way to the Pantheon, a temple built by the son-in-law of Augustus, now serving as the royal burial site, where the unifier of Italy, Victor Emmanuel II, was also interred. Due to the temple's limited size, the gathered crowd was kept at bay outside. 4 tall soldiers bore the coffin containing the remains of King Umberto, lowering it into the grave that had been prepared in advance. The sight prompted the queen to break down once more, which in turn caused others to weep, creating a chorus of sorrow that resonated throughout the burial grounds. Yet, no amount of grief could halt the interment of King Umberto's coffin. As the priest recounted the king's life, Carlo exhaled deeply. This was not due to a lack of sorrow for Umberto's passing. Rather, as an adult, he had moved past his grief. Among those present, excluding the royal family, few shared such profound feelings of loss. At least half of those in attendance were merely feigning their sorrow. For instance, the rotund gentleman over there wore an expression as if he had lost his parents, which seemed insincere. Then Carlo noticed an elderly man with white hair, a face he felt he had seen before. He was certain he recognized him. But from where? Carlo could not dwell on this thought. As guests had begun to approach the family to offer their condolences, "Please accept my condolences, Your Majesty." Amidst, the still weeping queen responded absent-mindedly. This was the ambassador of Wales from Britain. An official standing nearby began to quietly inform Carlo of the visitor's identity. Why did a diplomat come to make the introduction? It is because Carlo, as the next king, must receive the guests' greetings, and to prevent any awkwardness arising from his unfamiliarity with them, the Prime Minister specifically appointed a young official to remind him. "Please accept my condolences, Your Highness Carlo. Thank you, Ambassador of Wales." "This is Mr. Daniel D'Alembert, the French ambassador. Please accept my condolences, Your Highness Carlo." "Thank you, Ambassador D'Alembert." Carlo felt as though he was continuously expressing gratitude to the guests, making him feel like a marionette, completely at the mercy of others. Soon after, an elderly gentleman with white hair appeared before him. "This is the esteemed Mr. Giuseppe Garibaldi." The young official used honorifics when introducing this elder, which clearly indicated the respect he held for him. It's him. In no wonder I feel a sense of familiarity. However, upon hearing the introduction, Carlo was more struck by a sense of admiration for this familiar figure. The name Garibaldi was already thunderous in his ears. It could be said that without him, the unification of Italy would have been significantly more arduous and time-consuming if one were to select a selfless figure from the wars of unification. No one could be more convincing than Garibaldi. He was a hero of immense charisma, yet also a tragic figure, for he was a Republican. Without allowing Carlo to ponder too long, Garibaldi approached him. "Please accept my condolences, Your Highness." "Thank you for coming, Mr. Garibaldi. It is an honor to meet a hero who aided in the unification of Italy." Carlo's unconventional response prompted Garibaldi to pause momentarily. "So, Your Highness considers me a hero?" "I believe so, but do remember, I am a Republican. Yet that does not alter the fact that you are a hero." Their brief exchange concluded, and Carlo continued to converse with others. However, Garibaldi retained Carlo's name in his thoughts. Apart from a young official behind him, no one was aware of Carlo's appraisal of Garibaldi. Recently, the government had been inundated with affairs. After concluding the funeral of Umberto I, the next event was Carlo's coronation. It might seem somewhat melancholic, as many felt it was all too swift. Within less than 2 years, to participate consecutively in 2 royal funerals and a coronation was indeed heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, despite the sorrow, participation was inevitable. On April 30th, a multitude of elegantly dressed individuals entered the Parliament building. Today, they would witness the ascension of a new king. Although this king was somewhat youthful, it did not diminish the fact that he would become their sovereign. As time passed, the number of people in the parliamentary hall swelled, and acquaintances began to engage in conversation, until an elderly gentleman with white hair appeared, causing many to fall silent and gaze at him. Garibaldi was not surprised by the effect his entrance had. When Italy had just unified, his presence in the parliament had evoked an even more astonishing silence, enveloping the room. That, of course, Garibaldi was well aware of the reason for the quietude. Yet his accompanying friends had never experienced such a phenomenon. "Giuseppe, what is happening?" Garibaldi smiled in response to his friend's inquiry. "Oh, it's nothing, cousins. Just the mice showing surprise at the entrance of a cat." Indeed, Garibaldi remained a Republican and held a profound disdain for the Italian parliament, which he likened to a rubber stamp. He had often remarked that the current parliament was not chosen by the people's votes, but was a mere plaything controlled by the king, the nobility, and the wealthy elite. Although his words were factual, they were offensive to these rubber stamps, and it was unlikely they would respond favorably. Were it not for his immense popularity among the populace, he might have faced severe backlash. This was not the first instance. Just last year, a journalist named Giovanni Gino Ferranzona had written 2 pamphlets attacking Garibaldi's political leanings and labeling him ungrateful, only to be assassinated on April 19th. Ultimately, Garibaldi personally initiated a fundraising campaign to provide compensation for Ferranzona's widow. Thus, this seemingly flawless heroic figure left many who despised him at a loss for words. Outside the parliament, the crowd's cheers reached a crescendo. A contingent of guards escorted several carriages adorned with royal insignia, signaling the arrival of His Highness Carlo, the soon-to-be crowned king. Inside the carriage, Queen Margherita, clad in mourning attire, reiterated her instructions to Carlo. Carlo, remember to follow the rehearsed steps. You must not forget this time. Carlo, his ears nearly calloused from his mother's reminders, patiently replied, "Do not worry, mother, I will not falter." I could see that moment. A knock sounded from outside the carriage, followed by the voice of his uncle Amedeo. "Carlo, we have arrived. Prepare to disembark." With a creak, the door opened, and the impeccably dressed Carlo stepped out of the carriage. Followed by his mother, the cheers from the square reached a new height upon his arrival. The overwhelming applause momentarily stunned Carlo. "Smile, do smile." Prompted by his uncle's quiet encouragement, Carlo raised the corners of his mouth into a signature smile and turned to wave at the jubilant crowd. His gesture sent the cheers soaring to a peak, particularly among the women, who raised their voices to the utmost. At that moment, Carlo could not deny the advantages of possessing good looks, especially as a youthful lad, which magnified his appeal. After acknowledging the crowd, Carlo ascended the steps toward the Parliament building, all eyes upon him. With his head held high in unwavering gaze, he walked up the steps, followed closely by his mother and uncle flanking him. Upon reaching the entrance, the Speaker of the Parliament, Leslie, welcomed Carlo into the hall. As he entered, everyone rose in unison, their eyes fixed on Carlo as he approached the podium, where an elderly priest with white hair awaited him. Carlo was not surprised, having seen him during the rehearsal. This was the Anglican bishop summoned from Milan. Although the relationship between the Kingdom of Italy and the Vatican was strained, it did not mean that all Catholic priests were bound to obey the Pope's commands. And the Anglican bishop was one of the few exceptions. Thus his presence at the coronation. As Carlo approached the podium, the bishop spoke in the now silent hall. Only the voice of the Anglican bishop resonated. "Your Highness Carlo, do you pledge to dedicate your life to Italy?" "I do." The bright, youthful response satisfied the bishop, who nodded in approval. He then took the crown representing Italy from a tray held by his attendant and placed it upon Carlo's head. "Now I, representing God, bestow upon you this crown. May you treat God's lambs with kindness." Following this, the bishop picked up the scepter symbolizing royal authority from another tray and handed it to Carlo. Thus, the brief yet sacred coronation ceremony was completed. Subsequently, led by Prime Minister Caroli, Speaker Leslie, and Duke Amedeo, Carlo received their homage, marking the moment he transitioned from prince to the King of Italy. After his coronation, Carlo did not find the respite he anticipated, as he was soon to embark on a carriage procession to receive the people's tributes. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Carlo maintained the demeanor of a king while engaging in quiet conversation with his uncle. However, it was not long before he was informed that the procession was ready outside. With the support of the crowd, Carlo ascended the carriage, accepting the people's salutes. The parade route had been meticulously secured, and Carlo felt as if he were a monkey on display, subject to the scrutiny of others. The procession lasted 2 hours, and upon its conclusion, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, vowing never to endure such an experience again, as it was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Carlo had now become the third king of the Kingdom of Italy. Perhaps now he could begin to contemplate plans for the future. Having ascended to the throne of Italy, Carlo found himself unable to escape the fate of attending classes. Not only that, but the number of subjects he was required to study had also increased. This left Carlo, who aspired to achieve great things, buried beneath a mountain of coursework. However, there was a silver lining. He now had unrestricted access to various Italian resources, providing him with a clearer understanding of the nation. Yet, to his dismay, the situation in Italy was far from favorable. Indeed, it could be described as dire. Firstly, Italy's population had reached 28.21 million, that although this figure paled in comparison to Germany and France, it surpassed the 25.7 million of the British Isles. However, in contrast to Britain's industrial and financial prowess, Italy's populace was predominantly engaged in agriculture, an industry notoriously low in value. The agricultural sector accounted for over 50% of Italy's economy, a figure that ranked among the highest in Europe. This stark reliance on agriculture underscored the vulnerability of Italy's economic landscape. It is worth noting that it was not until 1900 that Italy's agricultural proportion fell below 50%, highlighting the stagnation of industrialization in the preceding 2 decades. The crux of the matter lay in Italy's heavy dependence on agriculture, despite the country's terrain being ill-suited for such production. The landscape was primarily mountainous and hilly, with only small plains along the coast. Consequently, Italy's economy was severely reliant on the northern plains, particularly cities such as Turin, Milan, Genoa, and Venice. Furthermore, the stark wealth disparity between northern and southern Italy fueled tensions among the populace. It is evident that economic factors alone could not account for such divisions. Intertwined issues of religion, language, culture, and customs posed significant challenges for the Italian government. This strife was exacerbated by the prolonged fragmentation of the nation. While the national identity had gained popular acceptance, ingrained habits proved difficult to alter. If only the issues facing Italy were so simplistic, in reality, the challenges were far more severe. The unification of Italy, though seemingly fortuitous, had birthed numerous complications. Primarily, the nation's finances were precarious, heavily reliant on agricultural taxation, yielding a meager annual revenue of merely 1.2 billion lire, in stark contrast to France's 2.95 billion francs, with 1 franc equating to 1 lire. This disparity illustrated that France's fiscal income was 2.45 times greater than Italy's, that a more substantial fiscal income could facilitate a wider range of initiatives, whereas limited revenue constrained Italy's capabilities at present. Italy's most pressing concern was to establish connections across the nation. Thus, extensive railway construction had become imperative. Italy had, over the years, initiated several railway projects, including routes from Rome to Milan and from Turin through Milan to Venice. However, these railways were akin to insatiable beasts, proving exceptionally burdensome for a nation with already low fiscal revenues. Carlo observed that Italy's annual fiscal deficit had reached 300 million lire. Consequently, large-scale borrowing emerged as the sole viable option. Fortunately, Italy's debt situation remained manageable, preventing the bonds from becoming unmarketable. Should it mirror Spain's crippling debt, it would likely require exorbitant interest rates to attract investors. This scenario filled Carlo with trepidation. The annual increase of 1/4 of fiscal revenue through bonds threatened to impose an overwhelming debt burden on Italy, potentially leading to a situation akin to Spain's reliance on borrowing to cover interest payments. Despite his deep-seated concerns, Carlo found himself powerless to act. Although he was the king, the exercise of royal authority was currently in the hands of his uncle, Duke Amedeo of Aosta, who now needed to be referred to as regent. Unlike his father, this regent appeared unconcerned about the kingdom's welfare, devoting less time to state affairs than to attending balls. This reality frustrated Carlo, yet he remained helpless, as European conventions dictated that he could not wield power until he reached maturity. Nonetheless, Carlo, influenced by his Eastern mindset, continued to seek a comprehensive understanding of Italy's circumstances. Presently, the Italian workforce was scarce, with wage levels lagging behind the European average. This situation was closely tied to the high unemployment rate, which, according to government statistics, hovered around 6. However, Carlo believed this figure was misleading, as over 100,000 Italians emigrated annually. Italy ranked as the second-largest emigration country in Europe, trailing only behind Britain. Unlike Britain's emigration to its colonies, the majority of Italian immigrants sought to escape dire circumstances at home. Notably, Germany, historically renowned as a source of emigration, had seen a sharp decline, with annual figures dropping from 200,000 to roughly 100,000, suggesting a tightening of emigration policies due to Germany's more favorable economic conditions compared to Italy. When it comes to the economy, Italy found itself at a loss for words, in stark contrast to other nations fervently advancing industrialization. Italy remained predominantly reliant on handicrafts, with the northern regions of Milan and Turin being the sole exceptions. However, the scale of its industrial endeavors was paltry when juxtaposed with countries like England, France, and Germany, particularly regarding large enterprises employing over 500 individuals, which were alarmingly few. This dismal state of affairs led Carlo to draw parallels with the far eastern Celestial Empire. As he noted the similarities, both were agrarian nations, both faced overpopulation, a source of embarrassment for Italy, both struggled with inadequate public finances, and both possessed weak industrial sectors. Yet, Italy did possess one advantage over the Celestial Empire. It recognized that industrialization was the only viable path forward. Nevertheless, when compared to the vast resources of the Celestial Empire, Italy's own resources were ill-suited for industrialization. Its renowned marble and clay presented challenges for industrial application, while the abundance of geothermal resources seemed more conducive to spas than to wealth creation through industrial means. Carlo increasingly felt that Italy's poor modern performance was a direct result of resource limitations. The Ruhr coal mines, under German occupation, had significantly bolstered industrialization, whereas Italy remained, even with advanced exploration technologies, a nation deficient in resources. This realization weighed heavily on Carlo, as he understood that for Italy's economy and industrial capacity to flourish, it must seize the opportunities presented by the Second Industrial Revolution. Thus, he resolved to engage in discussions with his uncle and the prime minister. The bustling city of Rome exhibited no discernible changes following Carlo's coronation. It remained as lively as ever. Aside from a few enamored young ladies discussing the handsome king, the rhythm of life continued unabated. With a sigh, Carlo stretched languidly, contentedly gazing at the meticulously prepared document before him. This was a carefully crafted plan to construct 1 or 2 large-scale electrical experimentation centers in Italy. He envisioned utilizing the outcomes generated by these centers to accelerate Italy's electrification process and achieve a leapfrog advancement. In Carlo's view, the only viable path to achieving such progress lay in electrification. Determined to embark on this journey, he recognized the necessity of establishing laboratories dedicated to electrical research. This time, Carlo intended to abandon the previous modest endeavors, which lacked sophistication and had failed to attract the desired talent, such as Tesla. Instead, he aimed to model his efforts after the future General Electric, aspiring to establish a substantial research center. He deemed any facility with fewer than 500 researchers unworthy of recognition, and any site smaller than 20 hectares as insignificant. Of course, such an enterprise would not come without a hefty price tag. Initial estimates hovered around 20 million lire, with annual research expenditures expected to exceed 10 million lire post-completion. Furthermore, this monumental investment was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was informed by the example of Thomas Edison's General Electric and the success of Siemens in Germany. The investment parameters were meticulously crafted to ensure results within a few years, necessitating expedited solutions for funding, personnel allocation, and other logistical concerns. It was clear that sufficient financial resources and manpower were essential to expedite progress, particularly given the looming costs associated with patent acquisitions. Once Carlo set aside the document to his satisfaction, he summoned his trusted aide Domingo. "Where is my uncle?" he inquired, as Carlo's confidant. Domingo was well aware of his duties. "Your Majesty, the regent is currently a guest at the home of Baroness Hels." The words of Domingo instantly dampened Carlo's spirits, rendering even this proposal less delightful. Since his uncle assumed the regency, he had brought his indiscretions from Turin along with him, in merely 2 months. There were already several well-known ladies involved, and perhaps even more nameless ones. This perfectly illustrated the term stud, as a man wielding actual authority over the king should not engage in such reckless behavior. Contemplating this, Carlo felt a surge of unexpressed anger that he realized he had not even made a move on Nia, the tender cabbage so close to him. Those who aspire to achieve great things must possess great resolve. How can one expect success if they cannot even control their lower impulses? Although Carlo was seething, he ultimately had to let it go. What choice did he have? He could only forgive him. After all, he had but this one uncle, and while he might be somewhat dissolute from a certain perspective, there were benefits to him. However, whether he would reap those benefits remained uncertain, burdened by such worries. Carlo awaited the appointed time for the meeting with his uncle and the prime minister. According to custom, before the monarch reaches adulthood, there is a day every week or 10 days when the regent and the prime minister convene before the young sovereign to discuss matters of state. Although Carlo lacked decision-making power in these discussions, it at least afforded him a fundamental understanding of government affairs. That day was fast approaching, merely 2 days away, in 2 days, within the council chamber of the Quirinal Palace. The young King Carlo would earnestly listen to the ministers' debates, or rather, their disputes. This year, as agricultural harvest in Sicily had been poor, necessitating a reduction in taxes, otherwise the farmers would be unable to survive. "Mr. Castor, what do you deem an appropriate reduction?" "I believe at least half should be waived. Mr. Ambico, the governor of Sicily, concurs with my assessment. The impassioned speaker was the Minister of Agriculture, Mark Lead, a man in his 50s with a balding head and a nose reddened by drink, fervently arguing for the tax reduction in Sicily. That is excessive, utterly impossible. Our national expenditures are already too high. If we were to cut Sicily's agricultural taxes by half, it would create an even larger deficit. Who shall fill that void? The dissenting voice belonged to the Minister of Finance, Giacalli, a similarly slender old man who had been deeply concerned with Italy's finances, his sharp intellect standing out in the crowd. Carlo had witnessed numerous such discussions over the past 2 months, yet he still found them incredibly engaging. However, unlike Carlo, his uncle, Regent Amedeo, could hardly contain a yawn. This caused Carlo to feel a twinge of unease, but he still managed to feign concern and quietly inquired, "Uncle, did you not sleep well last night?" Faced with his nephew's concern, Amedeo felt a hint of embarrassment yes, the quality of my sleep was poor. I've been exceedingly busy lately. At this point, Amedeo recalled the beautiful bodies from the previous night, regretting his excessive enthusiasm and realizing he would need some rest. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, several ministers could not help but smirk at his words. The regent's reputation had spread throughout Rome in just 2 months, and now everyone was aware of his notorious escapades. Though Amedeo remained oblivious, Carlo noticed this and felt a sense of foreboding. His uncle had lost his stature among the officials in such a short time, which boded ill. Carlo chose not to speak further and continued to observe the proceedings. In doing so, he made another discovery. Prime Minister Caroli's authority among the officials was on the rise, particularly regarding the handling of the Sicilian tax issue. After he spoke, the dispute was promptly resolved. This prime minister was indeed politically astute. He did not favor either side, but instead presented facts and rationale. Carlo sensed that even without his intervention and that of his uncle, who was swiftly becoming a mere figurehead, the matter could have been resolved seamlessly. His dissatisfaction did not stem from a lack of confidence in the prime minister's abilities, but rather from his uncle's lack of resolve, which could lead to an imbalance of power, concentrating authority solely in his hands. The other regent, Leslie, wielded influence within the parliament, yet everyone knew the parliament was merely a rubber stamp, lacking real authority. This realization only deepened Carlo's concerns. Once the various governmental matters were finally addressed, Carlo immediately perked up, knowing that his initial proposal was of utmost importance for his image. "Please wait a moment. I have a proposal." After halting the proceedings, Carlo presented his carefully crafted plan. As he looked at Caroli with hopeful eyes, the prime minister accepted the proposal, patiently reviewing the document before passing it around for the others to see. After it had circulated, Carlo awaited their feedback with bated breath. Although the Minister of Finance discreetly scoffed, Carlo remained composed. Patience is a virtue, especially for a 15-year-old like him. However, he soon felt his patience wearing thin. "Your Majesty, this proposal is quite commendable. It can serve as a guiding framework for Italy's future scientific research and development." The speaker was Minister Ancelotti, an elderly gentleman sharing a name with a renowned future football coach, and he too was rather rotund. However, Carlo felt an urge to retort, "A fat old man." With Ancelotti's endorsement, it seemed to open the floodgates as a chorus of agreement ensued. "Your Majesty, this proposal is genuinely splendid. It provides excellent insights for Italy's future development." The room was filled with such praises. Had this been in a previous life, Carlo might have taken it as genuine acclaim. Yet, after spending over a year in Italy, he had become well acquainted with the artifice of political flattery, recognizing that none of these praises addressed the core issues of whether to establish a research center or when to do so. What was more infuriating was that his uncle Amedeo appeared utterly lost, seemingly oblivious to the implications of the discussion. Dealing with such a lackluster ally left Carlo at a loss for where to direct his frustration. After all, how does one express anger when surrounded by compliments? The comments, though flattering, held no practical value. Sensing Carlo's growing displeasure, or perhaps feeling that such disrespect towards the young monarch was unwarranted, the voices in the hall began to dwindle. At that moment, the prime minister stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this proposal is indeed quite remarkable. However, the costs associated with its implementation are substantial and require thorough examination before a decision can be made. I hope you will understand." The prime minister's words were reassuring. allowing Carlo to seize the opportunity to step back gracefully. "This is a point I failed to consider. I should have consulted your opinion beforehand." "Your Excellency," seemingly in agreement with Carlo, Prime Minister Caroli nodded. "I would be more than happy to provide my insights for your Majesty." That moment, it was as if all prior tensions had dissipated, and an atmosphere of harmony between sovereign and minister returned. Yet, Carlo, unwilling to give up, pressed further. "May I inquire how many days the review will take?" "At the quickest, 3 to 5 days. At the slowest, perhaps half a month," came the Prime Minister's response. With that, the day's discussions in the council chamber concluded. The ministers departed in small groups, while the Prime Minister, along with Carlo's cherished proposal, made his exit. As for the regent uncle, he epitomized the essence of a lackluster meeting, appearing rejuvenated as soon as it concluded, being the first to leave. Undoubtedly, he had some lady awaiting him. Once everyone had departed, Carlo remained seated, reflecting on his actions throughout the day, searching for any missteps. Upon contemplation, he found nothing amiss, aside from the sudden presentation of his proposal, which had surprised the ministers. It seemed prudent to consult someone before his next presentation. But whom should he approach? Logically, it should be his uncle. However, recalling his uncle's recent behavior, he dismissed that idea. The Prime Minister, Carlo, quickly rejected that notion as well, suspecting that the minister's previous actions might have been orchestrated by him. The thought alone was enough to give him a headache. Why was it so difficult to find a suitable ally? While Carlo pondered his quest for allies within the government, the Prime Minister and others emerged from the palace, where a carriage promptly arrived. As a high-ranking official, it was entirely reasonable for him to possess a private carriage, given his dedication to Italy's development. "Giacalli, shall we depart together?" The Chancellor, who had been waiting, was suddenly greeted from behind. Turning around, he immediately donned a smile. Accustomed as he was to such encounters, "Ah, Prime Minister, it is a privilege to share a carriage with you." Once the carriage emblazoned with the Prime Minister's insignia came to a halt and the driver opened the door, both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor boarded. However, in the process, a document held by the Prime Minister fell to the ground. Those familiar with Carlo's handwriting, it was unmistakably the proposal for the establishment of a research and development center. Yet, the Prime Minister seemed oblivious to this, as did his driver, who simply drove away. The pristine document lay abandoned on the ground, with no one showing any inclination to retrieve it. Even after all the ministers had departed, the document remained there. Is this appropriate, Prime Minister? The Chancellor felt uneasy about the situation within the carriage. What does it matter? It is merely the fanciful whim of youth, as long as he is met with sufficient response. He will learn to respect you. The nonchalant Prime Minister appeared utterly unconcerned. He now viewed the king's demise as not entirely unfortunate, though he had risen through the ranks under King Umberto. Power was indeed a captivating force. Moreover, burdened by a juvenile monarch and an unreliable regent, Caroli felt that this was God's gift of opportunity, a chance to usher Italy into a new era, one of civil rights rather than royal supremacy. This truly was the best of times. Italy would undergo transformation under his stewardship, and he might well be remembered as one of the greatest prime ministers in history. However, Caroli did possess a modicum of conscience, as he had no intention of transforming Italy into a republic. For him, the priority lay in garnering support from other capable individuals. A competent monarch must know what actions to take and what to avoid, especially when their power has been curtailed. Yet, even without such restrictions, Prime Minister Caroli could instruct King Carlo on the importance of adhering to the rules. The Prime Minister's thoughts could be set aside for now. Having reflected on his own actions, Carlo stepped down from the throne. That moment, he noticed his attendant Domingo hurrying towards him, seemingly clutching a document. Curiosity piqued, Carlo could not refrain from inquiring, "What is it?" "Domingo, Your Majesty, please take a look. This is something the Prime Minister left behind." Upon hearing this, Domingo lowered his gaze. As Carlo took the document, his expression darkened, for he recognized his own handwriting. "Tell me how it fell." Though Carlo's tone remained calm, Domingo felt as though he were in a scorching desert, sweat trickling down his brow, or perhaps in the frigid north, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he understood he must answer the king's inquiry and thus reported truthfully. The guards at the palace gates discovered the Prime Minister's oversight. Did anyone inform him? There were many people present, obstructing the view, and by the time the guards noticed, everyone had already departed, although Domingo did not articulate it. Carlo sensed that he had been disregarded by those officials. More likely than not, the Prime Minister had acted intentionally, discarding it at the entrance. Perhaps the Prime Minister simply overlooked it. He may inquire later. Then place it with the guards and await his arrival to retrieve it, Carlo instructed, handing the proposal to Domingo before turning away. 3 days passed, and the Prime Minister sent no one to inquire. A week later, still no one came. Carlo could now be certain that the Prime Minister was indeed humiliating him. Such indignity gnawed at Carlo's peace of mind. Yet, thoughts of reprisal were futile. After all, the Prime Minister was beyond his influence. As the saying goes in films, the referee and the organizers are all mine. How can one possibly play? It was evident that Carlo was not one to readily accept such humiliation. And unlike others, he possessed patience. Being young, he felt unthreatened, for he could rely on the royal family. However, relying on family members was another matter. His uncle was unreliable, his mother knew little of politics, and his siblings were still engaged in their own pursuits. More accurately, he intended to leverage the royal family's assets to establish a research and development center. Yet prior to this, he needed to persuade two individuals, his mother and the ineffectual regent uncle. Convincing his mother was straightforward. Having long understood her character, Carlo knew that getting her to acquiesce would not be difficult. However, persuading his uncle was a more challenging endeavor, despite his uncle being ensnared in a web of indulgence. Gaining his agreement would require effort. It is important to note that while Carlo had become the King of Italy, thus automatically assuming the role of head of the House of Savoy, due to his youth, oversight of the family's assets fell to his mother, Margherita, and his uncle, Amedeo. Therefore, without their consent, Carlo could not access any family funds. Only his personal allowance was under his control. However, that allowance was meager. After ascending to the throne, Carlo received a monthly stipend of 200,000 lire, and even when combined with what he had previously received from his brother, it amounted to less than 1 million. Thus, Carlo shifted his focus to devising a plan to obtain his mother's and uncle's approval. Before that, however, Carlo had another task at hand. At his desk, he was diligently composing a letter, swearing he had never been so earnest before. Even with his former girlfriend, he had never put forth such effort. Upon completing the final line and signing his name, Carlo stretched and then carefully folded the letter, placing it inside an envelope adorned with the Savoy family crest. Indeed, Carlo intended to invite Tesla once more, and he took the previous failure quite seriously, while he was uncertain of the specific reasons for Tesla's prior absence. This time he resolved to extend the utmost courtesy that he would offer a top-tier salary of 2,500 lire per month, along with the respect due to him, in a word. This time he would resort to any means necessary to bring Tesla on board. Given that he intended to employ all available tactics, this task could not be entrusted to someone unfamiliar. He believed Domingo, having learned from past experiences, would now know how to proceed. With this in mind, Carlo summoned Domingo. "Domingo, I need you to undertake a task." Observing the king's serious demeanor, Domingo's heart sank. He had only witnessed such intensity once before, and, on that occasion, he had faltered. Though Domingo mentally prepared himself, he nevertheless felt a twinge of humiliation when Carlo disclosed the assignment. It was not that he believed Carlo was insulting him, but rather that his previous failure to execute the task had forced the king to extend another invitation. That it was his incompetence that necessitated Carlo's lowered stance. Thus, upon receiving the letter, Domingo resolved that should Mr. Tesla once again reject the king's goodwill, he would ensure he understood the consequences of rebuffing such kindness, unaware of the profound changes occurring within his loyal attendant. Carlo sent Domingo on his way and began preparing to confront his mother and uncle for funding. Face the storm. At that moment, Carlo was filled with determination. Gaining his mother's approval was straightforward. The following day, he managed to secure her agreement. The method was simple. He made a casual appearance at her salon gathering, where he showcased the demeanor she hoped to see, seizing the moment of her delight. He quietly communicated his request, providing a reasonable explanation, and the matter was resolved. In many ways, his mother was no different from anyone else. She responded positively when her psychological needs were met. Now that the issue with his mother was settled, Carlo turned his attention to obtaining his uncle's consent. However, persuading him would require a different approach, and Carlo had begun to formulate a plan, though it would require some time. Time passed swiftly, and the moment to meet his uncle arrived. The regent, Duke Amadeo of Ostia, entered yawning, his deep-set eyes revealing his exhaustion. "Uncle, you seem to be in poor spirits lately. Recently, I have been experiencing poor sleep quality, and since my arrival in Rome, I have felt rather unwell." Carlo gazed silently at his uncle, who was earnestly spouting nonsense that, Amadeo, unable to continue under Carlo's scrutinizing gaze, fell silent. "Uncle, your reputation has spread throughout Rome these days. This cannot bode well for you," Carlo said earnestly, as the one being admonished. Regent Amadeo felt that his nephew's every gesture closely resembled that of his late brother, causing him to unconsciously overlook Carlo's youth and regard him as an adult. Sensing that he had made some progress, Carlo continued, "What is the matter, my uncle? During the council, you did not assert your influence, but merely watched the ministers decide matters on their own. This is not how it should be. You ought to play a central role in governance instead of allowing them to resolve issues independently. If they develop such a habit, what position will our House of Savoy hold in the kingdom?" Perhaps Carlo's tone and demeanor were reminiscent of his deceased brother, which made Amadeo feel somewhat anxious, and a hint of pleading crept into his voice. "I do not know why, but since returning from Spain, I have found governance to be a source of headaches, even while in Turin." Noticing Carlo's puzzled expression, his uncle grew somewhat agitated. "I speak the truth. I previously dared not confide in anyone else." Amadeo's admission left Carlo feeling utterly duped. He had initially thought it was merely a matter of infidelity, unaware that there was a deeper reason. Nevertheless, to clarify the situation, Carlo pressed on with his inquiry. "What does it feel like?" "Nervousness, sweating, a sense of helplessness, and such," Amadeo replied. "Thus, during my time in Turin, I refrained from engaging in various affairs." Upon hearing his uncle's explanation, Carlo finally concluded that the shadows of being a puppet king in Spain still lingered. "Is there any remedy for this?" "There's indeed a solution. There are psychologists in Europe now, though they're not yet mainstream, that if you were an ordinary person or a minor noble, it would be manageable. However, as regent, it becomes complicated if word got out that the regent has a psychological ailment. What would become of the House of Savoy? As for seeking private treatment, that was also unfeasible. His status was too conspicuous. And who could guarantee that no slip-ups would occur? This left Carlo feeling a sense of frustration, as he had merely sought his uncle's agreement to access some family funds to that end. He had even brought in the former captain of the guard, Baron Filiki, to meticulously imitate his father's tone and mannerisms. Moreover, he had chosen to stand in the shadows today, all for this performance. Little did he expect that his efforts would inadvertently lead his uncle to reveal this secret. Although Carlo was uncertain about his next steps, he resolved to first fulfill his plan. "Well, you have done well. It is better for others to think you a libertine than to know you are incapable of handling affairs of state." For reasons unknown, Amadeo felt a sense of relief upon hearing his nephew's words. "Uncle, I need your nod of approval for a matter. I require access to family funds and your consent, and no problem. I will agree." "Excellent. Then you may continue to live as you have." While Carlo had resolved the funding issue, establishing a research and development center was, of course, no simple task. Selecting a site, finding someone to oversee this electrical research center, and a myriad of other matters required his attention, making each day feel remarkably fulfilling. Additionally, Carlo had other thoughts. The northeastern island of Caprella, located in Sardinia, was the residence of Italy's national hero, Garibaldi. Since Garibaldi settled there, the island had become quite famous, attracting a steady stream of visitors. However, Garibaldi was reluctant to meet them, preferring to enjoy solitude on this small island, tending to flowers and fishing. Nothing could be better. Yet today, Garibaldi's leisurely life came to an abrupt end, and a letter from Rome appeared before him, marked with the distinctive red cross and crown emblem he had seen many times before. Of course, back then, he had been tirelessly working for the unification of Italy and had met the father of Italy himself. Though their ideologies were vastly different, the shared resolve for a unified Italy was palpable. If not, How could Garibaldi have been willing to follow in those footsteps and contribute to the cause of Italian unification? Naturally, conflicts had arisen between them due to ideological differences, but ultimately, they had united to fulfill the unification of the Kingdom of Italy. Once the foundation of cooperation was lost, parting ways became inevitable. However, Garibaldi's immense prestige within Italy rendered him impervious to any threats or criticisms. Yet now, that young child from the House of Savoy sought Garibaldi's assistance. Was this not laughable? Who did not know that Garibaldi was a Republican who had fought on the battlefield? The government even arranged for personnel to protect him on the island, highlighting the kingdom's stance towards him. And this nearly confined figure managed to capture the attention of the newly crowned king. How should one interpret that? Garibaldi pondered over the letter, which bore the youthful handwriting of the sender. What is it, Giuseppe? Seeing Garibaldi deep in thought with the letter, his good friend, Cosenza Sicilis, inquired with concern. Cosenza was one of Garibaldi's few close friends, having fought side by side for many years, compared to the aged Garibaldi. Cosenza appeared considerably younger, yet he was still in his 50s. It is nothing. Merely a letter from the newly crowned king. He expresses great admiration for the red shirts I established and wishes to meet these Italian men who fought for their country. This will surely disappoint the king. The red shirts have all aged. Cosenza had a point, as the term red shirts conventionally referred to Garibaldi's expedition to Sicily, where he seized the two Sicilies' kingdom. They were called red shirts because of their distinctive red uniforms. This army achieved a resounding victory against the two Sicilies' kingdom, capturing its capital, Naples, and ultimately, Garibaldi presented the kingdom to Emmanuel II, aiding his ascension as King of Italy. Subsequently, during the Italo-Austrian War, Garibaldi formed another red shirt army, and with the Franco-Prussian War, he had established volunteer forces 3 times. Nevertheless, the most renowned expedition remained that of the two Sicilies' kingdom, which occurred 20 years ago, where the valiant young men had transformed into weary middle-aged men. Hence, Cosenza's remark that the youthful king might be disappointed was understandable. Clearly, Cosenza viewed Carlo as a boy who idolized Garibaldi and wished to behold the valor of the red shirts from yesteryears. In response to his old friend's words, Garibaldi shook his head. I sense this is not the case. This young monarch, whom we both met, does not exhibit the demeanor of a mere youth. Have you discerned something? Not particularly. Then why do you perceive this young man as extraordinary? Intuition. Garibaldi's intuition was something Cosenza held in high regard, having saved many lives on the battlefield and led them to triumph against numerous adversaries. Thus, when Garibaldi spoke of intuition, Cosenza's expression grew serious. What do you plan to do now? At present, I am uncertain. However, since His Majesty wishes to meet me, I suppose I should oblige. Yet this time, I do not intend to meet him directly. How about you representing me? Cosenza was taken aback by Garibaldi's suggestion, not having anticipated that his friend wanted him to act on his behalf. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? If I were to go to Rome, many would feel uneasy. Garibaldi's reasoning prompted a slight smile from Cosenza. Very well. Since you wish to avoid drawing attention, I shall take a stroll for you. Upon hearing Cosenza's agreement, Garibaldi smiled like a child. I appreciate your assistance. When you return, I shall treat you to my specialty, seafood pizza. You have me salivating already. Upon my return, you must prepare at least 3 days' worth of pizza for me, and no problem. After their agreement, Cosenza, being a seasoned military man, was ready to depart that very afternoon, taking a transport boat away from Caprella Island. Meanwhile, Carlo remained oblivious to Garibaldi's actions. Indeed, his outreach to Garibaldi was not without the intent of leveraging the momentum of this national hero to bolster his own stature. Additionally, beyond that, Garibaldi's formidable red shirts, which instilled fear across Europe, were not entirely beyond his consideration. However, his ambition did not extend to fully absorbing the entire contingent of red shirts. While a few thousand of them posed no significant threat to the government, their presence could incite discontent within the military ranks. Admittedly, the Italian army has become a source of ridicule in later years, and even now. Nevertheless, for Carlo, they represented a pillar of strength. The military held considerable sway domestically, and unless he could seize absolute power, he would certainly refrain from disturbing this hornet's nest. His objective was merely to assimilate the essence of the red shirts, intending to form a small-scale force entirely loyal to himself. Seeking both fidelity and adequate combat prowess, he found the red shirts to be the most fitting choice that he hoped Garibaldi would indeed embody the heroic spirit as rumored. Otherwise, Carlo's aspirations of establishing his own foundation would encounter considerable obstacles. Situated on Kamensk Street in Prague, this thoroughfare was ostensibly grand, yet the narrow lanes could barely accommodate a single carriage. The broken, unlit street lamps, the refuse strewn about, and the homeless sprawl by the roadside all served as stark reminders that this place was but a slight improvement over a slum. Similarly, shops were scarce. Apart from a few grocery stores and a low-end clothing shop, the only other establishments were intolerably shabby bars. As dusk descended, the throngs of returning home resembled migratory birds, and Mr. Tesla, too, joined the crowd in his leisurely stroll homeward. "Good evening, Mr. Tesla." "Good evening, Mr. Ankos, that I wish you great success in your business today." Tesla greeted acquaintances along his path, declining small tokens of appreciation offered by passers-by. Though he had only recently relocated, Tesla had become somewhat of a local celebrity. Being the sole university student residing there, and a scholar from Charles University, the first university in Central Europe, rendered him an emblem of aspiration for the impoverished locals. His presence garnered goodwill, but paradoxically, he also became the most detested figure among the children. That Tesla's ability to reside in this area was a stroke of fortune. Previously, his living conditions had been superior, but after falling victim to a burglary, he was compelled to move here. Although the environment was less than ideal, the community was amiable, allowing him to adjust to his new surroundings. Upon reaching his apartment building, he opened the door to check his mailbox for any correspondence. After confirming the absence of letters, he ascended the stairs, though the occasional creak from the floorboards suggested that a discussion with the landlady about repairs might be in order. Creaked as Tesla opened his door. The room revealed itself in a disarray typical of many a bachelor. Litter scattered haphazardly, slightly odorous bed linens, and a cluttered desk spoke volumes of his living situation. Tossing the book he held onto the bed, he reclined on the singular chair for a brief respite. Though hunger gnawed at him, he intended to wait and see if Mrs. Clot downstairs might deliver her delectable pastries, which he relished. The reality, however, was that Tesla was short on funds and needed to economize. Maintaining 3 meals a day was becoming untenable unless he ceased his auditing studies, a notion he found unacceptable. The current predicament sparked a twinge of regret within him. Had he known that financial woes would ensue, he might have entertained the Italian's proposal. Despite its seemingly exorbitant demands, as Tesla pondered this, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of footsteps echoing in the wooden corridor. Such was the nature of the building, where the slightest noise was audible within his room. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this, and he recognized the sound of stiff leather shoes approaching, the footsteps growing louder until they halted at his door. Tap, tap, tap. The unexpected rapping surprised Tesla, as he had few acquaintances in Prague. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a man clad in formal attire and a top hat. "Good evening, Mr. Tesla. We meet again, though your location is quite elusive." The visitor removed his hat, and Tesla immediately recognized him as Domingo. The Italian guest, curiosity piqued, Tesla inquired, "Good evening, Mr. Domingo. What brings you here? May we come in?" With Domingo's request, Tesla noticed 2 similarly attired, capable-looking men flanking him at the door. Realizing he had little to offer in terms of hospitality, Tesla stepped aside. "Please, do enter." As the 3 men entered, they surveyed Tesla's room, noting the absence of any suitable seating, which prompted them to frown slightly. "Mr. Tesla, your living arrangements are indeed quite austere, that I must admit. I haven't cleaned in quite some time. It does appear somewhat chaotic." Domingo, unfazed, stood his ground. The space offered little room for comfort. In pursuit of the esteemed Mr. Tesla, as designated by His Majesty, Domingo had traversed considerable distance to locate him. Aware of the urgency of his mission, he promptly stated his purpose. "Mr. Tesla, we have come for a singular reason, to invite you to Italy. This is a letter from His Majesty Carlo, detailing the reasons for this invitation." Domingo produced the letter and handed it to Tesla. Tesla examined the ornate seal before opening it. The letter contained an invitation, in which Carlo expressed his intention to establish a large electrical research center and sought Tesla's expertise for the endeavor. The letter also promised a monthly salary of no less than 2,000 lira, a proposition that piqued Tesla's interest, though he failed to comprehend why King Carlo held him in such high regard. Especially considering their lack of prior acquaintance, his recent experiences had instilled in him a newfound appreciation for befriending royalty. Despite his internal agreement, Tesla was determined to maintain a fade of modesty. After all, he had some pride to uphold. Thus, upon finishing the letter, he replied, "I am profoundly grateful for His Majesty Carlo's consideration. It is an immense honor." As Tesla spoke, Domingo's expression shifted, for he had previously encountered such words, suggesting that Tesla might be inclined to refuse the king's gracious offer. Fortunately, he had prepared for this possibility. With a discreet gesture, Domingo signaled the two capable men behind him, who swiftly subdued Tesla, pinning him to the ground. Before he could utter a word, one of them pressed a pungent handkerchief over Tesla's mouth and nose, causing him to lose consciousness within moments. His final thought before succumbing to darkness was a realization that he had fallen victim to a ruse. These individuals were not mere tricksters, but kidnappers. Once their task was complete, the three men hastily bundled Tesla into a bag and carried him to a waiting carriage outside, departing without raising any alarms. Along the way, Domingo sent a coded telegram from the post office, which translated to, "Your Majesty, Tesla has been captured." This telegram incensed Carlo, who was furious at the audacity of employing such coercive tactics to secure Tesla's cooperation. However, a day later, a follow-up telegram assuaged Carlo's ire, clarifying that Tesla had been forcibly taken but was willing to come after some persuasion, coupled with Domingo's apologies, which helped normalize the invitation process, alleviating some of Tesla's frustration. Nonetheless, Domingo's actions prompted Carlo to reconsider entrusting him with future invitations. It seemed prudent to seek someone more seasoned and composed for such delicate tasks. While Domingo's predicament unfolded, Carlo had pressing matters of his own to address. A personal representative from Garibaldi had arrived in Rome, and Carlo regarded this meeting with utmost seriousness. He had taken the initiative to gather insights from Baron Felemic regarding the credentials of Mr. Cosenz, Garibaldi's close associate, who had fought alongside him in the red shirts, serving as a trusted right-hand man. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to become the personal envoy of this national hero. Carlo placed great importance on this matter, as it marked his first formal interaction with the original red shirts represented by Garibaldi, which was crucial for his future plans. Thus, he could not afford to overlook it. To this end, he summoned Baron Felemici to his side to temporarily serve as FA. It is worth mentioning that the captain of his father's guards had now been brought under his command. Having failed to protect his father previously, Felemici felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. However, Carlo did not entirely blame the former captain of the guards. After all, if an assassin were to disregard their own life, it would indeed be difficult to guard against them. Moreover, it was essential for Carlo at present to have someone like Felemici by his side. Therefore, he found himself in urgent need of this former captain, whose loyalty and capabilities had been validated by his father. Coupled with Felemici's guilt over the assassination of Carlo's father, there was simply no better candidate. "Your Majesty, Mr. Cosenz has arrived." Baron Felemici entered the room and informed Carlo, who was busy with his head down. Carlo looked up and inquired, "Where is he?" To avoid drawing attention, I arranged for him to wait in a back room. Felemici replied, to which Cosenz had no objections. Such is the mark of professionalism. Carlo increasingly felt that the Baron truly deserved to be his father's chosen captain of the guards, as he was adept at arranging these subtle details in advance. Then let us proceed. Under Felemici's guidance, Carlo stealthily approached the room where Cosenz awaited. Although they were within the royal palace, one could never know who might divulge information outside its walls. After all, without actual power, Carlo's prestige as king was rather limited. Having watched numerous palace intrigue dramas in his past life, he knew it was best to exercise caution. Upon entering the room, Carlo immediately spotted the elderly gentleman who had previously stood beside Garibaldi. "Good day, Mr. Cosenz. I appreciate your making the journey to Rome in person." Yes, the king. Carlo bore no semblance of regal burdens. He greeted Cosenz without hesitation, which struck the latter as rather unusual. "Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to meet you." Cosins responded, his demeanor reflecting the decorum of his era, meticulously observing the etiquette expected of him. Please have a seat, Mr. Cosins. If you remain standing, I shall find it difficult to converse with you. I believe this meeting need not be overly formal. Noticing Cosins' stiff posture, Carlo quickly urged the elderly man to sit down, and under his persuasion, Cosins complied. Mr. Cosins, I trust you have heard quite a bit since your arrival in Rome. Carlo began directly, prompting Cosins to nod in acknowledgement. It was only after arriving in Rome that he became aware of the current situation. The young king had just been subjected to a humiliating experience at the hands of Prime Minister Caroli. Although this news circulated only within a small elite circle, as a private representative, Cosins had his own channels of information and was aware of the incident. It was after learning this that he recognized Garibaldi as perceptiveness. Indeed, the situation was not as straightforward as it had appeared in correspondence, and there was a genuine possibility that this King Carlo intended to exploit them. I know a few things, but I was unable to grasp the full details due to the urgency of my arrival. In response to Cosins' statement, Carlo showed no surprise and continued, would you like me to elaborate further? Cosins was taken aback by Carlo's words. If such a comment had come from an old politician, he would not have been surprised. Yet to hear it from a youth was quite astonishing, prompting him to reconsider his previous assessment of Carlo's maturity. Unbeknownst to Carlo, Cosins harbored such thoughts, but he was keenly aware of the need to demonstrate sincerity to Cosins. It seems you do not wish to hear, Carlo remarked. However, I must confess that my ulterior motive for this meeting is to gain insight into the red shirts of Europe. I hold great admiration for their military achievements and wish to pay my respects to their selfless contributions. Might you grant me this modest request? In response to Carlo's plea, Cosins replied, Your Majesty, I should, in principle, acquiesce to such a request, but the red shirts no longer exist. What remains are law-abiding Italian citizens. Moreover, over the years, everyone has gone their separate ways, making it exceedingly difficult to gather them once more. Cosins did not hesitate to decline Carlo's request, for the red shirts had merely been a title without formal recognition. He could not summon these individuals simply because Carlo wished to see them, and even Garibaldi would not consent to such a gathering. That is indeed most regrettable. However, if it would disturb their tranquil lives, I shall refrain from pursuing it further. Carlo, ever agreeable, accepted Cosins' refusal without protest. Yet he was not done with Cosins. I have heard that you, Mr. Cosins, were originally from the red shirts. Could you share with me the circumstances of your battles during that time? That is certainly no problem. As long as your Majesty wishes to know, I shall speak candidly. Then let us begin with your encounter with Mr. Garibaldi. Very well, your Majesty. That time, I was still young, just over 30. Cosins recounted his first meeting with Garibaldi, detailing their subsequent battles over the course of several hours. Carlo listened intently, embodying the essence of a true youth, occasionally posing questions about points he did not fully comprehend, and Cosins responded with complete openness. As their rapport grew increasingly harmonious, Cosins began to appreciate Carlo's youthful spirit. However, time passed swiftly, and the sound of Felimisai's voice echoed from outside. Your Majesty, the time is drawing near. Standing up, Carlo expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your enlightening account. It has enriched my understanding of that era. Shall we have the opportunity to meet again? Certainly, as long as your Majesty is willing to tolerate this old man's ramblings. Then we shall agree on that. Watching Carlo depart, Cosins found the young king to be quite intriguing. Just as Carlo reached the door, he suddenly turned and remarked, Mr. Cosins, I believe you are not at all old. You should still have a decade or more to contribute to Italy's cause. With that, Carlo pushed the door open and left. Left in the room, Cosins quietly muttered to himself, This young king is truly fascinating. Thus concluded a meeting that would influence Italy's future. Although no concrete results were achieved, both parties had made their positions clear. At the very least, they did not harbor animosity toward one another, which was promising for both sides. After the meeting with Garibaldi's private representative, Carlo returned to his work on the development center, diligently keeping up with his studies in the meantime. Your Majesty, your studies in history are commendable. I suggest incorporating the history of other regions of the world. May I inquire which areas pique your interest? The Far East, that I am particularly fond of its history, having just completed a lesson. Carlo was engaged in a post-class discussion with his history teacher when Baron Felimisai quietly approached him, whispering the news, "Your Majesty, Domingo has returned with the individuals you requested." Understood. After acknowledging Felimisai, Carlo continued conversing with his history teacher. However, the perceptive teacher excused himself, citing other matters to attend to. Once Carlo had seen his history teacher out the door, he leisurely turned to Felimisai, who had been waiting patiently. "Now, let us meet Mr. Tesla." Felimisai increasingly felt that the young king was maturing steadily, managing affairs with remarkable composure and displaying no impatience when confronted with any news, embodying the qualities of a true monarch. In fact, it was not only Felimisai who sensed this. Carlo himself felt an increasing sense of calmness. Perhaps this was the taste of power. Although his current authority was limited, he was becoming increasingly adept at orchestrating the affairs of others. In a reception room, Tesla was admiring the mural on the wall, with Domingo providing an explanation beside him. This mural was created by Master Giordano in the last century, both in terms of color and meaning. It is of the highest caliber, fully embodying the master's expectations, and it is one of the few works he completed in Rome. While discussing art with a scientist is akin to having 6 out of 7 apertures wide open while one remains utterly closed. Nonetheless, even an ordinary person can perceive the beauty expressed in this bountiful mural, prompting Tesla to uncharacteristically remark, "It is indeed beautiful." Now, Tesla has ceased to harbor resentment towards Domingo upon regaining his composure and articulating the words he had left unspoken. Domingo realized he had made a blunder. Given that a misunderstanding had occurred, compensation was naturally in order. Throughout their journey back, Domingo exerted himself to ensure that Tesla experienced the lifestyle of the upper echelon. As a royal attendant, service was second nature to him, and Tesla's attitude towards Domingo evolved from discontent to tranquility and eventually to amicability. By the time they reached Rome, the two had become something akin to friends. Tesla was also filled with anticipation for his meeting with Carlo, his desire to befriend the king growing ever stronger. While the two were engrossed in their study of the mural, the door swung open. Carlo entered, his face beaming with delight. "Mr. Tesla, greetings. I am Carlo, and I apologize for the misunderstanding caused by Domingo." Carlo immediately seized the opportunity to greet Tesla, seemingly as if they had known each other for ages. Affected by Carlo's warmth, Tesla could only respond, "Hello, Your Majesty. It is a pleasure to meet you." In truth, he wished to inquire whether they had met before. "Mr. Tesla, do not be anxious. Simply treat me as a friend. My friends typically call me Carlo." "Does Carlo have friends?" "Not really, but now he does." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "No. Thank you, Carlo, for your warm hospitality. I am no longer upset about that misunderstanding." In contrast to Carlo, Tesla appeared more elated. The prospect of befriending the king was something he had never dared to dream of. Noticing that Tesla was no longer preoccupied with the circumstances that had brought him there, Carlo shifted the conversation to business. "Your Excellency, my friends call me Nicola." Upon Tesla's slight correction, Carlo readily adapted, "Very well, Nicola. The reason I summoned you is that I am currently in the process of constructing an electrical research center. But I lack a head. You, with your exceptional expertise in electricity, are precisely the person I wish to invite to oversee this center. Rest assured, I will not let my friends suffer in terms of remuneration." The terms outlined in the letters stand. Carlo's words deeply moved Tesla. He never expected his passion for electricity would earn him such regard from royalty. Although he was unsure how Carlo had learned of his capabilities in electrical research, the thought of heading such a significant research center filled him with trepidation. "May I inquire where this research center will be located and its size?" "I have chosen Marino, in the outskirts of Rome, as the site. It boasts the picturesque Albano Lake, making it an ideal location for a research center. As for the scale, my current plan accommodates 300 individuals dedicated to electrical research, which would undoubtedly be the largest of its kind in Europe." Carlo's words left Tesla astounded. He had not anticipated it would be so grand. After Carlo finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, while I would love to be the head of this research center, I possess a clear understanding of my limitations. I have never managed even a single person before. I must ask you to retract such an offer." Indeed, Tesla, despite recognizing his own abilities, could not fathom overseeing such a large research center. Setting aside his relative obscurity, he felt inadequate to command respect from others without a proven track record. The mere thought of leading the largest electrical research center in Europe was daunting. It was an overwhelming responsibility. Carlo, taken aback by Tesla's refusal, expressed surprise. "I had kept this position open for you, believing you to be the perfect fit. Truly, I cannot accept. You should seek another head for the center." Tesla's repeated refusals compelled Carlo to reluctantly acquiesce. "Very well. Since Nicola has declined, I shall look for someone else. However, would you be willing to lead one of the projects that I can consider? May I ask what project you have in mind?" Tesla accepted Carlo's suggestion and inquired further. In response to Tesla's question, Carlo replied earnestly, "Although the Electrical Research Center is still under construction, I have observed that the self-generating electricity currently in use is inadequate. Its transmission distance is too short, necessitating nearby power generation facilities, which hinders its broader adoption. Therefore, I have high hopes for alternating current and wish for you to oversee the development of practical alternating current technology. That poses no problem. I am eager to test whether my knowledge suffices." Upon hearing Tesla's agreement, Carlo smiled broadly, confident that this time alternating current would succeed. As for Carlo's separate endeavor to establish an electrical research center, the most prominent figure in Rome at that moment was undoubtedly Prime Minister Caroli. His journey had been fraught with challenges. He had participated in the Italian independence movement alongside his four brothers, of whom he was the sole survivor to witness Italy's unification. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Caroli had taken part in Garibaldi's Thousand Expedition and later distinguished himself in the battle for Palermo. However, he eventually diverged from Garibaldi's path, engaging in parliamentary elections, successfully becoming a member of parliament, and briefly serving as prime minister before resigning due to the failure to reclaim South Tyrol. This marked his second term as prime minister, and his fortunes seemed to have turned. Within just a year of taking office, the king was assassinated, and the regent, Amedeo, whose notorious reputation for debauchery spread throughout Rome in less than 3 months, left those burdened by political ties with little faith in him. As for the other Speaker of Parliament, he was hardly worth mentioning. Thus, Caroli emerged as Italy's most powerful figure. Consequently, the Prime Minister's office attracted numerous individuals eager to share in some of that power, resulting in traffic congestion outside, with people lining up from the entrance to Caesar Square. However, few could capture the Prime Minister's attention, making those granted an audience particularly noteworthy. Rumors even circulated that it was more challenging to meet the Prime Minister than the king himself. Caroli remained unfazed by the public's perception. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Inside his office, he busied himself with reviewing documents. A beautifully ornate clock ticked rhythmically in the corner, lending a unique ambience to the otherwise silent office. After finishing a document, Caroli pressed the alarm, and someone promptly entered. "Das, return this document to the transportation department and inform them that the railway project from Palermo to Messina needs to be redone." What are they playing at? A mere 240 kilometers of railway at the cost of 40 million lire. Do they think the government has an abundance of funds? Faced with the furious prime minister, his secretary Das dared not breathe a word, quickly taking the returned document to the public works department. Once Das exited, Caroli rubbed his throbbing temples, attempting to quell his anger. Currently, he relished the intoxicating power he wielded, but with it came the burdensome weight of responsibility. Every decision, big or small, fell on his shoulders, and the immense workload was wearing on his temper, causing him to lash out at staff, who became increasingly cautious in his presence. Despite the Prime Minister's growing ire, no one wished to leave. The prestige of the Prime Minister's office was too alluring that a mere mention of working there elevated one's standing, even among the ministers, who had become noticeably more cordial. Only a fool would jeopardize their future over trivial matters. After a flurry of activity, Caroli felt fatigued and rang for his secretary. "Das, bring me a cup of coffee." "Yes, Your Excellency." The bittersweet coffee invigorated Caroli somewhat. However, he chose not to resume work immediately, opting instead to rest on the sofa while Das stood by, ready to fulfill his commands. That be why the way, Das, how many of the guests I invited for tonight's gathering have confirmed their attendance? Caroli sipped his coffee and casually inquired about other matters. While his inquiries seemed nonchalant, Dos paid close attention. "Your Excellency," he began, "the majority of the guests on the list have confirmed their attendance. With the exception of the Minister of Commerce, Gileadis, and the Minister of Agriculture, Maclade, who have both politely declined due to health concerns. Furthermore, Lord de Prétis has outright refused, citing a lack of interest in attending." Dosa's words caused Kairolis, who had been drinking his coffee, to pause momentarily, while the Prime Minister's secretary, sensing the gravity of the situation, held his breath in that instant. The room was filled solely with the ticking of the clock. It felt as though an eternity had passed before the Prime Minister finally set down his coffee and, after a lengthy silence, remarked, "If Lord de Prétis does not wish to attend, then so be it." In response to the Prime Minister's statement, Dos, as his secretary, dared not interject. Both individuals were formidable figures, and a careless word from him could lead to his swift demise. The identity of de Prétis, whom even the Prime Minister found challenging to deal with, was a lengthy tale. His full name was Agostino de Prétis, a graduate of the law school in Pavia. He had once worked as a journalist and had supported the Republican ideals of Mazzini, joining the Young Italy Party. However, in 1848, he was elected as a member of the Piedmontese Parliament, abandoning his Republican views to launch the newspaper Giustizia, which espoused constitutional monarchy principles. In 1859, he served as the governor of Reggio. In 1860, he went to Sicily to assist Garibaldi, navigating between the Crispy Democrats and the Cavour liberals, ardently following Cavour's policies to facilitate the merger of Sicily with the Kingdom of Piedmont, a feat far surpassing Kairolis' achievements. He participated in cabinet meetings in 1862 and 1866, holding the posts of Minister of Public Works, Minister of the Navy, and Minister of Finance. From 1873 onwards, he became the leftist leader representing the interests of the financial bourgeoisie and large landowners. Notably, de Prétis had served as prime minister twice, making him Kairolis' most formidable rival, truly a heretic more detestable than the infidel. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the active politicians in Italy at present had mostly participated in Garibaldi's expedition to Sicily, and by all rights, they should be considered comrades. Yet, the allure of power proved too intoxicating, rendering even camaraderie unable to withstand its temptation. Subsequently, Prime Minister Kairolis fell silent, quietly, sipping his coffee. However, Dos, in his capacity as secretary, found the Prime Minister increasingly intimidating. Yet his duty compelled him to continue waiting. After a prolonged moment, once the coffee was finished, Kairolis suddenly posed a question to Dos, who was tidying up by the way. "How is His Majesty faring at present?" In response, Dos, while clearing the table, replied, "At the moment, Your Majesty is busy with the experimental center being constructed at Marilano. Aside from attending classes, it is said that the center has cost 20 million lire and will support 300 individuals in scientific research." "Excellent," Kairolis remarked. "Keeping His Majesty occupied with tasks is indeed commendable." After saying this, he could not help but exclaim, "The royal family truly possesses great wealth." When it comes to the financial standing of the House of Savoy, 9 out of 10 Italians would affirm its affluence, with the remaining one stating they're exceedingly wealthy, a wealthy family. The Savoys have the means to undertake various endeavors independently of the government. This also explains why Carlo had the audacity to act independently despite government disapproval. Although he currently lacked political power, he was not short on financial resources. So, where was Carlo at that moment? He was inspecting the research center at Marilano by the shores of Lake Albano. On a fence construction site, Carlo was observing the progress alongside the site manager, the future director, and Tesla. The buildings being constructed were mostly modest 3 to 4-story structures, the only taller edifice being the future comprehensive building, which stood merely 5 stories high. This posed no significant challenge in construction. Throughout the tour, the construction manager diligently explained the purpose of each building. And upon reaching a 4-story structure, he pointed out, "This is the laboratory intended for high-frequency currents, while the adjacent building will serve as the power station." Although the construction manager did not fully grasp the meaning of these terms, Tesla, being knowledgeable, looked at the covered structure with keen interest. Carlo noted Tesla's reaction and inquired, "What is the current progress?" "The progress is satisfactory. We expect to deliver these buildings in 3 months," replied the construction manager. To Carlo's satisfaction, while in future times such constructions might be completed in just over a month, considering the era. Completing them in 5 months was quite commendable. After spending about an hour on site with Tesla and their entourage, they departed. While Tesla did not outwardly express much, Carlos sensed his fondness for the place. Oh, you like it. Indeed, it is a delightful location with a beautiful environment. It is almost a waste to use it merely for research. Tesla's comment elicited quiet laughter among the onlookers, surprised by his humor. You are mistaken, Mr. Tesla. To use such an exquisite setting for leisure would indeed be a waste. It is best utilized for scientific pursuits. Carlo's words moved many, showcasing the king's profound regard for science. In an era where men were treated as beasts of burden, women as men, and children as adults, even after the improvements following the 1848 revolution, where men were viewed as machines, women as livestock, and many workers did not live beyond the age of 40. It was remarkable to have a monarch who placed such importance on human endeavors. Although European nations were investing in science, the living conditions for most researchers, aside from the exceptionally renowned, were hardly better than subsistence level. After concluding the inspection at the construction site, Carlo and Tesla strolled through Marilano. Life in the small town was indeed pleasant. Being close to Rome, it boasted an abundance of fruits, vegetables, and flowers, exuding a pastoral charm. While Tesla appeared unfazed, Carlo felt an overwhelming desire to continue living in such an atmosphere. Perhaps a manor could be established here, providing a retreat to savor the essence of life during leisure. As they prepared to depart, Carlo struggled to suppress this fleeting thought. However, recognizing that he was merely 15 years old, he swiftly dismissed the notion of discussing pastoral retirement, deeming it too far-fetched. The journey back to Rome was swift, taking only an hour and a half. After dropping Tesla off at the University of Rome, Carlo made his way back to the palace. With the research center still under construction, Tesla was utilizing the university's facilities to conduct research on electricity. Upon returning to the palace, Carlo greeted his mother and checked on his younger siblings before retreating to his room. Although the inspection had not been lengthy, it filled Carlo with immense joy, signifying his first influence over Italy in this era. While it was facilitated by his family's finances, it represented the inaugural step of a long journey. However, before he could rest, Baron Felimisai arrived. Carlo held this former chief of the guards in high regard, having recognized his exceptional capabilities as one of the few reliable talents at his disposal. Felimisai had consistently excelled in executing Carlo's assignments, and this instance was no exception. Your Majesty, I have gathered the information you requested. Felimisai's words invigorated Carlo. Pray tell, how many have declined the Prime Minister's invitation? Last night, 3 individuals turned down the Prime Minister's invitation. Among them, the Minister of Commerce, Gileadis, and the Minister of Agriculture, Maclade, cited various health issues for their refusals. That Carlo's eyes brightened at this news. What is the actual situation? From what we understand, neither minister has exhibited any health concerns recently. They are both working and meeting with others today. Receiving such favorable news, Carlo felt a surge of optimism. And who is the third individual? It is Lord Depretis. He outright refused, citing a lack of interest. Depretis? Indeed, Your Majesty. This is indeed fortuitous news. Upon seeing Carlo's evident delight, the former chief of the guards continued to relay the latest tidings. Moreover, today, news of the rift between Depretis and the Prime Minister has spread throughout the city of Rome. Has anyone come forward to clarify? No, neither party has stepped up to speak. This indeed piques one's interest. Carlo mused upon the reasons behind it. Baron, what do you suppose is the cause? In response to Carlo's inquiry, Phelemic shrugged his shoulders and replied, Your Majesty, I cannot say, due to the lack of additional sources regarding this matter. I hesitate to draw any conclusions. That is of no consequence. Please share your thoughts from my contemplation that I believe this situation cannot be a mere fabrication. And your reasoning? Because it would precipitate a schism. Currently, both individuals hold similar levels of political support. However, Prime Minister Carali seems to have the upper hand in fortune. At such a critical juncture, Depretis is loath to witness his rival gain excessive power. Though Phelemica's words were somewhat veiled, Carlo comprehended their implications. It suggested that while the new king was unable to wield authority, the regent voluntarily relinquished his power, resulting in the prime minister's astonishingly vast influence. Furthermore, the prime minister's position is interchangeable. thus arousing the ambitions of others. Yet, while Carlo was aware of this, it bore no relevance to him. Regardless of who it was, no one would seek him regarding this issue. Even if they did, it would be his uncle, Duke Aosta, since the regent could at least provide them with some semblance of legitimacy. Carlo understood this, yet he felt a twinge of reluctance to simply concede. Was there truly no other course of action? There may be. You have matured at least 3 years. Then there truly is no solution. Although Phelemic felt powerless, it did not deter Carlo from pursuing his intentions. He contemplated a certain individual whose support could also prove advantageous. Resolute, Carlo promptly prepared to draft another letter, knowing that with the backing of a national hero, he could similarly assert his presence. The tranquil life on Caprera Island was once again interrupted by Carlo's correspondence. Upon observing the immature handwriting of the letter, Garibaldi felt a pang of regret for his previous response to the young monarch. Noticing the exasperated expression on his old comrade's face, Cosen's countenance morphed into one of amusement. "What troubles you, old friend? Has His Majesty come to pester you again?" "Indeed, you are correct. I now regret having sent you to Rome." Garibaldi's response elicited hearty laughter from Cosenz, as it was no small feat to provoke Garibaldi's impatience. In that case, should I be grateful to him? "Ah, dear friend, which side do you stand on?" "I stand on my own side." Cosen's reply prompted Garibaldi to display a vexed expression. "All right, old comrade, I hardly know you. Were I to truly irk you, you would have discarded this letter by now, even if it were from a king." Cosenz, with an air of having seen through Garibaldi's essence, ignited Garibaldi's dissatisfaction, causing him to shout towards the house, "Locke, prepare dinner for the 2 of us tonight. Mr. Cosenz has matters to attend to and will not be dining here." "Understood, sir," came Locke's response from within. "You old rascal, I never said that." Hearing Garibaldi's words, Cosenz was not inclined to acquiesce. "Locke, I wish to dine here. My appetite is quite good today, and I could consume a meal for 2. "Understood, Mr. Cosenz." Upon hearing Locke's reply, Cosenz wore a triumphant expression, infuriating Garibaldi further. However, jesting aside, serious matters still required attention, and Cosenz, adopting a grave demeanor, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I do not know." Yet, upon observing Garibaldi's still somewhat bewildered expression, he elaborated, "That King Carlo has been intent on vexing my old bones, yet I truly have no intention of venturing outside. Why era has passed, and I do not wish to attract renewed attention, as it would unsettle far too many." Garibaldi's words resonated with Cosenz as the heartfelt sentiments of an old friend. However, he also noted the choice of words, he rather than they. "Old comrade, this is not right. Are you not contemplating abandoning us?" In response to Cosens's query, Garibaldi was refreshingly candid. "I apologize. This is my selfishness. I cannot impose upon you indefinitely, as it would be unfair." As Garibaldi paused, he continued, "Do you recall your assessment of that young monarch upon your return from Rome?" "How could I forget? He possesses an old soul, exhibiting a poise that rivals his father's at such a tender age." "I share that sentiment. However, this monarch is relentlessly pursuing us, and without offering him some advantage, he will not relent." And then, upon hearing his friend's response, Garibaldi remained silent, gazing at him. Confounded by Garibaldi's gesture, Cosenz suddenly realized, "So you sent me to Rome, you cunning fellow. You are not without wit." "Cosenz," Garibaldi laughed heartily. While Cosenz felt deceived by Garibaldi, an array of questions clamored in his mind. Yet now he posed the question that lingered most prominently. "Have you previously encountered this King Carlo? How do you understand his character so well?" "Intuition," Garibaldi's response elicited an expression of exasperation from Cosenz. It was indeed intuition. "I sensed this child was extraordinary during the funeral, why the time of the coronation ceremony. The feeling intensified, akin to witnessing a youthful version of the old king. Thus, upon receiving his letter, I immediately felt as if I had been singled out, prompting me to ensure this king would relent. Hence, I thrust you forward. You do not bear me any ill will." "Do you, old friend?" Faced with Garibaldi's earnest words, Cosenz found himself at a loss for a reply. Deep down, he understood that this was merely Garibaldi's way of seeking an avenue for the remaining red shirts. Yet, in consideration of their dignity, Garibaldi shouldered more responsibility himself. "Garibaldi, You still possess that temperament, placing everything upon your own shoulders. Kosin's gazed at his old friend, letting out an involuntary sigh in response to Kosin's statement. Garibaldi waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I previously owed a debt to the young men. They fought alongside me on the battlefield, and I have failed to provide them with any recompense. Cosins recognized that Garibaldi referred to the numerous occasions when volunteers were summoned and subsequently disbanded. He believed that he owed an explanation to these followers, and now the young king presented a favorable opportunity to seek a resolution for them. You need not feel this way, old comrade. We are all here of our own volition, and we seek no recompense. Otherwise, like the Predis and others, we would have departed long ago. Cosin's sentiments were well understood by Garibaldi, who acknowledged that those remaining behind to support him were indeed selfless individuals, which only deepened his sense of guilt. Do not counsel me, Cosins. I am aware of this. However, I must provide them with an explanation. You are my most trusted friend. Can you look after them? Upon hearing Garibaldi's seemingly paternal request, Cosins was taken aback, feeling an unsettling premonition. What troubles you, old comrade? Are you concealing something from me? No, absolutely not. It is merely that I have been reflecting on my comrades who fought for me, and I feel somewhat remorseful towards them. Although Garibaldi offered an explanation, Cosins remained unconvinced, for the words indeed carried the weight of a farewell. Though he refrained from pressing further, he began to observe Garibaldi's condition. Compared to before, there were more age spots on his face, his back had become more stooped, and his vitality seemed significantly diminished. These realizations led Cosins to comprehend that this national hero had entered the twilight of his years. At that moment, he no longer wished to engage in banter with him. Cosins' changing expression did not escape Garibaldi's notice. What is it? Do you believe I am too old to move? No, how can that be? Your thoughts are written all over your face. Do you think I am unaware? You, my friend, remain obstinately stubborn even now. Truly, I should not have bothered to show you any concern. I find myself in need of the compassion of others, yet I hardly require it. From the very moment I embarked on my maritime endeavors, I was acutely aware of my robust constitution, confident that I could live to the ripe old age of 99. Amused by Garibaldi's words, Cosins gazed at the individual before him, for the first time feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. Very well, I cannot argue with you. Do as you please. With that, he departed from the garden. Wait, remember to make a trip to Rome, that I do not wish to be disturbed by that king. Understood, quite bothersome indeed. Upon hearing his old friend's agreement, Garibaldi grinned like a mischievous child. In Rome. The topic of Prime Minister Caroli and former Prime Minister de Predis had captured considerable attention. However, this discourse was still confined to the officials, as the general populace had yet to be privy to these matters. Nevertheless, it is anticipated that, in due course, the discord between the two will become widely known. During this interval, there were those who endeavored to mediate. But most of these individuals hailed from leftist parties, and many among them harbored ulterior motives. Furthermore, there were even more who merely wished to observe the unfolding drama, each with their own distinct intentions. Ultimately, as the rift between the Prime Minister and former Prime Minister became public, it was akin to a colossal stone cast into water, stirring up tumultuous waves. All awaited the subsequent developments. Baron Pholimix strode briskly down the corridors of the Quirinal Palace, receiving nods of respect from those he passed. Good day, Your Excellency the Captain of the Guard. Good day. Indeed, Pholimix had resumed his role as Captain of the Guard, despite Queen Margherita's lingering dissatisfaction regarding his failure to safeguard her husband during the assassination. Carlo had nonetheless chosen to retain Pholimix in his position. Their interactions over the past few months had allowed Carlo to recognize Pholimix's capabilities, although he bore the weight of responsibility for not protecting his father. The blame could not rest solely on his shoulders. In the aftermath, all evidence indicated that it had been an isolated incident perpetrated by an individual determined to create a sensational scandal. Such circumstances were most unfortunate, as the act was entirely uncoordinated and stemmed from personal motives, making it impossible to issue any forewarnings. Compounded by various unforeseen events, this led to the tragedy. Of course, the audacious Gabriel, who dared to assassinate the king, had already been executed, charged with regicide and endangering the lives of others. Yet, that incident was now in the past, the current focus lay on the conflict between the Prime Minister and former Prime Minister. And Ptolemaic brought forth the latest developments. The monarchical system in the Far East bears significant differences from ours, with its bureaucratic practices considerably more severe. While this had ensured the preservation of institutional culture in the region during earlier epochs, it had severely hampered external relations. This duality serves both as an advantage and a drawback. The excessive power of the monarchy necessitates exceptionally high capabilities in the monarch, and it is evident that exceptional rulers cannot persist indefinitely. Thus, the Far East has not witnessed the emergence of a glow of civilization. Moreover, the absence of religious influence, such as the remarkable Catholic faith, which has failed to take root in the region, represents a profound regret. As Carlo listened to Professor Astor's impassioned discourse from the podium, he rubbed his temples. Indeed, this thoroughly flawed account of Chinese history was articulated by Italy's foremost scholar on the Far East. Carlo found himself regretting his pursuit of Far Eastern history, initially believing he would gain a fresh perspective on the subject. Yet, even this esteemed Italian scholar had arrived at conclusions that were ludicrous. While he was expected to maintain an expression of rapt attention, it was indeed a challenge for Carlo. "Professor, have you ever visited China?" Carlo inquired suddenly, catching Professor Astor off guard during his lecture. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I have not had the pleasure of visiting China, as expected." However, before Carlo could continue his line of questioning, Professor Astor, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, continued, "Although I have not traveled to China, I have studied Father Du He's comprehensive account of the Chinese Empire, Feng Bingjing's General History of China, and Bao Dai's History, Geography, and Literature of the Chinese Empire, among other works. Additionally, I have maintained correspondence with missionaries and diplomats in China, acquiring first-hand materials and literature from them." Well, in Professor Astor's view, researching Chinese history merely required books and oral accounts from others. In fact, in Europe, the study of China remained relatively obscure, were it not for Carlo's whim to delve into Far Eastern history. This forward historian would have never set foot in the Quirinal Palace. Moreover, compared to the romanticized views of the 18th and early 19th centuries, contemporary European perceptions of the Far East are steeped in notions of backwardness and barbarism. To Europeans, even the Americas, which share civilization, are regarded as primitive, let alone the Confucian culture of the Far East. Although Professor Astor had spoken at length, Carlo still felt compelled to inquire, "Have you ever considered visiting China? If given the opportunity, I would certainly wish to see it." Faced with Carlo's inquiry, Professor Astor indeed harbored such aspirations. It seemed rather unconvincing to study Far Eastern history without having set foot in China. However, the financial implications of such a venture were rather daunting. The time required for a journey to the Far East is one matter, but the costs alone are quite staggering. Professor Astor had calculated that merely the fare for the voyage would amount to at least 3,000 lira, not to mention additional expenses. Altogether, he would need no less than 7,000 to 8,000 lira to cover his expenditures. Furthermore, how to account for his living expenses in China and other costs posed further constraints on his aspirations. If the professor is inclined toward this idea, the royal family can provide you with a grant of 15,000 lira. Carlo's words stirred a sense of excitement within Professor Astor. However, considering his current coursework, he hesitated. "I am grateful for your Majesty's generosity, but regarding my courses, no need for concern on that front. It is entirely up to you whether you wish to accept the funding." Carlo's statement genuinely piqued Professor Astor's interest. Given the king's status, inviting another teacher would be a simple matter. "Then, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to your Majesty for your munificence. I would be most eager to journey to the Far East and behold it with mine own eyes." Who could refuse such an opportunity, especially for Professor Astor? Observing the professor's palpable excitement, Carlo released a sigh of relief. After seeing the professor off, he did not intend to seek out another scholar of Far Eastern history. His interactions with Professor Astor had already made it clear that he and those who studied Far Eastern history were not cut from the same cloth, were it not for considerations of his own reputation. It would have been quite improper to dismiss Professor Astor outright. He would not have willingly allocated 15,000 lira to see him off. Fortunately, the man possessed enough discernment to spare him much trouble. However, If he were to discover that Professor Astor was touting himself as Carlo's mentor, he would likely feel an urge to confront him. For now, though, he remained blissfully unaware. Just then, Phalimic, the captain of the guard, approached. "Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to discuss." "I said of great urgency." Indeed, after excusing himself from Professor Astor, Carlo changed rooms. "Speak. What is the matter?" "Prime Minister Caroli and former Prime Minister Depretis have just reached an agreement. Mr. Depretis is no longer pursuing the position of Prime Minister." "What?" Phalimic's words astonished Carlo. Phalimic, displaying an expression of surprise, understood fully. He had received this news with a shock not dissimilar to Carlo's. For the political sphere in Rome, this revelation was akin to a sudden tempest. "Is the information reliable?" "Quite reliable." Upon hearing Phalimic's response, Carlo fell into contemplation. If this were indeed the case, it was not a development that he or many others would have wished to see. Is there no way to change it? It appears unlikely. According to intelligence, last night, Fermiolet and Count Barrick each visited these two gentlemen, after which both agreed to cease all actions against one another. Carlo was familiar with both individuals. Fermiolet was a renowned capitalist in Italy, his shipping company controlling a significant portion of Italy's maritime trade, indicating his considerable influence. Additionally, he had established the largest textile factory in all of Italy in Milan, employing 1,800 workers. If there were a wealth ranking, Mr. Fermiolet would likely be among the top 3. As for Count Barrick, he was not quite as affluent as Fermiolet. However, it possesses a considerable expanse of land in southern Italy, and its influence in the region is also quite substantial. The reason for this is that Count Berlic was a prominent figure during the time of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. When Italy was unified, to mitigate resistance from local powers, efforts were primarily directed towards winning over the nobility of the Two Sicilies. Although this accelerated the pace of Italian unification, it also left behind a myriad of issues. Before this, Carlo had previously encountered the two gentlemen and recalled their demeanor during their audience with his father. It was rather unexpected that, in the absence of royal authority, they swiftly adapted and each found their new positions. Of course, Carlo did not intend to blame them. After all, with the royal power temporarily diminished, they could only follow the trail of authority. Nonetheless, this news was somewhat unfavorable for him. Contemplating this, Carlo could not help but inquire, "Do you know what agreement they have reached?" This remains unclear, as there were no outsiders present during their discussions, and our spies could not infiltrate. The words of Filiki made Carlo ponder a crucial question, and he directly asked, "How many people are aware of this news?" Currently, only a select few are privy to it. However, in 2 days, the two will appear together at a meeting, at which point everyone will be informed. With 2 days to spare, Carlo thought deeply, but ultimately could not conceive a favorable outcome for himself within that time frame. Ultimately, his youth was a hindrance. At the tender age of 15 or 16, it was challenging to earn the trust of others unless they had substantial knowledge of him. Speaking of knowledge, Carlo could not help but think of Mr. Cosenz, the envoy of Garibaldi. Perhaps he should pen another letter to Garibaldi. While Carlo lamented the turmoil, others were equally engulfed in self-reproach. Within the Prime Minister's office, everyone moved cautiously and quietly, engaged in their tasks, creating an unusually strange scene of busyness and silence. Yet, there was a reason for this. A simple one. The master of the house required tranquility. In the Prime Minister's office, Caroli sat contemplatively on the sofa, the only sound in the room being the ticking of the clock. Whoosh! The match ignited the pipe, the smoke veiling Caroli's capricious visage. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. He had indeed acted somewhat impulsively before. It was true. Caroli now felt regret for some of his previous actions. In the absence of the regent's oversight, he suddenly realized he was the most powerful individual in Italy. Faced with the sudden influx of immense authority, he became disoriented. He regarded himself as the master of Italy. And such conduct brought him both benefits and drawbacks. The benefit was that he commanded the government with unwavering authority, while the drawback was that he accumulated numerous adversaries. Ostensibly, only a handful of individuals, such as former Prime Minister Depretis, were aware of this. However, he believed there were many more hidden, akin to an iceberg beneath the surface of the sea. Fortunately, he grasped this in time. Otherwise, should a confrontation with Depretis erupt publicly, the consequences would be dire. As for Femelit and Berlic, They were merely fortuitous companions. He would not be swayed to reconcile merely due to their persuasion. It was merely his inner vigilance cautioning him. Secluding himself was simply a means of reflecting on his previous actions. After meticulously reviewing all his actions, Kerali set aside the pipe. He had formulated a plan. He rang the bell, and the waiting secretary, Dos, promptly entered. "Your Excellency, how may I assist you?" Observing the anxious demeanor of his secretary, Kerali smiled. "What troubles you, Dos? Do I appear fearsome?" With this remark from Kerali, Dos felt the familiar prime minister had returned. "Not at all, Your Excellency. You have always been admirable." "Very well. I had a different mindset before and was somewhat harsh on you. Please do not take offense." Hearing the prime minister's apology, Dos felt a surge of excitement, as the prime minister he knew was indeed back. "Prepare for a meeting. I wish to convene the other ministers to your command, Your Excellency." The sudden meeting did not incite any chaos among the other ministers. For them, a meeting was simply part of their duties. Thus, upon receiving notification from the prime minister's office, they hurriedly made their way there. Once all were assembled, Kerali arrived as promised. "Let us commence the meeting that in this ostensibly unimportant assembly." Everyone discerned a transformation in the prime minister, who had reverted to the familiar figure they once knew. His mannerisms, speech, and attitude had all returned to their previous state. This unexpected meeting proved remarkably successful. No one had anticipated the prime minister's change. Whether dealing with confidants or potential adversaries, time was needed to navigate this new situation, resulting in an unusually smooth meeting. After the conclusion of the meeting, Kerali sat at the head of the table, taking a moment to rest. "Your Excellency," everyone was taken aback by the meeting. Once the others had departed, Secretary Dos hurried in to discuss the day's proceedings. "Enough about that." Kerali stood up, "that we have much to attend to." At this juncture, Kerali recalled Carlo. He felt confident in his ability to manage these ministers and colleagues, as for His Majesty. He believed that after extending goodwill and respect, the young monarch would view him in a more favorable light. Time passed swiftly, and everything returned to its original course. Following the prime minister's softened demeanor, the tumult subsided, especially after the two appeared together at a public meeting, exuding an air of camaraderie. Those with ulterior motives suppressed their thoughts. For a time, Rome experienced a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Carlo continued his daily routine, engaging in studies and maintaining correspondence with Garibaldi. However, progress was limited. Carlo sensed Garibaldi's reluctance to embrace the royal family, indicating that securing the favor of this national hero would require considerable effort and time. Yet he possessed ample time to wait. Thus, time quietly slipped away in this environment, and the situation in Rome stabilized once more. Besides the aforementioned matters, Carlo was also attentive to the construction of the research center in Marilino. Fortunately, good news emerged. Under Carlo's scrutiny, the Electrical Research and Development Center in Marilino progressed swiftly, completing its construction within 3 months and entering the equipment debugging phase. Once the equipment was fine-tuned, it would be ready for immediate utilization. This news was indeed excellent for Carlo, marking the first step in his intervention in Italy. The rapid completion was largely attributed not only to Carlo's urging, but also to the significant influence of financial resources. With the royal family as a guarantor, all funds were meticulously arranged. Consequently, the diligently motivated workers swiftly completed the research center. This underscored the power of money in driving progress, effective even for those naturally inclined to lethargy. That, of course, the costs were not insignificant. A bill of 12 million lire lay before Carlo. Glancing at the document, Carlo expressed his satisfaction to a tall, gaunt elderly gentleman before him. "Thank you for your hard work, sir. Your Majesty is too kind. It is merely my duty." The gentleman Carlo referred to as Sir was Alajadir, the court steward who, despite his seemingly inconspicuous presence in the palace, wielded considerable influence over the royal finances, underscoring his esteemed position within the royal family. Alajadir had served the royal family for decades, assisting 3 generations of the family, earning their trust to manage royal finances, an indication of his capabilities. Although Alajadir did not possess remarkable achievements in financial management, he was tight-lipped and content with solitude. When not required, he could discreetly manage royal assets and was always prepared to provide funds when needed. Such a person was invaluable. Moreover, he excelled in these two aspects, which made him one of the most trusted individuals of Carlo's grandfather and father. Carlo was equally pleased with him. He strictly adhered to the king's orders without question, offering advice when necessary and quietly executing tasks otherwise, making him the perfect custodian of fiscal authority. Your Majesty, will you require additional funds in the near future? No. Thank you. Then, allow me to allocate the funds for other matters. Okay. As he observed the departing Grand Chamberlain, Carlo turned to the captain of the guards beside him and inquired, "By the way, when will the research center be operational?" Indeed, Carlo was growing increasingly eager to witness the commencement of the Electrical Experimentation Center's endeavors for Italy's electrification. Your Majesty, it will require at least another 7 days before we can move in. Very well, let us have the recruited researchers commence their work after those 7 days. Currently, the Electrical Research and Development Center had successfully recruited over 200 personnel, comprising not only Italian technicians, but also talents from various European nations specializing in electrical research. Carlo was determined not to limit his recruitment to just Italian researchers. He extended invitations to any notable electrical researchers across Europe, offering them superior compensation, typically 50% more than their current salaries, which had indeed piqued the interest of many. Already, dozens of such individuals had been recruited from across the continent, with a significant portion drawn by the enticing remuneration. This strategy was one Carlo had gleaned from renowned enterprises of the future, a methodology that remained effective even in later times, proving advantageous now as well. However, Carlo felt that relying solely on the research center's capacity would be too slow, particularly as this was a prime opportunity for electrical research, and he was unwilling to let Italy miss the chance to ascend to a leading position. Thus, he resolved to expedite the process. He planned to leverage Italy's respectable universities to conduct electrical research. He intended to fund esteemed polytechnic institutions such as the University of Rome and the University of Bologna, encouraging them to delve deeply into electrification studies. Once results were achieved, the findings would be shared with the schools. Naturally, the royal funding would cover the majority of the expenses, but such an arrangement would also greatly benefit the universities, leaving little room for rejection. This approach was not uncommon in future times, yet it was likely novel for these universities at present. Nevertheless, it was a proven strategy, and Carlo believed no one would turn down monetary support. In Carlo's view, this advanced research experience was essential for Italy, which was lagging behind. Previous assessments had revealed that Italy's investment in research was woefully inadequate, with the majority of funding coming from the government and private contributions being exceedingly rare. The weakness of Italian capitalists played a significant role in this. Their primary focus was on survival and expansion, and only when they reached a certain level of stability could they shift their funds towards research. However, Carlo could not afford to wait, and the typical tendencies of capitalists made him reluctant to place his hopes on them. Apart from the capitalists, the government funding remained the only alternative. Yet, as everyone knew, the financial state of the Italian government made it exceedingly difficult to expect substantial funding for research. The limited budget was akin to sprinkling pepper. It touched everything but was insufficient overall, forcing the allocation of funds to more visible areas. Since both the private sector and government were unreliable, Carlo had no choice but to utilize royal funds to devise a solution. Thus, he placed exceptional importance on this endeavor, recognizing that a strong start was crucial for future success. By the way, Your Majesty, what preparations will be necessary? The captain's question momentarily startled Carlo, who quickly realized he was inquiring about which dignitaries to invite to the opening ceremony of the research center. Carlo had initially not intended to invite anyone, preferring to keep it simple, but now, feeling that such an approach might be overly modest, he pondered for a moment before responding. Let us extend invitations to members of the government. Understood, Your Majesty. The Baron acknowledged Carlo's request, yet recognizing that the invitation was limited to government figures indicated that His Majesty preferred to avoid grandiosity. Thus, only ministers and above would be permitted to attend. With this thought, he formulated a plan. The following day, invitations regarding the opening of the research center, set to take place in 6 days, were delivered to all ministers and senior officials, unless truly unable to attend. They all readily accepted the king's invitation. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Caroli, After a moment of silence upon receiving the invitation, replied to his secretary, "Respond to the royal invitation. I shall attend punctually." "At your service, sir." As the Prime Minister confirmed his attendance, on the other side of Rome, former Prime Minister Depretis also received an invitation. "Prepare accordingly. I shall participate in the King's event in Marino in 6 days. Attire should be formal." "Understood, sir. I will ensure the tailor prepares a new outfit." Indeed, Depretis intended to observe the youthful monarch, the reasons for which were known only to himself. Thus, within a mere day, discussions regarding the king's ceremony swept through Rome, providing ample fodder for conversation among many. Carlo, however, had never anticipated that such a ceremony would become a focal point of attention. 6 days later, Marino heralded the most significant day of the year for the small town. With the research center by Lake Albano adorned festively, the sight of carriages at the entrance left many in awe, as they had never witnessed so many distinguished figures in one place. The town's mayor, Lord Orc, was seen at the entrance, graciously acknowledging the arrivals, while the local sheriff, Jalek, busily directed the incoming carriages. This scene rendered the townsfolk hesitant to approach, leaving them to observe from a distance. Before long, a carriage, escorted by knights, appeared, its striking red and white cross insignia capturing the attention of the townspeople, inciting excitement. "They are here. Prepare yourselves." Sheriff Jalek promptly commanded his subordinates that, in truth, the subordinates had already readied themselves in the best manner possible to welcome the guests. Indeed, within that carriage was Carlo, who at that moment was too preoccupied with the immense pressure of having nearly the entire political elite of Italy gathered for the occasion, a scenario far removed from his initial desire for discretion. Faced with such a situation, retreat was not an option. Bolstering his confidence, Carlo disembarked from the carriage. "Hail, to your majesty." Upon his descent, a chorus of greetings erupted from the crowd, "that I express my gratitude to all of you for coming to Marino to attend the opening ceremony of the Electrical Research Center." After addressing the assembly, Carlo stepped forward to greet Prime Minister Caroli, who stood at the forefront. "It is an honor to have the Prime Minister join us amidst your busy schedule for today's opening ceremony." "Not at all. It is entirely due to your majesty's efforts. The government had previously underestimated the significance of the research center." This statement served as a gracious way for the Prime Minister to excuse himself, as the royal initiative to fund the center after government rejection was undeniably a slight to the administration, especially for Caroli himself. However, Carlo harbored no such thoughts. It was neither his desire nor his position to do so. The government held the reins of power, and he was unwilling to strain relations with them, as it would serve no beneficial purpose for either party. While some might engage in self-serving actions, there were also those who acted without self-interest. Yet, engaging in actions detrimental to both parties was entirely out of the question. Carlo possessed a nascent awareness of politics and would certainly refrain from such folly. Moreover, following the Prime Minister's multiple overtures of goodwill and his personal attendance on this occasion, Carlo felt considerably less agitated. After exchanging pleasantries with the Prime Minister, Carlo turned to the somewhat balding elder beside him. "Mr. Depretis, it is a pleasure to have you here in person." Carlo held great respect for the two-time former Prime Minister, recognizing him as a political veteran who could potentially become an ally in the future. Thus he approached with caution. "Your Majesty's initiative has strengthened Italy's research capabilities, which will significantly benefit the kingdom. I wholeheartedly support this endeavor." Depretis' remark drew the attention of many, as nearly everyone present was aware of the former Prime Minister's previous disregard for the king's proposals. Thus his current statement could be interpreted as a rebuke to the Prime Minister. Consequently, many observers wore expressions of amusement, eager to see how events would unfold. However, the subsequent developments disappointed their expectations. As the Prime Minister, smiling, responded, "Mr. Depretis is correct. Your Majesty's initiative indeed enhances Italy's technological research, and the government is fully supportive of this. That I propose that the government contribute a portion of the future research funding." "That is an excellent proposal. I express my gratitude to the government for its generosity." The dialogue among the three individuals left the onlookers disheartened, as the anticipated drama failed to materialize, replaced instead by a scene of harmony and stability. The Prime Minister exhibited no signs of anger, and the former Prime Minister remained silent, while the youthful monarch took on the role of mediator, creating an oddly serene atmosphere. Regardless of how peculiar the atmosphere may be, there are still matters that require our attention. Carlo continued to greet the newly arrived guests one by one. To Chairman Leslie, "It has been a long time. Your Excellency, Lord Jagali, how have you been of late?" After exchanging pleasantries with several attendees, Carlo, supported by the Prime Minister and others, made his way into the research center. At this moment, Argos, the Director of Research and Development, finally had the opportunity to approach Carlo. "Despite being the host himself, Your Majesty, we are ready. Please follow me." The selection of a head for the research center had taken considerable time. There were hardly any suitable candidates within Italy. Those who studied electricity were mostly lone wolves, often accompanied by just a few students for their research, making it quite challenging to find an appropriate candidate. With no viable options domestically, the focus shifted overseas. After a thorough selection process, Argos, who held a technical management position at Siemens, came into view. His capability to serve as the technical head at Siemens was at least commendable, and being Italian certainly added to his appeal. Although there were no explicit regulations, having an Italian manage the research center was undoubtedly the best choice. Thus, after some interactions, the position of director of the research center was secured. "Gentlemen, today we have the honor of inviting His Majesty the King to deliver an address for our research center." Before a multitude of esteemed guests and future employees, Argos, as the director, certainly kept his remarks succinct. After all, the prominent figures had limited time and little patience for lengthy discourses. Argos concluded his speech. Carlo stepped onto the stage to the sound of applause, gazing at the attentive audience as he commenced a speech destined for the annals of history. "Gentlemen, good morning. That I am profoundly honored that you have taken the time from your busy schedules to attend this ceremony. This is not only my privilege, but also a proud moment for Italy. Perhaps some may wonder why this is so. Allow me to elucidate, for here lies what Italy refers to as hope. Indeed, it is hope. And who brings this hope? It is you, the researchers, who bestow hope upon Italy. Italy requires your dedication to thrive and prosper, so I implore you to strive for a brighter tomorrow for our nation." Carlo's words elicited a wave of applause and cheers. There is no one who does not appreciate flattery, particularly when it comes from a monarch. Meanwhile, those observing the ceremony joined in the applause at this opportune moment. "Your Majesty, a splendid address. It will undoubtedly invigorate everyone." After Carlo stepped off the stage, Tesla praised the king. He was thoroughly content with his current life, free from worries, engaged in research he adored, and befriending a king. Truly a flawless existence. "Such praise, Mr. Tesla. I merely spoke the truth." Following Carlo's remarks, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education took the stage to deliver their addresses. However, their speeches seemed somewhat lacking compared to Carlo's. Once they finished, the Marilino Electrical Testing Center officially commenced operations. Carlo and the government officials returned to Rome, just as a friend arrived for a visit. "Mr. Cosenza, I'm delighted by your visit." Just back, Carlo had not anticipated Cosenza's arrival, making him quite pleased, as it indicated a strengthening of their relationship. "Your Majesty, it is nothing of great significance. I simply felt it would be remiss not to pay a visit upon arriving in Rome." Dressed in a dark formal suit, Cosenza sat on the sofa, sipping coffee and responding like a friend, knowing this was precisely what the youthful king appreciated. Carlo was indeed pleased with this demeanor. "Do you require my assistance?" "No, it's merely a trivial matter." The two engaged in casual conversation, and Carlo seized the opportunity to inquire about the red shirt's earlier battle experiences, prompting Cosenza to reminisce about scenes from years past. Their conversation was thoroughly enjoyable, and both Carlo and Cosenza, despite their age difference, were quite satisfied with each other's company. However, the visit was brief. Cosenza departed after less than an hour, and once Carlo had seen him off, he returned to his office at last. The day's affairs had reached a conclusion, and Carlo reflected seriously on his actions, finding no apparent oversight for the former Prime Minister Depretis' comments today. They seemed to support Carlo, but the actual circumstances would require further observation. He was no child. A few kind words from others would not easily sway him, and he needed to remain vigilant, as the possibility of a double act between them could not be dismissed. Carlo still lacked sufficient insight into the political arena, so exercising caution was prudent. Regardless, it was ultimately advantageous for Carlo, who now needed only to wait patiently that moment. A knock echoed at the door. Come in, a delicate hand pushed open the door, revealing the increasingly graceful Nia before him. Ahem, Nia, is there something you need? For some reason, Carlo felt increasingly pressured while gazing at the ever-beautiful Nia. Were it not for the mysterious aura of restraint he felt, he would have eagerly drawn her closer, rather than allowing her to flit about before him. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother has sent me to summon you. Very well. I understand. As he spoke, Carlo could not help but reach out to ruffle Nia's hair playfully. Your Majesty, please be mindful. Nia protested, feeling her hair disheveled once more. Such a delightful texture, Carlo thought to himself, reveling in his small triumph as he made a triumphant exit. Brother. Just as he reached the doorway, Carlo was immediately tackled by two adorable figures, each clinging to one of his legs, rendering him nearly immobile. Oh, you are all here. The little ones clinging to Carlo's legs were none other than his two younger sisters, Princess Yolanda and Princess Mafalda. A cough, still tinged with the remnants of childhood, came from his brother Vittorio, who struck a pose reminiscent of a little adult. What is it, Vittorio? Do you have something caught in your throat? Vittorio, unable to maintain his composure, waved his hands as if to shoo Carlo away like a bothersome fly. Carlo, do not tease your brother. Look, the moment you entered, it has nearly turned into a marketplace here. Only his mother, Queen Margherita, could speak to Carlo in such a manner. Margherita, not yet 40, was dressed in a dark outfit today, seated nearby as a maid tended to her hair. Mother, is there something you wish to discuss? Is it not permissible to call upon you without a specific reason? Of course it is. Carlo reflected that since his coronation as king, he had spent considerably less time with his younger siblings. The primary reason was his overwhelming schedule, needing to familiarize himself with Italy's various matters while navigating the intrigues of political veterans, leaving him little time for family. Additionally, having a soul from future era created a sense of distance, further complicating his willingness to engage. Brother, you have not played with us in ages. The two little princesses tugged at Carlo's arms, gazing at him with longing eyes. As he beheld these two adorable beings, Carlo felt as if he were melting. He stepped forward to stroke their hair affectionately. It is my fault for not being able to spend time with Yolanda and Mafalda. Upon hearing Carlo's words, the two princesses donned expressions of understanding, eliciting a genuine laugh from Carlo. While frolicking with his two younger sisters, he did not forget to engage in playful banter with a cool and collected Vittorio nearby. This scene brought comfort to their mother, who simultaneously worried about Carlo, who at such a young age had to begin grappling with political machinations. However, despite her concerns, Queen Margherita understood that this was an inevitable outcome. To wear the crown is to bear its weight, and it is not merely a saying. Thus, she sought to provide her son with some means of alleviating pressure in other ways. She was not oblivious to the current situation in Rome. The Prime Minister's previous actions had equally vexed her. However, throughout history, women have found it exceedingly difficult to shine in the political arena of Europe, and she is not a formidable political figure, showing little concern for the affairs of the political sphere. Nevertheless, she is somewhat relieved by her son's commendable performance, as he has maintained composure in every situation without any extreme reactions. Meanwhile, while Carlo is with his family, Caroli, back at the Prime Minister's residence, is similarly preoccupied with the day's events. What is that scoundrel de Preti's up to, making such a fuss in public? Does he really intend to make an appearance? He distinctly recalls the slightly humiliating remark made by this former prime minister in front of the young monarch. Though politicians may regard their reputations as having little value, sometimes even disposable, the timing is crucial. How long has it been since the two announced their reconciliation, and yet this former premier cannot restrain himself from re-emerging? Caroli has never considered whether this might be an unintentional act. It is quite simple, as they are all major players in the political arena who would not commit such a blunder. Moreover, even if it were truly unintentional, he must treat it with utmost seriousness in a public setting. Consequently, on his way back, he has already formulated some preliminary thoughts and now finds it timely to organize them. With this in mind, Prime Minister Caroli's expression darkens as he suppresses a curse. We shall see what this scoundrel intends to do. Nothing much, merely wishing to express his differing opinions from those of the Prime Minister. Simultaneously, Depretis, having returned home, is engaged in conversation with the arriving guests. However, upon seeing the somewhat portly visitor, Depretis cannot help but mockingly comment, "Mr. Fermiolet, I must say, your nose is quite perceptive." In response to Depretis' jibe, the businessman Fermiolet remains unfazed. Although he holds the role of a benefactor, benefactors come in varying degrees. Those who can provide substantial financial support and other forms of assistance rank as the foremost benefactors, while those offering mere funds are considered the least significant. Unfortunately for Fermiolet, he ranks as a mere bottom-tier benefactor in Depretis' eyes that, of course, in the view of other officials, Fermiolet would be regarded as a premier benefactor. It is simply that Depretis operates on a higher echelon, thus rendering Fermiolet a mere cash dispenser in his perspective. Fermiolet bears no resentment regarding this. To be the cash dispenser for a political heavyweight is no simple feat. It requires more than just wealth. It necessitates a certain affinity. One need only observe how many wealthy individuals in Rome struggle to find someone to accept their money. That I merely happen to be in Rome, taking a casual interest, noticing Fermiolet's incessant, smiling fade. Depretis, aware of his true intentions, reassures him, "Rest assured, there will be no new conflicts that could affect your business." Grateful for this assurance, Fermiolet departs with a courteous bow. He holds great trust in the words of this political heavyweight, for it is not within his capability or authority to alter his sentiments. Indeed, subsequent events unfolded just as the former prime minister had predicted. Apart from expressing discontent in Marilino, there were no further actions taken. This left the prime minister, who was secretly plotting a counterattack, feeling thwarted, while also disappointing many spectators eager to witness the drama unfold, as if Depretis had truly acted without intent. Yet the underlying issues remain known only to the parties involved. In such a peculiar environment, the year 1881 dawned, ushering in new hopes. The romantic allure of Paris is simply captivating, the world's foremost metropolis. The citizens of Paris have ample reason to take pride in their city. Not to mention, the city is replete with countless landmarks: Notre Dame Cathedral, the Arc de Triomphe, the Louvre, and the Palace of Versailles, to name but a few. However, despite the enchanting scenery of Paris, many individuals on the streets were furrowed brows. This collective discontent stems from economic hardships that have rendered life in France quite challenging. The persistently high unemployment rate poses a monumental challenge for the newly inaugurated government of Joffre. This prominent figure, well known among the Chinese, is assuming the role of prime minister for the first time. Naturally, the freshly appointed prime minister requires a breath of fresh air for his administration, and foremost among his tasks is addressing the current economic situation. Joffre, a member of the Republican left, previously served as France's Minister of Education and Minister of Foreign Affairs, in the realm of education. He first eliminated the influence of clergy in universities and subsequently established a new educational system. He also restructured the Public Education Committee and proposed a bill to amend university management regulations, which significantly propelled the establishment of free, secular, compulsory primary education in France. Additionally, he mandated French as the language of instruction, leading to the near extinction of certain dialects, a decision that attracted some criticism. Nonetheless, Joffre's actions united the populace across France, solidifying the status of the French nation-state. While Joffre's accomplishments as Minister of Education were commendable, his tenure as Minister of Foreign Affairs elicited considerable disdain from many. This discontent largely stemmed from his unconventional approach to foreign policy. He did not advocate for direct confrontation with Germany, but rather exhibited an unusual interest in expanding colonial territories. This stance was in stark contrast to that of his political rival Clemenceau, who harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Germany and was fervently committed to reclaiming Alsace-Lorraine, positioning himself as a radical within France. The two not only diverged in their views on Germany, but also in their foreign policy approaches. Joffre believed that using violence to conquer uncivilized nations would only tarnish the moral standing of the French people. The government should not expend France's vast human and material resources on colonial expeditions, but should instead focus on the urgent reforms needed domestically. In his view, colonial ventures primarily benefit a select few, rather than serving France's broader interests. Regardless of Clemenceau's opposition, the Prime Minister is Joffre. His foremost task now is to ensure satisfaction among the French populace, while addressing the concerns of capitalists is relatively straightforward. It is the needs of the ordinary citizens that pose a greater challenge. Nevertheless, no matter how difficult, it is a task he must undertake, for he is the Prime Minister of France to this end. Joffre has devised his own strategies, but first he requires a meeting to discuss matters. Observing the cabinet members attentively awaiting his address, Joffre commenced his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened this meeting, and you are all aware of its purpose. This is our cabinet's inaugural assembly, and as influential figures, I trust you understand its significance. Therefore, it is imperative that we all remember, France takes precedence above all else, with Joffre's far-sighted words. Applause erupted in the room. Although the Prime Minister did not outline any specific measures or strategies, it was essential to establish a clear stance. Joffre gazed with satisfaction at the cabinet members he had chosen. Most were aligned with his vision, and he had also allotted several positions to those who supported his party, leaving him largely content. The meeting continued with discussions centered on the development of industrial production and social welfare projects. Lasting for over 2 hours, as the session concluded and everyone prepared to rise, he addressed Gambetta, the foreign minister. Please wait a moment. Gambetta paused at the Prime Minister's request, while the others, not foolish, quickly vacated the room, sensing that the two had matters to discuss. Once they were alone, Joffre invited, "Shall we move to my office?" "As you wish, Mr. Prime Minister," Gambetta replied, accepting the invitation without hesitation. Upon entering the Prime Minister's office, Joffre picked up the telephone and instructed, "Simon, please have General Laurent come to see me." Gambetta's heart stirred at this command, recalling the Prime Minister's earlier remarks. Could it be related to this? Before Gambetta could ponder further, the door swung open within 2 minutes, revealing General Laurent, the Minister of the Army, confirming Gambetta's suspicions, without allowing much time for thought. As soon as the door closed, Joffre articulated his intentions. "Gentlemen, I wish to bring Tunisia under the protection of France." The Prime Minister's astonishing proclamation elicited expressions of shock from both Gambetta and General Laurent. Their astonishment stemmed from prior hints dropped by Joffre, leading them to consider this possibility, though they had not anticipated it would materialize so swiftly. Observing their surprised reactions, Joffre felt a deep sense of satisfaction in his approach, before he had even assumed the position of Prime Minister. Having just triumphed in the election, he contemplated his future with a comprehensive perspective. He first needed to distinguish himself from his predecessors in the eyes of the French populace. It is worth noting that the Republican government had already spanned a decade, yet the number of individuals who had occupied the Prime Minister's office was staggering. Over this 10-year period, 11 Prime Ministers had emerged, averaging more than one per year. Such frequent changes in leadership were detrimental to France. Each Prime Minister introduced their own agenda, leading to a government characterized by constant policy shifts, which adversely affected the economy and foreign relations. Ruffoli was determined to alter this situation. However, enacting change would prove to be exceedingly challenging, as he currently lacked some essential qualifications. Nevertheless, he had devised certain plans, with Tunisia serving as a strategic focal point. Thus, he was resolute in his intentions. Given the significance of Tunisia, meticulous preparations were imperative, the most critical being the necessity to keep the Italians unaware of his maneuvers. Historically, Italy's interest in Tunisia was not a recent development. Since the days of the Kingdom of Sardinia, Italy had been involved in Tunisia, albeit through private enterprises or companies. Eventually, the Kingdom of Sardinia took a more direct approach, and even amidst the tumult of unifying Italy, it did not diminish its infiltration into Tunisia. Italy's keen interest in Tunisia stemmed not only from its proximity, less than 500 kilometers from Sicily, but also from the region's fertile lands. Tunisia, with a territory of over 160,000 square kilometers, boasted 9 million hectares, 90,000 square kilometers, of arable land. This was an irresistible allure for Italy, which was grappling with overpopulation and limited land. Although the region fell under the dominion of the Ottoman Empire, it functioned merely as a vassal state, with its populace largely engaged in semi-nomadic agriculture and numbering just over 700,000. making it an ideal target for Italian annexation. Consequently, Italy had earmarked Tunisia as its first colony in Africa. However, Italy's ambitions to conquer Tunisia faced substantial obstacles, particularly given that Algeria, a French territory, lay to the west of Tunisia, which France also coveted. As early as the Franco-Prussian War, Italy had made an attempt to seize Tunisia, dispatching an armed force to capitalize on France's defeat. Yet, this endeavor failed due to pressure from Britain and France, forcing Italy to retreat empty-handed. That a glance at the map reveals the extent of British and French vigilance regarding Italy's potential occupation of Tunisia. Should Italy succeed, it would effectively divide the Mediterranean into two, a scenario unacceptable to both powers. While it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility, Italy would need to pay a considerable price, a reality it was either oblivious to or unable to afford at that moment. Currently, under Ruffali's leadership, France sought to effect change, fortified by its superior strength over Italy and bolstered by British and German support, the 1878 Berlin Conference, in an effort to mediate the dispute between France and Britain over Cyprus. The two nations reached an agreement wherein Britain would support France's acquisition of Tunisia in exchange for France relinquishing its claims to Cyprus. Additionally, Germany, seeking to redirect France's attention, offered its tacit support. Following the formation of an alliance with Austria, Germany further endeavored to revive the long-dormant Triple Alliance of Germany, Austria, and Russia, presenting its alliance as a mere precaution against Russian aggression, devoid of any ulterior motives. This reassured Russia, leading to a renewed amicable relationship among the three powers simultaneously. In a bid to placate France, Germany firmly endorsed France's claim to Tunisia, temporarily easing Franco-German tensions. As for Italy, its representatives at the Berlin Conference left empty-handed, having failed to secure any benefits in the division of Africa. The consequences of Italy's diplomatic isolation, simultaneously estranged from France and at odds with Austria, were vividly illustrated. Count Corti, representing Italy, left Berlin in frustration, entirely unaware that his ambitions had been bartered away. Consequently, Italy's preparations for seizing Tunisia proceeded methodically. However, an event from the previous year raised alarm bells in France. Italy's acquisition of the railway from Tunis to Galeta from the British, significantly enhancing its influence in Tunisia and compelling France to expedite its own efforts to claim the territory. In light of these developments, Ruffali resolved to take preemptive action to secure Tunisia. With France's strength eclipsing that of Italy, he felt little trepidation about potential repercussions. Although the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gambetta, and General Laurent, the Minister of War, were initially taken aback by Ruffali's intentions, they were nonetheless inclined to support any initiative that would yield substantial benefits for France. The Ruffali strategy hinged on expediency, aiming to establish a fait accompli that would leave Italy with no avenue to retaliate. He emphasized the necessity of confidentiality, and both ministers, no strangers to the intricacies of statecraft, understood the importance of discretion as they set about their preparations. As Ruffali's clandestine mission commenced, France sought to secure British backing, a moment for Britain to fulfill its promises. Meanwhile, an opportunity soon presented itself from Germany. The assassination of Tsar Alexander II of Russia by radical elements prompted France, as a friendly nation, to dispatch high-ranking officials to St. Petersburg, creating an occasion for clandestine discussions with Chancellor Bismarck of Germany. All of France's actions unfolded in secrecy, unbeknownst to Italy. What was Italy preoccupied with at this juncture? Regrettably, Italy found itself ensnared in a myriad of pressing issues, leaving no room for external distractions. The southern regions were grappling with a severe drought that had persisted since the previous winter, a dire situation for a nation characterized by a Mediterranean climate, which typically features abundant winter rainfall and scarce summer precipitation. With winter yielding little rain, the prospect for summer were grim. Prime Minister Caroli was thus beset with the dual challenges of addressing the drought and managing the political landscape in Rome, leaving him stretched thin. Fortunately for him, former Prime Minister Depretis had refrained from any disruptive maneuvers during this period, allowing Caroli to focus on broader concerns. As a proficient politician, Caroli was acutely aware of the need to monitor his predecessor closely, and he kept a vigilant eye on the former Prime Minister. Additionally, he made it his business to stay informed about the regent, Duke Amadeo, and King Carlo, both of whom held sway over the political climate in Rome. This vigilance enabled him to concentrate his efforts on disaster relief. Among the three individuals under his scrutiny, former Prime Minister Depretis was also actively engaging with the drought crisis, publicly appealing for donations, which had amassed over 100,000 lire. The regent, too, had emerged from his usual retreat, undertaking a royal tour of the southern regions, though this did little to resolve the underlying issues and instead attracted several admirers. In contrast, King Carlo had not ventured south for a public appearance. Instead, he frequently visited Marilino, evidently enamored with the Electricity Research Center. "Your Majesty, you're back again," Tesla remarked with a hint of exasperation upon seeing Carlo disembark from his carriage. "Ah, Nicola, you're complaining once more," Carlo replied with a chuckle. Their exchange elicited envy from Director Argos, who was tasked with hosting yet felt unqualified to engage with the king as a friend might. Since the inauguration of the Electricity Research Center, King Carlo had made it a point to visit Marilino whenever time permitted. Certainly, in the past, things were relatively manageable. His Majesty required additional influences, hence visits were limited to once a week at most. However, now he graces us with his presence every 2 to 3 days. The reception standards of the research center have also shifted from an elaborate, festive welcome with all hands on deck to merely him and Tesla standing by the entrance. Of course, this does not indicate any intent to slight him. To offend a benefactor is a grave misstep, and the seasoned director would not commit such an error. It is primarily because Carlo disdains such pomp. Believing that the research center ought to focus its energies on scientific inquiry rather than tedious formalities, that if one wishes to repay him, they should present tangible research outcomes. Thus, the two principal figures of the research center, the director and the deputy director, naturally reduce the scale of their welcome. Director Argos, have there been any recent advancements in the research? Carlo, a figure polished in the political arena, would not neglect to address Tesla, naturally extending the respect due to the director by inquiring about the research results. "You visit us so frequently that you are nearly more familiar with our operations than we are." He mused internally, though such thoughts remained unspoken, for one could only speculate about the repercussions of voicing them. "Your Majesty, as you are aware, scientific work is rather monotonous, and achieving results requires considerable time," replied Argos. "Well, I understand," Carlo interjected. "You must redouble your efforts to produce results swiftly so that the Italian populace can witness your contributions." With just a few words, Carlo dismissed the director, then proceeded with Tesla towards the alternating current laboratory. Indeed, what he anticipated most eagerly was the commercial viability of alternating current. Although alternating current had long been invented, its practical application remained elusive. The principal issue lay in the fact that constructing alternating current systems was costlier than direct current, and transmission losses were less for direct current. However, alternating current had its merits, particularly in long-distance, high-efficiency transmission, which many recognized. Yet, the current scale of electricity used rendered this advantage less apparent. Moreover, there was another significant drawback. The power output of alternating current machines was inadequate, leading to higher electricity costs, which caused considerable dissatisfaction among many. Tesla's primary task at present was to develop a high-frequency alternating current generator to reduce these costs. After all, if both types of electricity serve the same purpose, why should one be chosen over the other simply due to expense? Capitalists, driven by profit, would hardly concern themselves with such matters. Practicality and affordability were paramount. Upon entering the laboratory, one would find it filled with various motors, whether commercially available or not. Many have been acquired from other laboratories and numerous motors lay disassembled, with many individuals engaged in research and taking notes nearby. The investment in these motors was substantial, underscoring Carlo's expectations. Tesla, not lacking in intelligence, recognized Carlo's deep concern and understood the weight of his own responsibilities. As he gestured towards the disassembled motors, he remarked, "Your Majesty, we have explored a variety of motors, which significantly propels our research into high-frequency alternating current motors." "Very good," Carlo exclaimed, admiring the industrious individuals before turning to Tesla. "I am reluctant to rush you. I hope to see results emerge soon, even if they are not from the alternating current project, but from others." Indeed, Carlo felt a tinge of impatience. He was aware that scientific research could not be hastened, yet the urgency weighed upon him. Your Majesty, I can comprehend your sentiments, but science brooks no deception. I cannot offer you any guarantees, Tesla replied, a hint of guilt evident on his face. As a friend, he wished to assist, yet he could not predict when the research would yield results. Scientific progress often followed an unpredictable path. A breakthrough could occur tomorrow, or it might take years without significant advancement. Carlo was well aware of this reality, yet his youthful impatience was hard to quell. After conversing with Tesla for a while, Carlo departed, disappointment shadowing him. Nevertheless, he would not abandon the laboratory. He could easily provide funding for a decade of research. Meanwhile, as Italy busied itself, France was achieving diplomatic progress. Our engagements with the British have been exceedingly smooth. The London authorities are very supportive of our actions. Prime Minister Gladstone has assured us that whatever circumstances arise, the UK stands with us. In the Prime Minister's office, Gambetta, the Foreign Minister, was briefing Prime Minister Joffre on the latest developments, with General Laurent, the Army Minister, representing the military by his side. And what of Germany? In response to this positive news, Joffre was not yet satisfied and continued to probe regarding Germany's stance. Currently, the only nations that could influence France's military actions in Tunisia were Britain and Germany, and he needed to eliminate these potential threats. Addressing the Prime Minister's inquiry, Gambetta replied, "We have yet to engage with Germany. Just yesterday, Special Envoy Remonk sent a telegram indicating his intention to travel to Berlin today. However, based on our understanding of Chancellor Bismarck, he should be quite inclined to support us." France had long since deciphered Bismarck's approach. He was a proponent of balance, with German interests at the forefront. This chancellor, who had rendered significant service to Germany, had consistently sought to prevent his country from international isolation. Thus, whether courting Austria-Hungary or stabilizing relations with France, Russia, and Britain, he aimed to buy time for Germany's development. Other nations were not oblivious to these maneuvers. Yet Bismarck's adeptness allowed him to craft mutually agreeable conditions. However, he was not infallible. Wilhelm II's decision to retire him was not solely his own volition, but stemmed from the changing landscape of German capitalism, which rendered Bismarck's strategies less effective. Nevertheless, under his leadership, Germany's great ship continued to navigate through turbulent waters with resolve. Joffre was acutely aware of the situation. Certain realities could not be ignored. Following Germany's unification, its population, territory, and resources surpassed those of France. He was not one to act rashly like Clemenceau, who only knew how to shout for revenge. If France's strength could not eclipse Germany's, how could it hope for vengeance? He perceived that, at present, France lacked the potential in terms of territory, population, or economy. Thus, an alternative route must be taken through colonial endeavors. Competing directly with Germany would be detrimental. Only by relying on colonies could France enhance its power swiftly. Moreover, compared to Europe, regions in Asia, Africa, and Latin America were not only weaker, but also ripe for colonization, making them ideal for augmenting France's strength. As long as France amassed sufficient colonies, even mobilizing a third of them would suffice to pose a deterrent to Germany. At that juncture, discussions about reclaiming Alsace and Lorraine could wait. A competent politician must possess ample patience. One cannot recklessly provoke animosity akin to Clemenceau's folly. Thus, Joffre emphasized strategy before action, aiming for decisive blows. It was either to refrain from engaging or, if engaged, to ensure the enemy is utterly vanquished. This was a lesson learned from the Franco-Prussian War. Fortunately, during that conflict, the Iron Chancellor had misjudged France's capabilities, extracting only 5 billion francs without inflicting irreparable damage. Otherwise, France would still feel suffocated by the aftermath. Of course, such animosity could not be forgotten unless Germany offered sufficient incentives to resolve their grievances. However, as far as he knew, the Germans remained steeped in their pride from defeating France, showing no inclination to mend relations, thus leaving France with no choice but to regard them with hostility. Since the era of Louis XIV, France had been recognized as Europe's foremost land army, never fearing any foe in land warfare, a reputation upheld from Louis XIV to Emperor Napoleon. Therefore, a temporary setback could not diminish the spirit of the French people. They would inevitably rise again to assert who truly held the title of Europe's premier land army. Nonetheless, such animosity was best kept subdued, without vocal proclamations. After all, while much had been said, attention must be directed to the present. And Joffrey's immediate focus was on the impending actions in Tunisia. Thus, after Gambetta concluded his report, he turned to the military representative, Army Minister General Laurent, inquiring, "How prepared is the military for our plans?" "We are fully prepared," Laurent responded promptly to the Prime Minister's inquiry. This was indeed the truth. Following the Berlin Conference, the French military had devised an invasion plan for Tunisia, albeit that plan required adjustments to fit the current circumstances. Yet it retained immense reference value. Once the Prime Minister indicated the intention to invade Tunisia, the military swiftly began formulating a combat plan aligned with his vision, through the tireless efforts of the military. The preliminary plans have now been completed. General Laurent produced a combat map marked with various military symbols, spreading it out before stating, "Our nation has prepared a military strategy, and this is the operational map for that plan." Prime Minister, please observe, this is a military map at a scale of 50,000 to 1 that our intention is to gather 30,000 troops in 2 divisions, one advancing directly from the city of Ambara at the Algerian border towards Tunis, while the other traverses the mountainous terrain of the Tibessa region from the center, aiming to capture the city of Sousse, thereby severing Tunis in half. Additionally, the Navy has expressed its willingness to deploy 8,000 Marines to land at Bizerta to prevent any enemy escape. Though Ruffey is not well versed in military matters, he grasped through General Laurent's explanation that the military's operational plan aligns with his expectations. Encircling the enemy from all sides leaves them no opportunity to flee. Such an approach is the only way to swiftly resolve the Tunisian issue without allowing the Italians to intervene. Excellent. The plan seems promising. By the way, who will be leading the troops? After praising the military strategy, Ruffey inquired about the commanding officer. It is General Pelissier. So, it is him. Ruffey was already familiar with the name of the military commander. General Pelissier is no ordinary figure, having previously experienced the Franco-Prussian War. He was later assigned to North Africa. His remarkable capabilities in maintaining public order have quelled numerous uprisings and revolts among the indigenous Algerians, establishing him as a battle-hardened leader. During this period, Algeria's population decreased by 500,000 to 1,000,000, despite a total population of merely 3 million. However, this alone was not sufficient for Ruffey to remember him. General Pelissier had also stirred considerable trouble in Paris. During a leave back in Paris, he had a violent altercation with a journalist dissatisfied with his actions in Algeria. The incident, reported in the newspapers, tarnished his reputation in France, yet it garnered Ruffey's admiration. To him, General Pelissier was a commander striving for France's interests and should not be harmed by those with ulterior motives. The military selection of this individual indicated a desire to leverage his abilities to swiftly resolve the Tunisian situation. Ruffey felt satisfied with this choice and awaited further news regarding the meeting with Germany. The German response did not keep them waiting long. A telegram arrived from Berlin a few days later. Envoy Armand had met with Chancellor Bismarck, who expressed support for France's actions in Tunisia, stating France should occupy Tunisia without concern for Italy. Although Bismarck's support was evident, Ruffey, as the French Prime Minister, understood that this was merely a tactic by the German Chancellor to advance his continental policy. However, this situation was advantageous for France, particularly since Germany, under his leadership, showed little interest in expanding its colonies, which would conveniently benefit France, for who would be proven right in the future. Time would reveal all. With the backing of Britain and France, Ruffey ordered the French troops stationed in Algeria to begin secret preparations. Naturally, all actions required a pretext, as France, being a civilized nation, could not simply invade another country without justification. A tragic love affair involving 2 rival tribes provided the perfect opportunity for France to exploit that a young man from the Haramil tribe in northwest Tunisia fell in love with a girl from a tribe in French Algeria. At that time, border management was lax, allowing intermarriage between tribes. One day, the young man visited his beloved's family in French Algeria, only to be murdered by her discontented cousin, leaving his body displayed in the streets, which ignited conflict between the 2 tribes. The Haramil tribe of Tunisia crossed the border to attack the French Algerian tribe, which retaliated in kind. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, the French, eager for a pretext, first incited the Haramil tribe for vengeance, supplying them with arms and ammunition. They subsequently supported the French Algerian tribe in their resistance, transforming the cross-border love tragedy into a localized war. As tensions escalated, France confidently accused Tunisia of encroaching upon French Algeria's territory, thereby harming French interests. Moreover, before Tunisia could comprehend the situation, the prepared French forces swiftly invaded, with troops from Algeria appearing on Tunisian soil. Their first target was the border town of Telf, a small city of merely 10,000 residents, which succumbed to the assault of over 20,000 French soldiers. The hundreds of Tunisian troops within fled in disarray, leaving chaos in their wake. The residents cowered in their homes, anxiously peering through door cracks at the advancing French forces, their only hope being that these invaders would spare their city from further devastation. The actions of the French troops in Algeria were unmasked, revealing their predatory nature. Many families were hastily adorning their children in various garbs, attempting to make them as unattractive as possible. However, their concerns proved unfounded. The commanding officer leading the French forces showed no intention of pausing for relaxation. After leaving a battalion to maintain order in preparation for reinforcements, he pressed on, disregarding any need for rest. General Pelissier had made it clear that the objective of this military operation was speed. Each day required a plan detailing the distance to be covered, with clear minimum targets outlined in the operational strategy. The vanguard commander of the French troops dared not show any laxity in fulfilling the mission, continuously urging the troops forward. This was not the only French force the residents of Telf witnessed that day. Hours later, a massive contingent of French troops appeared before them. Majestic cavalry, infantry marching in orderly ranks while bearing rifles, and an uncountable number of artillery pieces, all drawn by numerous horses, pushing forward with determination. Alongside the artillery, the logistical supply wagons, draped in canvas, were equally imposing. The dust they stirred up obscured the sky, causing even the most seasoned locals to feel a sense of dread and anxiety. General Pelissier, responsible for commanding this military operation, was filled with confidence. To him, this endeavor was akin to a mere march. Having spent years in Algeria, he held little regard for the capabilities of the Kingdom of Tunisia. Although the Tunisian ruler, Mohammed al-Sadiq III, had begun emulating the westernized reforms of Egypt's Khedive Muhammad Ali 20 years prior, implementing various reforms to enhance the economy, education, infrastructure, and military modernization, the country's economic condition and political structure impeded these efforts. A feeble economy failed to provide the necessary funding for reforms. The outdated tax system allowed only 1/5 of collected taxes to reach the national treasury, with the remainder lining the pockets of local officials. The central government of Tunisia lacked authority and the capacity to ensure that reforms reached the grassroots level. The only notable achievement was the relatively well-equipped and adequately trained guard unit, though it numbered a mere 3,000, rendering it incapable of matching the elite French forces. Frankly speaking, in open combat, General Pelissier believed that he could subdue the Tunisians with just 1,500 men. Not to mention, he currently commanded over 30,000 troops, that he was fully aware that his adversaries extended beyond the Tunisians to include their neighbor, the Italians. However, he harbored no fear regarding the potential threat posed by the Italians. Having relied on French support for their unification, their combat effectiveness was questionable. Previous encounters with the Austrians had already demonstrated that placing hope in them would only lead to frustration. Of course, not all Italians were inept. Garibaldi's red shirts were an exception. However, one had to wonder whether the aging veteran could still recognize the symbols on a battle map. General Pelissier was brimming with confidence regarding this military operation. As he and the French forces advanced towards the city of Tunis, a fleet of warships accompanied by transport vessels sailed across the outer seas. That on board the transport ship, a throng of individuals stood, all clad in the attire of the French military. Indeed, they were none other than the French Navy's Marine Corps, dispatched this time to support the Army's operations, presenting a formidable contingent of 8,000 men, with their sights set on Bizerta, just outside the city of Tunis. Initially, the Tunisian government remained oblivious to the French incursion. It was not until the following day, through the report of a British merchant vessel that they received the alarming news. This revelation sent the Tunisian officials into a state of disarray, with ministers proposing a myriad of suggestions, some advocating for an apology to the French, beseeching them to cease military actions against Tunis, while others recommended enlisting the aid of the British and Italians to mediate the conflict with France. Additionally, there were voices urging against mere capitulation, asserting that it was essential to demonstrate Tunisia's resolve to defend its homeland by rallying troops and tribes to resist the French invasion. The cacophony of opinions left Mohammed Sadiq III, the ruler, in a state of bewilderment. However, with the French threat looming, he was compelled to arrive at a decision swiftly, whether to engage in warfare or seek peace. A course of action needed to be determined without delay. Although Sadiq III was not particularly renowned for his sagacity, his 2 decades of governance spurred him to contemplate a strategy. First and foremost, he deemed it necessary to initiate contact with the French to ascertain their intentions. Furthermore, he needed to reach out to the British and Italians for mediation, while also mobilizing local forces to bolster their strength, making it clear to the French that any aggression would not go unchallenged. It must be said that Sadiq had not squandered his years in power. He swiftly devised several strategies, yet he underestimated the French resolve. Just as the ministers were departing with their orders, a messenger rushed in with urgent news. The French fleet had appeared at Bizerta, and the enemy was bombarding the garrison, which was on the verge of collapse. This revelation ignited a frenzy, as many had not anticipated the French advance to be so swift. Alas, this news had come too late. The garrison stationed at Bizerta had scattered in disarray upon the arrival of the enemy fleet, though they had managed to alert the Tunisian government. Now, the area was rife with French troops, amidst the destruction wrought by the bombardment. Immediate contact was made with the British and Italians to solicit their mediation. Upon receiving the news, Sadiq III recognized the gravity of the situation and prioritized seeking intervention. Following his directive, Italy was finally made aware of the turmoil in Tunisia. The news of the French invasion sent shockwaves through Rome. As Tunisia's significance to Italy was undeniable, especially considering that investments in the region had reached a staggering 578 million lira, an amount that could not be jeopardized. Prime Minister Caroli was acutely aware of this, and upon receiving the information, he promptly convened an emergency meeting with his cabinet ministers to deliberate on this matter of national importance. Once the ministers had assembled, Caroli succinctly outlined the purpose of the gathering. "Gentlemen, the situation is dire. I shall be brief. The French military is invading Tunisia, and his bey has extended an invitation for us to mediate in the conflict." Caroli's words left many in a state of confusion, as they could not fathom how such chaos had erupted so suddenly. Observing their bewilderment, the Prime Minister reiterated the circumstances leading to this crisis, which stemmed from a conflict between the tribes of Tunisia and Algeria, triggered by personal vendettas. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he did not wait for further dialogue and directly articulated his response. "Your Excellency Sforza, we must ascertain the stance of Britain and Germany. I urge the Foreign Ministry to secure their support swiftly. Additionally, we must summon the French ambassador to express our dissatisfaction." Caroli's analysis was astute, recognizing that the only nations capable of curtailing French aggression were Britain and Germany, that he held the conviction that they would not allow France to seize Tunisia. It must be noted that the French had conducted their operations with remarkable secrecy. To this day, Italy remained unaware that France had already secured support from both Britain and Germany. Nevertheless, Caroli did not place all his hopes solely on the backing of these nations. After directing the foreign minister, he turned to General Salajet, the military representative, and instructed, "General, it is imperative that we convey Italy's stance. The military must also prepare a response." "Prime Minister, please issue the orders," replied General Salajet. A seasoned commander experienced in numerous campaigns, the threat posed by the French invasion of Tunisia was too significant for Italy to ignore. As the military's sword, they would not shy away from action. Any hesitation now could lead to dire consequences, with the military potentially bearing the brunt of future repercussions. "Very well. I shall be direct. I expect the military to assemble forces along the French border to exert pressure. Additionally, the Navy should mobilize ships and transports to project the appearance of readiness to support Tunisia. However, Until further orders are given, no offensive action should be taken, even in the face of provocation. All incidents must be reported to Rome immediately. While Caroli's words may have sounded disheartening, they resonated with the assembled officials, all of whom were acutely aware of Italy's vast disparity with France. Despite being heralded as a rising power, they understood their own limitations that, to speak candidly, should a full-scale war erupt between Italy and France, the latter would undoubtedly emerge victorious, in terms of population, industry, and national influence. Italy was no match for France, even in agriculture. Thus, Caroli's strategy was clear: to flex their muscles and convey to France that they were not to be trifled with while relying on the support of other nations to dissuade the French from pursuing their invasion of Tunisia. However, merely displaying this strength was insufficient. Your Excellency Medici, he continued, I urge you to mobilize the press and public opinion to extensively report on the French invasion of Tunisia, aiming to evoke a national response. Caroli had singled out the Minister of the Interior, Medici. Given France's formidable power, it was essential to muster every ounce of strength. Failing to do so could jeopardize Caroli's position as prime minister. Although rallying public sentiment posed risks of political backlash, the reality was that the government could not conceal such matters from the populace, that it was better to disseminate the news proactively than to face blame later. Of course, if handled poorly, the consequences would be severe. Nevertheless, the pressing issue was that the French actions had cornered him. Failure to deter their incursion into Tunisia could cost him his position, and concerns about public opinion were overshadowed by the immediate threat. Indeed, Caroli had one more unspoken concern. Should France secure control over Tunisia, the loss of 578 million lira would incite fury among investors, potentially leading to dire consequences for him, in such a scenario. Merely preserving his role would be deemed a fortunate outcome. Additionally, he was acutely aware that he was merely the prime minister, not a monarch. Replacing a prime minister was far easier than dethroning a king. Yet, he still felt that relying solely on public sentiment, the military and international assistance was inadequate. In a moment of clarity, he realized that a notable figure was necessary to galvanize opposition against the French invasion. Without delay, he continued, moreover, we require a hero to emerge and lead the resistance against the French incursion into Tunisia. The attendees were not naive. They understood that a hero must possess the credibility to rally public support. None present possessed the stature or capability to command such allegiance. However, a perceptive individual among them, the Minister of Finance, Giacalli, spoke up, Prime Minister, are you referring to the figure on Caprera Island? Indeed, Caroli affirmed without hesitation. I intend to invite Garibaldi to return and lead the populace in demonstrating our unwillingness to submit to French domination. The mention of Garibaldi's name silenced the room, as no one was eager to venture to Caprera Island. Despite their admiration for him, the prevailing concern was his stance on republicanism, which deterred them from approaching. Noticing the silence, Caroli felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Since there was reluctance to meet Garibaldi, it fell upon him to extend the invitation. Your Excellency, Guglielmo, it is your turn to represent the government in inviting Garibaldi, the Prime Minister declared. As you wish, Prime Minister, the Minister of Commerce and Trade acquiesced, though inwardly he perceived this assignment as a form of retribution, a consequence of his previous reluctance to integrate into Garibaldi's circle. Subsequently, the Prime Minister discussed various other details before adjourning the meeting. The news of France's invasion of Tunisia was not confined to the government. King Carlo of Italy also received the alarming information. How could this be? Carlo was equally astonished and could not help but voice his grievances to the captain of the guards who delivered the news. He had anticipated France's encroachment upon Tunisia. Yet, lacking power, he found himself powerless to intervene. Italy, inherently unable to rival France, coupled with his scant knowledge of this historical context, left him unaware of the timeline of France's occupation of Tunisia. To assert that this affair did not affect him would be preposterous. However, he needed to contemplate how to maximize his own interests amidst this turmoil. Caroli's strategies began to take effect. On that very evening and the following day, major newspapers prominently featured headlines reporting the French invasion of Tunisia. At that moment, the press seemed to transform into messengers of justice, extending boundless sympathy towards the oppressed Tunisia against the French bullies. The public appeared to have conveniently forgotten that a decade prior, Italy had been thwarted by Britain and France in its own ambitions regarding Tunisia. Nonetheless, this news sent shockwaves throughout Italy. Many rushed to purchase various bonds aimed at colonizing Tunisia. The prospect of their interests suffering was intolerable to them. Thus, aside from minority genuinely concerned for the plight of Tunisia, individuals from all walks of life congregated in public squares to oppose France's invasion. In Milan, over 50,000 gathered in the City Hall Square, vociferously denouncing the French incursion and demanding their withdrawal from Tunisia. Meanwhile, in Rome, 80,000 surrounded the French embassy in a tight throng, demanding that the French ambassador provide an explanation. Had it not been for the police's protection, those inside the embassy would have faced the wrath of the impassioned crowd. In addition to the grassroots opposition to France's invasion, the government also took action. The Prime Minister summoned the French ambassador to express Italy's profound dissatisfaction with France's actions in Tunisia. Following this, the Prime Minister proposed that Italy could mediate between France and Tunisia to avert a humanitarian disaster resulting from military conflict. In response to the Prime Minister's statement, the French ambassador indicated that he had not received any notification regarding this matter and thus could not provide an immediate answer. Meanwhile, in Paris, the news received by the ambassador was somewhat reassuring. French Foreign Minister Gambetta informed the ambassador that France held no ambitions of occupying any part of Tunisia, but merely intended to deploy force around the Cromer area to prevent Tunisian bandits from attacking Algeria. This information alleviated concerns from many Italians to avoid provoking France. Various displays of strength were intentionally downplayed, and even the protests diminished in fervor. After all, no one wished to worsen relations with France. Unaware that France had not ceased its military operations, but rather intensified them. In the city of Tunis, the French forces, having just arrived at the city gates, under the urging of General Pélissier, promptly joined forces with the Marines to commence their offensive against the city. Despite the valiant resistance from the defenders, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the French forces and succumbed within a day. Their defenses breached. Within the Tunisian palace, ministers listened anxiously to the distant sounds of cannon fire. Yet, many continued to implore their ruler, Sidi Mohammed III, to leave this perilous place. Your Highness, the French have already entered the city. If we do not depart now, we may never escape. Your Highness, we cannot delay any longer. In the face of the minister's desperate pleas, Sidi Mohammed III remained resolute in his refusal to leave. This was the city of Tunis, his birthplace and home. He could not bear the thought of abandoning it. If we leave, where shall we go? We could seek help in Istanbul from the Sultan. We could turn to London for the British. We could go to Rome for assistance from the Italians. We could even seek out His Highness in Cairo. The cacophony of suggestions from the ministers only served to vex Sidi Mohammed. Yet, he was acutely aware that no matter where he went, he would merely be a deposed monarch, having lost his territory. Although he was unaware of the old Chinese adage about a fallen phoenix being inferior to a mere chicken, he understood the essence of its meaning. This was precisely why he hesitated to leave. History was replete with accounts of fallen monarchs who met tragic ends in exile, a fate he wished to avoid at all costs. Perhaps the French required him to maintain local stability. After all, historically, Tunisia had been a vassal of the Ottoman Empire. If he were to change masters, perhaps his family's status could be preserved. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Perhaps, as the French claimed, they merely sought to chastise the Cromer tribe for their transgressions. In that event, making amends and paying reparations would pose no issue, provided his family could continue to serve as Bey, governor. Unbeknownst to the ministers, Sidi Mohammed III's mindset had shifted entirely. He had transitioned from a desire to preserve Tunisia's independence to a determination to maintain his own power. Very well, I have made up my mind. I shall remain in Tunisia and negotiate with the French. His declaration left the others in stunned silence. Yet, they were powerless to oppose him. Since the Bey had made his decision, they could only acquiesce. Thus, the French army was taken aback to find the Tunisian forces ceasing their resistance. Instead, a figure bearing a white flag, resembling a religious leader, approached them. Greetings, I'm the Grand Mufti Khalifa of Tunisia. I represent the Bey of Tunisia and wish to discuss matters of peace with your commanding officer. Faced with this Tunisian envoy, the French forces dared not take matters into their own hands and promptly escorted him to General Pélissier. Your Excellency Khalifa, I can accept your request. However, to prevent any misunderstandings, it would be prudent for your troops to return to their camp. Policier, a seasoned veteran, recognized this as a mere fade for surrender masked as peace negotiations. While he granted a semblance of respect, he was, in reality, insisting on surrender. Khalifa was well aware of his mission. Upon receiving agreement from the French commander, he understood that he had accomplished his task. Very well, General, I hope you can order a cessation of hostilities to spare the innocent lives. No problem, but we can grant you no more than 2 hours. If your men have not returned to camp by then, they shall no longer be considered innocent. Since the Tunisians intended to surrender, Policier was willing to display his magnanimity, but felt it necessary to issue a warning regarding the consequences of any violations. In truth, his warning proved unnecessary. Once the ceasefire came into effect, the Tunisian soldiers, under the guidance of their respective commanders, began to return to their camp, much to the elation of the French forces. After all, no one wished to suffer injury when the outcome was already predetermined. Subsequently, the French occupied key locations within the city, and it was then that Policier approached Sidi Mohammed with a contingent of soldiers. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, General Policier." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Policier retrieved a document from his aide and addressed him. "Your Highness, to avoid a recurrence of such tragic events, our nation has drafted a treaty that we hope you will sign for the sake of peace between our two peoples." Sidi Mohammed III was mentally prepared for this. It was inconceivable to expect the French to cease hostilities without any concessions. He took the document and opened it, revealing France's demands. Even one who had braced himself for such terms found himself momentarily dizzy. As the stipulations were not overly complex, but rather straightforward, France sought to station troops in Tunisia to prevent a repeat of the current situation. Additionally, given Tunisia's dire financial state, France proposed to assist in managing its finances. In an effort to circumvent Tunisia's entanglement in cumbersome diplomatic issues, France reluctantly extended its assistance to manage Tunisia's foreign affairs, duly respecting the agreements previously established with various nations. However, moving forward, France would assume control over these matters. This arrangement effectively entrusted Tunisia's military, financial, and diplomatic affairs to France, rendering Sadik III a mere puppet of French interests in Tunisia. Faced with such an outcome, Sadik's complexion flushed with indignation. "Your Excellency, are these terms not excessively burdensome for our nation?" In response to Sadik's attempt to negotiate, Policier dismissively rejected his concerns. "Your Highness, these terms are far from excessive. They are designed solely for the safety and benefit of Tunisia. But there are no buts. I have stated that this is in the interest of Tunisia." Observing Sadik's continued obstinacy, Policier reprimanded him directly. Only by making him comprehend that the will of France was immutable could sufficient care be afforded. In light of such rebuke, Sadik, as the Bey, felt his face grow even redder. "Your Highness, you do not intend to renege, do you?" Policier regarded him with keen interest, and as his words echoed, the French soldiers accompanying him cast wary glances at the Tunisians before them. "No problem, I shall sign." Witnessing the situation deteriorate towards its most unfavorable outcome, Sadik III hastily acquiesced. This was the only way to ensure peace for Tunisia. After the Bey affixed his signature, Policier, holding the still-drying treaty, casually offered words of consolation to the disheartened Sadik III. He then departed with his French soldiers, leaving behind a group of Tunisians with bitter expressions, following the French government's coercion of Sadik III to sign the treaty. Their stance towards Italy underwent an immediate transformation. Foreign Minister Gambetta publicly declared that Tunisia had willingly become a protectorate of France, asserting that French interests were not to be infringed upon. This rapid shift in France's position instilled a profound sense of trepidation throughout Italy. Naturally, news of Tunisia being compelled to sign the Bardo Treaty reached Italy swiftly, in light of the duplicitous conduct of the French. The benevolent Italian populace erupted in outrage, culminating in an even larger demonstration in the capital, Rome. Over 100,000 citizens encircled the French embassy once more. Had it not been for the diplomatic ramifications, the police would have struggled to contain the demonstrators, and no one would have emerged from the French embassy unscathed. Nevertheless, they did not remain idle. At the very least, the outer walls of the French embassy required refurbishment. However, mere public indignation could not effectuate change, a fact the Italian government was well aware of. Consequently, the previously delayed response measures were expedited, seemingly to salvage their own dignity, moving at a notably quicker pace. Notably, the Italian military acted swiftly, with two armies in the north utilizing the nearly completed northern railway to rapidly redeploy from Venice, situated along the Austrian border, to the strategic stronghold of Turin. In just 4 days, the two armies covered 500 kilometers, marking a new record in the annals of Italian military mobilization. This achievement instilled a sense of pride throughout the army, despite the reliance on rail transport. The dedication of the troops could not be overlooked. Without delving into specifics, one could only imagine the number of trains requisitioned for the journey from Venice to Turin, and the delays incurred by civilian trains due to the need to accommodate military transport. While train delays had become commonplace in Italy, a delay of 1 or 2 hours was significantly different from one lasting half a day. Simultaneously, the national hero Garibaldi emerged onto the scene. On May 8, he arrived in Palermo to participate in a rally, proclaiming, "As a friend of France, I shall do my utmost to maintain our friendship. However, I am first and foremost an Italian, and I shall dedicate my life to ensuring that Italy is not subjected to any indignity. If France is allowed to occupy Tunisia, not only will Italy suffer humiliation, but its interests and security will also be jeopardized. It is an egregious disgrace for a republic to send troops to seize a brother nation. The Italian fleet should immediately proceed to the Bay of Tunis to safeguard the 5,000 Italian soldiers stationed there. My southern islands and coastal regions must promptly mobilize for war in anticipation of any eventualities." The 5,000 soldiers Garibaldi referenced were those rushed from Sicily upon the news of the French invasion of Tunisia, ostensibly to protect expatriates and prevent any excessive actions by France. They were currently stationed in Al Rus, southeast of Tunis, where alongside armed Italian expatriates, they safeguarded Italian interests in Tunisia in response to Italy's series of actions. France issued a warning. The French Prime Minister, Joffre, publicly admonished Italy, asserting that Tunisia was not Italy's colony and that France's actions there did not require Italy's approval. Thus, it was imperative for the Italians to recognize the reality of the situation and refrain from actions that would render themselves ridiculous. Furthermore, the French military also warned against Italy's deployment of two armies along the border. General Laurent, the minister of the army, stated publicly that Italy should carefully consider its decisions, should Italy take substantive action. The French army would not hesitate to parade in Rome. While both sides exchanged stern words, the reality was one of caution. The French troops in Tunisia exercised restraint, dispatching forces to various cities to assert sovereignty, yet refraining from sending any soldiers to Al Rus, as though the city were inconsequential. Furthermore, Italian enterprises in Tunisia suffered no detriment, as France tacitly acknowledged the inviolability of prior Italian assets. Indeed, France had no intention of striking against Italy, and Italy, in turn, dared not provoke France. The two armies that had reached Turin were not deployed to the border, but remained stagnant in the city. To be fair, neither party desired to instigate war. Thus, negotiation and dialogue became the only viable path to resolution. At this juncture, although Italy found itself in a precarious position, it could not entertain the notion of relinquishing Tunisia. However, a weighty diplomatic blow soon befell Italy. Both England and Germany flatly refused to support Italy, instead urging Italy to recognize the reality of the situation and to avoid excessive entanglement in Tunisia. The declarations from England and Germany plunged Italy into despair, as they represented Italy's sole potential allies in its quest for support. It is noteworthy that Italy's current foreign policy was characterized by isolationism, which had minimized its involvement in European disputes, but, conversely, left Italy with few substantial allies. As for England and Germany, they were the only countries Italy could turn to for support in light of its strained relations with neighboring France and Austria. The latter due to territorial disputes, and the former due to the Italian unification wars which had harmed French interests. German investments in Italy were substantial, and British support bolstered Italy's naval capabilities, targeting France, which held the position of the world's second-largest navy, faced with the refusal of England and Germany to support its stance on Tunisia. Italy was left in utter dismay, If Italy's disappointment was palpable for Prime Minister Caroli, it was tantamount to political death. Caroli was acutely aware of the repercussions of losing Tunisia. Lacking alternative options, public outrage needed to be quelled. And there was no figure more fitting for this task than the Prime Minister himself, making him particularly anxious. Yet mere anxiety would not alter the outcome. He needed to devise a new strategy. However, first and foremost, he needed to bolster the morale of his compatriots. After England and Germany's refusal to support Italy regarding Tunisia, the government was engulfed in lamentation, a climate that resolved nothing. Thus, Caroli convened another cabinet meeting to uplift spirits. Ahem. After clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, he began, "I understand that many of you feel despondent about the current situation, but please believe that we possess the means to resolve this dilemma. At the very least, we must ensure that Tunisia remains a foothold for us." Caroli's words failed to invigorate the Assembly's morale, as no one was a fool. The current predicament was evident to all. Italy was isolated and unsupported in the matter of Tunisia. Caroli recognized this reality. If he did not instill some hope, it would be impossible to salvage the situation. Thus, he continued, "Please trust that I have a plan. While it may not guarantee France's withdrawal from Tunisia, it will at least safeguard our interests. However, this plan must remain confidential, and thus I cannot disclose it at this moment." Caroli's remarks finally sparked a glimmer of optimism in the Assembly, as many eyes lit up with the dawning of hope. "Is this true?" "Indeed, please trust me. However, to avoid any risk of disclosure, I must beg your pardon for my inability to articulate certain matters." Following the Prime Minister's direct response, a greater number of hearts have been stirred, and the majority of those present at the venue are inclined to believe him. As for why the Prime Minister cannot speak, no one would dare to pose such a foolish question. Well, I can only say this much for now. I hope everyone can diligently attend to their own responsibilities, for I alone cannot compel the French to acquiesce to our demands. After rousing the spirits of the Assembly, Carol left the venue, at which point he became acutely aware of the dampness on his back. Indeed, he was lying. He currently possessed no plan. Yet, if morale remained this way, there would be no opportunity at all. Perhaps he ought to pray to God for the emergence of a miracle. "Are you suggesting that the Prime Minister has a plan?" Yes, this was stated directly by the Prime Minister, and many were present at the time. Within the palace, Carlo was listening to the chief guard recount the recent happenings at the Prime Minister's office. Naturally, he opposed the French invasion of Tunisia, as its repercussions for Italy were exceedingly grave. It could be said that France's actions have directly caused Italy to lean towards the Austro-German alliance, but of course, this pertains to public matters. On a personal level, the situation is quite advantageous for him. To say nothing of other considerations, due to the Tunisian issue, many individuals of goodwill are currently expressing their favor towards him, though this does not constitute outright allegiance, but rather a means of securing a contingency. Furthermore, it is particularly delightful that the foremost opposition, former Prime Minister Depretis, has expressed goodwill. He proposed in Parliament that the Electrical Research Center located in Marino holds significant importance for Italy, thus hoping the government would allocate funds to support the center's research endeavors. Although this proposal was not passed, the sentiment behind it has certainly reached Carlo. This is not to imply that Depretis seeks to align himself with Carlo. However, his actions indicate that Carlo has become a figure in Italian politics that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, the regent Duke Amedeo has also exerted considerable influence. Due to his outstanding performance, many have recognized that to curry favor with the royal family, the young monarch is far more reliable, as he does not have to fear being undone by a woman's whims. After nearly a year of observation, it has become evident that His Majesty Carlo possesses a remarkable aptitude for political learning, and his reputation is exceptionally commendable. Such attributes naturally allow him to cultivate a following among a cadre of young officials, who are primarily focused on the future rather than the present. Regardless of their motives, this is advantageous for Carlo. Having become a part of the political sphere, one must adhere to the rules of the game. Therefore, the Eastern theatrics of toppling tyrants and restoring power cannot be played out in Europe. However, fate appears to be on his side, presenting the Prime Minister with the issue of the French invasion of Tunisia. Of course, Carlo is reluctant to see Italy suffer losses, for Tunisia is of paramount importance to Italy. Yet, after carefully considering the disparities between the two nations, Carlo is compelled to acknowledge his lack of viable solutions. He cannot engage in combat, nor can he find allies to assist him. Merely relying on rhetoric will not compel the French to relinquish their claims. Thus, he was somewhat astonished to hear that the Prime Minister has a way. What could this Prime Minister possibly do to turn the tide? Naturally, Carlo is not one to overestimate himself. The inability to devise a solution does not preclude others from doing so. However, certain precautions must be taken, so he needs to make some preparations. After listening to the chief guard's account, Carlo pondered for a moment before stating, "Arrange for sufficiently trusted individuals to approach Lord de Prétis and convey my desire to speak with him." Indeed, Carlo had previously engaged with de Prétis. During the inauguration of the research center, he sensed the former prime minister's goodwill. Although he did not make any overt gestures, this does not imply a reluctance to engage, but rather a cautious approach. Carlo is acutely aware of his natural advantages as the monarch of Italy. Although he momentarily lacks power, his future prospects are bright. Therefore, every action he takes requires meticulous consideration. However, at present, he believes preparations are in order out of course. Carlo does not wish to hinder progress. He would never act against Italy's interests. Rather, he seeks to prepare for potential aftermaths in the event the situation becomes irretrievable. The specifics will need to wait until after he converses with the former prime minister to make a decision. As you command, Your Majesty. During this period, the former prime minister has been thriving, especially following the French invasion of Tunisia, as the number of visitors has been steadily increasing. Consequently, even his old steward seems to be enjoying a resurgence, almost as if he has returned to the days when his master served as prime minister, rejuvenated by several years. However, today, the old steward appeared somewhat hurried. After nodding to several conversing guests, he approached de Prétis and whispered a few words in his ear. Subsequently, de Prétis stood and, with an apologetic tone, addressed the assembly. "I apologize, esteemed guests, but I have matters that require my attention. Let us conclude here for today." "Not at all. We would never wish to impose on your time, Lord." Faced with the former prime minister's apology, none would dare to misunderstand the implication, and the guests promptly bid farewell to their host and departed. Once the room was cleared, de Prétis followed the old steward into the study. "You stay outside." Upon reaching the door, de Prétis issued a brief command. "Very well, my lord," the old steward replied, quietly taking his post at the door. As de Prétis swung open the door, a smile immediately graced his face. "Baron Felimisai, it has been quite some time." Indeed, the individual in his study was none other than the chief guard. In matters requiring discretion, what could be more favorable than a personal visit from him? De Prétis, it has been too long. In response to the former prime minister's greeting, the chief guard reciprocated, "It is a great honor to have you visit, Mr. de Prétis." Upon hearing the former prime minister's inquiry, Felimisai promptly articulated the purpose of his visit. De Prétis, your immense contributions to Italy during your tenure as prime minister are held in high regard by His Majesty, who has long desired a thorough conversation with you. The baron's words elicited laughter from de Prétis. "Ha! I never imagined His Majesty would hold me in such esteem. Since His Majesty wishes to summon me, I am most eager to comply." The prospect of a meeting with the young monarch is excellent news for de Prétis, who would certainly not disregard the significance of the royal family. Ever since he sought to reclaim the prime ministership, he has been striving to establish connections with the royal family, and this series of overtures serves as undeniable evidence. However, the chief guard's personal invitation suggests a deeper intention. Indeed, upon learning of de Prétis' willingness to meet the king, Baron Felimisai continued, "Since you are agreeable, let us discuss the venue for our meeting." "No problem. The need to negotiate a meeting place? Indeed, it is necessary, for this meeting will not take place within the palace. The palace is crowded and chaotic, making it an unsuitable location, particularly at such a sensitive time." It is clear that de Prétis, the former prime minister, is acutely aware of this. Thus, he readily concurs with the chief guard's suggestion. For the next half hour, the two deliberated on the venue, timing, and accompanying personnel, after which the chief guard, guided by the old steward, discreetly departed. A few days later, Carlo once again visited the Electrical Research Center in Marino. However, unlike his previous visits, he departed half an hour earlier, though he arrived half an hour later than expected. The reason given was that the carriage had broken down and required repairs. However, no one paid attention to this detail. This time, Carlo and Depretis held their clandestine meeting without the knowledge of anyone else. The individuals involved were very few, with only the two parties, the old steward and the chief guard present, leaving the rest of Italy unaware of their secret rendezvous. The content of their conversation remained entirely undisclosed, known only to the two of them. Following this meeting, both remained tight-lipped, unable to mention it to anyone. However, their meeting was not the most pressing matter for Italy at this time. Rather, it is the Tunisian crisis and the drought in the south that require immediate resolution. Indeed, the drought in the south has been elevated to a level comparable to the Tunisian crisis. This predicament can largely be attributed to the French, whose invasion of Tunisia has compelled Italy to concentrate its efforts on addressing the Tunisian issue. Italy's finances were already strained, and the need to respond to the Tunisian crisis inevitably incurs expenses, whether for troop mobilization, public declarations, or any other necessary actions, all of which require funding. This, of course, has left the government's meager funds completely depleted. The drought, unassisted by government intervention, has only intensified, leading to multiple outbreaks of riots as starving citizens have raided several noble estates. These disgruntled nobles have rushed into the city to implore the government for aid, much to the dismay of local officials who find themselves in a quandary. Fortunately, the afflicted populace has retained a semblance of reason and refrained from directly assaulting the government. However, such significant events cannot be concealed by the local authorities. They must report the escalating crisis. This, in turn, has added considerable burdens to the dignitaries convened in the court. Naturally, the situation cannot be ignored. A solution must be sought. The repercussions of the drought are dire. With the affected population in Sicily and southern Italy swelling to over 5 million, we can no longer afford to delay. The assembly is the Minister of the Interior, Sforza, who is addressing the gathering with fervent eloquence. Articulating his perspectives, Sforza speaks, the atmosphere in the hall grows increasingly peculiar, with murmurs of discontent rippling through the crowd, causing Prime Minister Caroli, who is presiding over the meeting, to feel a gnawing anxiety. He understands that the ambience signifies discontent. As an old adage suggests, when the hearts of the people scatter, the ranks become difficult to lead. For several consecutive days, he has failed to present a viable solution, prompting a growing sense of bewilderment among the attendees. Were it not for the multitude of pressing issues at hand, they might have begun to voice their doubts publicly. Although no one has spoken out openly, it is evident that private expressions of skepticism abound. The reason is quite simple. The attendees occupy similar echelons of authority. While the Prime Minister may possess slightly more information, the ministers are not far behind. With a mere inquiry, any clandestine operations would inevitably reveal some telltale signs, which is indeed rather peculiar. When it comes to diplomatic matters, Sforza shakes his head, asserting that the Foreign Ministry has encountered no irregularities. Concerning military affairs, General Salaget waves his hand, indicating that the military has also found nothing amiss. Consequently, the gathering of individuals having found no evidence of the Prime Minister's secret actions cannot help but harbor suspicions. Despite his assurances that the plans are highly confidential, it is implausible that there are no signs of activity whatsoever. While the specifics of the plan remain unclear, it undoubtedly pertains to diplomatic or military endeavors. This contradiction raises eyebrows. On one hand, there is talk of a plan, yet on the other, there is a total lack of movement. Many speculate whether the Prime Minister is simply clinging to power, using the situation as an excuse to delay action. Of course, such conjectures cannot be openly voiced, as misjudgments could lead to severe repercussions and accusations of treachery. Even the renowned pro-French faction leader, former Prime Minister Depretis, has been vociferously advocating for a showdown with the French in Tunisia. Nonetheless, some individuals remain unwaveringly loyal to the Prime Minister, such as the Chancellor of Finance, who rises to counter Sforza's assertions. Your Excellency Sforza, we are aware of the situation. However, the government is devoid of funds. From where shall we procure resources for disaster relief? The words of Giacali shift the atmosphere within the hall. ISNT, there's still 80 million lire in government reserves. It is evident that the Minister of the Interior has come prepared, promptly pointing out the existence of funds within the government's coffers. However, this statement elicits disapproval from those present who comprehend fiscal operations. Sforza's remarks provoke Giacalli to laughter as he casts a scornful glance at the Minister of the Interior and retorts, "Do you even know the purpose of reserves? If we withdraw from the reserve now, who will be responsible if unforeseen circumstances arise? Every government maintains a reserve fund, yet accessing these funds is often fraught with difficulty, as they are intended to prevent insolvency due to uncontrollable fiscal factors. Clearly, the Minister of the Interior has miscalculated. Stripped of his momentum, Sforza falls silent, clearly bested in this exchange. Yet, although the Minister of the Interior has ceased speaking, it does not imply that no one else dares to challenge the Chancellor of Finance. Your Excellency Giacalli, if the Treasury is devoid of funds, how shall we address the public unrest stemming from the drought and the crisis in Tunisia?" This time, the speaker is the Minister of Commerce, Galitas, whose words incite whispers among the attendees. Indeed, if the Treasury lacks funds, then it falls upon the Chancellor of Finance to propose a solution in response to the accountability posed by the Minister of Commerce. Giacalli presents a strategy. "We have already initiated discussions with England and Germany regarding a loan, and negotiations are progressing satisfactorily." However, despite Giacalli's proposed solution, discontent lingers as Minister of Agriculture Macleod interjects, "To my knowledge, the current loan negotiations with England and Germany amount to £500,000. While this sum may appear substantial, it is unlikely to suffice in addressing our immediate challenges," with the words of the Minister of Agriculture. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense, as many sense a storm brewing within the Assembly. It is evident that there are those who harbor dissatisfaction towards the Prime Minister. Otherwise, how could they possess such keen insight? Consequently, many neutral parties begin to observe in silence, resolved to remain reticent during the meeting. Yet, as the presiding Prime Minister Caroli observes the unfolding scene, he exhibits no sign of trepidation. A seasoned politician. He feels no fear when confronted with those who aim to disrupt the proceedings. Before anyone else can speak, he slams his hand on the table, rising to his feet with an intense gaze fixed upon the dissenters. "What, according to Your Excellency Macleod, should we do?" Faced with the Prime Minister's formidable presence, Agriculture Minister Macleod inwardly curses his misfortune at being singled out. "I believe." Bang! Another resounding thump of the table interrupts him. As the Prime Minister admonishes, "What do you believe? Do you have a solution or not? Speak plainly." Repeatedly thwarted, Macleod feels akin to snow exposed to the sun, with his attempts to speak stifled by the pressure. After successfully silencing the Minister of Agriculture, Caroli turns his attention to the other two challengers, only to find them equally cowed by the Prime Minister's commanding presence. Bang! The sound of the table echoes once more. If there are no solutions, then listen attentively to others and refrain from causing disruption. With the weight of his years in office, Caroli effectively quells the Assembly, settling back down to continue the meeting. Having witnessed the three instigators being subdued, the neutral attendees retract their speculative thoughts and prepare to listen to the remaining speakers. However, the meeting proves difficult to maintain as the door bursts open and a breathless official rushes in. Ignoring the glares of the prominent figures, he approaches Foreign Minister Sforza. "Your Excellency, this is an urgent diplomatic letter. Commissioner Maicon Ethel has instructed me to deliver it to you immediately." Upon hearing the official's words, Sforza hastily opens the document, scanning its contents with growing concern. The more he reads, the graver his expression becomes, until he finally hands the letter to the Prime Minister and collapses into a seat. In the face of the Foreign Minister's collapse, Prime Minister Caroli remains unperturbed, his attention fixated on the letter. Yet with each passing moment, his face reddens and his eyes seem to bore into the page. Suddenly, Caroli shuts his eyes tightly, tilts to one side, and falls to the ground with a thud. I could see this turn of events. Chaos erupts in the Assembly. The diplomatic letter, having fallen to the carpet, reveals several bolded French words. Ultimatum. The fainting of Prime Minister Caroli during the meeting would, in ordinary circumstances, have made headlines on the front pages. However, today he is eclipsed by the news of France issuing an ultimatum to Italy. A story far more sensational for the newspapers. This ultimatum demands that Italy withdraw its armed forces from Tunisia within 3 days, or France will take necessary measures. As for what those measures entail, it is abundantly clear. Once this news breaks, it ignites a fervor among the populace, leading to widespread anti-French demonstrations in cities across the nation. Feeling affronted, citizens take to the streets to express their discontent with France through their actions. As a national hero, Garibaldi, upon receiving the news, promptly addresses the public in Palermo, advocating for the formation of a new red shirt army to fight for Italy. However, despite the presence of staunch voices among the Italian populace, and even those willing to go to war, the sentiment within the government regarding France's ultimatum is decidedly pessimistic. Unlike the citizenry, who can freely vent their emotions, the government must navigate the intricacies of diplomacy and governance. Officials harbor their own concerns regarding this matter. In fact, in the face of France's threat of war, the prevailing sentiment within the Italian government leans towards acquiescing to French demands and withdrawing troops from Tunisia. This stance has even garnered tacit approval from the military. Otherwise, they would not have declared that the army would fight for Italy rather than for Italy's interests following France's bellicose ultimatum, with the most obstinate military figures retreating. The ranks of pacifists within the government are notably abundant. Thus, the issue of troop withdrawal has become a matter of utmost urgency, necessitating a command for such an action. The first name that springs to mind for this responsibility is Prime Minister Caroli, who has just returned from the hospital. His Excellency is currently in a rather poor state. After fainting at a meeting, he appears as though he has aged a decade. With the arrival of France's ultimatum, it is evident to all that the Prime Minister's political life is now on borrowed time. Consequently, for many, the priority has shifted to abandoning the Prime Minister's sinking ship. If one wishes to jump ship, it becomes imperative to choose a new ally. The most popular choice at present is former Prime Minister de Pretis, although figures such as Speaker Leslie and the rebellious trio also attract considerable support. However, among these options, loyalty to King Carlo ranks foremost. Were it not for Carlo's stringent criteria, he would likely occupy the second position. This, however, is merely a fortunate coincidence, for Carlo's primary concern remains how the government will address the Tunisian crisis. In truth, he is not alone in this regard. Italy, and indeed all of Europe, is keenly observing how Italy will respond to France's menace. Among these nations, the most actively engaged is the previously reticent United Kingdom. Following France's ultimatum, the British ambassador promptly conferred with Foreign Minister Sforza, asserting Britain's unwavering support for Italy in opposition to France's diplomatic coercion. Britain also expressed a willingness to extend an emergency loan to bolster Italy's military capabilities. Although the terms of this loan come with a hefty interest rate and the offered warships and arms are of questionable quality, Sforza, as the foreign minister, nonetheless expressed gratitude to the British Empire for its assistance in this critical hour, assuring that Italy would not forget Britain's generosity. Beyond Britain, other nations have largely adopted an indifferent stance as Italy faces France's ultimatum, with most merely calling for restraint from both sides to avoid dragging Europe into war. Among those whom Italy had high hopes for, Germany privately conveyed its inability to assist with the Tunisian issue. However, should France attack Italian soil, Germany pledged to provide Italy with sufficient supplies, albeit at a cost to Italy. The attitudes of European nations clearly indicate their disregard for Italy's plight regarding Tunisia. This, of course, is a consequence of Italy's isolationist diplomacy, leaving it without allies in Europe. Yet, this is not the time for reflection. The immediate priority remains addressing France's ultimatum. While everyone has their own proposed solutions, they all understand that whoever issues the order to withdraw from Tunisia will inevitably be branded with disgrace. Thus, the consensus has emerged that it is Prime Minister Caroli, whose political life is nearing its end, who should give the order to withdraw troops. To facilitate this, all cabinet members collectively proceeded to the Prime Minister's residence. Cough, cough, cough. Caroli, appearing quite unwell, coughed a few times and accepted a glass of water from his secretary. Dose. This recent fainting spell left him feeling as though a significant portion of his vitality had been drained. He had previously been oblivious to the ailments now afflicting him. Coughing, an inability to stand upright, pervasive fatigue, and other symptoms made him acutely aware of his decline, far removed from his former commanding presence. However, despite Caroli's evident frailty, the surrounding cabinet ministers exhibited no signs of relaxation, highlighting the weight he still holds in their estimations. They formed a circle, observing the prime minister's every move, each harboring distinct thoughts, yet all tacitly refraining from voicing them. This created an atmosphere of palpable tension. The silence, however, could not endure indefinitely, and eventually, one individual could no longer contain himself. "Your Excellency, the French have granted us only 3 days to decide on the withdrawal from Tunisia. Time is of the essence, and we require your guidance," stated Minister of the Interior Medici, a member of the trio. Upon hearing someone speak, the others collectively exhaled in relief, as the one being consulted. Caroli set his glass down and inquired, "And what are your opinions?" The response was remarkably unanimous. As everyone chorused, "We implore you to decide, Prime Minister." Caroli could not suppress a chuckle at their words. "Ah, I did not anticipate your unity of purpose," a seasoned politician. He recognized this as mere rhetoric, primarily stemming from their desire to avoid leaving any incriminating statements. After all, with so many present, should anyone leak today's events, their words would be held against them. Thus, they preferred to remain non-committal rather than provide a handle for criticism. Looking at these individuals, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Caroli's eyes. "Since it falls to me to decide, let us reject France's unreasonable demands. Even in the face of war, Italy, Prime Minister, please reconsider," the attendees quickly interjected, urging him to think carefully about his statement, including representatives from the military. "Ah!" Caroli erupted in laughter upon witnessing their startled expressions. That it dawned on the others that they had been playfully manipulated by the Prime Minister. The atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness as they exchanged glances. Delighted by the opportunity to tease them, Caroli finally relented. "Very well. I shall not put you in a difficult position. I know you wish for me to issue the order for withdrawal. I hereby command that the military withdraw its forces from Tunisia within 3 days." "Understood, Prime Minister." At last, the long-awaited outcome had arrived. Caroli affixed his signature to the withdrawal order, fully aware that this act would etch his name in infamy in the annals of Italian history. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure as he signed. "Now then, you may take this document and leave. Shortly, I will announce my resignation, paving the way for the eager Depretis. I shall bear the blame. And now it remains to see what he can accomplish. Kindly inform him not to provide me with a spectacle." With a subtle nod to the cabinet members, Caroli shooed them away, for he needed to prepare his formal attire. An hour later, news of the troop withdrawal order spread through Rome. Concurrently with the announcement of the resignation of Italy's 15th Prime Minister, in light of Italy's capitulation to French pressure, the reactions from various European nations varied. Some, like Austria, reveled in the misfortune, recalling that just 2 years prior, France, Russia, and Italy had nearly formed an alliance against Austria. Had it not been for France's reservations, hostilities would have ensued. Observing former adversaries turned upon one another was a source of great satisfaction. Meanwhile, other nations adopted an aloof stance, remaining detached and merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Although the international community remained focused on Italy's predicament, domestic political circles were more concerned with the selection of the new prime minister. While public sentiment against France's occupation of Tunisia reached new heights, those in the political arena understood that the matter had effectively concluded the moment former Prime Minister Caroli signed the withdrawal order. Though there would be subsequent developments, they would no longer hold significance. The blame for any losses Italy incurred in Tunisia would rest squarely on Caroli's shoulders, as for the next Prime Minister. The situation appeared nebulous to the average citizen, with several notable figures announcing their candidacy for the position. However, those with discerning eyes recognized that the next prime minister would undoubtedly be former Prime Minister Depretis. The other candidates merely served to highlight his presence. Despite Depretis' apparent ascendance to the premiership, it remained essential to project the image that he had been chosen by the people. Consequently, the former prime minister made frequent public appearances to showcase himself. While newspapers extensively covered his achievements and biography, albeit with some outlets also addressing his shortcomings, particularly his pro-French stance. Nevertheless, such criticisms were primarily relegated to third-rate tabloids, with mainstream media largely silent. This extensive promotion proved remarkably effective. Regardless of whether one resides in a bustling city or a remote mountainous region, the name Depretis is widely recognized. However, it is important to note that very few individuals possess the ability to influence Depretis' electoral prospects. At present, obtaining the right to vote in Italy is no trivial matter. One must first be an Italian citizen and additionally pay a minimum of 25 lire in taxes each year to qualify for voting. This restriction limits the eligible electorate to just over 400,000 individuals, a mere fraction of the total population, representing only about 1%. This stark reality underscores the relative weakness of the Italian capitalist class, which continues to rely on governmental support. Such a diminutive electoral base signifies that the prime ministerial election is highly manipulable. This phenomenon is not unique to Italy. It is a commonality across various European nations, be they republics, empires, or monarchies, where politics remains a domain accessible only to a select few. This pattern persists through the ages, albeit with an additional veneer that gives the impression to the common populace that they wield the power to decide, all the while being acutely aware of the optics involved. Presently, the eating habits of all seem equally unappetizing. No one is spared from this reality. Furthermore, Depretis has not merely occupied himself with public appearances. For him, who aspires to become the new prime minister, the crux of the matter lies in the exchange of interests. During this period, the esteemed Depretis has been exceptionally busy negotiating with various political factions. Of particular significance to him are three groups, with the Savoy family, representing royal power, being one of the key players. Additionally, there are the centrists represented by Leslie, the Speaker of Parliament, and the right-wing moderates represented by the rebellious trio. Depretis has learned from the lessons of his predecessor, Prime Minister Caroli, who, in his view, could not sustain his leadership regardless of the sudden Tunisian crisis, that Caroli's firm suppression of internal factions has planted considerable time bombs for his tenure. Although Caroli later softened his stance, the underlying mentality of silencing dissenting voices remained unchanged, leaving him precariously perched on a volcano. One misstep could lead to inevitable consequences if Depretis, however, would not employ such crude methods that would create numerous adversaries. Naturally, the exchange of interests is not conducted in a gentle manner. After all, everyone seeks to maximize their own benefits, making the arrangement of terms crucial. In this regard, Depretis believes that no one in Italy is more adept than himself. He informs Broglie that his unity party does not qualify for a cabinet position, urging him to reconsider his standing. Very well, my lord, I shall convey this to Mr. Broglie during his visit at home. Within his study, Depretis engages in conversation with his long-serving steward. They discuss a minor political party in northern Italy, which has gained some notoriety for its advocacy of unification and holds 3 seats in parliament. Depretis massages his temples, staving off fatigue as he continues. Has Baron Felici arrived yet? Not yet. Then please make contact with His Excellency the Baron as soon as possible. I require a meeting with him. The urgency behind Depretis' request stems from the significant disparity in outcomes from their negotiations. Previously, during secret discussions with Carlo, while Caroli was still in office, the topics revolved primarily around dealing with the former prime minister. However, with Caroli's departure, the focus shifted to matters of power distribution, revealing a considerable gap between the two parties. The Depretis' proposition allows Carlo to appoint 2 individuals to the cabinet. Conversely, Carlo's demand is for 2 cabinet positions. While the terms may appear to align, the inherent differences are substantial. The Depretis offers the positions of Minister of Health and Education as well as Minister of the Interior, whereas Carlo seeks either the Minister of the Interior or the Minister of the Navy and Army. A disparity of considerable weight. Indeed, Carlo's desire to extend his reach into the military is a point of contention for Depretis, although Carlo will automatically gain military support upon reaching maturity. Prematurely granting him such backing does not align with Depretis' interests, thus stalling negotiations. While Depretis could form a cabinet without royal approval, circumventing the monarchy in Italy, a kingdom, remains implausible. Furthermore, once Carlo reaches adulthood, addressing this matter will prove challenging. Through his observations, Depretis perceives Carlo as remarkably mature for his age, prompting him to avoid unnecessary tensions. Consequently, he contemplates making concessions, though it is imperative that this youthful monarch reciprocates in kind. Otherwise, negotiations may become exceedingly difficult. Depretis' directives are executed with remarkable speed, reaching Carlo on the same day. Naturally, Carlo does not reject the goodwill extended by Depretis. For Carlo, his true objective lies in forging closer ties with the military. though whether that pertains to the army or navy remains a matter known only to him. Nevertheless, this ambition does not hinder his discussions with the Pretis, as he is indifferent to the number of cabinet seats at stake, provided his military aspirations are acknowledged. Thus, after several exchanges, both parties arrive at a consensus, the specifics of which remain undisclosed to others. Ultimately, on June 15, in the election for the new prime minister, de Pretis emerges triumphant, significantly ahead of his rivals, thereby becoming Italy's 16th prime minister. The new prime minister faces a multitude of tasks ahead, yet it is believed that he will navigate them with relative ease. As summer descends upon Rome, the streets are noticeably less crowded than before, yet the throngs of people remain palpable that a substantial part of this phenomenon can be attributed to the actions of the French. Even at the Quirinal Palace, where the royal family resides, one can still witness crowds bearing the Italian flag. From an open balcony of the palace, Carlo gazes out at the lingering masses below, inquiring, what is the prime minister currently engaged in? Standing behind Carlo is the chief of his guards, Baron Felici, who is well aware of Carlo's curiosity. The prime minister is presently negotiating with the French. Carlo, of course, is not oblivious to this, as is evident to countless others throughout Rome, all of whom closely observe the actions of the newly appointed prime minister. Among various concerns, the restoration of Italian interests in Tunisia remains a topic of significant interest. However, Carlo's focus diverges from that of the others. He is more concerned about another matter. What is the current situation regarding Mr. Garibaldi in Palermo? Upon hearing Carlo's inquiry about the national hero, Baron Felici offers a knowing smile. Mr. Garibaldi in Palermo is unlikely to be in high spirits. Carlo, intrigued by the chief's response, asks, what has transpired? Your Majesty, it is as follows. Through the chief's narration, Carlo learns of the recent plight of the national hero. Indeed, as he described, Garibaldi's situation in Palermo is far from favorable if one were to delineate the timeline. Prior to the resignation of former Prime Minister Caroli, Garibaldi's endeavors in Palermo were met with considerable success. The government not only fervently supported his rallies and speeches, but also provided funding for the establishment of a new corps of red shirts. However, all support ceased abruptly following Caroli's resignation. Thereafter, Garibaldi received no assistance from the Palermo government, whether financial or otherwise, met instead with a plethora of excuses. Only when all other avenues were exhausted did they begrudgingly offer a meager sum, akin to squeezing toothpaste from a tube. This has severely hampered Garibaldi's efforts to organize the red shirts. He had previously assembled a force of over 1,500 men, yet now numbers barely reach 1,600, a testament to the Palermo government's lack of support. Nonetheless, Garibaldi remains a true national hero of Italy. Through his unique charisma, he has managed to sustain the morale of his under-resourced red shirts, who remain spirited and resolute. Following the chief's account, Carlo reflects for a moment before commanding, in the name of the royal family, allocate 100,000 lire to Garibaldi. Upon hearing Carlo's directive, the chief hesitates. Unlike his usual promptness in carrying out orders, Your Majesty, is this action truly advisable? Faced with the chief's reservations, Carlo raises a hand to halt any further objections that I am aware of your concerns. But I have made my decision. Such a contrarian move may provoke the government's ire. However, I am resolute. Please proceed with the arrangements. Upon witnessing His Majesty's awareness of the consequences of his actions, the Baron fell silent. Having fulfilled his duty as a subject, Carlo did not cast a glance back at the departing captain of the guards. Instead, he remained focused on the gathering of anti-government demonstrators in the square. Naturally, he was acutely aware of the repercussions of opposing the government. However, he was not perpetually in opposition. Rather, he found the opportunity to cultivate a rapport with Garibaldi too precious to forsake, while Carlo endeavored to solidify his alliance with Garibaldi. De Pretis emerged, utterly exhausted, from the French embassy. The French ambassador, Danny Dale, shared a substantial camaraderie with him, but this time his visit was not merely to foster their personal friendship. Indeed, he had come to discuss the protection of Italian interests in Tunisia. Although France had previously refrained from encroaching upon Italian enterprises in Tunisia, this was merely a stalling tactic intended to placate Italy and diminish its resistance to French colonial ambitions in the region. Once the storm of the Tunisian crisis subsided, Italian interests would likely be left at the mercy of the French. Despite both nations being European, this only compelled France to be mindful of its public image. It could not alter France's intention to expel Italy from Tunisia. Depretis, fully cognizant of this reality, sought to preserve as much of Italy's interests in Tunisia as possible, given the substantial investment of several million lire. Any amount recovered would prove advantageous. However, discussions with Ambassador Dale did not proceed smoothly, as the chasm between their positions left Depretis mentally and physically drained. With the assistance of his servants, Depretis ascended into his carriage. "Prime Minister, shall we head to the Prime Minister's residence or return home?" After a moment's contemplation, Depretis replied, "To the Prime Minister's residence." The carriage set forth slowly towards its destination, as Depretis gazed out at the passing scenery. His mind wandered to the future of Italy. Although diplomatic isolation could allow Italy to divert attention away from foreign affairs, redirecting focus to domestic development, the aftermath of the Tunisian crisis had rendered this policy untenable. Whether by compulsion or choice, Italy must seek allies within Europe, considering potential allies, who would be the most suitable candidate. If one were to inquire of Depretis, he would undoubtedly assert that England was Italy's most fitting partner. Regrettably, however, it was common knowledge how challenging it was to become an ally of England. Fortified by the English Channel and its formidable national power, England had long adhered to a policy of diplomatic isolation. Apart from seeking allies during the Napoleonic era to counterbalance French hegemony in Europe, one would be hard-pressed to find instances of England seeking alliances at other times, even during the Crimean War. When England and France jointly confronted Russia, it was merely a transient alliance based on mutual interests, which dissolved immediately upon the signing of the peace treaty. Furthermore, England's continental policy was well understood. It sought to ensure that no single power dominated the European continent, and any nation stepping into that role would face suppression. Thus, the challenge of securing England as an ally lay not in difficulty, but in timing and fortune. And currently, it seemed England harbored no interest in allying with Italy. Beyond England, Italy had another option: Germany. Unlike England, under Bismarck's leadership, Germany approached alliances differently. As long as it served their interests, negotiations for alliances were readily entertained. However, for Italy, any alliance with Germany would inevitably involve Austria. The historical relationship between Italy and Austria is well documented, as Italy's unification relied significantly on conflicts with Austria. Additionally, territorial disputes between the two nations still lingered, perpetuating a strained relationship. Consequently, the prospect of an alliance with Germany could not be broached without addressing Austria. To this end, Depretis planned to cautiously gauge Germany's stance. Should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to transform hostilities with Austria into amicable relations. Nevertheless, for now, he recognized the necessity of prioritizing negotiations with the French. Otherwise, the Italian government would struggle to focus on domestic issues, particularly as the drought in the south had reached a critical juncture. "Dale, since we are old friends, let us speak plainly. We have abandoned all ambitions regarding Tunisia. Our current objective is merely to recover our investments. I have just assumed the role of Prime Minister. As a friend, you cannot place me in a difficult position in a private chamber of the Prime Minister's residence." Depretis, now Prime Minister, engaged in dialogue with a middle-aged man before him, identified as French Ambassador Danny Dale. The chief negotiator representing France in discussions with Italy. "Why, dear friend Depretis, your words place me in a challenging position as well," Dale replied, a troubled expression crossing his face. "You are aware that we are a republic. We cannot compel enterprises to purchase your assets in Tunisia. Moreover, as civilized nations, adherence to commercial regulations is a principle we steadfastly uphold. While I am willing to seek assistance from banks or enterprises to acquire your quality companies and railways in Tunisia, there may be some discrepancies in pricing, likely around 80 to 90% of their value. I hope this will not affect our friendship. Of course, this will not impact our friendship. However, I believe that many of our enterprises in Tunisia are worthy of acquisition." "Not limited to those you have mentioned," Depretis replied, hinting at his intentions. "Furthermore, I believe that as the intermediary, you should rightfully receive a portion of the gains. A 5% commission is quite a reasonable figure." Indeed, Depretis sought to expedite the resolution of Tunisia's subsequent issues, as the drought persisted, and the Italian government was nearing the depletion of its funds, urgently requiring alternative solutions. While the government could issue bonds, Italian bonds were still relatively popular in the securities market. However, Depretis had more to consider. Securing loans so soon after assuming the premiership would portray him as inept regarding fiscal matters, necessitating negotiations with the French to finalize the Tunisian situation. Consequently, Italy's investments in Tunisia required prompt recovery to facilitate the swift return of investments. Offering a rebate became an expected strategy. 0.7%, Dale asserted, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would not relent on this matter. Dale, your demands are excessive. This places me in a precarious position, Depretis countered, not outright rejecting the proposal. My request is not unreasonable. You must understand that this cannot be accomplished by me alone. It requires collaboration at various levels. And I would receive at most 2 layers of the benefit. Recognizing Depretis' hesitance, Dale voiced his own difficulties. That I understand that, but you must also recognize that our investment in Tunisia is substantial. If the commission is too high, I will struggle to satisfy public sentiment, especially since I have just taken office and cannot disregard the will of the people. What do you think of 5%? It was evident that Depretis found the 7% figure unsatisfactory. This amount is too meager to appease my superiors. You are aware that Tunisia is currently under our protection. Thus, I regard 7% as quite reasonable. This would also significantly enhance the transaction amount, benefiting both parties. Observing Depretis' reluctance to accept the proposed figure, Dale began to employ coercive tactics. However, Depretis remained unyielding in the face of such pressures. Let us consider this, Dale. The gap lies between 2 points, and to reach a consensus, mutual concessions are essential. This is a point you must acknowledge. Depretis spoke calmly, his expression remaining unchanged. That in that case, I find it challenging to accept. With that, Dale stood, preparing to depart. In response to the ambassador's actions, Depretis made no further move, simply watching him leave. After a brief interval, a figure entered the room. The former mayor of Rome, now the new Minister of Finance. Sabo, Prime Minister, how did your discussions with the French go? Sabo's presence was straightforward. He was a trusted confidant of Depretis, though few were privy to their close relationship. Additionally, as the Minister of Finance, his role was crucial, given that this negotiation was of great significance to the finance ministry. Whether to alleviate the drought in the south or to appease the populace, financial resources were indispensable for the former Minister of Finance. Lord Giacalli, with Caroli's downfall, it was customary to replace him, as finance ministers were typically aligned with the Prime Minister. It went rather well. The discussions were relatively smooth. This is not an instance of Depretis speaking ironically. Do not be misled by the French ambassador's hasty departure, Depretis. This was merely the strategy of an old friend. When 2 nations engage in negotiations concerning hundreds of millions of lira, finalizing an agreement within a week is considered a significant advancement. One cannot expect immediate compliance upon presenting conditions. Such a substantial sum of money necessitates a degree of mutual probing. However, while Depretis remained unperturbed, Sabo was not so composed. He spoke with palpable urgency. Prime Minister, the funds in the treasury are dwindling. I fear that in another fortnight, there may not be a single lira left to disperse. In response to his trusted advisor's anxiety, Depretis contemplated for a moment before replying, then let us utilize the contingency funds for the time being. Once I conclude discussions with Danny Dale, we shall have the necessary resources. After considering the Prime Minister's suggestion, Sabo leaned in and whispered, I have already begun to draw from those funds. Even with this infusion, the government can sustain operations for no more than a month. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Depretis widened his eyes, poised to protest, yet ultimately resignedly waved his hand. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The fewer who are privy to this matter, the better, as you command. Your Excellency, Sabo replied, his heart finally at ease. He was acutely aware that utilizing contingency funds in secrecy could lead to dire consequences for him, as the Minister of Finance, if discovered. He was, of course, exceedingly cautious. Presently, no more than a handful of trusted confidants within the Treasury were aware of this situation. With the Prime Minister's covert support, Sabo departed with a sense of relief. However, He failed to notice Depretis' deep in thought as he watched him leave. It seemed evident to Depretis that placing Sabot in the role of Minister of Finance had been a misstep. Indeed, he had begun to contemplate replacing him, for he perceived that Sabot's character was ill-suited for such an important position. Nevertheless, he would not dismiss him outright. Rather, he would reassign him to a different ministerial post. However, executing such a change would not be simple, as it was challenging to find a suitable candidate whom he could also trust. After all, he had not identified anyone of that caliber, or he would not have elevated Sabot to that role in the first place. Though Depretis desired to make a change, he understood that haste was unwise. The immediate priority remained securing the industrial negotiations with Tunisia. As anticipated, his old friend, the French ambassador Danny Dale, had not truly ceased discussions. After secretly sending several telegrams to Paris, this old acquaintance reappeared uninvited, resuming their afternoon tea of course. While the tea was delightful, it eventually reached a conclusion. After nearly 10 days of tea drinking, both parties arrived at a mutually acceptable outcome. The Italian interest in Tunisia would be managed by a company called Gabelli, which was brought forth by Lord Danny Dale. This company agreed to purchase Italian assets in Tunisia at a guaranteed minimum value of 85% of the market price. Furthermore, the company would receive a commission of 0.6% from the transaction amount. This relatively obscure Gabelli company had a rather intricate structure. Upon closer examination, the names of several prominent French political figures' family members began to surface among its shareholders, hinting at connections to individuals such as Jules Ferry and Gambetta. Regardless, this development was good news for Italy. At the very least, the ongoing drought would finally elicit a substantial government relief effort. Moreover, another piece of good news that brought satisfaction throughout the government was that southern Italy had finally experienced some rainfall, although the downpour was modest and limited in scope to Sicily and a few areas around Naples. It was nonetheless a harbinger of hope as the government prepared to assist with disaster relief. Another entity had already taken action, and it was no surprise that the Royal House of Savoy had initiated a large-scale relief effort. Funded by the royal treasury, numerous ships laden with grain from across Europe were dispatched to the ports of southern Italy. The king, Carlo, was not one to miss such an opportunity. He personally distributed relief supplies to the afflicted populace, allowing the suffering victims to feel the royal concern and compassion. In Naples, Bari, Taranto, and other locations, the presence of the young monarch was evident. "May God bless you," Carlo said as he placed a portion of relief grain into the hands of a famished victim, whose expression of gratitude nearly overflowed. "Thank you, kind majesty. Thank you, kind majesty," the survivor exclaimed. After sending this individual on their way, Carlo continued to offer the same comforting words to the next victim, garnering yet another wave of public goodwill. This scenario persisted until sunset, at which point Carlo returned to his estate in Alton, located in Palermo, with weary arms. This estate was also a royal property. In light of the assassination, Carlo had opted to abandon the Norman palace where his father had resided. Certainly, Carlo's approach to comforting southern Italy was nothing short of meticulous, akin to a fortress with guards stationed every few steps. No one wished to witness another assassination. Such an occurrence would be utterly intolerable. Thus, in addition to the stringent security measures within the estate, the police maintained a similar vigilance outside its walls. Nonetheless, Carlo's benevolence towards the disaster-stricken would remain unwavering. Every individual who approached him for assistance had undergone thorough scrutiny to ensure no harm could come to His Majesty. Upon returning to his quarters, Carlo, tending to his aching arms, inquired of the attendant beside him, "Has the captain of the guard returned?" "Your Majesty, the captain has not yet returned. Once he arrives, summon him immediately." "As you wish, Your Majesty." After issuing these commands, Carlo finally took a moment to address his sore arms. "Nia, come help me massage my arm. I found it improved significantly after you assisted me yesterday." At Carlo's call, the gentle young attendant appeared before him. Her tender hands kneaded his shoulders, eliciting an involuntary sigh of contentment from him, while her faint fragrance and soft, smooth skin tantalizingly captivated his senses. "Nia, yes, right there. That feels wonderful. Do not stop, Abby, by the way. I have some discomfort below my abdomen as well. Could you assist me there? It hurts quite a bit." Blushing fiercely, Nia applied pressure to the area Carlo indicated. causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Just as Carlo intended to playfully continue his interaction with the young attendant, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. "What is it?" Faced with the interruption, Carlo quickly inquired, disregarding his playful banter with Nia. "Your Majesty, the captain of the guard has returned. Bring him to me at once," temporarily setting aside his opportunity to deepen his rapport with Nia. Carlo swiftly summoned the recently returned captain of the guard. When the weary captain finally appeared before Carlo, the young attendant had already vanished from sight. "Captain, how did this meeting go?" Before the captain could respond, Carlo hastily interjected. Though this may have seemed dismissive, it simultaneously demonstrated Carlo's earnest concern for the matter at hand. "Your Majesty, I met with Mr. Garibaldi. He expressed profound gratitude for your assistance. However, he believes that the disaster-stricken citizens of Italy require more immediate royal support. Thus, he has indicated that further financial aid may not be necessary, as he will find a way to address the difficulties faced by the red shirts." Did Garibaldi agree to meet? He did. "Your Majesty." This news brought Carlo a sense of satisfaction, affirming that his efforts were not in vain. Indeed, his visit to Palermo was not solely about disaster relief. It was crucial for him to meet with Garibaldi. He understood that once negotiations between Italy and France were finalized, the government would no longer need Garibaldi. He wished to prevent the national hero from becoming disillusioned and retreating to Caprera Island, where he might begin to plot his next moves, as any such actions would be scrutinized intensely. Did Mr. Garibaldi specify when we would meet? "Your Majesty, I arranged the earliest possible meeting, so we shall convene tomorrow morning." "Very well. I shall announce a day of rest tomorrow, which will coincide perfectly with my meeting with Lord Garibaldi." After a night of silence, the dawn of a new day broke over Palermo. King Carlo, residing in Alton Estate, declared a day of rest, much to the relief of the police chief responsible for the outer security. For him, the safety of His Majesty was paramount. He certainly did not wish to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor. However, he remained unaware that the object of his protection had long since vanished from this place on the bustling streets of Palermo, where ordinary citizens reside. The atmosphere of daily life was palpable. Children frolicked in the streets, crafting a vivid tableau alongside women washing clothes by the well and street vendors peddling their wares. Carlo sat in the carriage, entranced by this vibrant scene. The carriage itself was unremarkable, devoid of any decorative family insignia, merely a vehicle used by the common folk. Yet despite its plainness, the driver was a figure of considerable strength and stature. The carriage did not traverse the main thoroughfare for long before it veered into a narrow alleyway. The surroundings changed dramatically, as a throng of young people gathered here, forming a lengthy queue. "Your Majesty, the red shirts are recruiting, and His Excellency Garibaldi is awaiting you inside, and I understand," Carlo replied. The carriage came to a halt beside a small door, and after the captain of the guards, Baron Michi, assisted Carlo in disembarking, he gestured to a man standing at the entrance, and they proceeded inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere transformed. A sea of bustling people busied themselves with various tasks. Under the guidance of the captain of the guards, Carlo and his entourage navigated through the crowd to a room on the third floor. After a series of knocks, Carlo finally laid eyes on the national hero. "Good day, Mr. Garibaldi. It is a pleasure to see you." "Good day, Your Majesty. I beg your pardon for not greeting you in person. The crowd here is rather overwhelming, and attracting attention would be undesirable." "That is quite all right. I bear no ill will." After exchanging pleasantries with Garibaldi, Carlo turned with enthusiasm to another individual nearby, Mr. Cosenza. "It is a delight to encounter you here. I knew that a true Italian could never accept the suffering imposed by others." Indeed, it was Cosenza, a close confidant of Garibaldi. "It is a pleasure to see you, Your Majesty. May I inquire as to the urgent matter that has prompted your visit?" As Garibaldi's right-hand man, Cosenza wasted no time in asking about the purpose of Carlo's visit. "There is indeed an urgent matter I wish to discuss with you," Carlo began, organizing his thoughts. "Are you aware of the clandestine negotiations currently underway between the government and the French?" Before either could respond, Carlo discerned from their astonished expressions that they were not informed. Despite Prime Minister Depretis' efforts to keep it under wraps, it was impossible to conceal such matters from Carlo, as a member of the royal family. The House of Savoy was exceptionally well informed in Rome. Indeed, "We are taken aback," the two replied in unison. "Could Your Majesty elaborate on the situation?" "Certainly." Carlo recounted how Prime Minister Depretis was attempting to relinquish Italy's interests in Tunisia. And as he spoke, the countenance of both men grew increasingly grave. They were not fools. If the government reached an agreement with the French, Garibaldi's endeavor to assemble the red shirts would become exceedingly awkward. As such actions without governmental backing were destined for failure. While Garibaldi himself was indifferent to the prospect of defeat, no one wished to witness the government stabbing them in the back. Likewise, Garibaldi, accustomed to such treachery, was unwilling to see this outcome unfold. Furthermore, this was not the era of unification wars, where he could rally support and resources at will. Now, faced with the French, Garibaldi's emotions were complex. Nevertheless, regardless of the intricacies as an Italian, he would undoubtedly stand on the side of Italy. "Your Majesty, I appreciate your informing us. This gives us time to prepare." The heartfelt gratitude from the national hero did not sufficiently satisfy Carlo, who pressed further. "Your Excellency, may I inquire what your plans are?" After exchanging glances with his old friend, Garibaldi replied, "What else can we do? We must disband them and send them home." That Garibaldi's words ignited a spark of joy in Carlo's heart. His purpose for visiting Palermo had indeed manifested at this critical moment. "Gentlemen, simply disbanding the red shirts would be an egregious waste. Consider the ardent young Italians filled with love for their country. To inform them after their struggles that they are to be disbanded would not only devastate them, but also all those who take pride in the red shirts. That I believe such an action would be utterly misguided." Faced with Carlo's impassioned speech, the two seasoned men, who had weathered many storms, could sense that this youthful monarch harbored other intentions. Though uncertain of Carlo's motivations, their previous interactions had been sufficiently positive. Thus, Cosenza, eager to provide his friend an opportunity, spoke up before Garibaldi could respond. "Your Majesty, what do you propose we should do?" Seizing the chance presented by Cosenza, Carlo continued, "I am aware of the difficulties faced by the red shirts, primarily due to the government's withdrawal of support in terms of manpower and resources, with the government potentially reaching an accord with the French. Although public sentiment remains fervently opposed, the government will no longer offer assistance. This is exceedingly detrimental to the red shirts, a scenario I wish to avert. That I believe safeguarding this historically significant force is crucial, not only for the red shirts, but for the kingdom as well. Therefore, I hope to preserve the red shirts at this juncture." Cosenza could not restrain himself. "However, Your Majesty, have you considered the military stance? The red shirts have faced disbandment multiple times due to the military's hostility towards this uncontrollable force." Compounded by Garibaldi's strong Republican sentiments, by highlighting this point, Cosenza sought to gauge how Carlo would address the military's opposition. "Rest assured, I have given ample thought to the military's perspective. That I propose integrating the red shirts into the guards, which I believe would mitigate military resistance." The guards, as Carlo described, were jointly commanded by the military and the royal family. However, the Italian Guard were not as extensive as their Russian counterparts, currently comprising only 2 regiments with fewer than 7,000 troops, primarily stationed in Rome to protect the royal family. At this point, Carlo could not help but inquire, "May I ask how many members the red shirts currently have?" "There are currently 1,836 members in the red shirts." "Excellent," Carlo responded, pleased with the figure. "Too many members would complicate arrangements. That I believe the structure of 3 regiments within the Guard would honor the reputation of the red shirts." Upon hearing Carlo's proposal, Garibaldi and Cosenza exchanged glances, and it was Garibaldi who spoke up. "We are grateful for Your Majesty's regard for the red shirts. However, this matter is of great significance, and we must deliberate further." Carlo nodded in agreement with Garibaldi's response, not expecting an immediate commitment. Yet he could not help but inquire, "That is understandable, but may I ask how long you anticipate your deliberation will take?" "How many more days will Your Majesty remain in Palermo?" "I shall stay for 3 more days. Then we shall provide Your Majesty with a definitive response in 3 days, content with this outcome." Carlo engaged in further conversation with the two before taking his leave to avoid drawing attention. Garibaldi and Cosenza did not accompany Carlo as he departed. Once Carlo's carriage had vanished from sight, the two turned their gaze back. "What are your thoughts on His Majesty Carlo's suggestion?" Unable to contain himself, Cosenza was the first to speak. "I do not know. the elderly man, with hair as white as snow, replied helplessly, his confusion evident in his eyes. Though he had mentally prepared for this outcome, the reality of it weighed heavily upon him. Why was serving the country so fraught with difficulty? Nevertheless, considering the future of the young man, he was reluctant to make a unilateral decision, and why opinion matters little. We should consult the young men and seek their views. They have followed me with great anticipation and trust. I cannot selfishly decide for them. It seemed that the government's recent decision had once again wounded the heart of this national hero. Yet, Cosenza had no effective remedy for the situation, despite Garibaldi's immense popularity among the populace. The government's military had maintained a persistent wariness of him. Perhaps only with the passage of time, following the old friend's demise, would such apprehension dissipate. Garibaldi was a man of decisive action. Having made a determination, he would proceed to execute it. On that very evening, he summoned all members of the Red Shirts, apprising them of the situation and allowing them to make their own decisions. The outcome greatly pleased Carlo. From a total of 1,836 individuals, 513 chose to join the Guards. He was not kept waiting long, as the following day, Garibaldi dispatched someone to convey the results to Carlo. Overcome with joy, he could not help but embrace the petite maid beside him, even as her delicate hands playfully struck his chest, showing no intention of releasing her. Whether this was a spontaneous act of affection or a deliberate gesture on Carlo's part remains uncertain. However, he simply relished the delightful sensation. Carlo lingered for another day, leaving the captain of the guards to address the remaining issues before embarking on his return to Rome, for he had further plans to pursue. Although he returned to Rome with a heart full of joy, his mood shifted dramatically upon arriving at the palace. "You say 2 ministers are awaiting me." "Yes, your majesty. They have been waiting outside for a while." The individuals awaiting Carlo were none other than the ministers of the Navy and Army, Admiral Antonio Goliek of the Navy and General Saraget of the Army. Carlo was taken aback by their swift response. He instinctively understood their purpose. The acceptance of the Red Shirts had caused quite a stir, and with over 1,000 individuals involved, he realized the complexity of the matter, as anticipated upon the minister's arrival. The discussion revolved around the issue of the Red Shirts. "Your Majesty, I have heard that you are recruiting over 1,000 individuals in Palermo to form the Third Guards." In response to General Saraget's inquiry, Carlo did not hesitate to confirm the truth. "Indeed, that is the case. Your Majesty, establishing a new regiment will exert pressure on the military budget. I urge you to consider this matter with caution." Given Carlo's admission, it was only natural that General Saraget, as the Army's representative, would oppose the sudden emergence of this Third Guards regiment, citing concerns over military expenditures. He spoke with a forthrightness befitting a military official. "Is there truly a shortage of funds for an additional regiment?" Carlo retorted, questioning General Saraget's assertions. To his surprise, his inquiry prompted the Army minister to lament his plight. "Your Majesty, the military is indeed in need of funds. Every penny of the budget has already been allocated, and the sudden formation of a new regiment would require at least 1,000,000 lire. It is currently impossible for the government to resolve this expenditure. Our military lacks the capacity to address it independently." Listening to General Saraget's lengthy exposition, Carlo found it hard to believe that the military could not scrape together a mere 1,000,000 lire. "In that case, I shall seek assistance from the government to resolve the funding issue." Carlo intended to enlist Prime Minister Depretis' support in securing the necessary finances, anticipating that this approach would yield no results. General Saraget was prepared for this eventuality and continued, "Your Majesty, if the funding issue is resolved, then it poses no significant problem. However, the newly established Third Guards lack competent leaders. I propose that personnel be dispatched from the military to assist in its swift formation." Indeed, recognizing that General Saraget could not obstruct the establishment of the Third Guards due to financial constraints, the military sought to exert influence through a more subtle means, by appointing military officials as the primary commanders of the Third Guards. They could seamlessly integrate this new unit into their ranks. Carlo, well versed in history, was fully aware of General Saraget's intentions and was unwilling to permit such an encroachment. If he acquiesced, he would have no justification for having painstakingly secured this unit from Garibaldi in the first place, as it was precisely their lack of military influence that had drawn his interest. Thus, Carlo politely declined General Surrogate's proposal. That will not be necessary. I have faith in the capabilities of the future military leaders of the Third Guards. Faced with consecutive rejections of his plans, General Surrogate cast furtive glances at Admiral Goliek, hoping he might intercede on his behalf. Admiral Goliek, feeling somewhat cornered by the army minister's pleading looks, was initially reluctant to engage. After all, he had no desire to be involved. The red shirts had no business concerning the Navy, as these individuals would not be operating cannons aboard ships. Nevertheless, out of a sense of obligation, Admiral Goliek offered a suggestion. Your Majesty, while I am not well acquainted with the Third Guards, I am aware that the Navy has high standards for personnel. Many soldiers must be meticulously selected, lest training yield minimal results. Although Admiral Goliek did not explicitly state it, General Surrogate grasped his implication and quickly seized the opportunity. Your Majesty, Admiral Goliek is correct. The Guards bear the significant responsibility of protecting Your Majesty in Rome. Therefore, it is imperative that their officers and soldiers be carefully chosen. I request permission for the military to conduct thorough inspections to prevent unworthy individuals from tarnishing the Guard's reputation. Faced with General Surrogate's relentless pursuit of opportunities, Carlo found himself in a rather amusing predicament. However, he recognized the need to consider the words of the two admirals seriously. After all, consistently refuting the military's concerns would not be a prudent course of action for Carlo, who sought to enhance the Army's combat effectiveness without straining relations with them. Though he could still refuse, the determined stance of General Surrogate suggested that he would persist in his proposals, an outcome Carlo wished to avoid. After some contemplation, Carlo finally spoke. Let us proceed according to your counsel. Before General Surrogate could display satisfaction, Carlo swiftly dispelled any unwarranted expectations. However, for the formation of the Third Guards, the number of recruits should not be too few. A maximum of 200 may be eliminated. I will ensure that my people accompany yours for the inspections. It was clear that Carlo would not grant General Surrogate the opportunity to exploit the situation further. Seeing that Carlo had discerned his intentions, General Surrogate remained unfazed. He understood that patience was essential. Once Carlo lost interest in the red shirts, he would have ample opportunity to deal with the remnants of this group. As the matter appeared to have reached a tenuous resolution, Admiral Goliek exhaled in relief, preparing to depart with General Surrogate when he heard Carlo's voice beckoning him to stay. Admiral Goliek, please remain. Under the curious gaze of General Surrogate, Admiral Goliek complied. Admiral Goliek, the reason I ask you to stay is that I wish to consult you on matters pertaining to naval vessels. Upon seeing Admiral Goliek's look of confusion, Carlo clarified his intentions. Upon hearing that Carlo wished to discuss naval matters, Admiral Goliek, well versed in maritime affairs, responded with confidence. Your Majesty, please proceed with your inquiries. What is your opinion on armored cruisers? Carlo inquired. Admiral Goliek was quick to articulate his thoughts on armored cruisers. Your Majesty, although our nation does not currently possess any, I am somewhat familiar with them. Generally speaking, armored cruisers are a necessary choice for nations with weaker naval capabilities, as they are not well suited for the line of battle. Thus their armor is enhanced as an emergency measure. Admiral Goliek's response left Carlo feeling disheartened. He had highlighted the shortcomings of armored cruisers without acknowledging their advantages. Clearly, only a handful of naval leaders worldwide recognize the key point. Those who cannot outpace me shall not defeat me, and those who can outpace me shall not overcome me. The characteristics of armored cruisers make them particularly suitable for disrupting combat and blocking enemy supply lines at sea, while simultaneously tying down significant enemy naval forces. Seeing that the seasoned admiral was unaware of these insights, Carlo took it upon himself to elucidate that I believe armored cruisers possess additional capabilities. Thus, a modern-day keyboard warrior took it upon himself to enlighten the venerable admiral. Leaving him astonished, it was unexpected that His Majesty possessed such an astute understanding of naval affairs. It seemed the future of the Navy was indeed promising. However, surprises were not limited to this revelation. While Admiral Goliek pondered the prospect of constructing an armored cruiser for the Navy next year, Carlo, as king, presented him with another unexpected piece of news in light of the recent French affront during the Tunisian crisis. I, as the King of Italy, am deeply pained that I intend for the Royal Treasury to fund the construction of 2 armored cruisers for the Navy. Is that truly the case, Your Majesty? Admiral Goliek responded, unable to contain his excitement at such an unexpected turn of events. Although Italy ranks as the world's 4th naval power, one can hardly deem it excessive to possess more vessels, especially given the pressures it faces from France and Austria. There is no need to elaborate on Austria, but the French Navy undeniably holds the 2nd position globally, thereby intensifying the demands placed upon the Italian naval forces. This unexpected delight is something Admiral Goliek wishes to experience annually. For his heart can certainly withstand such news. Ensure he comprehended correctly. He sought confirmation once more. Indeed, it was 2 armored cruisers. As he spoke, Carlo extended 2 fingers before Admiral Goliek, illustrating his point. While the promise to augment the Navy with 2 armored cruisers was made, the specifics of their construction could not be settled immediately, to say nothing of the cost, which would exceed 20 million lire. Carlo would need to secure a portion of that funding before discussions could advance. Furthermore, Carlo harbored his own ideas regarding the design of the armored cruisers, which he would need to communicate to the designers before they could grasp his vision. Naturally, some preliminary preparations must be undertaken, yet Admiral Goliek would oversee these matters, as it is essential to remember that these vessels are being constructed for the Italian Navy. He would undoubtedly be more eager than Carlo. In truth, Carlo had already formed initial thoughts about these 2 armored cruisers, Italy's first of their kind. With no other options available, the Garibaldi-class armored cruisers stood out as an excellent choice. Boasting over 8,000 tons with a configuration akin to that of a 10,000-ton cruiser, and they were not slow either. Truly a classic design, but of course, Italy was not in a position to construct the Garibaldi class at present. The power systems alone differed significantly, not to mention the absence of quick-firing guns, which posed a challenge. Nevertheless, there would surely be a solution. If a complete version could not be realized, a scaled-down variant would suffice. Carlo would discuss this further with the Navy's designers. Meanwhile, General Salajit, the Minister of the Army, was entirely unaware of Carlo's intentions to support the Navy upon his hurried return to the Army Ministry. He promptly summoned personnel to prepare to assert authority over the red shirts arriving in Rome. Thus, when the jubilant former red shirts reached Rome, they were swiftly escorted to the barracks before they could even take in the sights of the capital. The Camp Cipino, located 20 kilometers south of Rome, housed a regiment of Italian troops. However, on this day, a contingent clad in vivid red, distinct from the traditional blue uniforms of the Italian army, appeared within the barracks. The striking hue was somewhat blinding to the soldiers stationed there. Indeed, these were the future members of the 3rd Guard Regiment, though their condition was far from optimal. Each individual was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Who could blame them? Running from the port to Cipino would leave anyone breathless. They had covered a distance of 40 kilometers, taking the better part of the day to arrive. Now, they prepared to assemble and account for their numbers. The leading officer wasted no time in organizing them, declaring, "Cosenza, no time for rest, prepare to assemble." The full name of Cosenza was Horton Cosenza, indeed the son of the elder Cosenza, while the other, called Joe Duri, was his close friend. Both had joined the Red Shirts during the Garibaldi Assembly in Palermo, assuming temporary positions as squad leaders. Even after being incorporated by Carlo, their ranks remained unchanged. Before they could indulge in dreams of their future in Rome, they were ordered to run to Cipino immediately upon disembarking. According to the officers, who looked down their noses at them, these novices needed no instruction even in the art of running. Thus, after a meal following their disembarkation, they began their arduous run. Cosenza could not help but acknowledge the remarkable capabilities of these officers, who kept pace with them effortlessly, offering biting remarks as they ran, drenched in sweat and struggling to speak. They taunted, "You lot dare call yourselves red shirts? I suspect Lord Garibaldi is hard-pressed to find suitable recruits among you." Another quipped, "At this speed, my grandmother could outrun you, that if you were my soldiers. I would be utterly ashamed." Such derisive comments ignited fury among many. Unwilling to be looked down upon by these officers, they gritted their teeth and persevered all the way to Cipino, when the officers called for assembly. The former red shirts quickly formed ranks, demonstrating their training from Palermo. However, Once they were assembled, the officers did not proceed with a briefing, but instead instructed them to wait. Soon, the reason for the delay became apparent as several stragglers from the former red shirts arrived. Clearly, the officers were awaiting those who had fallen behind. The June sun beat down mercilessly, yet the officers stood alongside them, prompting no one to voice complaints as they endured. The stragglers were permitted to join the formation without reprimand, while the officers occasionally glanced at their watches, as though awaiting something. After approximately half an hour, the leading officer finally spoke. "And no more waiting. We shall now count off point 1.2.3. The count paused at 1 for 17. At that moment, another individual rushed in. "Halt. You are disqualified." The officer's unyielding declaration left the out-of-breath former red shirt member gazing helplessly at him. "I said you are disqualified. Do you not hear me?" The officer's loud proclamation stirred unrest within the ranks. Many recognized the individual in question. Ida Barry, the son of a cook from Palermo, a congenial little fellow. The situation infuriated many, who wished to question the reasoning behind this decision. However, someone acted faster than them. "Report, I have a question." A voice rang out from the ranks. It was Horton Kazensa, and the little fellow Barry belonged to his squad. An officer immediately approached him and inquired, "Speak, what is your question?" "Why has he been disqualified?" "Because he exceeded the time limit. That it is well known that the Army has strict time regulations for long-distance marches, and we are nowhere near that limit." Kazensa's words sparked a stir among the ranks. Should the officers fail to provide justification, a rebellion might soon erupt. The leading officer, clearly aware of this risk, barked, "Stand firm. Do not move." Once the commotion subsided, he approached Kazensa. "Tell me your name." The officer's question instilled a flicker of concern in the eyes of many. However, Kazensa stood unfazed, responding loudly, "I am Horton Kazensa, sir." The leading officer then leaned close and spoke loudly in his ear. "Very well. I shall remember you. You wish to know the reason, did you not? Allow me to enlighten you. I do not adhere to the Army's unified standards. Rather, I follow those of our guard. For a distance of 43 kilometers, even our new recruits must complete the course within 5 hours while carrying weapons and ammunition. For you to run unencumbered and still exceed 5 hours, such soldiers should not be part of our guard. Do you understand now? Respond to me." "Understood, sir." The officer's words quelled any remaining discontent within the ranks. Kazensa could only inwardly apologize to the little fellow. "I cannot assist you to D. Oh, you have any further questions?" "None, sir." The leading officer then addressed all present, stating, "I am Stephen Caesar, and I shall train all new recruits of the Guard. I'm also known by the moniker Hell Instructor, and I hope you will come to appreciate it." With that, he displayed a smile reminiscent of one who relished in the presence of novices, sending shivers down the spines of many. It seemed the trials ahead would be formidable. Unbeknownst to Carlo, the red-shirt recruits of the Third Guard were enduring their initiation. Even if he were aware, there was little he could do. The military, under his oversight, could not engage in excessive measures, particularly as the number of disqualifications was capped. Carlo had more pressing matters to attend to, particularly the work concerning the 2 armored cruisers awaiting his attention. Following his commitment to financially support the construction of these vessels for the Navy, Admiral Golek, the Minister of the Navy, was diligent in keeping Carlo updated on the progress, so much so that it piqued the Prime Minister's curiosity. However, it was only when he learned that Carlo was preparing to procure 2 warships for the Navy that his expression became truly remarkable, since this endeavor was financed with royal funds. As Prime Minister, he found himself powerless to intervene. All he could do was lament the immense wealth of the monarchy, leaving him with little else to say. Given that Carlo was prepared to spend a considerable sum, he had no intention of concealing his intentions and publicly announced his plans with great generosity. The populace fervently applauded the king's willingness to utilize his personal wealth to aid the Navy in constructing new vessels, simultaneously elevating Carlo's reputation to new heights, which, to begin with, was not particularly lofty. Naturally, the newspapers played a significant role in enhancing Carlo's image, portraying him as a valiant young king standing against foreign oppression, who selflessly devoted all his resources to bolster the Navy with 2 new warships. Such narratives resonated well with the public. With Carlo bearing such expectations, he was compelled to act in a manner that aligned with them. Consequently, in the ensuing period, Carlo frequently graced the pages of major newspapers, Although he did not make any astonishing statements akin to those of the king, his presence was nevertheless prominently felt, despite his frequent appearances in the press. Carlo remained mindful of his responsibilities. Once Admiral Golek reported that preparations were nearly complete, he made his way to the Ministry of the Navy. The ministry, located at 16 Mondivka Street, boasted a Renaissance architectural style, with 3 buildings arranged in a triangular formation, prominently displaying the insignia of the Royal Navy, embodying the Navy's formidable spirit. The Italian Navy traces its origins to the Sardinian Navy, which in 1861 merged with the naval fleets of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies and the Kingdom of Piedmont to form the Royal Italian Navy. Currently, the Italian Navy possesses 87 operational vessels, with a total tonnage of 287,000 tons, ranking 4th in the world. However, despite the commendable tonnage of the current Italian warships, most were constructed in the 1960s. Following the naval engagement at Lissa against Austria, funding for the Navy saw a significant reduction. Nevertheless, the Italian Navy managed to produce a series of sufficiently high-performing warships, among which the notable examples are the Duilio and Enrico Dandolo. This class of ships eliminated all sails and was equipped with dual propellers powered by vertical compound steam engines, generating 12,000 horsepower, allowing the vessel, weighing over 12,000 tons, to achieve a speed of 14.8 knots, which was quite respectable in Europe. Upon their completion, these 2 battleships were the most formidable warships in the world, armed with 450mm 20-caliber naval guns capable of engaging all types of vessels. However, their lengthy construction period, spanning from 1873 to 1880, rendered them somewhat mediocre by the time they were launched. Their main guns, with a firing rate of 1 round every 5 minutes, were also rather unimpressive. During exercises, the Navy discovered various shortcomings in the ship, such as the infrequency of fire from the main guns and the inadequate firing range of the main gun turret. The Duilio class featured 3 smokestacks, with the 2 gun turrets positioned between the first and second smokestacks and between the second and third smokestacks, a configuration that was aesthetically questionable. Despite the numerous deficiencies of the Duilio class, they still represented a significant advancement in Italian shipbuilding technology. The Navy has already decided to implement modifications to address these shortcomings and continue the construction of 3 improved variants. Carlo was not ignorant of this development. However, he had little to offer in terms of suggestions for the current Italian Navy's plans. Firstly, his knowledge was limited. Secondly, the timing was not right, and the technology was insufficient. Even if he were to propose the concept of a dreadnought, he would unlikely gain the Navy's approval, as it was simply unattainable at present. Thus, Carlo's visit to the Ministry of the Navy was solely focused on selecting an optimal design for his armored cruisers. Indeed, this occasion marked the bidding process for Carlo's 2 armored cruisers. Since no one within the Navy had prior experience designing such vessels, they intended to solicit a wide range of ideas to identify the most suitable plan for construction. Naturally, the royal funding for the construction costs would play a significant role in this endeavor, as it would strengthen the relationship between the Navy and the King. Consequently, the Navy opted not to conduct an internal bidding process, but instead invited various shipyards to participate. The Ministry of the Navy had already sent out the bidding requirements to numerous shipbuilding companies. According to the Navy's stipulations, the Italian armored cruiser must achieve a speed exceeding 18 knots, possess ample firepower, be capable of withstanding the impact of 150mm naval gunfire, and have a displacement not exceeding 6,500 tons. In response to the Navy's requirements, various shipyards prepared their proposals, eager to secure Italy's first armored cruiser. Given the nature of the bidding, it was only natural for the Navy to invite Carlo to attend. After all, it was the Royal Navy, and moreover, it was the King's money at stake. Thus, as Carlo entered the bidding hall, Admiral Golek, the Minister of the Navy, promptly announced the commencement of the bidding process. That he neither requested Carlo to say a few words, nor did Carlo have any intention of speaking, demonstrating the efficiency of a seasoned military man. With Golek's words, the bidding conference commenced, starting with the representative from the Venetian shipyard, a firm of considerable strength that had constructed the Duilio-class battleships. The representative presented their proposal. Your Majesty, esteemed attendees, our design from the Tunis shipyard features a length of 106 meters, a width of 14.7 meters, and a draft of 7.1 meters. The standard displacement is 6,450 tons, with a full load displacement of 130 tons. For armament, we have prepared two 203mm main guns, arranged in a 2-1 configuration on the forward armor deck, and four 152mm secondary guns on the aft deck. Additionally, we have installed 8 120mm guns on either side of the vessel, along with 8 57mm guns to address smaller and commercial targets. Moreover, a 5 18-inch torpedo launch tube has been positioned behind the bridge. For propulsion, we utilize a 10,000 horsepower reciprocating steam engine, achieving a maximum speed of 18 knots and a range of 5,700 nautical miles at 10 knots. In terms of armor, we employ a flat armor design, with the main belt measuring 100mm, horizontal armor at 50mm, conning tower armor at 57mm, and turret armor also at 57mm. The representative from the Venetian shipyard detailed his extensive proposal. While it sounded impressive, even Carlo, who had limited knowledge of naval matters, sensed something amiss. After much contemplation, he finally identified the issue. The firepower configuration was strikingly similar to that of a protected cruiser, indicating that the Venetian shipyard had clearly failed to grasp the essence of an armored cruiser. If Carlo could perceive this flaw, Admiral Golek, as the Navy's leader, certainly could as well. Hence, after the Venetian shipyard representative concluded his presentation, Golek spoke up. "We have taken note of the Venetian shipyard's proposal. Now, I invite the representative from the industrial shipyard to present their plan." With Golek's words, a youthful-looking individual, seemingly on the cusp of youth, stood up, acknowledging the attention directed towards him. The slightly bashful young designer introduced himself. "I am Vittorio Cuniberti, a designer from the industrial shipyard, and I will now elaborate on our proposal." The attendees displayed no signs of impatience towards the young designer's introduction. It was not merely his individuality that commanded respect, but rather the esteemed reputation of the industrial shipyard in Italy. This shipyard is one of the largest in Italy and enjoys a considerable reputation compared to its competitors, primarily due to its competitive pricing and rapid delivery times. As a result, it has accumulated a significant number of civilian orders, with several foreign merchants specifically seeking to place orders with this shipyard. While thriving on civilian contracts does not imply a lack of capability in military vessels, the industrial shipyard has successfully constructed numerous warships, including the battleships of Fondator and Roma, as well as the cruiser Genova, showcasing its prowess in military shipbuilding. The mere fact that the industrial shipyard dared to send a young designer was a testament to its capabilities. Yet, despite the general acknowledgement of the shipyard's strength, there were always skeptics. "Kid, you can represent the industrial shipyard? Bring out your elders. Is that old coot Blin too afraid to show his face?" A grizzled designer in his 50s shouted at Vittorio Cuniberti. This designer was none other than Bernadotte Brand, the current architect of the Duilio class. Although he may not have garnered significant fame in later years, this individual is currently renowned in Italy, standing alongside Benedetto Brin as one of the two most distinguished naval architects of the nation. Given their shared acclaim, a rivalry is inevitable, and thus, the relationship between the two is far from amicable, often marked by contentious exchanges. Previously, Bernardo Brin held the upper hand in battleship design, and now the Navy is planning to construct 3 more vessels after addressing the shortcomings of the Duilio class. Consequently, he is particularly eager to witness Benedetto Brin's discomfiture. However, Brin's unexpected absence means that Vittorio Cuniberti must bear the brunt of the encounter, as Brin happens to be the chief designer at the Ansaldo shipyard. Noticing the young Vittorio Cuniberti's silence, Bernardo Brin felt it would be unseemly to intimidate the youth for fear of being perceived as suppressing a newcomer. Yet, no one anticipated that this young man, named Vittorio Cuniberti, would promptly deliver a lesson to all present. "Ladies and gentlemen, I bring forth the design proposal from the Ansaldo shipyard. First and foremost, we must clarify the purpose of the armored cruiser. As the name suggests, an armored cruiser is a cruiser with enhanced armor, a seemingly straightforward concept that is, in fact, quite complex. Some may question why I am here to educate you at a naval bidding event, but it is imperative to understand these principles, for without them, the vessels proposed may not meet the necessary requirements. When it came to naval design, the young Cuniberti articulated his philosophy with great conviction. Although Carlo was not particularly well-versed in naval architecture, he observed that no one at the bidding event contradicted the young man's assertions, indicating that his level of discourse was commendable. Even Nardo Bryn, who had previously mocked him, refrained from making any derisive comments. Following a brief introduction, Cuniberti finally unveiled the design plan for Mansaldo. Our current proposal for the armor cruiser is as follows. The overall length is 105.7 meters, the waterline length is 99.0 meters, the beam is 18.0 meters, and the displacement is 6,850 tons standard and 7,460 tons full load. The draft measures 7 meters standard and 7.5 meters full load. In terms of propulsion, we are employing two upright-type triple expansion steam engines, driving two shafts with a maximum output of 13,000 horsepower and a top speed of 18.6 knots. The cruising range is approximately 6,000 nautical miles at a speed of 10 knots. The vessel will be armed with four 254mm 30 caliber main guns, arranged in a 2x1 configuration at the front and rear, accompanied by six 152mm secondary guns in a 6x1 layout, as well as eight 75mm and four 57mm guns. For protection, the main armor belt will be 5 inches thick, extending from the waterline to the main deck. The bow and stern waterline armor will be 80mm thick, while the turrets will feature 152mm armor. Additionally, we have optimized the vessel's buoyancy by integrating the waterline armor belt with a coffer design, creating a coal bunker in the center. This ensures that even if the main armor is breached, the ingress of water will be minimal. Furthermore, we have implemented a subdivided compartment design, dividing the vessel into 32 watertight sections, resulting in a total of 228 watertight compartments. Upon hearing Cuniberti's proposal, many attendees were left astounded. Achieving such a formidable armament within this tonnage, coupled with commendable speed and armor, seemed almost implausible to them. Those present, possessing at least some understanding of naval design, recognized the challenge of balancing these three critical aspects. Dissenting voices did emerge. As one of Italy's premier designers, Nardo Bryn possessed his own pride. However, he found it difficult to identify any major flaws, rendering him hesitant to challenge the young man. Others, however, were less restrained. Why can this ship carry so many guns while still maintaining such speed? It defies logic. Have you considered the reliability of your triple expansion steam engines? Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Cuniberti endeavored to respond with reasoned and substantiated answers, disregarding those who aimed to nitpick. This led to a temporary suspension of proceedings as numerous naval officers posed their questions. Once the tumult subsided, the bidding conference resumed. Yet, in light of the comparison with Ansaldo's proposal, many shipyards found their confidence waning. Presentations were delivered hastily, and the latter half of the bidding conference quickly lost its luster, leaving Carlo feeling rather bored at tea that moment. He noticed Vittorio Cuniberti, the representative from Ansaldo's shipyard, and called him over. Although he was unaware that this young man would later be the designer of the Garibaldi class and the proponent of the unified caliber of heavy main guns for the Dreadnought class, Carlo sensed that this young designer was far from ordinary. He sought to engage him in a discussion regarding the proposal he had presented. Mr. Cuniberti, do not feel anxious. Let us consider ourselves friends. Observing the young man, who shared the same first name as his younger brother but bore a different surname, Carlo sought to put him at ease. He enjoyed befriending talented individuals. Very well, Your Majesty. I have a few questions regarding your shipyard's proposal. May I raise them? Of course, Your Majesty. Please proceed. Seeing Carlo shift the conversation towards naval design, Cuniberti immediately felt more at ease. Why not eliminate the ram? With the rapid advancements in technology, the speed and firepower of warships are evolving at an unprecedented pace. The notion of ramming an opponent seems increasingly impractical and may even pose risks to one's own vessel. This design appears somewhat unreasonable, does it not? In response to Carlo's query, Cuniberti glanced at the naval officers nearby before quietly explaining, "IT stems from the Battle of Lissa, after the Italian ship was rammed and sunk by the Austro-Hungarian Maximilian. Italian naval designers instinctively incorporated rams into their designs, and the Navy tacitly accepted this modification." After hearing Cuniberti's explanation, Carlo responded without hesitation, "Then let us discard it. This design compromises speed." He was aware that the Battle of Lissa marked the last occasion when ramming tactics were employed in naval warfare. In other instances, such a ram could potentially harm one's own ships, such as the Yoshino. Furthermore, Why not arrange the three funnels in a more compact configuration? Your Majesty, this would increase the target area for enemy fire. And the engine room below cannot be reduced in size. While it may enlarge the target area, it would save space above deck, thereby improving the living condition for the crew. That I shall consider this. As Carlo and Cuniberti engaged in discussion, the bidding conference reached its conclusion, with Ansaldo Shipyard unsurprisingly securing the order for 2 armored cruisers. The Navy subsequently named them the Venice class, following Carlo's recommendations. The ram was eliminated, and the 3 funnels were arranged more compactly, with only one main mast position behind the command tower, resulting in a more streamlined appearance akin to that of a work of art. However, this brought about a challenge. The cost was notably high. For the 2 Venice-class armored cruisers, Ansaldo Shipyard proposed a price of 24 million lire, approximately 430,000 per vessel. Nevertheless, Carlo perceived this as a non-issue. Confident that there would be funds to cover the expense, the decision to construct 2 armored cruisers for the Navy generated a fervent response within Italy, as one of the key parties involved. The Navy naturally rejoiced, not only acquiring 2 new-style cruisers, but also strengthening ties with the royal family. Moreover, they received an unexpected boon, following a widespread campaign to promote the King's donation for the construction of the 2 cruisers. A wave of public interest in the Navy surged. Admiral Golek, serving as the Minister of the Navy, seized the opportunity to organize naval personnel to conduct promotional fundraising efforts across the nation. These naval representatives not only brought along promotional materials and ship models, but also dispatched warships to coastal cities for public tours and explanations. When the public arrived on the impeccably clean decks, witnessing the formidable and dignified naval officers, their sense of pride was thoroughly fulfilled, and with just a subtle suggestion, they were encouraged to contribute eagerly. Many children gazed enviously at the naval officers. Aspiring to become sailors and conquer the seas in the future, it must be said that the Navy's promotional campaign was exceptionally successful, garnering substantial funds, approximately 13 million lire, and subsequently attracting a wealth of quality recruits over the next 2 years. The Navy's bounty left the Army enviously craving similar success, prompting the Army to initiate its own promotional campaign. However, due to the inherent differences in their respective military branches, the impact of their efforts was notably less effective. As evidenced by the funds raised, approximately 4 million lire, this disparity can undoubtedly be attributed to the less imposing nature of artillery compared to the grandeur of naval vessels. After all, for the majority of individuals, there exists a preference for aesthetically pleasing armaments. How could a cannon ever be compared to a battleship? Although Carlo's donation of a warship stirred considerable excitement in Italy, it garnered little attention abroad, with many newspapers relegating it to pages 3 or 4 as mere trivia. Even in France, one of the nations involved, local newspapers scarcely featured reports on Carlo's donation on their front pages, typically placing them on the 2nd or 3rd page as a matter of modest significance. This illustrates Italy's awkward position within Europe, where its efforts to assert itself go largely unrecognized, while smaller nations may regard Italy with esteem. The great powers tend to dismiss it entirely. Faced with such a situation, Prime Minister Depretis could hardly ignore the matter. While he busied himself with alleviating the drought in the south, he also extended an olive branch to England and Germany, seeking to establish a reliable ally among them. The Prime Minister's residence on Downing Street in London has long been the epicenter of power within the British Empire, revolving around Prime Minister William Ewart Gladstone. Today, he received a visitor from Italy, Your Excellency, Gemini Bacona. After thorough deliberation, we believe that our nation has no intention of altering our diplomatic relations with yours. With all due respect, an alliance with your country would not yield significant benefits for the British Empire. Rather, it would invite numerous complications. In light of Gladstone's candid remarks, the newly appointed Italian Foreign Minister Bacona could only respond with a polite smile that we express our regret that we cannot advance our diplomatic relationship with your nation. Italy has always held sincere sentiments toward your country. Although we were unable to achieve a deeper diplomatic connection this time, our feelings for your nation remain unchanged after bidding farewell with a nod. Bacona departed, marking this visit to England as a failure. Following Bacona's departure, Gladstone let out a dismissive snort. These Italians are so self-assured. The British Empire has only two allies, its navy and army. As long as the Royal Navy remains unrivaled, no nation can threaten the safety of the British Empire. In such circumstances, how could one possibly consider an alliance with the Italians? There are countless individuals eager to ally with the British Empire. If one truly wished to forge an alliance, they could merely raise their voice, and diplomats from various nations would line up along the Thames. Even the burgeoning Germany under the Iron Chancellor has no prospect of allying with the British Empire. That German Chancellor has shown great interest in an alliance with Britain. However, the British diplomatic strategy of maintaining distance from the continent has been the foundation of its growth. Thus, these Italians are miscalculating. The failure of the British alliance did not dishearten the Italian government, as their expectations had not been particularly high to begin with. Following the principle of strike while the iron is hot, they had merely sent representatives to engage with Britain. Thus, the outcome was hardly surprising. Had Britain agreed, it would have been the unexpected turn of events, likely leading to Prime Minister de Pretis' immediate suspicion of deceit. His true aspiration lay in forming an alliance with Germany. Over a decade ago, Italy had allied with Germany to confront the Austrians. Though Germany's relationship with Austria now differed significantly, many believe that the Germans would not object to welcoming another ally. Your Excellency, Beverly Garland, we remain keen on furthering our diplomatic relations with your esteemed nation. That in the Chancellor's office in Berlin, the diplomatic envoy, Earl Beverly Garland, awaited the final decision from Chancellor Bismarck regarding a potential alliance with Italy. Prior to this, Garland had navigated the political circles of Berlin, striving to promote the alliance between the two nations. Now, he awaited the Chancellor's verdict, upon hearing Bismarck express interest in a German-Italian alliance. Garland's face lit up with joy, though subsequent remarks quickly tempered his enthusiasm. However, Your Excellency must understand that our nation maintains a unique alliance with Vienna. Therefore, the acceptance of a new member necessitates consideration of our allies' sentiments. If your country can persuade Vienna to acquiesce, then the alliance should pose no issue. Bismarck's words dampened Garland's spirits. He had sensed that Germany's regard for Austria far outweighed its interest in Italy. Yet he knew better than to concede defeat easily. Your Excellency, does your country truly lack the autonomy to decide on an alliance with us? Indeed, our alliance must take Vienna's perspective into account. Garland's provocative challenge was met with Bismarck's astute acquiescence. Employing such tactics before him was tantamount to underestimating his capabilities. Must our relationship with your nation truly hinge upon Vienna's approval? Yes, it is imperative to consider Vienna if the failure of Foreign Minister Gemini Bacona's visit to England was anticipated. The unsuccessful visit of Earl Beverly Garland to Germany caught the Italian government off guard. Germany, in certain respects, shared considerable common interests with Italy, making it a natural candidate for an alliance. Furthermore, Germany had invested significantly in Italy over recent years, with German capital accounting for 37.1% of foreign investments in Italy, surpassing that of both Britain and France. Given the political and economic connections that bound the two nations, one would expect their relationship to deepen. Yet it was unexpectedly apparent that Germany approached the prospect of courting Italy with indifference, seemingly prioritizing economic interests above all. Prime Minister de Pretis understood the underlying reasons. The geographical barrier of Austria separated the two nations. From Germany's perspective, Austria was vastly superior to Italy. Despite this, de Pretis remained convinced of Italy's importance, believing it to be on par with Austria. During his visit to Germany, he signaled to Earl Beverly Garland that Italy would be willing to make tariff concessions if Germany were amenable to an alliance. Such a condition represented a significant compromise for Italy, given the widely acknowledged inferior quality of German products at the time. Lowering tariffs on German goods would reduce their prices in Italy, thus expanding their market share, even at the expense of domestic enterprises. That de Pretis' motivation stemmed from the desire to secure a reliable ally. In his assessment, the Germans appeared marginally more dependable, particularly due to their formidable military reputation. However, it was unexpected that even with such substantial concessions, Germany remained unmoved, steadfastly siding with Austria, leaving de Pretis at a loss. This was not merely a miscalculation. It underscored Italy's comparative weakness against Austria. Austria boasted a robust heavy industry, And while its Skoda artillery may not rival Krupp's fame, it was hardly inferior. The standard of living for Austria's populace, with its larger share of non-agricultural workers compared to Italy's predominantly peasant population, was considerably better. Regarding military capability, although the Austro-Hungarian forces were not renowned for their valor, they far outclassed the repeatedly defeated Italian military. From a pragmatic viewpoint, why would the Germans choose a weaker ally over a stronger one? Additionally, the Austrians shared historical ties with the Germans, being part of the Germanic peoples. Their cultural and linguistic commonalities facilitated communication, while how many Germans were familiar with the Latin dialects of Italy? Furthermore, considering the current state of affairs, Germany's strength paled in comparison to its future potential. There remained other contenders for Germany's alliance. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Germany to select Austria as its ally. As for the German assertion of resolving conflicts with Austria, Depretis deemed it utterly implausible. First, it was essential to examine the nature of the disputes between Italy and Austria. Presently, the contention revolved around the Tyrol region, which remained under Austro-Hungarian control, yet Italy had never relinquished its claims to sovereignty over the area. What drove both nations to stake such claims over Tyrol, even to the point of potential conflict? Tyrol is situated in the eastern section of the Alps, predominantly characterized by mountainous terrain in the north and plains in the south. Furthermore, the Inn River and the Drava River valleys within its borders serve as vital thoroughfares connecting Vienna to Italy. Historically a coveted battleground, the region was annexed by the Habsburg family in 1363, becoming a crucial route for their control over northern Italy. During the Wars of Italian Unification, the Italian forces made several attempts to reclaim the Tyrol region. However, for various reasons, primarily their lack of military success, these efforts proved futile. This enduring desire for reclamation has lingered in the minds of Italians since unification. Moreover, it is worth noting that Italy's geography is exceptionally conducive to defense, with the Alps acting as a natural barrier against other nations. Yet in Tyrol, Italy finds itself without any significant fortifications. This situation bears resemblance to the historical relationship between the Northern Song dynasty and the Liao, specifically regarding the 16 prefectures of Yunnan, a reality that Italy is unwilling to accept. Would it not place its prized northern territories perpetually at the mercy of Vienna? Thus, in recent years, Italy's diplomatic focus has been squarely on reclaiming Tyrol from Austrian control. Whether through the 1878 attempt to wage war against Austria in alliance with Russia and France, or through prior endeavors, Italy has consistently monitored Austrian activities with unwavering vigilance. Consequently, persuading Italy to recognize Tyrol as a part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is an exceedingly daunting task. Should Prime Minister Depretis dare to acquiesce to such a condition, the outraged populace would undoubtedly tear him apart. To reconcile the tensions with Austria, a powerful mediator is essential to suppress the discord between the two nations. Currently, only Germany possesses the potential to act as such a mediator, yet Germany shows no inclination to intervene. With Germany uninterested in engaging, negotiations for an alliance between Italy and Germany have reached an impasse, leaving even the Prime Minister at a loss for solutions. Nevertheless, in this current predicament, Austria could still dispatch an emissary to gauge the situation. With this in mind, Depretis summoned an aide and instructed him to telegraph Count Beverly Gallum to proceed to Vienna and ascertain Austria's stance. Following Depretis's orders, Gallum initially preparing to return home, readied himself to disembark in Vienna, hopeful for a fruitful visit. Gallum's visit to Austria was destined to yield little success. The Austrians received the Italian delegation with a distinct lack of enthusiasm and even coldness. Only 2 years prior, Austria had entered into an alliance with Germany, and with the northern threat neutralized, they felt emboldened to confront Italy's challenges. Although Austria was engaged in a competitive dynamic with Russia over the Balkan question, the mediation of Chancellor Bismarck ensured that relations between the two nations did not deteriorate drastically. At present, Russia had not yet formed an alliance with France and remained hopeful about its friendship with Germany, attempting to maintain the Triple Alliance framework through German mediation. Indeed, while the Triple Alliance remained intact, the discord between Russia and Austria-Hungary had not escalated. Thus, without the burden of external threats, Italy's overtures held little allure for Vienna, sealing the fate of Gallum's mission as fruitless. After a thorough exploration of options, the Italian government ultimately recognized the difficulty of securing formidable allies in Europe amidst the lack of diplomatic shifts, leaving them in a rather awkward and anxious position. Hence, it can be concluded that Prime Minister de Pretis's diplomatic endeavors had culminated in failure. Indeed, Your Majesty, the government is currently deliberating strategies in anticipation of possible future threats to Italy, reported the Chief of Staff. Upon hearing this, Carlo rose from his seat, gazing out the window as he spoke. Let the government be for now. The recent Tunis crisis has left them in a state of paralysis, bordering on paranoia. As Carlo expressed his grievances regarding the government, Baron Felimisai, the Chief of Staff, bowed his head in feigned ignorance. Despite his pretense, Carlo's words still reached his ears. Everyone understood that a hasty approach was not advisable. Remedying a blunder is far too late. These officials are truly lacking. In Carlo's eyes, the government should redirect its energies towards bolstering domestic affairs. Although Italy's natural conditions are subpar and resources scarce, industrialization must not lag. Engaging in numerous endeavors only to face repeated setbacks is counterproductive. The crux of the matter lies not in the preceding points, but rather in the latter sentiment Carlo wished to convey. He believed that, given Italy's current lack of power in Europe, it would be prudent to refrain from overreaching and instead focus on other regions, such as the waning Ottoman Empire, which presents an excellent opportunity. It is evident that Russia has gained confidence through its bullying of the Ottomans, enabling it to contend with other nations in Europe. Italy could very well emulate this approach, regaining its own confidence at the expense of the Ottomans. Carlo was not particularly enamored with present-day Libya. It offered little utility beyond deserts and nomadic tribes, rendering investments there unwise. While Libya possesses oil reserves, their depth exceeds current technological capabilities for extraction. Thus, pursuing Libya would yield nothing but sand. Carlo's sights were set on the Ottoman territories in Europe, which are quite substantial. The Ottomans hold territories in Macedonia, Albania, Thrace, and Epirus, among others, and numerous islands in the Mediterranean, such as Crete, fall under their jurisdiction. Such expansive territories provide Italy ample grounds for reclamation. Carlo's objectives were clear. He wished to avoid excessive entanglement in the Balkans that might provoke hostility from Russia and Austria-Hungary, seeking only to acquire Albania, including the Kosovo region. This would enable Italy to establish a foothold in the Balkans while gaining an advantage in the Adriatic Sea. Although Austria-Hungary's navy is not particularly strong at present, Carlo understands that ensuring Italy's dominance in the Mediterranean is an imperative for the future, of course. All these aspirations hinge on Italy's strength. Given its current capabilities, the outcome of a war with the Ottoman Empire remains uncertain. However, Carlo estimates that a conflict would likely result in a stalemate, with the Ottomans holding the advantage on land while Italy excels at sea. Therefore, he would not openly express interest in the Ottomans at this juncture, opting instead to keep his intentions concealed. This ambition remains a distant vision for the future, one that he dares not voice aloud at present. For Carlo, the paramount concern is enhancing Italy's capabilities. He divides this hope into two parts. One lies in the Electrical Research Center in Marilino, and the other in the construction of 2 Venice-class armored cruisers. However, it is somewhat vexing that, despite his efforts to alter Tesla's trajectory, the anticipated advancements in alternating current have yet to materialize. Other minor inventions have emerged, such as more precise electric meters, drills, and hairdryers. While these innovations are commendable, they are merely consumer goods and do not possess the transformative potential to propel Italy into prosperity as depicted in the novels of his past life. The question remains, how many individuals can afford such items? It is essential to note that these gadgets all require electricity to operate, and while European electricity has developed significantly, the only accessible form for households remains lighting. Furthermore, it should be mentioned that, during this era, electric lights are primarily installed in affluent homes and factories. In factories, the installation is driven by the need to generate profits for capital investments, while affluent households adopt lighting due to its high cost and the substantial electricity bills. Currently, the lack of efficient, high-capacity generators prevents a reduction in electricity costs. Thus, Carlo has urged Tesla to prioritize research in this area, aiming to lower generation costs and expand electricity usage on a larger scale. This endeavor also represents Carlo's desire to contribute to societal advancement, while striving to place Italy on the fast track to electrification, a modest ambition within his broader contributions. However, Tesla's protracted research into high-power motors has left Carlo feeling increasingly anxious. Were it not for his prior knowledge of electricity, he would have considered stepping in himself. If one were to inquire about Carlo's past education, he would feel a twinge of embarrassment. Having left school less than 3 years ago, he feels as though he has returned all his learned knowledge to his teachers. Yet he has become increasingly proficient at keyboarding. He feels a deep sense of shame, unworthy of the title of a time traveler. As Carlo fretted over Tesla's lack of progress, the man he had long held in mind was engaged in yet another round of experiments at the Electrical Research Center, preparing to conduct the 90-second experiment. With hair resembling a disheveled bird's nest, Tesla donned a foul-smelling shirt and sported dark circles under his eyes as he issued commands to his numerous assistants. His gaze was fixed intently on a shell-less motor, ready for experimentation. The motor, upon first glance, evidently bears the marks of handcrafted artistry, with visible impressions left by the hammer. Yet for Tesla, such details hold little significance. The elusive results he has been striving for remain frustratingly out of reach. A palpable agitation etched upon his visage. This marks yet another of his experimental endeavors. With hopes pinned on its success, AS dawn breaks. The city of Rome continues to radiate its timeless allure. Carlo awakens, greeted by the first rays of morning sun, having succumbed to a late night due to yesterday's busyness. However, upon rising, Carlo immediately senses something amiss, a small protrusion beneath the covers. Alas, it seems a cold shower awaits him once more. With a resigned sigh, he swiftly descends from his bed to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, a young maid enters, momentarily suspecting him of impropriety. After a brief moment of calm, the unusual state of affairs finally subsides. If this continues, he shall inevitably reach his breaking point. Wrapped in a bath towel, Carlo feels an unsettling sense of disarray. As a dignified sovereign, it is rather absurd that he lacks even a single maid of honor. Perhaps he should choose a moment to transform Nia into a lady-in-waiting. With Nia's striking beauty, her allure is undeniable. Just as Carlo indulges in this delightful thought, a sudden wave of inexplicable pressure washes over him, warning that such musings may lead to dire consequences. In an instant, he retracts his thoughts, striving for a serene mind. Yet, this tranquility proves fleeting. "Good morning, Your Majesty." Nia, youthful and radiant, appears before him like a spirited sprite. What has brought about such joy today? The calm demeanor he had cultivated crumbles in the presence of Nia, and he feels a familiar restlessness returning. "Maggie has invited me to the circus today." What is there to see at the circus? His blunt response prompts a frown from the maid. Indeed, a straightforward man is simply a straightforward man, regardless of the setting. However, unbeknownst to Carlo, Nia's displeasure only enhances her beauty in his eyes. "I shall ignore you, Your Majesty." Faced with Nia's pouty expression, Carlo is unable to appease her. "Very well, Nia, I must take my leave." With a sharp click, the door closes behind him, leaving the young maid alone in the room. "Curse him," she mutters, unable to contain her frustration at Carlo's retreat. Thankfully, he is absent. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly remark on how even her anger is charming. After teasing the maid, Carlo heads downstairs to join his mother and siblings for breakfast. After a simple meal, still pondering his plans for the day, he notices the captain of the guards approaching him with an air of excitement. "What news, Captain?" "Your Majesty, Miliano just called. They have succeeded. Here are the details." Carlo snatches the documents, scanning them eagerly. "Ha! Truly, fortune favors me." His boisterous laughter starkly contrasts the dignified image expected of a monarch. Yet at this moment he pays little heed to his royal demeanor, promptly issuing commands. "Prepare the carriage at once. We are heading to Miliano." Following Carlo's directive, he embarks on a swift journey towards Miliano, protected by his guards. "Thank you for your efforts," Carlo exclaims as he steps down from the carriage. Striding towards Tesla and Director Argos, who await him, it was Tesla's brilliance that made this possible. Although Director Argos speaks first, attributing the success to the esteemed Serbian scientist, he wisely steps aside afterward. "It is nothing," The time and resources expended have led to this achievement, and I feel somewhat embarrassed. Unlike others, Tesla harbors his own sentiments about the endeavor to not shoulder all the responsibility. I'm already quite satisfied with the progress made in such a short time. Sensing Tesla's discontent, Carlo quickly interjects with reassurances, for he recognizes Tesla as Italy's sole capable electrical scientist and has no intention of letting him slip away. Now, let us proceed to examine this high-power motor. Noticing Tesla's spirits lift, Carlo deftly redirects the conversation towards their objective for the day. This way, Your Majesty, under Tesla and Argos's guidance, Carlo prepares to inspect the fruits of their labor. Is this truly the high-power motor? Carlo inquires, astonished by the immense machinery before him. Standing over 2 meters tall and more than 4 meters in length, the copper wires coiled around it are visible to the naked eye. Anticipating Carlo's astonishment, Tesla begins to elucidate the motor's specifications. Indeed, Your Majesty, this is the newly developed high-power motor, boasting an impressive output of 514.7 kW, currently the highest known power rating for a motor, as Tesla elaborates. Carlo gazes in awe at the colossal contraption. What about its practicality? Carlo's immediate concern shifts to the motor's usability. Tesla's expression falters slightly as he responds, "At present, we have yet to conduct practical tests. However, it has operated steadily for 8 hours previously. Yet, thorough testing and refinement will be necessary for complete functionality." Indeed, Tesla believes it premature to assess practicality, as a period of operation is needed to identify any flaws. Carlo acknowledges his impatience, yet the prospect of Italy having a chance to leap ahead compels him to press on. If that is the case, let us expedite the testing process, with the current visit growing tedious due to the motor's lack of practicality. Carlo diverts his attention to other research projects within the facility. Upon exiting the laboratory building, Carlo catches Tesla's arm and addresses him. With the high-power motor's development reaching a conclusion, you should not require to oversee the usability studies. Correct? Though Tesla remains uncertain of Carlo's intended direction, he begins to surmise the implications. Indeed, Your Majesty, that I can delegate the usability studies to my assistant, Anthony. I only need to supervise. In that case, I would like you to investigate the issue of long-distance transmission of alternating current. Carlo has already crafted a plan for the future development of alternating current. Initially, urging Tesla to create the high-power motor was somewhat premature. Historically, Tesla's strengths lay in alternating current systems and electromagnetic research. Certainly, his numerous inventions throughout his lifetime are remarkable, yet his obsession with wireless power transmission has proven to be a quagmire. Carlo is determined not to grant him the luxury of time to contemplate such pitfalls, instead keeping him occupied with tasks in the laboratory. Naturally, he is not a miser. He intends to provide rewards as well. Once the long-distance alternating current system is successfully developed, I plan to initiate large-scale construction of hydroelectric power stations in Italy. Thus, your new research topic is of paramount importance. Though Carlo refrains from explicitly stating it, Tesla's spirit is already invigorated, envisioning the future application of his research across Italy and Europe on a grand scale. Just as Carlo returns to Rome from Milano, he receives news of a visit from Prime Minister Depretis. Please, welcome, Prime Minister. Although Carlo is uncertain of the purpose behind the Prime Minister's visit, he trusts that there must be significant reasons compelling him to make the journey, as anticipated. Upon encountering Carlo, Prime Minister Depretis immediately speaks with evident concern, revealing a startling piece of information. Your Majesty, are you aware of the Three Emperor Alliance? Of course. Carlo would be remiss not to recognize the Three Emperor Alliance, a diplomatic coalition that has significantly influenced the European continent. Established in September 1872. It is renowned for the meeting between Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria, Prime Minister and SY, Tsar Alexander II of Russia, and Chancellor Bismarck of Germany, who convened in Berlin to sign the alliance. Initially, this coalition aimed to maintain the status quo in Europe and collaboratively address disputes in Southeast Europe, primarily those between Austria and Russia in the Balkans. The treaty was set for a duration of 5 years. However, after its expiration, no further updates have emerged. Could it be that trouble has arisen once more? Carlo's intuition proves correct, as Prime Minister Depretis continues to speak. news has reached us that the three nations may once again be signing a treaty of alliance. This revelation has taken Carlo by surprise. Although historically, the Triple Alliance was indeed renewed, he is unaware of the specific timing of this agreement. How unfortunate that it coincides with the present moment. Undoubtedly, the signing of the Triple Alliance holds significant implications for Italy. Primarily, Austria has resolved, or rather temporarily alleviated, its conflicts with Russia and can now concentrate its efforts in a singular direction, while the Austrians are currently focused on the Balkans. This development still bodes ill for Italy, as it complicates their ambitions to intervene in the matter. Of course, this news presents both unfavorable and favorable aspects for Italy. Firstly, it diverts the attention of the French away from Italy. For it is common knowledge that the Triple Alliance poses a substantial threat to France. The alliance of three formidable powers in Central and Eastern Europe undoubtedly sends shivers down their spine. Although the specifics of the alliance's content concerning France remain unknown, the sensation of isolation is decidedly ominous. In light of this, Carlo's mind began to race. What, then, is the Prime Minister's intention? Although Carlo only articulated part of his thought, the astute Depretis immediately grasped his meaning. This cannot be allowed. Should it be discovered that our nation leaked this information, our relations with the three countries would become exceedingly strained. In truth, Depretis primarily wished to address Germany, as this alliance would be most beneficial for them. Italy has long harbored aspirations of aligning with Germany, yet the Germans have shown little regard for Italy, rendering Carlo's sentiments a mere unrequited affection. As for the other two nations, it is well known that Italy and Austria are at odds. With regard to Russia, the geographical distance and limited interactions render any offense relatively inconsequential. Would they dare to traverse Austria to assault Italy? Even if such an event were to transpire, it is the English and French who would be the first to react. It is crucial to note that in their efforts to prevent Russian entry into the Mediterranean, the English and French would not hesitate to engage in conflict. Thus, Italy need not overly concern itself with Russia to prevent Carlo from spiraling further into distraction. Prime Minister Depretis candidly revealed his purpose for visiting. Your Majesty, I have come primarily to propose a visit to Berlin. Indeed, this was the crux of Depretis's mission. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's words, Carlo, curious, inquired, "A visit to Berlin?" "Precisely, Your Majesty. What is the purpose of this visit?" The Prime Minister's statement left Carlo puzzled. Observing the bewilderment on the young king's face, Depretis proceeded to clarify. "There is no need for haste regarding the visit to Berlin. I plan to depart next year." Carlo understood this well. In later times, state leaders typically prepare for foreign visits at least 3 to 6 months in advance, especially under conditions of convenient transportation. In this era, a decision made in the latter half of the year for an external visit would generally require over 6 months of preparation. Thus, Carlo, who had never undertaken a foreign visit, was unfamiliar with such protocols. Nevertheless, Carlo still struggled to comprehend the rationale behind visiting Germany. If he did not understand, he would have to patiently inquire further. "Prime Minister, what prompted this sudden decision to visit Germany?" "Sudden, very sudden." Seeing the youthful king's eager curiosity, Depretis decided to provide a hint. "Your Majesty, the visit to Germany is significantly related to the potential Triple Alliance. As for the nature of this connection, it is for Your Majesty to discern." The Prime Minister's words plunged Carlo into contemplation. What could the relationship between the two matters possibly be? Observing the young king deep in thought, Depretis quietly exited the room, leaving no trace behind. In the vast chamber, only Carlo remained, lost in quiet reflection. The clock's hands spun round and round, and the light began to dim. Suddenly, the motionless youth stirred. "Ha ha ha! I have it!" His exuberant laughter echoed within the room, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure, brimming with joy. "Oh, how long have I been sitting here?" It was only then that Carlo noticed a change in daylight, and he muttered to himself, who would have thought a visit to Germany could serve such a purpose? Indeed, Carlo had nearly pieced together the implications of Depretis's proposed visit, if he was not mistaken. The newspapers would soon be abuzz with reports of his and the Prime Minister's impending journey to Germany, which would surely draw the attention of France. If the French were to learn of the renewed Triple Alliance, they would undoubtedly seek to mend relations with Italy. However, if they remained unaware, Italy would still benefit by strengthening ties with Germany. Regardless, the French would be closely monitoring the situation, for what he understood. The French maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with Russia, which might allow them to glean some insights that, if that were the case, it would be quite the spectacle, as France would surely attempt to court Russia, striving to shift its diplomatic disadvantage. For Italy, this would not be a loss. Should Russia and France engage in flirtation, Italy might find an opportunity to insert itself into the Triple Alliance. Carlo's analysis stemmed from a blend of memories from his past life and current intelligence. Although he was unaware of when the Triple Alliance would dissolve, he was certain it would not be far off. Furthermore, given the disputes between Russia and Austria in the Balkans, Germany could not suppress matters for too long. Contemplating the potential for Italy to navigate these turbulent waters, Carlo could scarcely contain his excitement. Naturally, this would entail patient waiting, and Carlo resolved to tease a little maidservant to release his pent-up joy. As Carlo had anticipated, within a few days, the newspapers reported on his and the Prime Minister's planned visit to Berlin. That it was evident that this was a sanctioned action by the government. In response to the visit of the Italian king and Prime Minister, Germany could hardly refuse. Consequently, discussions regarding the burgeoning relationship between Germany and Italy began to circulate widely. Many were eager to discern whether Italy's visit to Germany was merely a routine affair or carried ulterior motives. Among these eager observers, the French displayed the greatest enthusiasm. Damn it, do these Italians ever rest? Within the Prime Minister's office, the once spirited Premier Joffre was now in a fit of rage. Judging by his expression, it was clear that Joffre was enraged. Your Excellency, the current issues with Italy are merely trivial. Our greater concern lies with the trio of nations to the east. The Foreign Minister Gambetta voiced his concerns from within the chamber. Indeed, news of the renewed Triple Alliance had not escaped the French, yet due to a lack of specific details, the French government was left to speculate and probe. France, with its multitude of friends in Russia, had already dispatched its ambassador to Russia to gather any information regarding the Triple Alliance. However, due to the brevity of time and the high level of secrecy, the ambassador had yet to yield any results. After a moment of contemplation, Premier Joffre proposed, perhaps we should extend a gesture of goodwill to the Italians. And how do you propose we convey this goodwill? The Foreign Minister Gambetta inquired, intrigued by the Prime Minister's intentions. We could temporarily overlook Italian interests in Tunisia and observe their reaction. This suggestion was astute. It would attract little attention while simultaneously allowing the Italians to sense a shift in our stance. Gambetta genuinely praised the idea. However, the Foreign Minister's commendation did not elicit any change in Joffre's demeanor. I do not concern myself with the Italians. My primary focus is on the alliance formed by Germany, Austria, and Russia. Although no evidence currently suggested that the three nations had indeed signed an alliance, Joffre's instincts told him that it was highly likely. Thus, France could not afford to remain passive. It was imperative to prevent a diplomatic landscape from emerging that would be detrimental to France. Joffre needed to determine how best to dismantle this alliance. In truth, there was little need for deliberation. Russia was the sole option. Reflecting on his predecessor's actions, Joffre felt a pang of regret. The reason being, after the Berlin Conference in 1878, Italy, Russia, and France had entered into a secret treaty, preparing to confront the Austrians. Russia sought intervention in the Balkans, while Italy was concerned with the contested Tyrol region. France, meanwhile, aimed not only to court both nations but also to diminish Germany's influence. During this time, diplomatic relations shifted rapidly, and within 3 years, former allies would turn on one another. Both Russia and Italy were secretly mobilizing troops, preparing for war. However, at this juncture, the French government found itself filled with regret, as the French people, relieved by the Austrians' failure to sign terms against France with Germany, pressed the pause button at the last moment. The Austrians, having narrowly escaped disaster, promptly signed a comprehensive alliance with Germany a year later. Observing the full alliance between Germany and Austria, Russia, concerned for its western borders, immediately lowered its stance in hopes of joining the pact. As we all know, the subsequent events unfolded with France seizing Tunisia from Italy, leading to a complete deterioration of relations between the two nations. It remains uncertain whether Prime Minister Ruffin now regrets his decisive action that effectively alienated Italy. Regarding Franco-German relations, there exists a consensus among nearly all politicians. Due to the issues surrounding Lorraine and Alsace, peaceful coexistence is unattainable. Although conflict has yet to erupt, it is inevitable that a series of clashes will arise between France and Germany in the future. This sentiment is widely held among France's enlightened individuals and resonates with the lower classes, with no one daring to contravene this principle. The distance between France and the Austro-Hungarian Empire of Habsburg is also gradually widening. While diplomatic relations have not yet soured, the Comprehensive Alliance Treaty between Germany and Austria positions France as a potential adversary. Thus, among the three nations, the only viable option remains Russia. Although England and France previously thwarted Russia's ambitions in the Mediterranean during the Crimean War, the adage holds true: there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The interests between Germany and France are irreconcilable, while those between France and Russia can be harmonized. It is well known that Russia harbors ambitions in the Balkans. As long as Russia remains reluctant to extend its claws into the Balkans, France could subtly lend its support from behind the scenes. It will be intriguing to observe how Chancellor Bismarck will pacify the collision of two great powers in the Balkans. To achieve such a goal, France must make substantial investments. Given that the Russians are accustomed to poverty and France possesses ample funds, this may present a potential avenue. After a brief silence, Ruffin articulated his thoughts. He instructed our ambassador to Russia to enhance communication with the upper echelons of Russian society. Additionally, Mr. Gambetta, would you consider discussing arrangements for our visit to Russia? Although Prime Minister Ruffin did not explicitly state his intentions, Gambetta, an experienced diplomat, promptly grasped the Prime Minister's underlying thoughts. Gambetta responded without hesitation, assuring, "This is not an issue. I believe St. Petersburg will welcome our visit, as Italy prepared for its diplomatic engagement with Germany." France was also diligently organizing its visit to Russia. Naturally, as the host, Russia was eager to receive the French government's visit and readily acquiesced to France's request. Both France and Italy were employing their respective methods to undermine the Triple Alliance. Though such a dissolution seemed implausible at present, the saying holds: a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. Furthermore, all three nations harbored their own agendas, with Italy and France likely to engage in preliminary negotiations, waiting for the opportune moment to orchestrate a total collapse of the alliance. Political dynamics, at times, reveal their peculiar nature, as two estranged nations inadvertently collaborate towards a shared goal. Of course, both nations' visits were still in rigorous preparation, with each side occupied with its own affairs. However, France's decision to temper its actions against Italian interests in Tunisia was immediately perceived by the Italian government, which in turn responded by curtailing its anti-French rhetoric. Thus, the animosity between the two nations, initially ignited by the issue of Tunisia, began to wane. Yet despite the official reduction in hostilities, public sentiment remained fervently antagonistic. Among the champions of nationalism, Garibaldi stirred anti-French sentiments across major cities. Consequently, the prospect of restoring amicable relations between the two countries seems distant, requiring at least a decade or two, or some significant concessions from one side, while both governments and the populace engaged in their respective maneuvers. What was our King Carlo doing? He was currently overseeing the training of the former Red Shirts, now the 3rd Guards Regiment. The sound of activity echoed through the Camp Pinot, where soldiers of the newly formed regiment, having transitioned from the original Red Shirts, underwent rigorous training. Many of the tasks were so demanding that even the soldiers of the 9th Army Division stationed there felt a chill. For instance, the weight-bearing march involved carrying 20 kilograms of weapons, ammunition, canteens, and other gear over a distance of 20 kilometers, leaving them utterly exhausted. In contrast, this batch of soldiers bore 35 kilograms of equipment and marched 35 kilometers. Unsurprisingly, they too emerged from their trials feeling equally worn out. From dawn until lights out, their schedules were meticulously orchestrated, leaving no moment to themselves, as if being molded into automatons. Nevertheless, these soldiers displayed remarkable resilience. With none voicing a desire to quit, the running drills commenced. The target was set at 40 laps, and the command was given to turn right. Ready, begin, under the orders of the training officer. The soldiers of the 3rd Guards Regiment, clad in earthy-hued uniforms, immediately began their run. The synchronized movements and the palpable vigor of the troops instilled a profound sense of solemnity, unbeknownst to the training soldiers. Their king, Carlo, accompanied by Colonel Pleve of the 3rd Guards Regiment, observed the training session. Colonel Pleve was a carefully chosen commander by Carlo, having graduated from the Turin School of Artillery Engineering and served in various capacities, including artillery platoon leader, artillery company commander, deputy battalion commander, and battalion commander. He had participated in the Second and Third Wars of Independence, demonstrating commendable performance, following the unification of Italy due to his exemplary service. He was transferred to the Guards as an infantry battalion commander and deputy regimental commander. Subsequently, upon the formation of the 3rd Guards Regiment, Carlo selected him as its inaugural commander. Carlo's choice was straightforward. Colonel Pleve embodied the virtues of a true soldier, refraining from political discourse or affiliations, dedicating his time to military theory and strategic exercises, earning Carlo's respect that a soldier, after all, should remain pure in purpose. How are these soldiers faring in their training? Carlo inquired of Pleve, observing the troops drenched in sweat. Your Majesty, the training is progressing satisfactorily. Over the past month, the pass rate stands at 87.1. While Carlo was unsure of what Pleve meant by pass rate, he chose not to press further, instead asking about the remaining personnel. Although Carlo's inquiry was somewhat ambiguous, Pleve, as the commander of the 3rd Regiment, was well aware of its implications. Your Majesty, there are currently 1,309 individuals still training in the camp. Pleve's response caused Carlo's expression to darken slightly. I recall there were initially 513, correct. Although Carlo phrased it as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. Indeed, Your Majesty. Faced with Carlo's inquiry, Pleve, as the commander of the 3rd Regiment, could not be oblivious to the underlying reasons. He began to explain, Your Majesty, while there were indeed 1,513 individuals upon arrival in Rome, during the endurance training, only 1,417 met the standards of the Guards. Furthermore, over the course of the month, 108 were lost due to injuries, violations of military regulations, or voluntary exits. Pleve's explanation allowed Carlo to temper his emotions, though he remained cautious, aware that he would need to await reports from his appointed personnel for complete confirmation. Seeing that the king had nothing further to say, Pleve felt a sense of relief. This was not to suggest that Pleve had concealed anything. Rather, an unforeseen incident had led to a significant decrease in numbers. Training for new recruits is notoriously arduous, but this particular regimen was especially grueling due to the involvement of the army. Given the excessive strain, discontent was inevitable, and most individuals tended to resolve their grievances internally. Faced with the option to withdraw, many would naturally consider it, especially when permitted to do so. However, this was merely the perspective of the majority. Some, harboring resentment, were unwilling to simply exit, instead contemplating revenge. Among the 3rd Regiment, a few soldiers carried such grievances and, on a dark and stormy night, stealthily entered the quarters of the training chief, Caesar. Thus, the events that followed are well known to all. Several battered soldiers were bound and displayed on a platform for public humiliation. Were Caesar so easily subdued, he would hardly merit the title of Hell's instructor. As for these unfortunate souls, their expulsion from the barracks post-display naturally led to the breach of the agreement between Carlo and the military. No one dared to voice dissent. Laying hands on a commanding officer within the ranks was a serious offense, and being cast out was a lenient punishment, particularly in the 19th century with the recent memory of summary executions by firing squad still fresh. The gravity of such an affront was not to be taken lightly. During this era, the notions of discipline and the authority of officers were paramount, and the crime of offending an officer was considerable. However, for Pleve, this incident warranted no report to the king, as it would tarnish everyone's reputation. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the birth of his 3rd Regiment, as well as the intricate power play between His Majesty and the military. Of course, many details were beyond his purview, having been relayed to him by General Grovey, who was in command of the entire Guard. Although the Guard currently comprised only 3 regiments and nearly 10,000 troops. General Grovey's standing within the military was even higher than that of a typical division commander, being a close advisor to the king and thus occupying a position of considerable influence. After listening to Lieutenant Colonel Plev's report, Carlo continued to observe the training of the officers and soldiers. However, the training itself was rather monotonous, and even the highly spirited Carlo found himself stifling yawns after prolonged observation. Noticing the king's growing impatience, the astute Lieutenant Colonel Plev promptly suggested, "Your Majesty, shall we proceed to observe the shooting exercises?" "Very well, lead the way," Carlo replied. Thus, under Plev's guidance, the group made their way to the shooting range to witness the marksmanship drills. 35 points, shouted the soldier reporting the score, which was met with a chorus of cheers from the spectators. This score was no small feat. Hitting 35 points with 4 shots from a distance of 200 meters was undoubtedly the mark of sharpshooter. "Horden, your shooting is astonishingly steady," exclaimed Ida Barry, approaching Cousins and praising her friend. Yet, as the shooter, Horden Cousins was somewhat dissatisfied that I was careless. I didn't account for the wind on my third shot, which veered off course and landed in the 8-point ring. Hearing his friend's lament, Barry responded with surprise. "Come now, Horden, if you are dissatisfied with that, what should the rest of us think?" In response to his friend's remarks, young Cousins lowered his head to clean his rifle. In his hands was the Italian standard rifle, the Vetterli M1870. Its sleek body, rounded fore end, and full stock presented a harmonious design, imbued with a playful touch of Florentine artistry. The accompanying ammunition was the 10.4 X47R, a slightly less powerful, yet still respectable black powder cartridge, far more visually appealing than Hans's 11mm Mauser or the Russian variant. However, the operation of this rifle was somewhat unconventional. The Vetterli rifle utilized a 4-round magazine, which at first glance resembled the 11mm Mannlicher clip, while most rifles of the same era employed 5-round magazines. This one seemed to fall short. It was indeed a peculiar design, with a small cord attached to the magazine. Once the magazine was inserted into the rifle, the shooter would pull on this cord to extract it. Additionally, as a bolt-action rifle, its locking lug was located on a separate rotating sleeve behind the bolt, while the bolt itself remained stationary. Well, this Italian standard rifle did not enjoy a high reputation within the Army. However, due to the ongoing transition from black powder to smokeless powder, the Italian military had no choice but to continue using this firearm. Of course, discussions regarding the development of a new rifle were already underway in the Army, and it was believed that within a decade, Italy would possess a new standard rifle. Nevertheless, these matters were of little concern to young Cousins. As his earlier performance had caught the attention of others, Cousins, "Come here," upon hearing his name, Cousins looked up to see his training instructor calling him, flanked by Colonel Plev and other officers. Curiously, they were gathered around a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years. However, Cousins paid little heed to this anomaly and promptly ran over. "Sergeant Cousins, reporting for duty," he declared, saluting as he came before the group. Having spent over a month in the barracks, he had learned that reporting was essential in any situation. After the instructor returned the salute, the young boy inquired, "Are you Cousins?" "Yes, Your Highness. I'm Horde N. Cousins from Palermo," Cousins replied, eliciting a satisfied smile from the youth. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sergeant Cousins. Your marksmanship is quite impressive." Although Cousins could not fathom why the youth made such a statement, he wisely refrained from making any inappropriate remarks in the presence of the surrounding officers. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Is the result of my instructor's training," he responded, sensing the instructor's evident pleasure even though the latter maintained a stoic demeanor. "Sergeant Cousins, you may return." "Yes, sir." Horde and Cousins went back as he had come. Meanwhile, Carlo withdrew his gaze and remarked to Lieutenant Colonel Plev, "The training results are quite commendable." "Your Majesty, you flatter us," Plev replied. Carlo continued to observe the various training exercises conducted by the 3rd Regiment, all of which appeared satisfactory. It was evident that considerable effort had been invested in the training, and the soldiers were performing with great diligence. Satisfied, Carlo departed amidst the farewells of the officers of the 3rd Regiment. As he rode in the carriage, Carlo reflected on the young man he had encountered that day, muttering to himself, "Horde N. Cousins." Hailing from Palermo, a smile graced his face. The autumn breeze swept through St. Petersburg, casting a chill across the sky. Yet for the residents of St. Petersburg, this was hardly a concern. After all, life in St. Petersburg was far preferable to the desolation of Siberia. Point one must remember the plight of those sent to Siberia to plant potatoes in recent years. It was not uncommon for prominent nobles to be exiled to Siberia by the Tsar every few years, and each time, the scene was one of tearful farewells, evoking deep sympathy from onlookers. The intrigues within the city of St. Petersburg were of little concern to the French ambassador, Miguel de Rivera, who was hastening to meet with the Russian foreign minister, Gorchakov. This time, however, he did not travel in the conspicuous diplomatic carriage adorned with official insignia, but rather in a very ordinary vehicle. He had not forgotten that the number of Germans in St. Petersburg often rivaled their own. The carriage navigated through winding streets until it arrived at an unmarked building. "Your Excellency, we have arrived," the coachman and bodyguard, Simon, announced. "Very well, I understand," Rivera replied, stepping out of the carriage after retrieving his briefcase. At the entrance, a man dressed in plain attire stood waiting, though his clothing was unremarkable. The bulge at his waist suggested he was armed and vigilantly observing his surroundings. Upon seeing Rivera approach, he opened the door to admit him. "Your Excellency, this way, please." Upon entering, Rivera was guided by a servant to a room where he was greeted by the Russian foreign minister. "Gorchakov, greetings, Excellency de Rivera," Gorchakov said. "It feels as though we are meeting in secret. This is quite undesirable." Rivera began to complain as he stepped inside. "Forgive me, but due to well-known reasons, our country wishes to keep this meeting from the attention of unrelated parties," Gorchakov replied, a hint of apology in his tone. Despite Gorchakov's contrition, Rivera, who had spent considerable time in St. Petersburg, was well aware that the Russian counterpart was no easy negotiator. "Do you understand how we perceive this? Our discussions are hardly of a clandestine nature," Rivera grumbled before swiftly transitioning to the main topic. "You are aware of the loan amount and interest that your country has acknowledged, correct?" "We are indeed aware," Gorchakov affirmed. "What collateral does your country intend to offer?" "Our country plans to use livestock taxes as collateral," Rivera replied, having familiarized himself with Russian tax policies prior to his arrival. "That in that case, it should satisfy the bank's requirements." Indeed, the two individuals were engaged in discussions regarding a substantial loan, amounting to an impressive sum of 400 million francs. The circumstances surrounding this loan are rather dramatic. Russia initially intended to raise funds through the issuance of bonds. However, it remains unclear how the French acquired such intelligence, as several individuals from the Paris financial sector approached the Russian Ministry of Finance, claiming they had a means to secure low-interest loans without resorting to bond issuance. That it is well known that bond interest rates tend to be lower than those of loans, and the prospect of low-interest borrowing particularly delighted the Ministry of Finance. After some initial interactions, the hidden players behind this maneuver revealed themselves to be representatives of the French government. Nevertheless, for Russia, the involvement of the French in this loan was of little concern. To put it more directly, Russia was quite pleased with the arrangement. Despite having fought against France in the Crimean War, which even resulted in the death of the Tsar, these events belong to a bygone era, 20 years in the past. To be precise, as the saying goes, time heals all wounds. The clandestine exchanges between Russia and France were merely a continuation of this evolving relationship, albeit somewhat discreetly, owing to the alliances formed under the Triple Alliance. However, it is evident that certain matters can be both discussed and acted upon, while others remain unspoken. The interactions between Russia and France clearly fall into the category of actions that must remain undisclosed. Hence the secrecy surrounding their dealings. Despite Russia's alliance with Germany and Austria, the economic ties with these nations are not particularly robust. It is widely recognized that Russia primarily exports raw materials, minerals, and agricultural products to Europe, while imports from Germany and Austria consist mainly of minerals and raw materials, with exports including precision machinery and tools, highlighting a significant disparity in trade classifications that Russia's exports possess relatively low added value, while the country imports high-value machinery. Although German products are competitively priced in Europe, they nonetheless command a substantial market share within Russia, resulting in a considerable trade imbalance. The Russian government is understandably discontent with this situation. Furthermore, Germany's imposition of high tariffs on agricultural products to protect junker interests exacerbates Russia's grievances. While Russia currently aligns itself with Germany and Austria for pragmatic reasons, many astute individuals within Russia perceive that if this imbalance persists, a separation between the two parties may not be far off. As for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, particularly regarding issues in the Balkans, there is little need for elaboration. Faced with such a scenario, the Russians are well aware that having multiple allies opens various avenues. Thus, when presented with the goodwill of the French, Russia discreetly accepted their overtures. The future remains uncertain, known only to God. What matters most is the present. Subsequently, the Russian foreign minister and the French ambassador discussed the supervision of the loan and the interest rates involved. Both parties understood that reaching a consensus on this matter would not be achieved in a single day. Rather, they aimed for broad agreement on the overarching direction, leaving the finer details to trusted associates to handle. As evening approached, Ambassador Derevyanko emerged, and the waiting carriage remained in place. "Let us depart." With a cheerful demeanor, Derevyanko boarded the carriage, humming a tune from his homeland, and the carriage promptly began its journey back. However, unbeknownst to Derevyanko, a pair of eyes observed the entire scene from a distance, watching him arrive and depart. Once the carriage had receded from sight, these eyes continued to monitor the area. Shortly thereafter, Foreign Minister Gorchakov also boarded a carriage and left. Only then did the eyes behind the curtain retract. In a brief moment, a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat and wearing a sun hat emerged, quietly boarding a public carriage. During his journey, he changed carriages 5 times, traversing a significant portion of St. Petersburg before finally alighting in the port district, strolling through the port area, greeted by the sea breeze and the scent of fish. He navigated the narrow alleys, ensuring he was not being followed, before disappearing into a dilapidated tavern named the Old Sailor. Inside the tavern, which was sparsely populated, he approached the bar and spoke to the bartender. "I would like a glass of Mala if you don't have it. Then a shot of vodka will suffice. But I specifically want Mala." After an exchange of coded phrases, the bartender discreetly opened a concealed door, allowing him to enter. Upon crossing through a small courtyard, he arrived at a room on the 2nd floor. "I at you, Nighthawk. Do you have urgent news to report?" An elderly man with a head full of white hair inquired from within the disordered room. "Fox, I bring news of my discoveries today." The man produced a letter from his pocket and tossed it onto the table, revealing a photograph of Derevyanko exiting the carriage. This French ambassador had not anticipated that his actions would be observed. The elderly man known as Fox donned his glasses, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized the photograph within the letter. The image featured not only the French ambassador, but also photographs of Russian Foreign Minister Gorchakov entering and exiting his carriage. "I am aware of this matter, and I will promptly relay the information back to Berlin. However, we must ascertain what the two discussed." The man expressed the challenge of the task. "Do not worry. I will arrange for assistance and can allocate additional funds for your efforts. Let me give it a try, though I cannot guarantee results, as you are aware of the task's difficulty." The elderly man smiled. "That is acceptable. I trust in Nighthawk's capabilities." The man exited, closing the door behind him. Ding, ding, ding. The elderly man rang a bell, summoning an attendant. "Deliver this letter to the embassy immediately, ensuring it is sent back to Berlin by diplomatic courier with utmost speed." "Understood." The room fell silent once more, as France and Germany engaged in a battle of wits over Russia. Italy's drought finally came to an end. The calamity had affected nearly 9 million individuals, resulting in direct economic losses amounting to 217 million lire, with indirect losses reaching 641 million lire, severely injuring the Italian economy. Concurrently, the number of Italian immigrants had surpassed 300,000, with projections suggesting that over 400,000 would take to the seas in search of a livelihood this year. Such a large-scale immigration wave vividly illustrates the extent of Italy's recent hardships. The government appeared largely powerless to address the situation, as their funding was limited and primarily allocated to ensure that no one succumbed to starvation. As for those facing insolvency and seeking new opportunities, the government could hardly intervene. This year has certainly been a year of calamity for Italy. Not only did they lose their long-planned venture in Tunisia, but they also suffered from such severe drought. To have weathered these challenges speaks volumes of Prime Minister Depreti's adeptness. Consequently, following the conclusion of relief efforts, many have developed a heightened perception of the new Prime Minister. The media's adulation is to be expected, although most newspapers have maintained a degree of integrity, merely labeling him as the most exceptional prime minister in the past decade. Some less scrupulous publications have even gone so far as to compare him to Cavour, not fearing the repercussions of their bold claims. Regardless of public opinion, Depretis, as the central figure, has shown no signs of alteration, particularly in public. Recently, his focus has shifted to preparing for a visit to Germany, following the resolution of the drought crisis. Naturally, he has also kept a watchful eye on the news regarding France's forthcoming visit to Russia, albeit with less intensity than on the German front. Usopp, please bring me the latest news from the French. Certainly, Your Excellency, A.S. the Secretary. Usopp promptly presented the recently compiled documents. Here is the latest intelligence received from France. Depretis perused the documents, noting various updates from France. For instance, French Prime Minister Jules Ferry assured that the French economy was flourishing, urging the populace not to harbor any concerns as he sought to bolster confidence in the economy. Following that, French Foreign Minister Gambetta declared that France remained a pivotal player in Europe and would continue to be among its leaders in the future. Paris Bank reported ongoing business expansions and new growth opportunities, reassuring shareholders not to be swayed by rumors. The Annam dynasty has been oppressing our Catholic citizens within its territory, including the murder of 19 Catholic clergy, including Father Manred in New York. And France shall not let this malevolent dynasty go unpunished. They will certainly pay the price. This news may indicate France's next course of action, although it bears no direct relevance to Italy. Subsequently, Depretis continued to review several other reports that on the surface, it appears that much of this news consists of reports from newspapers. However, intelligence often lies concealed within these reports, for instance, in the coverage regarding the Bank of Paris. While it ostensibly aims to reassure shareholders, one can discern much more beneath the surface. Initially, it reveals the quest for new profit growth points. A mere inquiry into the recent activities of personnel at the Bank of Paris can provide a rough indication of where its profits may originate. Coincidentally, the Italian ambassador in St. Petersburg has dispatched a telegram back home, informing that the Bank of Paris has recently been quite active in that region. When one combines this with the news of France's impending visit to Russia, it leads to the inference that the two nations may have just reached an agreement on a loan at that time. Italy has been closely monitoring the interactions between France and Russia, thus allowing for such deductions that, of course, this can only be considered a conjecture, not concrete evidence. Nevertheless, at times, conjecture can prove more effective than evidence, as it does not require irrefutable proof, but allows for a general assumption to be made. Consequently, Depretis surmised that France and Russia had engaged in a clandestine arrangement. This was indeed favorable news for Italy, potentially facilitating a smoother visit to Germany and possibly yielding a beneficial outcome. However, as the Prime Minister of Italy, Depretis cannot solely focus on foreign affairs. Domestic matters must take precedence. He would certainly not overlook this fact. Upon reviewing the latest news from France, Depretis turned his attention to domestic political affairs. The first item that caught his eye was a plan concerning Milan's industrial development. Presently, Milan stands as one of Italy's major cities, boasting a remarkably high level of industrialization. Its textile, dyeing, and garment manufacturing industries are renowned across Europe. Although it has yet to earn the title of fashion capital, it is already showing signs of such potential. This plan aims to deepen Milan's advantages in these sectors, establishing it as a hub for Italy's light industry. Depretis meticulously reviewed this proposal and subsequently marked it with an X. The plan was thus rejected. The reason for Depretis' dismissal of the proposal was not due to its inadequacy. Had he been a mayor of Milan, he would have wholeheartedly endorsed it without hesitation. Unfortunately, he is the Prime Minister of Italy. As such, he must consider the broader picture. While industrial development is flourishing in the north, the southern regions of Italy remain entrenched in an agrarian society. This imbalance in development can lead to significant issues, and Italy is already grappling with this problem, as the divide between the north and south has become increasingly pronounced. Therefore, he cannot allow the government to continue providing policy and financial support exclusively to the north. If a similar plan were to emerge from the south, in places like Palermo or Naples, he would immediately approve it without a second thought, regardless of its shortcomings, as improvements could always be made. Regrettably, the question remains how to accelerate industrialization in the south, Such an endeavor would first necessitate substantial changes among its officials. Yet, Depretis currently lacks the stature and timing to initiate such actions. These issues are remnants of Italy's unification. Due to the pressing demand for unity, the landed nobility has not undergone significant transformation. Both population and land remain constrained by the aristocracy, which in contemporary terms has meant that the productive forces of the South have not been liberated. Without the liberation of these productive forces, investments in the South yield diminishing returns. Additionally, a considerable portion of Italy's fiscal revenue is derived from the North, and the government lacks the organizational capacity of later administrations to indefinitely tilt its financial resources toward the South. Consequently, the disparity between the North and South remains unchanged, and may even be widening. Depretis is not the first prime minister to grapple with this issue of regional disparity. In fact, since the tenure of Italy's first prime minister, Agnelli, successive leaders have faced this challenge. Not to mention the cultural and linguistic differences that often make it feel as though these regions are akin to two separate nations without borders. Nevertheless, problems must be addressed, and Depretis possesses a commendable patience. As time subtly transitioned into winter, Italy's winters are not particularly harsh, generally aligning with the climate experienced by those in the southern regions. Carlo, therefore, felt no chill, although disregarding his fur coat would render his claims questionable. Nonetheless, during winter, the Ando-Ar shipyard remains bustling with activity, but a steady stream of orders invigorates the workers, as they are acutely aware that only a continual influx of orders can secure them generous wages. Unlike the ordinary workers who focus solely on orders, the management of a shipyard is more concerned with the two warships currently being constructed in dry docks 3 and 4. These vessels are not only a testament to the prowess of the Ando-Ar shipyard, but also symbolize its status as a primary supplier to the Navy. Following the confirmation of 2 orders for Venice-class armored cruisers, the shipyard swiftly organized its finest personnel for the construction of these warships. After more than 2 months of diligent work, the hull has reached the halfway point, and the initial contours of the vessel are becoming discernible. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone," Carlo expressed to the workers as he observed them driving rivets into the ship's plates beside Dock 3. "Your Majesty, you're too kind. This is merely our duty at the shipyard," replied Ica Ruggieri, the shipyard's manager, taking Carlo's words with humility. Ruggieri is no ordinary individual. Under his stewardship, the Ando-Ar shipyard has undergone a remarkable transformation, rising from obscurity to become one of Italy's premier shipyards. Now, he is seizing opportunities to secure additional shipbuilding orders from the Navy. After all, it is common knowledge that the profits from military vessels far surpass those from civilian ships. And constructing naval vessels is also a demonstration of the shipyard's capabilities, making it highly desirable for Ando-Ar to become a supplier to the Navy. Consequently, Carlo's visit is of great significance to the shipyard. Though this monarch has yet to assume regency due to his youth, anyone with even a modicum of awareness recognizes that he possesses a maturity beyond his years, prompting even the all-powerful prime minister to deliberate carefully before considering his opinions. Furthermore, who could overlook the fact that the 2 Venice-class armored cruisers currently under construction are funded by the king himself? It is clear that this is the monarch's gesture of goodwill toward the Navy, which has always enjoyed the trust of monarchs and serves as a formidable counterbalance to the army. For a ruler to possess such foresight at a young age is truly a blessing for Italy. With pleasantries aside, Carlo swiftly shifted the conversation. "Lord Bryn, I am exceedingly pleased with the designs from your esteemed shipyard. I have heard that many of these concepts were proposed by you." The Bryn in question is Benedetto Bryn, the chief designer of the shipyard, who, despite being in his 50s, shows no signs of aging. Dressed less formally than Carlo, his years spent in the shipyard and at design tables have left his skin weathered and his hands calloused. "Your Majesty flatters me. It is truly the effort of Vittorio," he humbly replied, indicating that he merely offered a few suggestions along the way. At this moment, the seasoned designer began to mentor his junior, who, upon being mentioned, smiled sheepishly at Carlo, reminiscent of a modern-day programmer. "It is said that Bryn is one of Italy's finest naval architects. What do you believe the future of Italian naval design should entail?" In spite of Bryn's attempt to elevate his protege, Carlo was determined not to let this designer off the hook so easily, seeking to gauge his insights. Following Carlo's inquiry, a hush fell over the gathering. While others might not comprehend the reason behind Carlo's question, they recognized the significance of the chief designer's forthcoming response. Undaunted by the sudden quiet, Bryn furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. I believe that Italian naval design should embrace a boutique approach. In light of Bryn's response, Carlo regarded the elder with anticipation for further elucidation. The statement was overly simplistic. Anyone could make such a claim. And it did not reflect his expertise, as expected. Bryn elaborated. Presently, rapid technological advancements are accelerating the obsolescence of naval vessels, resulting in a swift turnover of designs. This leaves many designers grappling for direction. Sometimes a blueprint that has just been finalized becomes outdated by the following day. Take, for instance, the Duilio-class battleships that we constructed to the onset of their construction. They were heralded as the most formidable warships in the world. However, by the time they were completed, other nations had already developed even more powerful battleships. Furthermore, this class of warship has now begun to seem somewhat antiquated, yet I have heard that the Navy still intends to construct 3 improved models of this class, which raises some eyebrows. Yes, soon as Bulin opened his mouth, he referred to the proud creation of his longtime rival, sending a chill of trepidation throughout the shipyard. If the Navy were to catch wind of such remarks, it could certainly lead to offense. Fortunately, Carlo was aware of their sentiments and offered a reassuring balm. This is a discussion between myself and Lord Bulin. It shall not be disseminated widely. Bulin, realizing his earlier indiscretion, deftly shifted the conversation to a subject of interest to Carlo. Present. I believe that Italian naval design must serve the needs of the Navy. The threats faced by the Italian Navy primarily stem from the pressures exerted by the French Navy. Here, the Austro-Hungarian Navy is conspicuously overlooked. Given its current capabilities, it would hardly pose a significant challenge, inflicting merely a knee-jerk reaction upon the Italian forces. Thus, it is better left unmentioned that I contend that our Navy should not engage in a scale-for-scale confrontation with France. Our shipbuilding budget pales in comparison to theirs, necessitating a strategy of gradual progress, constructing new warships at a pace not exceeding 2 vessels per class. Ideally, these new ships should prioritize speed and firepower, thus prolonging their operational relevance. Indeed, Bulin asserts that among the 3 cardinal attributes of warships, firepower and speed are paramount, with protection being the first to be sacrificed when the other 2 cannot be adequately met. Though Carlo does not entirely concur with Bulin's assertion, after all, it is preferable to retain all 3 attributes. He is neither a zealot nor a perfectionist. He recognizes that in this era of significant advancements in shipbuilding technology, a new vessel that can maintain its status as a principal asset for a decade is quite commendable. Often, ships find themselves relegated to reserve status within mere years of service. In retrospect, it is clear that the timing of Italian shipbuilding has been less than ideal. During the 1980s and 90s, when naval technology saw tremendous advancements, Italy constructed a plethora of warships that quickly became obsolete with the dawn of the 20th century. In stark contrast, during the conflict with the Ottomans, Italy found itself devoid of any formidable battleships. Unlike Germany, which strategically timed its shipbuilding efforts and swiftly developed a formidable high-seas fleet that instilled fear even in the British. It is worth noting that while Italy may have spent less than Germany, the disparity in outcomes is stark, that Bulin's remarks have imparted valuable lessons to Carlo. One must always consider practical realities. A task he acknowledges is far from complete. The year 1881 proved to be exceedingly disheartening for the Italians in this year, Italy not only faced domestic drought, but also lost the opportunity to colonize Tunisia. Consequently, many are reluctant to recall the events of 1881, as it is laden with unfavorable news. As the year draws to a close, a review of its events reveals a grim outlook. Although Carlo does not wield significant authority, the government data collection does not conceal any truth from him, allowing him to remain well-informed about Italy's various statistics. Firstly, any hopes for economic growth in Italy this year are futile. The dual setbacks from both domestic and international fronts have inflicted significant losses, making economic expansion unrealistic. Thus, the economic growth rate for Italy in 1881 stands at a mere 0.11, and when considering inflation, it effectively reflects negative growth. Such economic figures cast a shadow on the Italian government, which, despite widespread acknowledgement of the causes, ultimately bears the brunt of public discontent for its ineffective leadership, largely a consequence of the preceding administration. Additionally, in terms of imports and exports, Italy has seen a substantial increase in imports, reaching 1.771 billion lire, with the largest share stemming from grain import from Russia and Romania. This year, Italy imported 287 million tons of various grains, contributing to a general rise of 5 in European grain prices. Exports, on the other hand, have experienced a slight decline due to both internal and external factors, totaling 1.564 billion lire, with textiles remaining the top export, followed by items such as furs, furniture, beverages, and tobacco. At a glance at Italy's export profile reveals much about its economic composition. This year, Italy's trade deficit reached 207 million lire, placing considerable strain on Finance Minister Sabot and Economic Trade Minister Maclade, who are nearly at their wits' end to mitigate Maclade's influence in the Ministry of Agriculture. The Prime Minister, under the guise of rewarding achievements, has reassigned him to the position of Economic Trade Minister, while the former Economic Trade Minister, Grits, has also been shifted, resulting in a complete reshuffle of the trio, that no silver lining emerges as, despite the economic malaise, the populace has not expressed dissatisfaction with the Depreti's government, recognizing that the current predicament is not solely his fault. However, public patience is not infinite. Should economic conditions fail to improve in the coming year, the Prime Minister may find himself needing to address the matter. Nonetheless, the issues facing the government do not directly impact Carlo. This is one of the benefits of his diminished authority, albeit not one he desired to witness. A new year warrants new beginnings, and thus Carlo meticulously prepared for the annual New Year's address. In doing so, he sacrificed a proper celebration of Christmas, much to the displeasure of his two little princesses. Following the holiday, Carlo offered many kind words and made various unequal concessions to soothe their discontent that, on January 1 St., New Year's Day, the residents of Rome flooded the streets to partake in the festivities, while guards outside the Quirinal Palace busied themselves preparing fireworks. Meanwhile, Carlo remained ensconced in his small chamber, conducting a final review of his speech. Though this marked Carlo's second New Year's address, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Last year's speech was a complete disaster, and he could scarcely recall the details of his own return to the room. Indeed, since his inaugural address, Carlo had sensed little difference between himself and others. He lacked poise and the demeanor of a leader, feeling rather like a primary school student receiving an award for the first time. Utterly bewildered and at a loss for words to avert a recurrence of last year's embarrassment, Carlo isolated himself in his chamber, forcing himself to memorize the speech. Unfortunately, this approach seemed ineffective, as the more he struggled, the less he retained. Just as Carlo grappled with his New Year's address, a pair of delicate hands gently pushed open the door, and a graceful figure approached him from behind it. Is that you? Nia, Carlo exclaimed, momentarily startled by the interruption. Your Majesty, please let go, Nia said, her cheeks aflame as she attempted to extricate her hand from Carlo's grip. Having lightly tapped his shoulder, she had intended to speak, only to be caught in his grasp. Nia, what brings you here? Carlo asked, evading her inquiry as he continued to hold on to the little maid. Nia, now diverted by his question, blurted out, I heard that your Majesty has been locked away in here for hours, and I was a bit worried, so I came to check on you. The maid's face grew increasingly crimson, reaching her neck. Especially when Carlo's grip tightened, her cheeks resembled ripe, fragrant apples, tempting him to take a playful bite. Reluctantly, Carlo had to admit that his straightforward, assertive approach to courting had finally borne fruit. It was evident that within the palace, young individuals of their age were scarce, and Carlo's feelings toward the maid were an open secret. Given that she was the apple of the emperor's eye, no one dared harbor any thoughts about her, not even engaging in casual conversation. Thus, for Nia, outside of her conversations with other maids, Carlo was the only young man she could engage with. Opportunities for their interaction were plentiful, yet Carlo's clumsy methods rendered them ineffective. Despite the numerous chances that came his way, he had been unable to capitalize on any. However, after nearly 2 years of experience, Carlo had finally gleaned some knowledge about charming young ladies. It seemed that his efforts were finally yielding results. At the very least, Nia no longer shied away from him, ignoring the fact that her hand remained captured. This was a positive start. Your Majesty, are you worried about the speech? Nia inquired. Although she was a maid, her prolonged presence in the palace had imparted some understanding of affairs. Not at all. Why would I be concerned about such a trivial matter? Carlo replied, determined not to reveal any anxiety regarding his speech in front of the maid, unwilling to lose face before her. Really? Nia regarded him with skepticism. What? Do you not believe me? Carlo felt a surge of masculine pride as he sought to demonstrate his confidence. Nia's unwavering gaze, filled with doubt, only fueled his determination. Being looked down upon by Nia ignited Carlo's youthful spirit, and he quickly devised a plan. Let us proceed as follows. If you do not believe, let us wager a bet. What do you say? In response to Carlo's proposition, the young maid appeared somewhat ensnared. What shall we wager? Very well, if I succeed in my speech, then I shall be the victor. And you must agree to one condition. What condition? You must promise before I disclose it. If you do not agree, I shall remain silent. Observing the maid's reluctance to engage, Carlo had no choice but to whisper. How about this? If I win, you grant me a kiss. If I lose, I shall kiss you. That's unacceptable. Then what do you propose? Faced with Carlo's eagerness to gain an advantage, Nia resolved to retaliate. If you lose, you shall kiss Lolita. Carlo was well aware that Lull was a small pot-bellied pig, cherished by several maids as a pet. The king of Italy kissing a pig would certainly create quite a stir. Carlo immediately felt inclined to shake his head in refusal. However, seeing the maid's eager gaze upon him, he reconsidered and, with determination, resolved to take the plunge. After all, it was merely a speech. What was there to fear? Whether he succeeded in kissing the maid or failed and ended up kissing a pig, he deemed it a win-win situation. Very well, it is settled then. Indeed, no backing out. After their agreement, Carlo was filled with enthusiasm when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Accompanied by the voice of the captain of the guards, Your Majesty, the time has come. You must prepare for the New Year's speech. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Carlo glanced at Nia beside him, brimming with confidence as he readied himself for the speech to make the tea that moment. He felt no trepidation, his sole intention being to demonstrate to the maid how he would hold her accountable in recent days. Carlo's spirits had soared, for the mere thought of the maid's mortification from a kiss that left her drenched in saliva brought a smile to his face. Of course, the one who had caused the maid's embarrassment bore a sizable bruise on his waist. The art of the 9-1 white bone claw was indeed a girl's forte, as even the young maid had mastered it without formal instruction. However, Carlo's joy was not solely derived from this incident. He also relished Nia's transformation. After winning the wager and experiencing a failed kiss, the relationship between Carlo and the young maid rapidly progressed. He had now reached the point where he could hold her hand. And occasionally, she would take his. How could this not elate Carlo? Thus, for some time following the new year, Carlo reduced his outings and often took the young maid to savor their moments together, which of course afforded him another opportunity to kiss her. However, this time, it did not result in a face full of saliva, allowing the young maid to begin to appreciate the delightful experience. Yet, as is often the case, joyous moments are fleeting, and soon Carlo needed to prepare for his visit to Germany. In fact, since the new year, the government had begun preparations for the German visit, planning the itinerary, deciding which individuals and cities to engage with, and what events to attend. All required negotiations with the German authorities. Consequently, Foreign Minister Bacona had been frequenting the Prime Minister's residence almost daily, sparking rumors. Nevertheless, within the government, it was well understood that the paramount issue over the past month had been the visit to Germany. And preliminary plans concerning the itinerary and engagements had been formulated, awaiting approval from the Prime Minister and Carlo. Indeed, let us proceed with this arrangement. Within the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister de Pretis, having reviewed the planned itinerary, consented to its execution. While there were no issues on the Prime Minister's side, Carlo had some concerns. Why does the schedule predominantly involve interactions with Crown Prince Friedrich? The official responsible for arranging the itinerary, upon hearing Carlo's inquiry, promptly explained, Your Majesty, the Kaiser is rather advanced in age and should not be overburdened. Hence, After discussions with Germany, the crown prince shall act on his behalf. I understand, but you must consider the age difference between myself and Crown Prince Friedrich. For royal exchanges, it would be preferable to engage with peers. Crown Prince Wilhelm will be far more suitable, given our closer age. Indeed, Carlo's objective was to replace the Crown Prince with the future Wilhelm II that faced with Carlo's insistence. The official appeared somewhat troubled and stated, "This will require renegotiation with the German side." Then proceed with the renegotiation. I trust the Germans will accommodate this modest request of mine. It was clear that Carlo had little regard for the official's feelings, although he recognized that this would add to the official's workload. The prospect of establishing a relationship with Wilhelm II overshadowed any concern regarding the official's burden. Confronted with Carlo's steadfastness, the official ultimately capitulated, agreeing to act in accordance with his wishes. However, he still needed to report the matter to his superiors. Since the king desires to engage with peers, let us proceed as he wishes. Now, Prime Minister de Prétis had a multitude of matters to address and was not inclined to dwell on such trivial issues. News from the Prime Minister's office confirmed that Carlo's request had been granted. However, while the government was bustling with preparations for the visit to Germany, a message arrived from Caprera Island. Mr. Garibaldi had passed away due to illness. This news sent shockwaves throughout Italy, for he was an idol to many. Consequently, reports regarding Garibaldi's death dominated the front pages of major newspapers, igniting a frenzy. His fame extended beyond Europe, reaching South America as well. It is worth noting that the red shirts, which Garibaldi had formed, initially began in South America. Thus, the news was extensively covered in South America as well, celebrating this Italian national hero. Nevertheless, no external reports could rival the uproar within Italy itself that on the very next day, following Garibaldi's passing, Prime Minister de Prétis and King Carlo publicly declared in Rome their intention to hold a state funeral for the national hero, pledging to personally carry his coffin. Following the pronouncements of the Prime Minister and the King, various figures began to voice their strong desire to contribute to Mr. Garibaldi's final arrangements. Comparatively, the treatment accorded to this national hero in life was starkly different. While alive, Garibaldi enjoyed a revered reputation among the populace. Yet the government had treated him as if he were a poisonous serpent, keeping their distance. However, now that Garibaldi had departed, the government suddenly recognized his worth and sought to join in the commotion. It is indeed ironic that a living national hero was treated as a pariah, whereas in death, he was deemed valuable. For Carlo, Garibaldi's passing represented the loss of a revered elder. Nevertheless, he harbored some frustration, as he had only learned of Garibaldi's death after the fact. Someone had neglected their duty. "Pray tell, why was I not informed sooner?" Carlo inquired of the captain of the guards, then returned to his seat, the overhead cover casting him into shadows, thus exerting immense pressure on the Baron. "Your Majesty," the captain, aware of his oversight, contemplated briefly before opting to speak candidly. Sometimes, acknowledging a mistake is far less daunting than attempting to conceal it, as the latter could lead to even graver consequences. Clearly, the captain embodied this philosophy. Thus, through the captain, Carlo learned of Garibaldi's circumstances during his final days, after Carlo assumed command of the Red Shirts. A disheartened Garibaldi retreated to his residence on Caprera Island. However, upon his return, it was evident that Garibaldi's health had markedly declined. His old friend, Cosenza, accompanied him to the island. Initially, they led a tranquil existence together. But one day, Garibaldi fell ill at home. First, the national hero believed nothing was amiss, but his condition soon deteriorated. Yet at this juncture, Cosenza and Garibaldi's family concealed this information, reportedly at Garibaldi's behest, as he did not wish to disturb others due to his own plight. He merely engaged a trusted physician for treatment. Ultimately, however, this venerable national hero, at over 70 years of age, could not withstand the ravages of time and passed away in early 1882 at the age of 75. Upon hearing the captain's account, Carlo could not help but exclaim, "Truly, he deserves the title of hero. I shall remember this for now. Should there be a next time, you know what to do." Carlo raised his hand high, kissed it, and let it fall, signifying the end of the matter. A week later, in Rome, hundreds of thousands gathered to bid farewell to the national hero on his final journey. Carlo and the Prime Minister fulfilled their promise, personally bearing Garibaldi's coffin. Subsequently, according to his last wishes, this national hero would be laid to rest on Sardinia. With Garibaldi's passing, it marked the end of an era characterized by grand unification. The old era recedes, heralding the dawn of a new age for the future direction of Italy. It is a matter for Carlo and Prime Minister de Pretties to contemplate that Berlin's train station, one of Germany's largest platforms, connects railways from across the nation, rendering it exceptionally bustling. However, today the station has been temporarily closed, with numerous travelers ordered not to step out of the waiting room, while the platforms are teeming with officials and soldiers. The well-informed Berliners immediately discern that a significant dignitary is in attendance, likely either a prime minister or a king. Did one not notice Count Karl von Weizsäcker, the foreign minister, awaiting on the platform? The presence of a foreign minister personally signifies the arrival of a prime minister or king from a great nation that a cursory glance at international news would easily unveil the outcome. The youthful king of Italy and his prime minister are visiting Germany, and today must indeed mark their arrival. Their conjecture proves accurate. Today is indeed the day the Italian delegation arrives in Berlin. Although an unexpected incident involving a national hero's passing has arisen, it has not altered the schedule of Italy's visit to Germany, merely expediting various proceedings. With a puffing sound, a train arrives at the station amidst the anticipation of the crowd, its carriages emblazoned with symbols unmistakably identifying it as the Italian delegation. Without the need for direction, the orchestra, already prepared, instantly strikes up a tune, while the welcoming crowd dons smiles and waves the flags of both nations, creating an atmosphere of jubilation. Two well-dressed children, under the guidance of adults, hold flowers in readiness to present them. Inside the carriage, Carlo and the Prime Minister are well prepared. Your Majesty, do not be anxious. Simply treat it as an ordinary sightseeing venture. Prime Minister, you needn't fret for me. I am entirely at ease. The two leaders, exchanging encouraging glances, smile at one another and descend from the platform with a facade of nonchalance. Naturally, as the King of Italy, Carlo steps forward first, followed closely by the Prime Minister, with the other members of the delegation trailing in accordance with their ranks and significance. Welcome, King Carlo, to Berlin, that we believe your arrival will lay a solid foundation for the amicable relations between our two nations. Count von Weizsäcker, serving as Germany's foreign minister, promptly approaches Carlo to deliver a welcoming address. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your warm reception. May our two nations cultivate even closer ties. Carlo reciprocates gracefully, maintaining an air of dignity in the presence of the foreign minister. After exchanging pleasantries with Carlo, Count von Weizsäcker extends his hand to Prime Minister de Pretties. Prime Minister de Pretties, it is a pleasure to welcome you to Berlin. Thank you for your gracious welcome, responds the Prime Minister. Following their brief handshake, Count von Weizsäcker acknowledges several accompanying ministers behind them. At this juncture, the children, having received instructions from the adults, present flowers to Carlo and Prime Minister de Pretties. Observing the children, who are not much younger than himself, offering flowers with utmost respect evokes an indescribable feeling within Carlo. The welcoming ceremony entails further formalities, and, as one of the principal figures, Carlo participates like a marionette, adhering to the prearranged sequence of events, meeting with German and Italian compatriots, delivering a brief speech, and fielding questions from journalists, among other duties. Once these obligations are fulfilled, Carlo and his delegation board a carriage to proceed to the accommodations prepared by the Germans. They are to reside at Charlottenburg Palace, a summer residence constructed by Frederick I for his wife, Sophie Charlotte, and currently an important domicile for the Hohenzollern family in Berlin. This arrangement underscores the Germans' regard for Carlo and his entourage. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our friends from Italy, we have prepared a welcoming banquet, and we sincerely hope you will all attend, announces Count von Weizsäcker, the foreign minister, after escorting them to their lodging. This is a customary diplomatic practice in Europe. Typically, a welcoming banquet accompanies visits from monarchs or heads of government. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, guests are unlikely to decline the host's hospitality, but on behalf of all, I extend our gratitude for your kind invitation. We shall certainly attend, replies Carlo, and with the Italian delegation's affirmation, Count von Weizsäcker departs with satisfaction. Now, the members of the delegation forego rest, hastily retrieving their meticulously prepared garments from their luggage in anticipation of the evening banquet. A failure to dress appropriately would be a source of embarrassment that none wish to encounter. At 6:15, attired in their finest, the delegation members board the carriages provided by the Germans, making their way to the banquet venue. The event is to be held in the White Hall of the royal castle, a principal locale for various grand occasions, including monastic festivals, local assemblies, and the opening of parliamentary sessions. It is thus evident why the Germans chose this venue for the welcoming banquet for the Italians. Good evening, Emperor Wilhelm. Good evening, Chancellor Bismarck. Good evening, Marshal Moltke. Upon entering, Carlo is greeted by three individuals who are renowned even in posterity. Unlike others who have only seen their photographs, he encounters these three illustrious figures in the flesh. Greetings, King Carlo, we warmly welcome you to Berlin, proclaims the elderly Emperor Wilhelm I, extending his hand, marred by age spots. To shake Carlo's, faced with an emperor older than his grandfather, Carlo, naturally, showers him with flattering remarks. However, Carlo is acutely aware that these three dignitaries are likely here more for Prime Minister Depretis than for himself. After exchanging a few words, he promptly defers the conversation to the Prime Minister, as anticipated. Upon addressing Prime Minister Depretis, their conversation becomes markedly more animated, with Emperor Wilhelm I, Bismarck, and Moltke engaging in amiable dialogue. Nevertheless, their discourse does not linger excessively, as none wish to convey impatience. Subsequently, Emperor Wilhelm I raises a glass of red wine and taps it lightly with a spoon. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm welcome to our friends from Italy. Cheers! Carlo joins in, raising his glass of juice in unison. Following a brief address from the elderly emperor, he retires to rest, leaving Bismarck and Moltke to attend to the Italian delegation. Seizing the opportunity, Carlo discreetly retreats to a corner of the hall, silently observing the vibrant festivities of the banquet. What? Do you not enjoy such an environment? A voice suddenly emanates from behind him. Carlo turns to see a young man in his 20s, holding a glass, standing just behind him. This young man, hardly older than Carlo himself, is impeccably dressed, yet Carlo does not recognize his face. However, he finds it peculiar that the young man is wearing gloves. Wearing gloves? Carlo immediately deduces the identity of this individual. Indeed, I find this lively atmosphere somewhat overwhelming. Might I inquire if His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, enjoys such spectacles? I share your sentiments regarding the noise. Replies Wilhelm II, shaking his head. I would prefer to spend time in the barracks than engage in such social maneuvering. I in an effort to bond with the Crown Prince. Carlo steers the conversation towards the military. Despite his limited experience in barracks, it seems we are of like mind. Although Carlo's inquiry is somewhat vague, Wilhelm, soon to embark on his military training, is indeed filled with aspirations for the armed forces. As a German prince, military service is an inevitable duty for him, and his education has instilled in him a deep admiration for the honorable military. Thus, the two young men engage in a private discourse amidst the banquet, discussing various topics such as the sea, the military, and political ideologies. After a delightful exchange, Wilhelm II finds Carlo, the younger Italian king, quite agreeable, noting their similar viewpoints. For Carlo, the sole reward of this tedious banquet is the acquaintance of the future German emperor. Wilhelm II, a connection that brings him halfway closer to achieving his diplomatic objectives. Brandenburg, located 20 kilometers from the capital Berlin, is rich in diverse flora and fauna, rendering it an ideal hunting ground. Today, clad in hunting attire, Carlo strolls through the dense forest alongside the equally dressed Crown Prince Wilhelm, both armed with hunting rifles. Despite the assistance of hunting dogs and guards, the game seems to elude them at every turn. However, neither of the two individuals focused their attention on the prey. Instead, they engaged in a spirited debate filled with verbal sparring. William, I do not believe there are any pressing issues with German diplomacy at present. The alliance with Russia and Austria can stabilize Germany's eastern and southern fronts, alleviating the pressure on national defense. Nevertheless, there exists a concern regarding this diplomatic strategy when irreconcilable conflicts arise between Russia and Austria. Which side should Germany support? Carlo's words prompted a frown from the Crown Prince, who was eager to assert that Germany could keep the two nations tethered together. However, he could not voice this thought, as he lacked the audacity. Faced with this dilemma, The crown prince struggled to articulate a conclusion, eventually opting to shift the focus of the conversation. Well then, why don't you tell me what should be done? William, I am the king of Italy. I have a vested interest in this matter. How could I possibly answer such a question? Carlo was reluctant to take up the topic thrown his way by the crown prince. Recognizing it as an intractable issue, the only feasible answer was to retain one ally. Assume you are the monarch of Germany and make your choice accordingly. To his surprise, William pressed on, insisting that Carlo make a decision. Perhaps seeking a reference point from his response. If I were to choose, I would ally with Vienna. Seeing that he could no longer evade the question, Carlo provided what he deemed the best answer. This was not a whimsical guess, but a sincere belief that aligning with the Austrians was Germany's optimal choice. Although countless individuals in subsequent generations would criticize Germany's choice of allies during the First World War, arguing that had Germany selected Russia instead, the outcome would have been vastly different, and they would provide numerous reasons to support this claim. Those individuals had not truly experienced the era and failed to grasp that choosing allies was not a matter of mere preference. From the perspective of maximizing interests, Germany's alignment with Britain would appear to be the most advantageous choice. Yet, had they consulted Britain to ascertain its willingness? The same logic applies to the consideration of Russia as an ally. Had they contemplated Russia's perspective? Moreover, at this juncture, Russia was in dire need of funds to complete its industrialization. Could Germany provide the necessary financial support? Thus, Germany's alliance with Austria became almost inevitable, while there were various other reasons. The principal one remained that Germany could not meet Russia's financial requirements. In contrast, France posed no such issues. Its domestic capital was in urgent need of profitable ventures, and as long as Russia was willing to concede on interest rates, the continuous flow of French funds would suffice to facilitate Russia's industrialization. Of course, Carlo's conclusions were derived from both current events and historical trajectories, which might lend themselves to the appearance of conjecture. Nevertheless, this choice aligned with Germany's interests. Although Austria appeared weaker, its dependency on Germany was considerably greater, and its demands were not as profound as those of Russia. Those who believed that Germany's unilateral increase in grain tariffs could lead to a rift in German-Russian relations should reconsider. While this may have been a catalyst, the more critical issue was Germany's inability to fulfill Russia's financial needs. Although Carlo was well aware of these dynamics, the Crown Prince William was not, and he found himself somewhat astonished by Carlo's choice of Austria. It was common knowledge that the relationship between Italy and Austria was far from amicable. Was this Italian king signaling a desire for reconciliation with Austria? He held no particular opinion on this matter, as he was not yet in a position to govern Germany. However, Carlo's remarks provided him with considerable insight. It is worth noting that his grandfather, William I, and Chancellor Bismarck were both pro-Russian, while his father, Frederick III, influenced by his wife, Princess Victoria, was anti-Russian. Shortly after William's birth, a fierce conflict erupted between the conservative faction represented by the then King William I and Chancellor Bismarck and the liberal faction represented by the Prince and Princess, who would later become Frederick III and Princess Victoria, over the constitutional struggle. This awkward power dynamic inevitably led to conflicts in William II's educational philosophy, with one side leaning towards pro-British liberalism and emphasizing the importance of public interests, while the other side favored a pro-Russian conservative stance focused on noble values and the cultivation of military skills. Queen Victoria made concerted efforts to instill in William II a passion for the sea, Britain, and liberty, attempting to compensate for his father's preoccupation with military affairs by taking full responsibility for the child's upbringing. However, both the king and queen sought to exert their influences on William II. Thus, William II's complex personality was shaped. Yet, due to the dual influences he experienced, he also gained a distinct advantage. He could navigate between his father and grandfather, serving as a lubricant between the two. Of course, the current William had begun to reveal his character flaws. Carlo, as the King of Italy, sensed this. Despite his royal status, the crown prince did not overtly display his pride in front of Carlo. However, in the presence of others, he often showcased his haughty demeanor. Yet, the proud crown prince looked upon Carlo's responses with newfound respect. "I did not expect you to answer in such a manner," he remarked with surprise. That's nothing. However, from Germany's perspective, Carlo began, when suddenly a new thought struck him. I heard that the Chinese have placed an order for 2 improved Saxon-class ships with you. Indeed, this is a business deal secured by the Vulcan shipyard, and we have provided favorable terms. William, although unaware of Carlo's intentions regarding the Chinese shipbuilding matter, recognized it as a significant achievement for the German shipbuilding industry, and thus did not dwell on it. If time permits, shall we go for a visit? Carlo's suggestion startled William. He had not anticipated that this Italian king would show interest in the 2 vessels, especially considering Italy's shipbuilding capabilities far surpassed those of contemporary Germany. While William was surprised, having served aboard various commission vessels, he had yet to witness the construction of a warship firsthand and was keen to observe. Very well, let us visit the Vulcan shipyard tomorrow. After reaching an agreement with William II, the hunting expedition concluded, and the 2 returned to Brandenburg for a brief respite before resuming their discussions. In the evening, Carlo returned to Charlottenburg Palace in a cheerful mood, only to find the atmosphere among the delegation quite oppressive. What has happened? Upon Carlo's inquiry, someone promptly explained the situation. The cause of the tension was that negotiations with Germany were not progressing smoothly. Although Germany had conducted a grand welcoming ceremony, the negotiations' bottom line remained unchanged, asserting that Italy must reach a friendly accord with Vienna before discussing military alliances. Consequently, Prime Minister Depretis had become increasingly anxious. Returning to his quarters to complain about the German stubbornness, Carlo felt entirely sidelined in the negotiations between Germany and Italy. However, he trusted that a resolution would be found and prepared to focus on his planned visit to the Vulcan shipyard with William II the following day. Szczecin lies 126 kilometers from Berlin, with a railway running from Berlin to East Prussia passing through it. Since the 12th century, this city has been one of the most important and powerful seaports on the southern Baltic Sea. And it is also the birthplace of Empress Catherine II. Given its status as a crucial harbor, it is evident that the shipbuilding industry must be quite developed. However, the most renowned establishment is the Vulcan shipyard. Located on the banks of the Oder River, the shipyard spans 100 hectares and boasts 9 docks of varying sizes, with the most notable being Docks 3 and 4, where the improved Saxon-class ship, Jeanne d'Ing II, is currently under construction. On this day, Luke Buchan rose early, and, after exercising, he happened to spot Wei Han, who had accompanied him. Brother Ji Qian, you are up quite early. Wei Han, noticing the sweat stains on Lu Buchan's shirt, smiled and replied, What do you mean early? You're the one who has truly risen early. You've already begun your training. That I can't help it. It's simply a habit. I feel uncomfortable if I don't train for a day. After a brief conversation, the 2 parted ways, freshened up, and commenced a new day of work. Indeed, they were the designated personnel responsible for receiving the Jeanne d'Ing II ship. Lu Buchan was tasked with guiding the selected naval officers to familiarize themselves with the 2 vessels, while Wei Han was responsible for overseeing the ship's construction. Thus, they needed to be present at the Vulcan shipyard daily, never allowing themselves to slack off. Upon arriving at the Vulcan shipyard, the 2 noticed an unusual atmosphere. The workers were busy with a thorough cleaning, and very few were engaged in actual work. Both had some understanding of German, so they immediately approached a supervisor to inquire about the situation. What is going on? Today, a significant figure is coming for an inspection. The information relayed by the shipyard personnel did not concern them overly much. They had indeed encountered prominent figures from Germany before. They recalled that upon their arrival, they were received by the Vice Minister of the German Navy. However, it did not take long for them to realize how naive their expectations were. The number of carriages, accompanied by security personnel, arrived at the shipyard. The shipyard's manager, Mr. Gilbert, promptly approached to greet them. Having met the Crown Prince and King Carlo, the arrival of a Crown Prince and a king surprised both men. Indeed, it was none other than Kaiser Wilhelm II and King Carlo. After disembarking from their carriage, they conversed with Mr. Gilbert for a while. King Carlo, with keen eyes, noticed 2 individuals of East Asian descent standing nearby and inquired, Are they representatives from a Qing dynasty? Yes, Your Majesty. King Carlo. They are the Qing dynasty's representatives, Lu and Wei. Could you kindly bring them over? We are about to inspect the warships they are constructing. It would be inappropriate to do so without the host's consent. That is certainly not an issue. Thus, Lu Buchan and Wei Han saw Mr. Gilbert waving his hand and calling out to them. Lu, Wei, could you come over here for a moment? The two, caught off guard by the summons, were astonished to hear that an Italian king and the crown prince wished to see the warships they had built. However, Luke Buchan reacted swiftly, responding, "Of course, it would be our great honor to allow you both to tour the warships." Although Luke Buchan's German was somewhat halting, it was comprehensible to all, prompting King Carlo to reply, "Thank you for your permission." The group, now joined by the two Qing representatives, proceeded grandly towards docks 3 and 4. This is the Saxon-class ship we are constructing for the Qing dynasty, with the hull of the first vessel already completed and ready for launch and outfitting, while the second vessel is 85 constructed and expected to launch in 3 months. Upon reaching the dock, Mr. Gilbert began to explain the current status of the two warships to his distinguished guests. Observing the unfinished vessels, King Carlo inquired, "May we go aboard and take a look?" After casting a glance at Luke Buchan and Wei Han, Mr. Gilbert promptly replied, "Certainly." Thus the group boarded the first ship, the Ding Yuan, which was on the verge of being launched, standing on the unpainted deck as Mr. Gilbert continued to diligently describe its specifications. The ship has a standard displacement of 7,220 tons and a full load displacement of 7,670 tons, utilizing a triple expansion steam engine, propelled by twin screws and equipped with 8 boilers. Its main armament consists of 4 305mm breech-loading guns manufactured by Krupp, along with 2 150mm breech-loading secondary guns. Mr. Gilbert further elaborated on the ship's equipment, including torpedoes, fast boats, and armor. While Mr. Gilbert's descriptions were impressive, they could not alter the fact that it was merely a second-class ironclad. In particular, the design of the main guns was quite unreasonable, as all 4 305mm guns were positioned on the foredeck. Although they were staggered in design, it did not align with the demands of future naval warfare, compromising the ship's fire accuracy from the rear. Should an enemy maneuver to the rear, this class of warship would struggle to respond out of course. This assessment came from Carlo's perspective, informed by hindsight, in an era yet to experience large-scale naval engagements involving ironclads. It was understandable that designers were unaware of the true necessities for ironclad vessels. Your nation's shipbuilding technology is no longer inferior to ours, and I am confident that we will soon witness the German fleet commanding the oceans. Wilhelm II was well aware that Carlo's praise was directed at him, though he regarded it lightly, fully cognizant that Italy had already constructed 10,000-ton battleships, a feat beyond Germany's current capabilities. "Carlo, you overrate us." The current strength of the German Navy is still not up to that mark. The conversation between Carlo and Wilhelm II left no room for interjections from the others, who could only play the role of background figures, with 2 Chinese representatives also in attendance. Naturally, Carlo and Wilhelm II would not depart after merely inspecting the 2 ships. They were bound to explore other areas of the shipyard. Thus, the diligent Mr. Gilbert guided the 2 further into the facility, while Luke Buchan and Wei Han did not follow. Observing the departing group, Luke Buchan felt a sense of unease and inquired of Wei Han, "Jiqian, what do you think the Crown Prince of Germany and the King of Italy are doing here to inspect the Ding Yuan?" Wei Han, equally perplexed, suggested, "Zixiang, how would I know? Perhaps you should report to the minister." "The minister is so busy. How could I trouble him with such a trivial matter?" Luke Buchan shook his head vigorously, refusing to report the matter, speculating that perhaps it was merely a fleeting interest that had drawn them in. Very well, this Luder run is indeed perceptive. If Carlo was enjoying a lively excursion, the Italian delegation negotiating in Berlin was experiencing a chill akin to a harsh winter. Are these Germans truly so dense? Fumed Prime Minister de Pretis, storming into the room, slamming the door behind him, causing the remaining members of the delegation to exchange glances. Following closely behind, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Count Bacona, appeared equally displeased, clearly vexed by the Germans. With the Prime Minister in such a foul mood, no one dared to approach, opting instead to retreat. Another heavy door slam echoed through the room, since these 2 were not to be trifled with. The aides tasked with note-taking and translation became the focus of attention. They quickly surrounded the Prime Minister, eager to learn the cause of his ire. It turned out that today's negotiations had once again met with resistance. The Prime Minister had laid most of his cards on the table, but the Germans remained unmoved, insisting that Italy must first reconcile with Austria before they would consider signing a military alliance. under the pretext of not wishing to see two allies embroiled in conflict that might leave them in a precarious position. Precarious position. Indeed, they clearly prioritized the Austrians over trusting Italy's strength, thought Depretis, fully aware of the underlying implications of the German stance, which only fueled his frustration. Nonetheless, despite his anger, discussions were necessary, with the British Empire making it clear that they did not require Italy as an ally. The only remaining option was Germany, as for negotiating with France and Austria. That would be impossible unless he wished to face a revolt from the populace. However, to forge an alliance with Germany. Depretis felt the need for the right moment, uncertain if he would ever see the opportunity he sought. Nevertheless, regardless of circumstances, negotiations had to continue. Italy's weakened position necessitated finding an ally to deter potential adversaries. With this thought in mind, a calmer Depretis opened the door and stepped outside. Gather everyone for a meeting immediately. We need to reassess how to negotiate with the Germans. Italy was in dire need of friends. As the recent Tunis crisis had starkly illustrated the dangers of isolation, compounded by Italy's standing as the weakest among the great powers, further heightening the risks. Moreover, to bolster its strength, the assistance of allies was essential. While Depretis fretted over the lack of progress in negotiations, the Berlin Foreign Ministry continued to operate as usual. Koch, a telegraph operator in the ministry, was responsible for the sending and receiving of telegrams. Though this position may seem inconspicuous, it held great significance, necessitating a strict selection process based on personal capability and family background. Koch's qualifications were exemplary, having graduated from Cohen University, and his family background was notable. Both his father and grandfather had served in the military, with his grandfather dying in battle and his father sustaining injuries that left him disabled. Such a lineage allowed him to stand out amidst countless others, earning him a position as a telegraph operator in the Foreign Ministry. There were only a little over 10 telegraph operators, each overseeing their respective regions. Koch was tasked with managing telegrams from Russia and Northern Europe. On this particular night shift, after handing over duties to the oncoming operator, Koch proceeded to check the telegraph machine for proper operation, reviewing the logbook and inspecting other items. That moment, the telegraph machine's indicator light illuminated, prompting him to quickly set aside his work and receive the incoming telegram. Upon completion, he felt a slight weight of concern. It was a coded telegram sent from St. Petersburg and designated for the foreign minister, Count Wiesker. Koch immediately recognized this as an urgent telegram, one that required the personal attention of the foreign minister for translation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly rang the bell, summoning assistance. Deliver this telegram to the foreign minister, please. Very well. After completing all these tasks, Koch promptly recorded the time and classification of the received telegram in his notebook for future reference. The Prime Minister's office is the busiest department in Berlin. As many matters require the Prime Minister's decisive input, it is not an exaggeration to say that Prime Minister Bismarck is deeply concerned for Germany, even amidst diplomatic negotiations with Italy during the day. His Excellency Bismarck musters the energy to make his rounds at the Prime Minister's office, reviewing the affairs addressed that day and identifying those requiring urgent attention. For the seasoned political veteran Bismarck, managing these matters is as instinctive as eating or breathing. It has become an inherent part of him, to the extent that neglecting such duties for even a single day leaves him feeling uneasy. Therefore, as twilight descends, Bismarck remains ensconced in his office, diligently attending to the documents before him. Knock, knock, knocked at a series of knocks interrupts Bismarck's train of thought. Who is it? And what is it? Prime Minister, your wife is on the line, urging you to return home, as today is your granddaughter's birthday. Upon hearing his secretary's words, Bismarck suddenly recalls his promise to his granddaughter Hannah to attend her birthday celebration. Very well, I understand. Give me 15 minutes. After replying to his secretary, Bismarck buries his head back into his work. However, before long, another round of knocks resounds. What is it? Wasn't I given 15 minutes? Bismarck, momentarily irritated by the interruption, calls out toward the door. It is I, Prime Minister. The voice of Count Wiesker emanates from outside, revealing a sense of urgency in the foreign minister's tone. Come on. As Count Wiesker enters, Bismarck is taken aback by the sight of the foreign minister. The latter's appearance has notably changed, with disheveled hair and sweat-soaked attire, all of which betray the foreign minister's disarray. What has happened? Wie ist Kur? Bismarck inquires with concern. I am fine, dismissing pleasantries in light of the prime minister's inquiry. The foreign minister immediately produces a telegram from his pocket, placing it on the desk. Prime Minister, you should first take a look at this. Wie ist Kur's promptness surprises Bismarck, leading him to speculate whether something significant has occurred. He hastily grabs the telegram and begins to read it at a rapid pace. What are these Russians thinking? What do they take us for? The sound of Bismarck slamming his hand on the table reverberates. As the aging prime minister radiates a palpable fury, the content of the telegram has provoked Bismarck's ire. This urgent communication from St. Petersburg has been dispatched by the embassy. Within it, the ambassador to Russia has learned that the French Prime Minister, Jules Ferry, who is currently visiting Russia, has reached a secret agreement with the Russians. Thanks to the assistance of well-placed informants, the ambassador has acquired the details. Do not doubt Germany's level of infiltration in Russia. Historically, the wives of Tsars have often been chosen from among Germans. The agreement stipulates that France and Russia shall maintain amicable relations, with both nations guaranteeing that no hostile actions will occur within the next decade. Although this is a peace treaty and not a single word about Germany is mentioned, Bismarck is well aware of its implications. This peace treaty effectively undermines the Triple Alliance, which was established last year. The Russians are certainly not ignorant of the alliance's purpose. Yet, they still choose to sign such a treaty with France, raising suspicions about their intentions. It appears that action must be taken in response to this development. And with this thought, Bismarck formulates a plan that a new day dawns. Yet the Italian delegation temporarily residing at Charlottenburg Palace does not sense the fresh beginnings. The meeting convened by Prime Minister Depretis and the Foreign Minister last night extended into the early hours. But after lengthy deliberations, no resolution emerged. The conceivable strategies had all been exhausted. What more could be conceived by gathering everyone together again? However, despite this, the leadership mandates compliance, and no one dares utter a word of complaint. They are not fools. With the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister in a foul mood, any expression of discontent could lead to retribution. Thus, they endure the discomfort alongside the two prominent figures. Fortunately, once the tempers of the two leaders have cooled, they are finally able to retreat to their quarters for rest. Otherwise, they would be left with weary eyes. Consequently, the attendants following the two leaders today are rather disheartened. After so many days of negotiation, it is apparent that they still cannot decipher Germany's stance. Nevertheless, they cling to a final hope. Inside the second carriage, Foreign Minister Bacona expresses his grievances to Prime Minister Depretis, who shares the same carriage. Such negotiations will severely dampen everyone's spirits. It seems the Germans are unwilling to relent. It appears that even the seasoned Bacona has been affected, his long experience in diplomacy now tinged with pessimism. Prime Minister Depretis is likewise not exempt from this sentiment. Let us strive. We must at least exert our utmost effort. However, Depretis's words do not inspire confidence. They instead resonate as a plea for relief. Fate, however, plays a cruel joke at this moment. As their hypothetical adversary, the French delegation in far-off St. Petersburg unwittingly lends them an invisible assist. Upon the carriage's arrival at the Prime Minister's office, Depretis immediately senses a shift in atmosphere. The same sensation is shared by Foreign Minister Bacona beside him. The personal reception by Count Wie ist Kur leaves them both feeling somewhat apprehensive. Adhering to the principle of diplomatic reciprocity, Bacona promptly approaches. Beaming with gratitude toward the German Foreign Minister, Wie ist Kur, who stands ready to welcome their delegation. It is noteworthy that during previous negotiations, this minister had never awaited them at the entrance, making the difference palpable to both men. Not at all. Your country, as a friend of Germany, deserves a warm welcome from me, the Foreign Minister. Wie ist Kur, likewise smiling, casually designates Italy as a friend of Germany. The two foreign ministers, akin to longtime acquaintances, engage in light conversation until the Italian negotiation delegation has disembarked, at which point they proceed to the conference room under Count Wie ist Kur's guidance. Upon entering the conference room, after exchanging pleasantries with Bismarck, Depretis resumes the negotiations. Gentlemen, Italy approaches this discussion with ample sincerity, and to demonstrate our goodwill, let us outline our conditions first. Although sensing a shift in Germany's attitude, Depretis intends to cautiously gauge their stance without risking misinterpretation. Thus, he presents the prepared documents, outlining Italy's terms that in order to enhance the economic exchanges between our two nations, I propose a gradual reduction in tariffs from the current 25 to 18, as this would significantly benefit both our economies. Additionally, Depretis elaborates on provisions for investment, education, cultural exchange, tourism, and the movement of personnel, offering substantial concessions to Germany. One could assert that these represent the maximum compromises Italy is willing to extend, should Germany remain obstinate. Then perhaps it is best not to pursue this alliance. A.S. Depretis concludes, the Italian delegation awaits Germany's response. Your Excellency, we have sensed Italy's sincerity, and our nation is certainly eager to cultivate a more comprehensive, friendly relationship with you. Bismarck states, causing a stir of apprehension among the Italian representatives. However, he continues, the issues between your country and Austria need to be resolved. We do not wish to witness discord between allies leading to an irreparable situation. Indeed, previously, Bismarck had suggested that this discussion would conclude here, which left many in the Italian delegation feeling drained, sensing no progress in their negotiations with Germany. Yet, the subsequent words of Prime Minister Bismarck astonished them. Thus, I propose that resolving your issues with Austria will better facilitate the trilateral relationship. Therefore, our nation intends to act as an intermediary, assisting you in reaching an acceptable resolution with Austria. Bismarck's unexpected proposal leaves many astonished. Yet the implications of his expression fill the delegation with jubilation. Though they are unaware of what transpired behind the scenes, it is undeniably advantageous for Italy, and even Depretis' smile reflects greater sincerity. We are grateful for your willingness to mediate and resolve our disputes with Austria. This is indeed excellent news. In the presence of the Italians, Chancellor Bismarck exhibited little overt gratitude and promptly proceeded to the matter at hand. Let us first discuss the cooperative affairs between our two nations, after which Count Wieisker will escort you to Vienna for negotiations with Austria. And no objections. We shall first express our gratitude to Count. It is my duty, think nothing of it. Thus, following the resolution of the Austrian impediments between the two nations, the negotiations for the German-Italian alliance progressed with remarkable ease, characterized by one party's willingness to embrace and the other's eagerness for allies. There was little to obstruct their accord. Over the subsequent 3 days, the two nations reached consensus primarily in the realms of military diplomacy, culminating in a total of 8 clauses, the salient points being: 1. The contracting parties pledged to maintain peace and amicability, refraining from participating in any alliances or agreements opposing either party, and to exchange views and mutual support regarding potential general political and economic issues. 2. Should Italy face aggression from France, Germany must render assistance with its entire military. Conversely, should Germany be attacked by France, Italy would bear the same obligation. 3. If either contracting party were attacked and engaged in war with 2 or more major powers not signatory to this treaty, all contracting parties shall simultaneously enter the fray. 4. Should a non-signatory major power threaten the national security of one contracting party, compelling it into war, the other contracting parties are obliged to remain neutral towards their ally while retaining the right to intervene at an appropriate time. 5. That if the peace of any contracting party is threatened under the circumstances outlined above, all contracting parties shall consult on military measures aimed at eventual collaboration. 6. The contracting parties guarantee that, in the event of joint military action, they shall not conclude a ceasefire, peace treaty, or agreement unless unanimously agreed upon. The freshly minted treaty bore the signatures of Emperor Wilhelm I of Germany and the hastily returned Carlo, with 3 copies retained, 1 by each nation and the 3rd reserved for the Austrians. It was anticipated that, under German persuasion, His Majesty Franz Joseph would wisely affix his signature. Vienna, the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the artistic heart of Europe, had countless artists striving to etch their names in its annals. Names such as Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, as well as Schoenberg, Webern, and Berg resonate through the corridors of time. Beyond music, the city is adorned with renowned edifices like St. Stephen's Cathedral, the Hofburg Palace, and Siechenbrunn Palace, captivating visitors at every turn. To the Viennese, these sights are commonplace, eliciting wonder only from those unaccustomed to such grandeur. As a proud Viennese, they possess a certain pride rooted in the legacy of the Habsburg family, who have poured tremendous effort into the city's development, contributing to Vienna's status as the most illustrious metropolis in Central Europe. However, as the city's sovereign, Franz Joseph found himself somewhat perturbed. Several factors contributed to his agitation. Foremost was the prolonged silence from his wife, the renowned Princess Sisai. The intricacies of their relationship could fill volumes, serving as a cautionary tale of a husband caught in the crossfire of maternal conflict. Additionally, the oppression of other ethnic groups by the Hungarians had incited protests that weighed heavily on his mind. He had made numerous attempts to soothe tensions while advising the Hungarians to temper their treatment of other nationalities, yet his counsel fell on deaf ears. Furthermore, the alliance forged between Germany and Italy added to his troubles. Just days prior, Chancellor Bismarck had sent a telegram from Berlin, announcing the establishment of a military alliance with Italy and expressing a willingness to mediate the Tyrolean issue between Italy and Austria. Though the telegram did not explicitly state it, the Austro-Hungarian government understood the implicit warning from the Germans. Italy and Austria were to cease their territorial disputes over Tyrol to ensure harmony within the tripartite alliance. The imperial government in Vienna could not disregard Germany's intentions. Consequently, Franz Joseph convened a cabinet meeting to deliberate on Germany and Italy's overtures. However, the discussions yielded no definitive conclusions, as the Austrians were acutely aware of their greater need for German support, particularly when seeking to exert influence in the Balkans. Without Germany's backing, they were no match for the Russians. In light of the substantial interests at stake in the Balkans, the Tyrolean dispute paled in comparison, especially since that territory was still under Austro-Hungarian control, which favored Vienna. The previous inability to reach an agreement with Italy stemmed primarily from the loss of control over northern Italy and resentment over the loss of Venice. The Habsburg family had maintained a presence in northern Italy for centuries, and the abrupt loss was intolerable. That if the territory had been seized through Italy's own might, there would have been little to contest. However, the acquisition was largely facilitated by opportunism and external assistance, rendering it less respectable. Now that Berlin had spoken, Vienna was compelled to heed its counsel. This situation caused considerable discontent for Franz Joseph, as the Habsburg family had historically held the title of Holy Roman Emperor. Although they had long since relinquished that title, they were still regarded as the preeminent authority in the Germanic realm. Despite suffering defeat at the hands of Prussia, their power remained formidable, and being subjected to such directives from others was a source of inner turmoil. Fortunately, Franz Joseph demonstrated a measure of restraint, refraining from overtly manifesting his dissatisfaction. The founder of the Austro-Hungarian Empire bore a tragic aura. Yet a thorough examination of his life reveals that many of his predicaments were self-inflicted. His diplomatic missteps had alienated France, Russia, and Prussia, leading Austria to forge an alliance with the Hungarians to establish the dual monarchy. Moreover, in domestic affairs, he granted excessive privileges to the Hungarians while neglecting the needs of other ethnic minorities, resulting in a plethora of national issues. His handling of familial relationships was equally inadequate. He was ill-equipped to mediate the conflicts between his wife and mother, despite possessing an extraordinary memory and keen insight into human nature. He could not rival the strategic and diplomatic prowess of his contemporaries. His only commendable traits were his meticulousness and dedication to duty, qualities that, while praiseworthy in a bureaucrat, marked him as a failure in the eyes of a monarch. Thus, His Majesty Franz Joseph can be characterized as a diligent ruler. His proficiency in over 10 languages did little to enhance his governance capabilities. Consequently, Vienna had no choice but to accept German proposals and sign the alliance treaty with Italy. Naturally, such matters could not be resolved in a day, taking a total of 5 days to finalize on the first day. Following tradition, the Austrians hosted a welcoming banquet, where Franz Joseph personally greeted the Italian delegation and engaged in cordial conversation with King Carlo of Italy. The following day, under the guidance of the German foreign minister, the Italian delegation and the Austrians convened at the negotiation table, primarily to shelve claims of sovereignty over the contentious Tyrol region. This matter was deliberated for 3 days, and with the suggestion of Count Wieisker, the two nations tentatively reached a consensus that in the Tyrol region, both parties would refrain from asserting sovereignty, although it would remain under Austrian governance. Furthermore, Vienna assured that the local populace, whether Italian or German-speaking, will be treated equally without distinction. With the Tyrolean dispute temporarily resolved, formal negotiations for the alliance between Italy and Austria-Hungary commenced. The discussions proceeded swiftly. As prior deliberations between Germany and Italy had already considered Vienna's interests, rendering much of the content straightforward. This arrangement posed no detriment to Austria-Hungary. Rather, it alleviated tensions with Italy, allowing both nations to redirect their focus away from border disputes towards other pursuits, benefiting both parties. Thus, after a day of discussions, both sides felt satisfied, and ultimately, Carlo and Franz Joseph affixed their signatures beneath the alliance treaty, signifying Italy's accession to the military alliance of the two nations. To reward the compliant Austro-Hungarian Empire, after the departure of the Italian delegation, German Foreign Minister Count Wiesker hinted to the Vienna government that Germany would support Austria-Hungary's endeavors in the Balkans. Of course, Carlo, who returned home with the Italian delegation, remained oblivious to this development. Otherwise, he would have exclaimed that the Balkans were bound to be tumultuous. New York stands as the largest city in the United States and is renowned as the nation's most vibrant metropolis. As the epitome of vibrant urbanity, it is only natural that various new technologies would be prioritized for implementation. For instance, the municipal government of New York exhibited remarkable foresight when, in 1880, it chose Edison's electric light during the bidding for public illumination. This decision not only catapulted Edison to fame, but also introduced electric lighting to a broader audience. Where success is found, failure inevitably lurks, and in this instance, the most notable failure was that of Marcet, whose invention of gas lighting also competed in municipal bidding but was ultimately outmaneuvered by Edison through various means. Moreover, following Marcet's defeat, Edison resorted to coercive tactics to compel him to sell his company, even threatening to exile him from the United States, a historical fact that undoubtedly weighed heavily on Marcet. It is worth noting that Marcet was no mere nobody. He was a descendant of the illustrious Hugo family from France, having been expelled to England before eventually settling in Plymouth in Massachusetts. Yet, despite his noble lineage, he remained no match for Edison, or, more accurately, for the financial backing of Morgan. After divesting from his company, Marcet began contemplating his future. That a friend had once jestingly suggested that he abandon his pursuits in chemistry and electricity, urging him to invent weapons if he sought to amass great wealth. Though delivered in jest, this advice resonated with Marcet. He had long been fascinated by automation, having successfully created an automatic mousetrap during his first venture as both manager and sole employee of a flour mill. Later, at the Olympic Company, he invented an automatic fire extinguisher, the principles of which are still utilized in modern devices. During this period of introspection, Marcet sequestered himself at home, leveraging his innate talent for automation to devise blueprints for various automatic rifles and pistols. However, these designs yielded no financial gain, as they had never been commercially produced due to financial constraints. Contemplating this predicament, he resolved to develop a fully automatic weapon mechanism as a stepping stone to global recognition. Indeed, Edison's ruthless actions had provoked Marcet, igniting within him a desire to capture the attention of influential figures. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Marcet's deep concentration. "What is it? Can't I have a moment of peace?" he muttered in frustration. His wife's voice carried from the entrance. "Enough of the complaints. Hiram, it's Hudson who has come to visit. Don't you wish to see him?" Hudson, whose full name was Hudson Marcet, was the brother of the homeowner Hiram Stevens Marcet and an inventor in his own right, known for his work in explosives. Upon hearing of his brother's arrival, Marcet opened the door, revealing a disheveled figure with unkempt clothing, an untamed beard, and bloodshot eyes that suggested neglect. "What brings Hudson here at this hour?" Hiram inquired, noting his wife's disapproving gaze. Hudson was well aware of his brother's current state. He had previously advised him that his research required unwavering focus. Why, then, was his brother so hastily visiting? As Hiram adjusted his attire, he pondered the purpose of Hudson's visit when his wife interjected. "Oh, and your brother has brought along 2 friends. Very well, I understand," he replied before descending the stairs. "Hudson, it has been too long. What brings you here today, and why the company?" After a warm embrace, Hiram inquired further. "Allow me to introduce these gentlemen. They hail from Italy and have come to extend an invitation for you to visit. T. Hudson's introduction. The two guests rose to present themselves. Good day, Mr. Hiram Marset. I am Doran Payfawn, and I am Rob Lista. We come from Italy. Hiram, somewhat bewildered by the unexpected visitors, could not help but ask, "What is the purpose of your visit?" One of the leaner guests responded, "Allow me to explain, Mr. Hiram Marset. We initially sought you out, but, regrettably, were unaware of your address. Thus, we sought the assistance of your brother to guide us here. I see. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss?" "Mr. Hiram Marset, we have heard of your research in automated weaponry, which piques our interest in Italy, that we wish to invite you to our country, a sentiment echoed by our king, Carlo I, who believes that talents such as yours should not remain obscured. To this end, we are prepared to offer you both financial and other forms of support at this juncture." He cast a glance at Marset's humble abode and continued, "Additionally, we are willing to provide you with a monthly salary of 2,000 lira. We acknowledge that this sum may not fully reflect your capabilities, which is why we have prepared an agreement. For every automated weapon you develop that is sold, whether in product or technology licensing, you shall receive a 20% profit." This offer was nothing short of generous, representing the remuneration one would expect for a top-tier weapons designer, a proposition that many could scarcely dream of. It was evident that this was not merely a case of Carlo having excess funds to squander. Despite his current predicament, Marset had once been affluent, and Italy was not among the destinations he had considered for his future. To entice such a revolutionary designer, an irresistible offer was essential. Noticing the astonishment on Hudson's face as he processed the terms, Hiram Marset remarked, "I understand." After acknowledging his brother, he added, "At the very least, I must ascertain the identities of these individuals. I cannot simply take their words at face value." In contrast to his brother, Hiram exhibited a more rational demeanor, recognizing the necessity of determining whether these men were indeed representatives of the Italian government. "Mr. Marset, we welcome you to Italy." In the cozy sitting room, Carlo extended a hand to the still-dazed Marset. It was no wonder that Marset appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The recent events in his life had been surreal. Transitioning from the threat of expulsion in America to a warm reception in Europe, a stark contrast that few could navigate with composure. Initially, Marset had commissioned a friend to investigate the two visitors, and to his relief, they were indeed from Italy, though not governmental representatives, rather members of the royal family. This revelation was a boon for Marset, with the assurance that his visitors were genuine Italian representatives. He promptly abandoned his plans to pursue opportunities in England, recognizing that the sincere invitation from Italy was far more appealing. Consequently, Marset agreed to relocate to Italy, bringing his family along. The Italian side was thoroughly prepared for his arrival, having arranged for luxurious first-class accommodations on a grand ocean liner. Upon reaching the port, attendants were dispatched to greet them, ushering Marset and his family into a royal carriage that swiftly transported them to Rome. The attentiveness they received during the journey did not go unnoticed by the Marset family. Thus, upon meeting Carlo, Marset promptly expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for your kind consideration. Your Majesty, my family and I are immensely appreciative of such a grand reception. Think nothing of it. This is the treatment you deserve." Carlo, accustomed to such exchanges, skillfully navigated the conversation that followed. "I understand your family hails from the illustrious Hugo lineage." "Indeed, Your Majesty. Might I inquire about the circumstances that led to your relocation to the United States?" It is indeed rare for a monarch to exhibit such an interest in the historical lineage of their family. Consequently, Mr. Maxim began to recount the saga of his lineage, starting from the expulsion of his family from France to their eventual settlement in America. Carlo, too, played the role of an attentive listener, displaying indignation upon hearing of their banishment from France, sorrow when learning of their forced transatlantic journey to America, and finally, joy upon their successful establishment in the New World. In essence, Carlo had mastered the art of fostering goodwill among those he conversed with. However, not everyone is afforded the privilege of being a confidant to Carlo. At present, only Tesla and Mr. Maxim have achieved this distinction. After a light-hearted exchange, Carlo broached the matter at hand. "Mr. Maxim, you are undoubtedly aware of the purpose behind this invitation." Which Maxim replied, "I am quite cognizant of it." Carlo continued, Allow me to elaborate. This invitation originates from the royal household, distinguishing it from government summons. Firstly, it is imperative that the automated weaponry you develop captures the military's attention before it can enter production. Indeed, Carlo felt it necessary to clarify the distinction between the monarchy and the government. Although they may appear similar, the realities diverge significantly. Royal investment tends to be less stringent, facilitating easier access to financial support. However, this advantage comes with a caveat. The competition in arms procurement will be rigorous. Should a superior option emerge, the government or military will not hesitate to overlook royal interests. That Carlo's prior disclosure was not merely to prevent potential misunderstandings, but also to consider his own standing. A monarch of high moral character is undeniably more appealing, particularly in a talent-scarce Italy. Carlo retained some recollection of notable figures, which further heightened this sentiment. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your enlightening words. That I hold confidence in my abilities and do not shy away from competing with other weapon developers in your esteemed nation. Should others surpass me, I shall bear no resentment. As a developer, Maxim possessed a sense of pride and did not view this as a drawback. He understood that, in America, there were no convoluted standards. Success was success, and failure was failure. Upon hearing Maxim's words, Carlo beamed with delight. Mr. Maxim, I too have faith in your capabilities, and I am certain you will create a marvel that will astonish the world. After some further discourse, Carlo added, in honor of your arrival, I have arranged a modest welcome dinner, and I sincerely hope you will accept my hospitality. That Carlo's words touched Maxim, who was no stranger to the nuances of European societal norms. To have a monarch host a reception in one's honor is a privilege of extraordinary magnitude. Your Majesty, this is truly an overwhelming honor. Your benevolence and generosity will surely be revered by all. In response to Maxim's gratitude, Carlo intended to drop another significant revelation. If I recall correctly, Mr. Maxim, your family originally hailed from the nobility? My apologies, Your Majesty, but the Maxim family has never been of noble lineage. He replied candidly, though unaware of Carlo's motives for the inquiry. I said, I must apologize for my error. Carlo responded, shifting the conversation to, in my view, bestowing a noble title upon the Maxim family would better reflect your capabilities. It is worth noting that numerous commoners have been granted noble titles for their contributions to Italy, and I hope the Maxim family may also receive such an honor. That Carlo's statement was unambiguously clear, and Maxim understood its implications. Your Majesty, he stammered, at a loss for words, his tone betraying his astonishment. One must not underestimate the commoner's yearning for nobility in this era. In the 21st century, each time a queen knighted someone, the newspapers were ablaze with coverage, and the public discourse thrived. How much more so in the current climate, where a noble title is not merely an honor. As Carlo observed Maxim's overwhelming gratitude, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having invested so little to gain a masterful weapon designer. There could be no more lucrative of an exchange. Subsequently, Carlo hosted a small dinner for the Maxim family within the palace. The assembled nobles, though unaware of the unique merits of the Maxim family, had navigated the complexities of society long enough to understand how to conduct themselves. Thus, the Maxim family, unaccustomed to such treatment, felt as though they were in a dream, even feeling lightheaded upon their departure. In the days that followed, Maxim was granted multiple audiences with Carlo, and after 3 days of heartfelt gratitude, he finally took his leave from Rome. His next destination was Brescia, where a small arms factory, Beretta, backed by royal investment, awaited him, and Maxim was to assume the role of chief designer. Following Maxim's placement at Beretta, Carlo was eager to continue his efforts in attracting notable individuals to Italy. However, his limited knowledge hampered his endeavors. After considerable contemplation, he could only recall world-renowned scientists. These individuals were treasures in their respective countries, and their research was primarily theoretical, of little practical use to Italy, leading him to ultimately abandon this pursuit. After all, he did not have the luxury of an omniscient search engine at his disposal. Figures like Maxim and Tesla were simply too famous and still in the nascent stages of their careers. Such talent was indeed rare and invaluable. With the notion of gathering scientists abandoned, Carlo returned to his studies. Yes, Carlo was still a student, relishing in the joys of academic life. although he had several teachers. He was the sole student. Beyond his studies, Carlo spent his free time holding hands with a young maid, embracing her and savoring the fragrance of youth, before visiting Marleno to check on the industrious Tesla and the diligently working Maxim. Life was both leisurely and mundane, in stark contrast to Carlo's idle existence. Prime Minister Depretis found himself considerably more burdened. As Prime Minister, he was busier than ever, particularly following the signing of the military alliance among the three nations, which led to an influx of German capital. Additionally, as part of the agreement, Germany would provide Italy with certain military technologies. While some of this required military oversight, it demanded his attention nonetheless. Consequently, the Prime Minister's office was abuzz with activity, each individual engrossed in their respective tasks. How is the military responding to the provisions? Depretis inquired of his secretary, who had just finished processing a document. General Sergetti has relayed that many of the military technologies provided by Germany are outdated, leading to some dissatisfaction within the military ranks. Upon hearing this news, the Prime Minister rubbed his temples and informed General Sergetti to select what is usable. We must establish trust in these early stages. So complaints are unwarranted. Understood. Is there anything else? Speak freely. Additionally, the National Railway Company has sent a telegram stating that the railway from Palermo to Messina is facing unexpected challenges due to terrain difficulties, resulting in budget shortfalls. They request an additional 6 million lire for construction. Upon hearing this, Depretis glanced at his secretary. What is the matter? The secretary, Usopp, cursed the railway company inwardly before continuing. According to the railway company's report, a section of the railway must traverse a collapsed area, which they had not anticipated. Therefore, they require reinforcement for the foundation and the hillside. He then produced an additional document. This is the railway company's supplementary budget request. Depretis examined the list carefully before signing it. Send it to the Ministry of Finance for funding, but ensure someone supervises the allocation of these funds. Understood. After responding, Usopp turned to leave. Wait a moment. Usopp, having been called back, promptly inquired, "Is there anything else, Your Excellency? What has the king been up to lately?" The Prime Minister's inquiry sent a jolt through Usopp, but he answered truthfully, "As far as I understand. Aside from attending classes, His Majesty has been frequently traveling to Marleno and Brescia. It seems our monarch is taking a keen interest in the two individuals he has sought to recruit." At this moment, Secretary Usopp lamented the very existence of his ears. Fortunately, the Prime Minister soon granted him leave, and the secretary vanished like a startled rabbit. Observing the frightened secretary's hasty retreat, the Prime Minister chuckled quietly, saying nothing. While his secretary possessed many commendable qualities, his excessive timidity remained a drawback. Yet, it was precisely this fearfulness that had made him the chosen one. Of course, when he inquired about King Carlo's movements, it was merely a routine question. After all, as Prime Minister, one must remain informed about the king's affairs. Upon being questioned by the Prime Minister, Carlo had just returned to Rome after concluding a journey to Brescia. However, as soon as he arrived, he was immediately captivated by a report from the Far East. This intelligence had been sent by the Italian envoy to the Qing dynasty. Although the envoy was perplexed by the emperor's keen interest in matters concerning the Far East, he dutifully relayed all significant events occurring there, resulting in the embassy incurring over 100,000 lire in additional expenses merely for communication. The telegram detailed the terms negotiated between China and France regarding Vietnam, which included three main points. First, Vietnam would pay tribute to China, Chinese troops would withdraw, and France would declare that it had no intention of occupying Vietnamese territory or undermining its sovereignty. Second, Vietnam would open the port of Bao Sheng, the base of the Black Flag Army. Third, the Red River would serve as the boundary between China and Vietnam, allowing for navigation along the river. This information left Carlo astounded, for he recalled that the Sino-French War had been ignited over Vietnam just 2 years prior. However, the terms indicated a clear consensus had been reached. He had anticipated the conflict and prepared 2 cruisers to surprise the French. Now, the surprise had evaporated, replaced instead by trepidation. Indeed, Carlo intended to intervene in the forthcoming Sino-French War, not out of any affection for the Qing dynasty. He had harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Q hairstyle since childhood, but rather out of a desire to access the vast markets of the Qing. Regrettably, Italy's lack of strength and absence of a foothold in the Far East rendered it incapable of engaging in the gunboat diplomacy employed by Britain and France, since a direct approach was unfeasible. A more subtle strategy was necessary to foster goodwill toward Italy. It was essential to differentiate Italy from Germany, which had solidified its reputation as Europe's preeminent land power following the Franco-Prussian War. Carlo viewed the impending Sino-French War as an opportunity. If Italy could demonstrate sufficient involvement in this visually captivating conflict, the powers that be, adhering to the strategy of using one's enemy against another, would ensure that Italy did not suffer. With this in mind, Carlo was fully prepared, only to find that the anticipated favorable winds had inexplicably ceased. Something was amiss. Faced with this unexpected intelligence from the Far East, Carlo found himself momentarily bewildered. However, he reassured himself that a solution would present itself in due course and decided to bide his time. The subsequent news eased his concerns. The French government had not approved the terms and had recalled their envoy from Beijing. It appeared that the Sino-French War was now unavoidable, which brought Carlo a sense of relief. Genoa, Italy's largest port city, was home to numerous shipyards. Among them were the formidable Otraraga shipyard and the Andasser shipyard. Today, the atmosphere at the Andasser shipyard was vibrant and bustling, as it marked the launching day of the second ship of the Venice class, the Brescia. Both the Navy and the royal family were in attendance. Naturally, Carlo was present, given that the royal family had financed the vessel. The naval minister, Admiral Golek, also attended due to Carlo's presence, although he would have come regardless, as the launch of a 7,000-ton warship was a significant addition to the Navy. As is customary for a launch ceremony, champagne was to be smashed against the ship's bow, and there was no one more suitable for the task than Carlo himself. With a beaming smile, he hurled the champagne bottle toward the Brescia, which shattered upon impact. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the dock gates opened, and the warship glided gracefully into the sea. With a resounding splash, the massive vessel settled steadily upon the water surface, creating sizable waves that rippled across the harbor, though none paid heed to such trivialities at that moment. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air as journalists captured images of the newly launched warship and the handsome king. Seemingly oblivious to the cost of the film, Carlo endured the discomfort of the flashing lights, maintaining a perfect smile for the incessant photographers. After 5 minutes, the photographers were ushered away, allowing Carlo to exhale in relief. The relentless barrage of magnesium flashes had left his eyes weary. Yet, to uphold the image of sovereign, he had forced himself to endure. "Your Majesty, you have worked hard," Admiral Golek commended as the journalist departed. "Let it be, Admiral. Why do I feel as if I have been taken for a fool?" Carlo's remark left Golek slightly embarrassed. Indeed, during the launch of the first Venice-class cruiser, the Navy had capitalized on the event to garner attention in the newspapers, reaping financial benefits, particularly from the affluent young ladies in attendance, as Carlo had appeared strikingly handsome in the photographs. This time, Carlo noted a marked increase in the number of photographers, some even clad in naval uniforms wielding cameras, which struck him as unprofessional, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of being intellectually belittled. Golek feigned ignorance in response to Carlo's comments, but felt compelled to clarify. "Your Majesty, this is all a result of insufficient funding. Our nation must contend with the threat posed by France, and you are aware that our naval strength pales in comparison to theirs. Thus, we require additional funds to construct more formidable warships." Golek's assertions were indeed accurate. Previously, Italy's primary naval adversary had been the Austro-Hungarian Navy, allowing the Italian naval construction plans to proceed at a leisurely pace. However, following the Tunisian crisis, the French fleet had emerged as the new hypothetical foe. And the current French Navy was no trivial force that was arguably at its zenith, having benefited from a lack of adherence to the two-power standard by Britain, thus coming closest to rivaling the British Navy. Confronted with the overwhelming superiority of the French fleet, it was no wonder that Admiral Golek was deeply troubled. The pursuit of funding for the Navy had become his foremost objective, for no matter how much one discussed tactics and strategy, vessels were essential for execution. Everyone in the Italian Navy was acutely aware of the French fleet's overwhelming strength. Fortunately, the French had to address threats in both the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, alleviating some pressure. Nonetheless, the naval construction plans remained steadfast, with 4 large warships approved for construction this year, including 2 battleships of 10,000 tons each. However, Italy's financial situation was far from robust. The budget allocated to the Navy was insufficient compared to that of France, leaving the Navy to devise its own means. Carlo, upon hearing Golec's words, was tempted to inform him that the French Navy was bound to misstep in the future. Nevertheless, even if he voiced this opinion, the current naval commander would likely dismiss it. The Navy's financial struggles might, however, serve as an unexpected ally for Carlo. Contemplating this, he resolved to gauge Golec's thoughts on the matter. "Admiral, if we could sell some naval vessels, we might acquire the funds needed to construct superior ships. Your Majesty, that is an excellent idea, but the sale of warships is a monumental undertaking. The Navy cannot make such decisions unilaterally. Additionally, the market for naval vessels is currently dominated by the British and the French, leaving little opportunity for Italy to engage." Assuming Carlo merely sought to sell outdated ships for funds to assist in the construction of new vessels, Golec proceeded to explain the current state of the naval sales market. Carlo was well aware of Golec's assertions. The sale of warships involved numerous factors beyond just the performance of the vessels themselves. Moreover, given the outdated performance of Italy's aging ships, few would be inclined to acquire them. "Admiral, I wish to clarify that I am not referring to the outdated warships within the Navy," Carlo directly stated. "Your Majesty is suggesting the sale of new warships, but who possesses the means to purchase such vessels? There are hardly any countries capable of affording them, and even fewer that have a genuine need. I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose this information at the moment. However, if circumstances permit when the time comes, I hope the Navy will accept the outcome of the sale." At this point, Carlo gestured towards the recently launched Brescia, implying that the primary focus was on selling this class of warship. Admiral Golec naturally understood Carlo's intention. Since His Majesty has stated such, the Navy is indeed willing to comply. Nonetheless, prior to that, it is essential for our officers and soldiers to become thoroughly familiar with the vessel. For otherwise, operating it could become quite troublesome. Their need to involve Italian naval personnel as well. Admiral Golec could no longer maintain his composure and immediately pressed for clarification. "Your Majesty, could you enlighten me on whom we are to confront?" It is understandable that Golec felt anxious, for the sale of warships and the inclusion of personnel in the transaction are two distinct concepts. Although it could be explained as involving retired officers, one must not underestimate the intelligence of other nations. That I apologize, Admiral, but I cannot divulge that information at present. However, please trust that this will greatly benefit the Navy. Moreover, do you not recall that since the Battle of Lissa, our Navy has lacked real combat experience? I hope you can assign capable officers to familiarize themselves with these two ships, allowing the world to recognize that Italy is not a nation to be trifled with. Carlo's words left the seasoned admiral in a state of apprehension, yet Carlo remained silently by, allowing him to digest this information. Ultimately, the pressing need for funds compelled the Minister of the Navy to inquire, "Will this jeopardize Italy's security?" The moment one could discern the old admiral's stance softening, Carlo promptly responded, "No, it will not." "Very well, the Navy is willing to support your Majesty." Upon witnessing the Navy's eventual acquiescence, Carlo's face broke into a smile. Next, he would urge the shipyard to work diligently on the outfitting. As long as it was completed by June of next year, there would remain 6 months for sea trials and for the officers and crew to acclimate to the vessels, allowing them to showcase the power of the armored cruiser to the French. With this thought, Carlo's expression radiated joy as the new year dawned. The arrival of 1883 brought a sense of improvement to the Italian populace. The economy had begun to recover due to the government's efforts, and the alliance with Germany and Austria ensured that Italy would no longer be devoid of allies. Although relations among the three nations were not particularly intimate, it was a promising start. For Jourdain Cosenz, the experiences of the past year had been fulfilling enough, and he now appeared more robust than during his time in Palermo, his masculine aura palpable, akin to that of the officers in the original red shirts, now serving in the Guard's 3rd Regiment. The new year naturally called for new beginnings. However, before that, it was essential for everyone to have a moment of respite, for they were human, not machines. During this rare opportunity for rest, Jourdain Cosenz took up his pen to write a letter to his father. "Dear Father, I have been well over the past year. In accordance with your wishes, I have not revealed my identity as your son. However, I feel that whether I disclose it or not is inconsequential, as I have just been appointed as the acting company commander. While it is said that my performance has been commendable, I still sense that there are other reasons behind this. Yet, I did not write to discuss this matter. Shortly after our establishment, I learned that our personnel would be drawn for training. Although I am uncertain what this training entails, I have a strong feeling that the red shirts will be elevated through a different means that I have been selected, and soon I will be called for training. Perhaps witnessing what your generation could not. Once Hordain Kozins finished writing the letter, he folded it and placed it in an envelope, preparing to deliver it to the post office on a later date. Kosenzi, are you inside? A loud call drew his attention. Barry, what brings you here? Kozins opened the door to let his friend in, though he had not locked it. Had it been before, Barry would have barged in. But the military environment had taught him the importance of decorum. One ought to knock before entering an officer's quarters. Although Kozins was not his direct superior, it was no longer appropriate to act as freely as before. Therefore, he typically called out the name at the door first, knowing that if Kozins were present, he would surely be welcomed inside. Kozins, why are you still here at the barracks? Why not head into the city for a look around? Barry plopped himself down on the bench, stating his intentions unabashedly. I have no desire to go. Although Rome is bustling, a visit or two suffices. Perusing military literature is far more intriguing. Now I understand why your promotion came so swiftly. His friend Barry said, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. However, one should not underestimate Kozins. Although his rank was lower, it was still respectable, currently serving as a platoon leader, largely due to his ability to connect with the soldiers and motivate them. Of course, if you were to read more military literature, there might be even greater prospects for advancement. Despite Kozins' refusal, Barry did not relent. Listen, Kozin, do you know why I invited you to Rome today? I do not know, nor do I wish to. His response, a conversation ender, momentarily stumped Barry, but he remained undeterred. And I heard the king will deliver a New Year's South address in the square today. Don T, want to see the spectacle? Kozins remained silent, pondering Barry's words. When his friend continued, I've heard that many noble ladies will be present. I think we should attend. All right, Barry's intentions are now fully revealed. However, before Kozins could respond, another voice echoed from outside. Lieutenant Kozins, are you in there? I am. What is it? Kozins promptly replied to the voice from outside. The colonel is looking for you. Understood, I'll be right there. I apologize, but I must visit the regiment headquarters and cannot accompany you to Rome to see the noble ladies. Kozins, still teasing his friend, quickly straightened his uniform and followed the messenger, leaving Barry with a look of dismay. Colonel, you summoned me. Upon arriving at the regiment headquarters and after announcing his presence, Kozins inquired of the colonel, who was studying a map of Italy. Indeed, Lieutenant Kozins, replied Colonel Prelev, turning to face him with a serious expression. I have a task to assign, one that requires utmost loyalty to our nation. Are you that loyal individual? Yes, sir. I am willing to make any sacrifice for Italy. Even if it means facing perilous cliffs, I would remain undaunted. Even if there were chests of treasure behind me, I would not cast a glance. Very well. Since you profess such loyalty to the nation, I have a task for you. Please issue the command, Colonel. Pack your belongings and prepare to depart in 3 days. However, I must inform you that this matter must remain confidential. Not a soul must know, not even in dreams. Rest assured, I do not speak in my sleep. Go now. Throughout this exchange, Kozins did not inquire about his impending training assignment, trusting that the colonel had his reasons. Once Kozins departed, another individual entered the room. It was none other than Baron Felimik, the chief of the guards. He approached Colonel Prelev and spoke. Is this the commander you have chosen? Yes, Baron, replied Prelev. Although Prelev held the rank of colonel, he lacked the confidence to stand firmly before the chief of the guards, especially since the Baron had arrived with a mission, placing him in a role of cooperation. The task assigned was straightforward. Colonel Prelev was to select over 30 individuals who were both loyal and capable, to be entrusted to the chief of the guards. While the task seemed simple, Prelev was acutely aware of its complexity. The requirements for personnel were demanding, and the operation needed to be conducted with utmost secrecy. Beyond the selected individuals, only the Baron and he would be privy to this information. Such stringent confidentiality suggested that the matter was far from trivial. However, Prelev had no interest in probing further, believing that in many cases, ignorance was preferable. Subsequently, Colonel Prelev summoned others, most of whom readily agreed. Only two hesitated, while the rest appeared satisfied. During this process, the chief of the guards observed from the shadows. Once everything was concluded, the Baron returned to the palace. "Your Majesty, the personnel is prepared. We can depart in half a month." The scorching sun beat down mercilessly upon the earth, causing a veil of mist to rise from the ground that had recently been drenched by rain, imparting an ethereal quality to the surroundings. However, as the sun continued its relentless glare, the oppressive humidity became quite uncomfortable. Cousins wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced skyward. Before he could utter a word, someone else began to voice their complaints. "Damn this dreadful weather. Enough of the grumbling, Isel. We are all equally hot." "Patience is a virtue," admonished Macklon, the captain, addressing his teammate Isel, in response to the unfolding scene. Cousins remained silent, observing coolly from the sidelines the Tico elaborate. Their group was disguised as a research team, currently situated in a small village named Demilu, near a temple. Reflecting on the past month, when he had been in Italy and now found himself in India, Cousins felt a sense of unreality. Initially, he had not anticipated that this mission would take him to India, but having accepted it, he resolved to give his utmost effort. Thus, while in Italy, he diligently researched the local conditions in India and even learned some everyday phrases in the local tongue. However, not all 30 of them were present at this location. To avoid drawing too much attention, they had been split into two groups, masquerading as a research team and a merchant caravan, with Cousins serving as a guard in the former. Presently, they awaited the arrival of the other group, disguised as the merchant caravan, which also functioned as a transport team. Upon arrival, Cousins had familiarized himself with their target, the Padmanabhaswamy Temple, constructed in the 16th century at the behest of the King of Travancore. Since its inception, the temple has been a site of vibrant worship, drawing numerous devotees. Although the number of worshippers has diminished over the years, it still remains relatively prosperous. Thus, to gain entry into the temple, they must choose to do so at night, of course. This would only be feasible after regrouping, for if the temple harbored too much wealth, they would be unable to transport it. Just then, a figure approached hurriedly. This was the contact sent to liaise with the other team. Cousins remembered his name was Pino. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Pino rushed to Captain Macklon. "Captain, the merchant caravan is expected to arrive here by tomorrow evening." Upon hearing Pino's report, Captain Macklon sprang to his feet. "All right, lads, we finally have something to do." His words immediately drew the attention of those present. "Acel, you and Simon will scout the route tonight," the two named promptly replied. "Understood, boss. Remember, do not let the temple's guardians catch sight of you." The two nodded vigorously, indicating their seriousness. "Luna, Tracy, Cole, you three should prepare to observe the road conditions from the temple to the outside, considering the passage of heavy vehicles." "All right, understood," the trio responded without hesitation. Macklon continued to assign tasks to the others regarding the surveillance of various aspects of the temple, preparing to act as soon as the transport team, disguised as merchants, arrived. Standing quietly to the side, Cousins felt no urgency about these arrangements. Their mission differed, as they were primarily tasked with ensuring the safety of the team. Naturally, they could not remain idle, and after assigning tasks to everyone else, Macklon turned to Cousins. "I have a mission that requires your team's assistance." "Speak," Cousins replied. "You'll keep watch on the perimeter for us that if, and I emphasize if, any significant disturbances arise, you must rush in immediately." "No problem." With the tasks allocated, those present began making preparations. As night fell, shadows stealthily navigated around the villagers, making their way toward the temple. The Padmanabhaswamy Temple loomed tall and mysterious against the night sky. Clad in dark attire, the figures inched closer to the temple. A yawning monk, serving as a guardian of the temple, patrolled within, lantern in hand. It's like a Brahmin temple. It naturally received numerous donations from devotees, necessitating a protective presence to deter prying eyes. However, these amateur guardians stood no match for trained professionals, and in a moment when the monk's attention wavered, two figures slipped inside unnoticed. The Padmanabhaswamy Temple was expansive, featuring several unconnected structures. Yet, The two figures seemed to have pinpointed their objective, pausing before a somewhat dilapidated building after traversing two temple edifices. According to the map, this is the place. One of them remarked quietly while perusing the document. Let us proceed with caution. The duo entered the building with utmost care, discovering it adorned with countless sculptures, the centerpiece being the Hindu deity of destruction. After a careful survey, they were pleasantly surprised to find it devoid of any guardians. Boldly, they began their search. Thud, 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 they quietly tapped around the walls, suddenly hearing a hollow sound. This must be it, one pointed out, continuing, let me take a look at no. What if we alert someone and jeopardize the plan? We cannot afford that. What are you afraid of? I just want to take a peek. Tempted by the suggestion, the other fell silent. With their combined efforts, they pried open a section of the wall and discovered a hidden chamber beyond. You keep watch outside. I'll check it out. Without waiting for a response, a slender figure squeezed through. After a prolonged wait, the individual emerged, disappointment etched on their face. So, what did you find inside? Strangely enough, it was completely empty. How can that be? Skeptical, the other ventured inside as well. Moments later, they too emerged, equally disheartened. After replacing the wall and tidying the area, the duo stealthily moved on to their next location as dawn approached. The members of the research team reconvened. Let us hear what you've observed. Captain Macklin called for a report. We noted that there are very few people at the temple during the night. We tested the roads, and they can accommodate laden carts. Once everyone had shared their findings, Macklin turned to the duo who had infiltrated the temple and inquired, what did you discover? Following the previous terrain map, we located 2 empty secret chambers, bringing the total to 6, including the 4 marked on the map. However, to avoid detection, we refrained from attempting to open these chambers. Excellent. You all may go and rest. Just as everyone began to rise to leave, Macklin called out to Cousins. Deputy, wait a moment. Recognizing the summons as significant, Cousins waited until the others had departed before asking, is there something you need? Do you have any demolition experts in your group? Yes, do you have a means to employ silent demolition techniques? That is indeed possible, but we would need to prepare the materials and no worries. I will arrange to procure them. The moonlight that night was shrouded in a misty haze, casting an aura of darkness and foreboding. Coupled with the calls of night owls, the atmosphere was unsettling. Meanwhile, outside the temple, a group conspired together, surrounded by numerous armed individuals vigilantly observing their surroundings. Additionally, over 20 covered carts lay nearby. The transport vehicles disguised as a merchant caravan had arrived at dusk, arranged by Macklin himself, who had also gathered nearly 40 individuals. Dole, take your team to subdue the temple guards. Use no firearms. Take them down quietly, one by one, that I do not wish to see any unexpected complications. Once we have secured the temple, Bill, keep an eye on the signal. As soon as it appears, bring the carts over without delay. The speaker is none other than McLearn, who is meticulously assigning tasks to each individual. He has clearly delineated responsibilities for those charged with subduing the temple, those tasked with providing support, and those designated to search for treasure, a total of over 70 individuals, all organized with precision. Meanwhile, Cousins sits attentively nearby, although he has yet to receive his assignment. Without making him wait long, after delegating the tasks to others, McLearn turns to Cousins and states, now, you will accompany me with those skilled in demolition. The other shall maintain vigilance. S. McLearn concludes the distribution of tasks. Those assigned immediately begin their preparations. Grappling hooks, hand crossbows, carabiners, ropes, and various tools are affixed to their persons. Once all are ready, McLearn raises his hand and commands, let us depart. Thus, a large group vanishes into the night. The Padmanabhasami temple is eerily quiet under the cloak of darkness. Aside from the sentinel monks, the rest are at rest. A patrolling Hindu monk, lantern in hand, strolls through the temple. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerge from the shadows, grasping his throat and with a sickening crack. The monk collapses, his lantern and staff clattering to the ground. Following the monk's fall, several masked figures clad in dark apparel swiftly remove his lifeless body, taking with them the fallen lantern and staff. Once again, a chilling silence envelopes the temple. Such scenes are unfolding throughout the temple. Whether monks or temple prostitutes, they fall victim one after another. The assailants employ brutal and sophisticated methods. leaving many to depart this world in bewilderment. Of course, achieving a silent resolution for all is unrealistic. Thus, when a monk, roused from slumber, discovers the assailants and raises an alarm, the temple awakens in a flurry. Once alerted, there is no need for subtlety. As armed monks confront the intruders, the assailants have already armed themselves with firearms, a volley of gunfire ensues, and the temple is plunged back into silence, interrupted only by the sporadic crack of gunshots and the sound of anguished cries. Fortunately, the temple is situated at a considerable distance from the surrounding villages, so the gunfire goes unnoticed. However, the stench of blood can no longer be concealed. All right, it is time for us to enter. Upon receiving a signal from within the temple, McLearn promptly leads Cousins and the others inside. Door, responsible for clearing the temple, approaches, exuding a scent of blood, to report a total of 37 individuals have been dealt with. Understood. Remain vigilant to prevent any from escaping. McLearn instructs his subordinates before addressing Ethel beside him. Guide us to the 2 empty secret chambers you discovered. The others should open the remaining 4 and transport anything of value. Understood, Captain. Under Ethel's guidance, McLearn and his group swiftly reach one of the vacant chambers. This time, they illuminate the space with torches. Everyone, search for any anomalies, commands McLearn after surveying the chamber. Captain, there is something unusual here. The advantage of numbers quickly reveals itself, as someone soon identifies a discrepancy within the chamber that McLearn rushes over. Indeed, there is a notable difference, a colossal stone differing in hue from the others in the chamber. And upon closer inspection, the filling material in the fine cracks appears distinct. This stone, weighing several tons, is immovable by human strength. In the past, it would have required significant effort and time to manipulate. However, in this era of rapid technological advancement, such labor is unnecessary. While direct demolition is not feasible, McLearn is well prepared. Aside from Cousins and a few others, he has brought demolition experts. Cousins, prepare your team to assist Ball with the demolition. At this juncture, Cousins readily agrees. Absolutely. No problem. As Cousins and Ball's team prepare for the demolition, McLearn, the captain, ensures that the rest continue their observations. You all keep looking for any further discrepancies. Meanwhile, Cousins' team swiftly drills holes into the stone, promptly inserting expanding agents and then adding water. Minutes later, a resounding bang echoes as the massive stone fractures into numerous pieces, making the task much easier. Once the group clears the rubble, a dark, gaping entrance presents itself before them. Wait, McLearn halts an eager subordinate attempting to enter, taking a torch from another and tossing it into the abyss, where it is quickly extinguished. It lacks oxygen. We shall wait before entering. After approximately half an hour, they venture inside. Upon entry, the group is awestruck. Mountains of golden ornaments accumulate, with the most striking being a golden elephant standing a man's height. Nearby, an abundance of chests are stacked high. The sight of this treasure captivates them, their faces reflecting sheer fascination. McLearn pries open one of the chests, revealing it brimming with various coins. Call the others in, prepare to transport. His words draw the attention of all present. Though reluctant to look away, they understand that this wealth does not belong to them. Subsequently, they begin transferring the treasures onto their carts, dismantling the temple's main gate to facilitate the cart's entry, in addition to the treasure discovered in the chamber. Other chambers yield substantial findings, with mountains of gold and silver coins and artifacts accumulating. Empty carts arrive one after another, creaking under the weight as they depart. This operation continues until dawn, with the laden convoy departing, leaving chaos in its wake. This raid on the temple yields over 50 tons of gold and silver, burdening more than 70 carts. Among the haul, over 30 tons consist of gold and its adornments, alongside 20 tons of silver coins and artifacts. Notably, a life-size golden Buddha statue, reclined upon a serpent, required considerable effort to load onto a cart. Additionally, a plethora of diamonds and gemstones, collectively weighing several hundred kilograms, boasts a total value surpassing 600 million lira. Do not underestimate. That equates to 24 million pounds. This wealth represents a significant boon for Italy. Antium Port, the closest harbor to Rome, undertakes the transportation tasks for the capital. which is also the largest city in Italy, with substantial daily consumption. Most supplies arrive through Antium port, as maritime transport proves more convenient and economical than overland alternatives. Thus, a variety of vessels can be seen at Antium port. From the most modern steam-powered cargo ships to the iconic sailing ships of the age of exploration, continuously unloading various goods that nourish Rome. However, today, at the military dock in Antium port, the arrival of a single ship captures attention. A large contingent of guards encircles the port, expelling all others to the dock. Hundreds of carts are conspicuously parked together. Indeed, this is Cosenz and his entourage, who have left a trail of upheaval across the Indian subcontinent. Following their departure, the worshippers arriving for morning prayers discover the temple's tragedy, which swiftly spreads through the local community. As one of India's renowned temples, the Padmanabhasami temple is highly esteemed. Such a notable temple encountering such a disaster prompts the British rulers to take immediate action. Initiating an investigation at this juncture, Cosenz's convoy becomes exceptionally conspicuous. Acting decisively, McLaren chooses to disperse the large caravan, redirecting them along various routes toward the designated port of Amidst. McLaren's decision proves astute. The British have confirmed that those who assaulted the temple are indeed the ones departing with the extensive convoy, promptly notifying various states to scrutinize large convoys. Ultimately, the treasure-laden caravan, divided into smaller groups, safely reaches Amidst port. While some waver in the face of astonishing riches, reason prevails in the end. Certainly, the arrangements made by McLaren played a significant role in this endeavor. Essentially, everyone was dispersed, with each individual only familiar with no more than 3 others within their team. This ensured that each group was effectively restrained, allowing them to engage in thoughtful contemplation during moments of fervor. Over the following days, the convoy gradually arrived at the port of Amidst, much to McLaren's relief, as he had opted for this dispersal strategy. Subsequently, the treasures were transferred onto the Good Richard, which had been patiently awaiting their arrival. Before embarking on a circumnavigation of Africa and safely returning to Italy, their accomplishments cannot be overstated, for this wealth is of immense significance, both to Italy and to Carlo, as they neared the port of Antium. The guard were dispatched to receive them, which accounted for the presence of the guard soldiers clearing the area. Upon the Good Richard docking, the guards promptly boarded the vessel, followed closely by the chief of guards. Baron Fermic and His Excellency, the Grand Chamberlain Alejandre. Ladies and gentlemen, you have successfully completed this mission, and on behalf of the King and Italy, I extend my gratitude for your efforts, declared Chief of Guards Fermic. Addressing the valiant warriors returning from India, he understood that mere verbal appreciation would not suffice to satisfy them. So he continued, to honor your return, a welcoming banquet has been arranged, replete with champagne and gourmet delights to ensure everyone enjoys a hearty celebration. While I recognize that this alone does not do justice to your achievements, each of you will receive a reward of 5,000 lira, along with a knighthood bestowed by His Majesty. I trust this will make your journey worthwhile. That Fermica's words elicited jubilant cheers from those who participated in the operation. Monetary compensation, honor, and respect. There is nothing more fulfilling than this. Of course, this pales in comparison to the wealth they had transported back to their homeland. However, they were all specially selected, who among them had participated solely for the sake of wealth. After escorting these individuals off the ship, Fermic and Alejandre approached McLaren and Cosenz. Well done. You have not disappointed my expectations. This mission was executed splendidly, and His Majesty has commended you for it, Fermic praised, patting McLaren on the shoulder. Thank you for His Majesty's commendation. This is merely our duty, McLaren replied humbly. The Chief of Guards nodded in satisfaction before addressing Lieutenant Cosenz. You performed admirably, Lieutenant Cosenz. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities, came Cosenz's humble response. Following a similar exchange of gratitude, Grand Chamberlain Alejandre stepped forward. Gentlemen, I am proud of your actions that honor both of you. His Majesty wishes to invite you to lunch. Alejandre's words immediately elicited expressions of joy from the two men, for they were not naive. Compared to previous rewards, this was a true grand prize. It signified that the king had taken note of them, and as long as they did not act foolishly, a prosperous future would no longer be a distant dream. My lord, please escort them to meet His Majesty. I shall remain here to oversee the transport of the treasures to Rome." "As you wish, Grand Chamberlain," replied the chief of guards. Thus, the chief of guards led the two fortunate souls towards Rome in the carriage. Both men were anxious, having never dined with the king before, and cautiously inquired about the necessary etiquette. No need for formality. His Majesty is quite affable and does not concern himself with such protocols. However, I personally suggest that you share some of your captivating experiences from India during the meal to avoid any dullness. The chief of guards advised. After expressing their gratitude, the two immediately began discussing the stories they would share, carefully avoiding any that would be inappropriate before the king. The incident involving the massacre at the temple was certainly off limits. As they deliberated, the carriage made its way back to Rome and arrived at the royal palace. "All right, gentlemen, His Majesty is still awaiting us." Accompanied by the two newcomers, the chief of guards traversed the corridors until they reached Carlo's office. Signaling for them to wait, the baron knocked on the door. "What is it?" "Your Majesty, the two commanders returning from India are waiting outside." "Let them in." The chief of guards then ushered the two men into Carlo's presence. Upon entering, McLearn and Cosens beheld King Carlo. Although he appeared youthful, the two men showed no signs of disrespect, bowing properly before him. "Your Majesty, and no need for such formality. Gentlemen, that I must apologize for summoning you to Rome in such haste without allowing you a moment's rest. My intention is not only to celebrate your achievements, but also to satisfy my own curiosity. We are deeply honored to have caught His Majesty's attention that Carlo's unpretentious demeanor immediately endeared him to the two men." Soon after, the three dined together. Contrary to their expectations, the king's meal was not dissimilar to that of other noble households. Observing the somewhat reserved demeanor of the two men, Carlo initiated the conversation. "Would you share your experiences in India with me? I am quite curious that, of course, Your Majesty." Prepared for this moment, the two recounted their adventures in India. As they spoke, Carlo occasionally interjected with questions, prolonging the meal beyond their usual duration. After finishing their lunch, the two gentlemen, displaying their perceptiveness, suggested taking their leave, to which Carlo graciously allowed the chief of guards to escort them out. Although no discussions of significance occurred beyond the meal, both parties left content, and Carlo remembered these capable individuals. "Your Majesty, we have tallied the treasures, and they amount to 33.421 tons of gold, including 341 kilograms of various gemstones and 241 kilograms of diamonds. With the largest weighing 67 carats, we have also uncovered a substantial quantity of agate and Buddha statues." Carlo listened intently as Grand Chamberlain Alejandre detailed the specifics of this treasure, the lengthy list exuding an impressive aura. "Now, let us discuss the total value of this wealth. According to our estimations, this treasure is valued at 672 million lira. However, due to the numerous religious symbols present, only 391 million lira can be immediately liquidated. The remainder will take time to extract." Carlo grasped the Grand Chamberlain's implication. Only 391 million lira could currently be utilized. To obtain the full 672 million lira would require several years, particularly concerning the gold artifacts adorned with Hindu symbols. Given the recent bloodbath at the Padmanabhaswamy temple, unrest had erupted throughout India, and the British were diligently pursuing the perpetrators to pacify the populace. The emergence of a multitude of gold and silver items bearing Hindu symbols would inevitably point towards the culprits, unless those religiously marked gold items were melted down and recast into ingots. Total liquidation would be impossible. However, such an action would significantly diminish the value of the treasure, a prospect Carlo was unwilling to entertain. Thus, the only sum he could currently mobilize was 391 million lira. Nonetheless, Carlo had no intention of accessing these riches just yet. After all, his awareness of the temple was largely thanks to the internet, which had sparked widespread interest in the matter. The treasures of Padmanabhaswamy temple were renowned as the foremost treasure of any temple. Of course, Carlo, like many others, could only recall the first treasure, oblivious to the second or third, let alone others. He was unaware that he would soon encounter the phenomenon of time travel. Had he known, he would have meticulously memorized the most famous treasures from around the world as if preparing for an exam, thus acquiring a wealth that would incite envy among nations. However, in reality, there are no what-ifs. And Carlo was only cognizant of this singular fortune. Given that this was his only unexpected windfall, Carlo was determined to maximize its utility, not just for Italy, but also for himself. Presently, he believed that only Tesla's research into alternating current systems warranted the allocation of these funds. Consequently, he remained patient, eagerly awaiting Tesla's promising news. While Carlo was willing to wait, there were others who were not, notably Prime Minister Depretis. Shortly after hearing the Grand Chamberlain's report, while Carlo was still basking in his excitement, a guard approached with news. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Depretis has arrived. Show him in." Although Carlo was uncertain of the Prime Minister's purpose, he recognized the need to extend due respect to such a powerful figure. However, upon hearing the Prime Minister's remarks, Carlo contemplated retracting that respect. "Your Majesty, I have heard that the guards have recently mobilized to protect a shipment of wealth to Rome." Regarding the Prime Minister's remarks, Carlo did not intend to deny them, as this matter could not be concealed from the public. Indeed, it was due to a significant business deal made by his family abroad that he had requested the protection of the guards. Although it was impossible to keep this under wraps, Carlo was not foolish enough to admit to an unexpected windfall. Attributing it to family business was a clever ruse. Faced with Carlo's explanation, Prime Minister Depretis chose not to pursue the matter further. He immediately continued, saying, "Your Majesty, you are well aware of the current financial state of Italy. In our quest to forge an alliance with Germany, we made considerable concessions on tariffs, resulting in a dire fiscal situation." Carlo was cognizant of the circumstances Depretis described. Last year's reduction in tariffs led to a 3% decline in Italy's total customs revenue. One should not underestimate this decrease, especially considering that Italy's imports had surged by 9.1% compared to the previous year, with German goods witnessing the most significant increase at 17%, given that imports from Germany exceeded the average threshold. It inevitably squeezed the market for goods from other nations, most notably France, which saw a 27% drop in imports from Italy, while imports from the UK also decreased by 4.1% due to the influx of German products. Other nations were similarly affected, though not as overtly as England and France. Additionally, Italian enterprises suffered as a plethora of high-quality, low-priced German goods flooded the market, severely impacting similar Italian businesses that had previously benefited from tariff protection. Currently, the number of companies going bankrupt in Italy is up by 3.7% compared to previous years, a seemingly small figure that nonetheless signifies the loss of thousands of jobs and reverberates across various sectors in Italy. While the government is still managing to cope with these ramifications, should the influx of German goods continue to batter Italian enterprises, the government will find itself in a precarious position, which is a source of concern for Depretis. Carlo suspected that the Prime Minister was maneuvering regarding the royal allocations, so he promptly inquired, "Is Your Excellency considering postponing the royal funding?" Currently, Italy allocates 15 million lira annually to the monarchy. Although this sum pales in comparison to wealthier nations, it is substantial for Italy, which led Carlo to believe the Prime Minister harbored such intentions. "Your Majesty, you need not worry. Supporting the monarchy is the government's responsibility. And as Prime Minister, I would never resort to such a base strategy," Depretis reassured, causing Carlo to exhale in relief. However, he had celebrated too soon. As the Prime Minister continued, "Your Majesty, the government intends to issue a national bond to alleviate fiscal pressure. If the monarchy could lead by example, it would undoubtedly demonstrate Your Majesty's benevolence toward the populace." Upon uttering these words, Depretis gazed expectantly at Carlo. Lacking the fortitude of the Prime Minister, Carlo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What scale does the government intend for this national bond?" "Your Majesty, the government plans to issue bonds amounting to 500 million lira. If Your Majesty could procure 1 or 200 million, it would surely earn the admiration of the world," replied Depretis. "1 or 200 million. Carlo glared at the Prime Minister, who appeared shamelessly concerned for the royal family, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of indignation upon him. It is worth noting that the royal family had previously purchased national bonds, merely a few million lira for appearances, yet here was Depretis audaciously demanding 1 or 200 million lira. Why not simply rob a bank? Although he could not voice such sentiments, Carlo felt his temper dangerously close to boiling over, prompting him to respond coldly, "I regret to inform you that we cannot meet the Prime Minister's expectations." The royal family cannot produce such a sum unless we liquidate our assets. However, selling off 1 or 200 million liras worth will likely require 2 to 3 years, in the face of Carlo's frosty rejection. Prime Minister Depretis remained unperturbed, shaking his head as he said, "In truth, Your Majesty, there is no need for such complexity. Simply selling a portion of the treasure acquired from the temple would suffice to raise 1 or 200 million lira." Carlo fixed a piercing gaze upon Depretis. Unfazed by Carlo's predatory glare, Depretis accepted the scrutiny, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Although Carlo focused on the prime minister, his mind raced to ascertain where things had gone awry, allowing the prime minister to uncover this matter. While Carlo did not believe the prime minister would dare to make this information public, it was nonetheless a considerable inconvenience. One could only imagine the damage to Carlo's reputation should news of a monarch plundering an Indian temple become public. It would undoubtedly tarnish not only his image, but also Italy's standing on the world stage. Such a revelation would send shockwaves across Europe and beyond, forever etched in the annals of history, inflicting even greater harm upon Carlo. However, recognizing the urgency of the situation, Carlo abandoned his contemplations of where he had erred. This could be discussed later. The priority was to suppress this matter. The royal family could only muster 80 million lira, which represented our utmost limit. No, I believe the royal family is capable of producing 150 million lira. Thus, the two entered a phase of negotiation, ultimately settling on a figure of 110 million lira. Depretis departed the palace with a satisfied expression, leaving Carlo seething with anger. In truth, the prime minister's discovery was not entirely unwarranted. As the most powerful individual in contemporary Italy, he naturally needed to pay closer attention to the monarch, encompassing not only overt concerns, but also covert ones. Thus, establishing an undercover line from Carlo's attendants was hardly a challenge. However, this clandestine line lacked knowledge of the treasure's actual value. Only aware of the numerous carts laden with gold and silver artifacts that the Depretis, grappling with a fiscal deficit, recognized this as an opportunity. Consequently, he exploited this information to dupe Carlo, who, lacking experience, unwittingly revealed his hand. Ultimately, Carlo suffered from his inexperience. Yet on the other hand, he did not emerge empty-handed. At least he secured some funds, compelling the prime minister to ensure that this information remained confidential. This incident was effectively concealed, with only Carlo's financial resources suffering diminution. Naturally, Carlo felt disgruntled about having a substantial sum siphoned off by the prime minister. For several days, he remained sullen, even neglecting to engage with the petite maid he often playfully teased. During this period of introspection, Carlo repeatedly reflected on his lack of composure. He tended to become flustered in unexpected situations. The prime minister had outmaneuvered him, leading to a lapse in judgment that exposed his vulnerabilities, leaving him no different from the extravagant spendthrift he often criticized. Ironically, as a keyboard warrior, he had relentlessly condemned the spendthrift for his various transgressions online, never anticipating he would fall prey to the same errors. This realization was indeed embarrassing. This also served to affirm the adage that actions speak louder than words. To avert a recurrence of prior mistakes, Carlo reduced his outings and dedicated more time to self-reflection. After all, he had been an ordinary individual thrust into a position of power, and after a brief period of restraint, he had become somewhat arrogant. The prime minister's intervention acted as a timely wake-up call, illuminating Carlo's character flaws. Consequently, during this period, Carlo not only refrained from visiting Brescia, but also significantly reduced his trips to Marilino. His behavior led to a misconception among Marconi and Tesla, who believed their research had stagnated, disappointing their royal friend. Thus, the two redoubled their efforts, working tirelessly. Despite Carlo's diminished outings, he remained well-informed. For instance, he learned of the passing of Karl Marx, the author of the Communist Manifesto and a prominent figure among the proletariat, who died on March 14th in London. Upon hearing this news, Carlo could not help but ponder the extent of followers that Marx's communist theories would garner in the future. However, this was not the news that piqued Carlo's interest the most. That distinction went to events in France. Previously orchestrating the annexation of Tunisia, Jules Ferry was once again elected as the French prime minister. Although his previous actions had significantly bolstered his reputation, The failure of his economic revitalization plan led to his abrupt departure from office at the end of 1881, compounded by his support for Franco-German reconciliation. Subsequently, within a span of just over a year, France saw three different prime ministers, Freycinet, Duclerc, and Falley-Rez, all ousted for various reasons, underscoring the impact of France's frequent changes in leadership that in the January elections of this year, Ferry was elected once more. On this occasion, the seasoned colonialist set his sights on Vietnam, that he first orchestrated the parliament's rejection of the treaty with the Qing dynasty regarding Vietnam, only to subsequently extol the significance of Vietnam to France. Furthermore, he instigated newspapers to report extensively on the persecution of Christians and French missionaries in Vietnam. Igniting a wave of indignation among the French populace, he then leveraged this sentiment to propel Parliament towards a plan of invasion in Vietnam. Thus, when Carlo received news of France's invasion strategy for Vietnam, he immediately recognized that his long-awaited opportunity had arrived, and he was determined to make the French aware of Italy's prowess. With this thought, he promptly summoned the chief of his guards. "What is the status of the Venezia and Brescia?" In response to Carlo's sudden inquiry about the two armored cruisers, the esteemed baron quickly rifled through his mental archives for relevant information. "Your Majesty, both warships have completed their outfitting and are currently undergoing sea trials." The guard's words greatly pleased Carlo. It seemed that the cruisers were on schedule and would be ready to make their appearance in the Far East. Of course, Carlo was unaware that, in order to expedite the launch of these two cruisers, the Andeshar shipyard had mobilized elite personnel and, unusually, implemented a two-shift work system that by the end of March, they had completed the outfitting of both cruisers. Due to the absence of electric lighting, there were no night shifts, and the era had yet to see the development of high-powered lights suitable for shipbuilding. Sent a message to Admiral Gorek, urging their navy to familiarize themselves with the warships. They are expected to have missions by the end of the year or next year. "Yes, Your Majesty." Carlo now needed only to wait patiently for the outbreak of war, for that would present him with an opportunity to intervene. Without keeping Carlo in suspense for long, news arrived a month later. However, this news was anything but favorable for the French. French Navy Colonel Liuye met his demise in a place called Jiqiao in Vietnam. This audacious colonel, eager for glory, had not awaited reinforcements from his homeland and had led French forces to seize Hanoi, boldly proclaiming intentions to advance north along the Red River into China. Tragically, this overambitious colonel never reached the Chinese border as he clashed with the Black Flag Army stationed in Vietnam. The Black Flag Army was no ordinary foe. They originated from a peasant uprising in Guangxi during the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom period and were named for their seven-star black flag. After their defeat, they had retreated to the Sino-Vietnamese border, where they were granted amnesty by the Vietnamese king. Under the leadership of Liu Yongfu, the Black Flag Army confronted the French forces in a battle at Jiqiao, resulting in a resounding victory that claimed the life of the arrogant colonel and over 200 of his French soldiers. When this news reached France, it ignited a sense of humiliation. The indigenous forces from the east had managed to vanquish the valiant French troops, even causing the death of their commander. How could the proud French endure such an affront? Subsequently, France announced an increase in troops to Vietnam and allocated 3.5 million francs to the French forces in Tonkin to support their continued preparations for war. Here, Tonkin refers to the majority of northern Vietnam, known as Baiki by the Vietnamese. It is important to clarify that by this time, France had already occupied most of Vietnam, with only the northern regions near the Red River still under Vietnamese rule. France had long sought to transform Vietnam into a forward base to extend its influence into Guangxi and the southwest. However, due to Vietnam's vassal relationship with the Qing dynasty, they had been unsuccessful in their endeavors. Yet now, the French were resolute in their intention to decisively resolve the Vietnam issue while simultaneously opening up the southwestern market of the Qing for French goods. Thus, they were determined to achieve their objectives without fail. In light of the French activities in Vietnam, Carlo observed the unfolding events with a sense of detached amusement, all the while privately accelerating his preparations for subtle maneuvers. The Sanjiao Customs Office, located near the Sanhiku, was renowned in Tianjin for it served as the office of the Grand Governor of Jili, Li Zhongtong, who held the highest authority in the realm as the governor's office. It was bustling with activity, particularly given its diplomatic duties, The Western-style scenery here was unparalleled in Tianjin, attracting many curious onlookers who enjoyed the spectacle. Whether in the sweltering heat of summer or the biting cold of winter, officials would line up at the entrance, enduring the elements. The most captivating sight was the military drills, where soldiers shouted commands purportedly taught by British instructors, performing various maneuvers with precision, much to the delight of onlookers who could cheer freely without fear of reprimand from the officials inside. However, the most entertaining moments occurred when foreigners appeared. These individuals often enjoyed prompt entry, without waiting. Bold spectators would sometimes spit at these foreigners as they passed, deriding their perceived arrogance, which would elicit cheers and applause from the crowd, with the offenders basking in the glory of their audacity as if they had achieved a great feat in Tianjin. Yet, this bravado was not without its risks. Just last month, a local man had suffered greatly for insulting the French envoy. Receiving a harsh punishment from the authorities, the unfortunate fellow was brought out with his backside bloodied and bruised, and according to the doctor, he would be bedridden for at least 3 months. In the following days, the area around the Sanjiao customs office quieted considerably, but the restless crowd soon returned. Today, another foreigner had arrived, igniting a buzz of anticipation among the onlookers, eager to see who would dare challenge the foreign presence. As the crowd watched expectantly, Howard, having entered the office under the guidance of an official, was oblivious to the scene outside, that he was directed to a room adorned in traditional style, that Mr. Howard, please wait here. The Grand Governor is currently busy and will summon you shortly. Responding to the official's fluent Italian, Howard expressed his gratitude in his relatively proficient Chinese, saying, "Thank you," while discreetly producing a silver note from his pocket and handing it to the official. The official, taken aback momentarily, skillfully accepted the note, revealing his familiarity with such transactions despite his surprise at receiving currency from a foreigner. After presenting the envelope, Howard settled in to await the summons from Li Zhongtong. Meanwhile, in his study, Li Zhongtong, the then Minister of Commerce of the Northern Seas and Grand Governor of Jili, was engaged in a discussion with his trusted aide, Zhou Fu, who concurrently held the position of Tianjin Customs Commissioner and Tianjin Military Commissioner. "Yushan, we must expedite matters regarding the fleet. The French are becoming increasingly restless. According to Shoshan's reports from Europe, they are intent on Vietnam, while Guangxi and Yunnan are facing tumultuous times," as a prominent figure in the late Qing dynasty. Li Zhongtong reflected on the recent actions of the French with a sense of concern. Although historically known for signing unequal treaties, it was essential to acknowledge that such circumstances were beyond his control, given the nation's weakened state. However, these contemplations would not facilitate any consensus between the Qing and France regarding the Vietnam issue. Do not presume that Li Zhongtong was unaware of European affairs. As one of the most favored Chinese officials in Europe, he had his channels for acquiring information. He was well aware of the French maneuvers in Vietnam, though these matters primarily required the counsel of figures like Zheng Guofan and other Hunan military leaders. Nevertheless, the situation for the Qing remained dire, with France being only one of the troublesome nations. Britain, the United States, and Russia were also formidable adversaries, and even the Japanese were considering actions in light of the Qing's precarious circumstances. At this moment, as Li Zhongtong conversed with his confidant Zhou Fu, a voice from outside interrupted, announcing, "Grand Governor, the Italian merchant Howard has come to pay his respects." In Italian, Li Zhongtong expressed surprise at the report. The personnel at the governor's office understood his busy schedule. It was unusual for a merchant to gain entry, let alone be reported on so formally. After exchanging glances with his aide, Zhou Fu voiced his concerns, questioning why a merchant was allowed into the governor's office when he had so many pressing matters to attend to. Feeling the silver note in his pocket become somewhat burdensome under Zhou Fu's scrutiny, the official quickly explained, "This merchant possesses the business card of the Italian envoy, Jiali Wen, and claims to have been sent by him. Therefore, I dared not treat him with disrespect and brought him in." The response from outside astonished Li Zhongtong and Zhou Fu, as an Italian merchant was recommended to them by the ambassador. Although Italians held little significance in the Qing dynasty, the sudden emergence of one at this moment was undoubtedly peculiar. Thus, in light of this unusual situation, it was imperative for the esteemed Zhongtong to take a closer look. What was that gentleman's name again? Howard, an underling promptly reminded, noting the elder's forgetfulness. Yes, let Mr. Howard enter. I am curious to discern his intentions. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of his subordinates, Howard met Li Zhongtong, who was seated in the main hall. He offered his respects to the Vice Prime Minister of the Great Qing and the Governor General. In response to the Italian merchant's presumptuousness regarding his rank, Zhongtong, of course, chose not to stoop to such pettiness. Might I inquire what Mr. Howard wishes to discuss with me? Though Li Zhongtong had received Mr. Howard, the impatience in his voice was palpable. Should there be nothing of interest to share, it was highly probable that Howard would be shown the door. However, Howard was no fool. He understood Zhongtong's implication perfectly. Yet he remained composed as he presented an astonishing piece of news. Your Excellency, I possess certain connections in Europe. A gesture of introduction. I am willing to share a piece of information. Zhongtong was taken aback. It was quite rare for someone to offer news as a form of greeting. Very well. Let me assess whether your information is worthy of such a greeting. Indeed, Your Excellency, the Germans have reached an agreement. Should your nation engage in warfare with France, they will cease the transport of weaponry to your country based on the principle of neutrality, regardless of prior orders. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongtong sprang to his feet. Is this truly the case? He could not afford to lose his composure, for he comprehended the gravity of Howard's words. Should war break out with France, Germany would undoubtedly withhold the return of the Zhending. No. Without realizing this, he felt a surge of urgency. The core of the Beiyang fleet lay within those two mighty ships. Any delays would postpone the fleet's formation, which was not welcome news for Zhongtong, who spearheaded its development. That I dare not deceive the Vice Prime Minister. This information has been verified by my friends in Europe. Regaining his composure, Li Zhongtong finally managed to utter, "It seems Mr. Howard has a wide circle of acquaintances. I am unworthy of such praise. Your Excellency, I am merely well informed." Then, Mr. Howard, do you have any further news to convey to me? None, but I must clarify that I am not an intelligence merchant, that I deal in various machinery and equipment. However, if Your Excellency wishes to befriend me, I could procure some modest arms or warships for you, albeit for considerable is that so. Indeed, Your Excellency, as long as you possess the funds, I can supply you with battleships far superior to the Zhending No. 2, and I can provide them immediately. However, the cost will be substantial. Li Zhongtong understood the implications of Howard's words. Acquiring a more formidable warship would require a fortune far beyond what he currently possessed. Though he could not muster such funds, Howard's proposition stirred something within him. It seemed Mr. Howard held considerable influence. He was certainly not an ordinary individual. Your Excellency, do not worry that I am merely a humble Italian merchant. Should your nation be willing to compensate adequately, I could even gather retired officers to operate the warships and engage in battle on your behalf. While Li Zhongtong regarded the latter part of Howard's statement as mere bravado, the former revealed the merchant's significant connections, prompting him to delve deeper into the enmity between the Italians and the French. Please, have some tea, he offered, raising his cup to Howard, having spent many years in China. Howard knew well the significance of this gesture. However, having accomplished his purpose, he stood to take his leave. I apologize for the intrusion, Your Excellency. Here is my address in Shanghai. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. With that, Howard departed, leaving Li Zhongtong alone in the hall. Old Dong, this Howard is clearly no ordinary merchant. After Howard's departure, Zhou Fu emerged from behind the screen. Addressing a longtime confidant, Li Zhongtong dropped his facade and sighed. I am well aware that this Howard is no simple character. It is no small feat to gain the ambassador's recommendation to approach me. What shall you do about this Italian? Let us proceed cautiously. If what Howard claims is true, we must ensure that Zhejiang and Jiqian in Germany bring the Zhending No. 2 back swiftly to Li Zhongtong's foremost concern remained the Zhending No. 2 in Germany. If it were to be detained, he would find himself in a precarious predicament. The Howard's worries were of little consequence to him, as he had several governors to meet, including Zheng Guofan of Guangdong, Zhui Zongtong of Jiangxi, and He Jing of Fujian and Zhejiang. Therefore, he was pressed for time and could not afford to linger. Of course, he first needed to ensure that these conservative Qing officials recognized his significance. As for future matters, they would depend on directives from Rome. While Howard thrived in the Far East, his backer, Carlo, found his circumstances less than satisfactory. He realized that instigating Italy to take action against France was far more challenging than anticipated. The seasoned officials were resistant to such moves. Even the younger officials who sided with him expressed concerns, fearing potential repercussions from France. The military, for reasons unknown, remained noncommittal, leaving Carlo feeling particularly frustrated. Had the Italian spirit been entirely drained by the Roman Empire? Yet, there was some good news. A number of lower-ranking officials supported taking measures against France. However, their influence on the political landscape was negligible, as they could only play a role when both sides were evenly matched. In the current situation, their impact was limited. These individuals are indeed troublesome. After a recent discussion with Speaker Leslie, Carlo collapsed onto the sofa, lamenting the government's issues. "Your Majesty, I believe patience is essential. We must not rush." Baron Fermi, who had just seen off the speaker, approached to console the visibly distressed king. In response to the captain's counsel, Carlo lifted his head and explained, "Patience is not suitable for our current situation. This is a decisive battle for me, and I cannot afford to lose. Do you understand?" Clearly, Carlo was growing anxious, but it was hardly surprising. Despite his youthful appearance, he bore the soul of a 30-year-old, having tasted the sweetness of power and unwilling to relinquish it easily. Moreover, as someone well-versed in history, Carlo believed that power in Italy rightfully belonged to him. After all, such bizarre occurrences as his own time travel had to inspire a certain pride. Even if his experience paled in comparison to those cunning old foxes, he knew the course of history. Could they claim the same? No matter what, he was determined to push Italy's involvement in the Far East. Observing Carlo's fervent resolve, Fermi offered a suggestion. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should consult Lord Alejandro." "Consult the palace steward?" Carlo looked at his captain, perplexed. "Your Majesty, Lord Alejandro has served the royal family for over 40 years and is acquainted with Prime Minister Cavour." The captain ceased his explanation at this point, but Carlo understood. It seemed this seemingly unassuming elder had a wealth of experience. Given the captain's implicit suggestion, Carlo was inclined to heed it, choosing to visit during the steward's afternoon break. Carlo found himself before him. "I did not expect your residence to be so modest." The palace steward's quarters left Carlo in awe. A wrought-tan chair, a small table, a wardrobe, and a single bed constituted the entirety of the steward's abode. Upon Carlo's visit, Alejandro rose slightly to show respect before explaining, "It is nothing. It is merely a habit cultivated over the years. In my old age, I find no desire to change." As Carlo gazed upon the frail figure of the elderly man before him, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to discussing the intelligence he had gathered. It was only through hearsay that he learned of the steward's remarkable past, which left him astounded. "Your Majesty, this must have been communicated to you by the captain of the guards," he ventured. In response to Carlo's statement, Alejandro did not deny it. Rather, he candidly disclosed the source of his information. "Indeed, had it not been for the captain's revelations, I would remain oblivious to the steward's formidable reputation." Carlo, too, did not contest this assertion. "That troublesome Michi has truly caused me a great deal of strife." The old man muttered, lifting his gaze to meet Carlo's. "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, what brings you to seek my counsel?" Without hesitation, Carlo laid bare the challenges he faced at IC. Alejandro replied thoughtfully after hearing Carlo's account. "But why does Your Majesty invest such effort into meddling with France's plans in the Far East? The likelihood of failure is substantial. This." Carlo earnestly responded, "It is for the sake of the market." The market? Indeed, Italy currently finds itself in a precarious situation. Domestic industrial goods are languishing due to fierce competition from Germany. That if we do not devise a solution, matters will deteriorate further, potentially hindering Italy's industrialization. Therefore, it is imperative that we seek new markets, and at present, the only viable option lies in the Far East. However, this market is heavily influenced by its government, and we must cultivate their favor. "So your strategy involves offering assistance during France's conflict?" Alejandro interjected, completing Carlo's thought. "Precisely," Carlo affirmed without reservation. Alejandro then posed another question. "Have you considered how France might react upon discovering our actions?" "I have indeed contemplated this and devised a countermeasure." Carlo replied confidently, if France resorts to threats of war, we shall unveil the military alliance of the three nations. Alejandre remained silent, pondering Carlo's response, before continuing, what if they employ tariffs and trade restrictions? In such a scenario, we are not without means to retaliate. However, I believe the French would be loath to accept a mutually destructive outcome that, of course, should they prove obstinate, we can always explore alternative markets to weather the storm. The crux of the matter is that Italian industrial goods must find an outlet. Otherwise, industrialization will remain a distant dream. Carlo was acutely aware that Italy's current exports to France predominantly comprised agricultural products and wines, which afforded Italian farmers considerable profits. Yet, for the sake of industrialization, sacrifices must be made. He did not believe such dire circumstances would arise. That it was evident that Alejandre shared this sentiment, as he subsequently declared, "Since your majesty possesses such confidence, allow this old soul to lend you my final efforts." After receiving the old man's assurances, Carlo engaged in a few more exchanges before taking his leave. Once Carlo had departed, Alejandre picked up the telephone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Balki?" "Indeed, it is. I doubt splendid. I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee. Let us meet at our usual place. It has been far too long since I savored old Rooney's culinary skills. I wonder if they have waned." After hanging up the phone, Alejandre changed into a dark attire and donned a hat before stepping outside. At the intersection of Bonnier Street in Rome stood a quaint CF named Rooney, which had been a staple in the neighborhood for many years. Residents were well aware of its existence. And old Rooney was known for his amiable demeanor, making the CF a favored spot for coffee. On this day, an antiquated horse-drawn carriage came to a halt in front of the CF, from which emerged a silver-haired elder. Upon seeing the guest, Rooney, the proprietor, promptly approached him, though he regarded the newcomer with curiosity. "Pray tell, who might you be?" "Rooney, have you forgotten me?" "Ah, it is you, Lord Alejandre. I scarcely recognized you. It has been nearly 20 years since we last met. How have you fared?" "Quite well. Thank you. I serve as a steward in a prominent household." The old proprietor wiped his hands and quickly gestured. "Please come inside. Come inside. That I require a quiet corner, for I have business to discuss." Certainly, Rooney led Alejandre to a secluded table by the window, a perfect spot that offered tranquility yet allowed for observation of the outside world. "Rooney, have you been well these past years? Thanks to your kindness, life has been pleasant. I even have a grandson now." "That is wonderful to hear." Alejandre recalled how Rooney had once faced pressure from an unscrupulous individual seeking to acquire his CF. Fortunately, as a patron at the time, Alejandre intervened and thwarted the attempt, earning Rooney's eternal gratitude. With the unexpected reunion of his benefactor after more than 2 decades, Rooney was determined to ensure Alejandre's satisfaction. After exchanging pleasantries, Rooney excused himself to prepare a special treat in the kitchen. Before long, another silver-haired elder made his appearance before Alejandre. "Alejandre, are you not supposed to be enjoying retirement at the palace? What brings you here for coffee?" As soon as he took his seat, Balki began to chatter animatedly. "Balki, were it not for your incessant prattling, you could have easily held the position of Minister of the Army," Alejandre remarked. "Believe me, I would rather not speak. It is a bunch of incompetent fools. If I did not berate them, they would be utterly clueless," Balki retorted, his voice rising. This irascible elder, known as Boris Balki, held considerable renown within the military. Had it not been for his loose tongue, he might have ascended to the roles of Chief of Staff or Minister of the Army. Alas, his propensity for criticism had alienated many. "Enough about your affairs. I sought you out to inquire why the hawkish faction of the army does not support His Majesty's proposal." Upon hearing Alejandre's question, Balki thumped his thigh in recognition. "I am well aware of that." He proceeded to elucidate the situation to Alejandre. The military's lack of a definitive stance stemmed primarily from the concerns of the higher echelons regarding Carlo's intention to assimilate the red shirts. Thus, they were hesitant to extend their support in this matter. Alejandre, bemused, responded, "But Garibaldi is deceased. How can you still harbor fears regarding the red shirts?" He was well aware of the tumultuous history between Garibaldi and the military, a tale worthy of its own tome. Yet, with Garibaldi's passing, the army's lingering trepidation seemed absurd. Balki, unperturbed by Alejandre's incredulity, replied, "We acknowledge Garibaldi's demise, Yet recent developments concerning the king have left many uneasy. They wish to constrain the red shirts within certain bounds. Upon hearing Balki's words, Alejandro adopted a serious demeanor, taking a sip of his coffee before inquiring, and what are the parameters of this constraint? It would be best to limit it to the 3rd Guard Regiment. At this, Alejandro sprang to his feet, fixing Balki with an intense gaze. That is utterly unacceptable. Such demands are excessive. You ought to recognize that they should not interfere with the affairs of the Guard. Balki, caught in an unwarranted predicament, wore a rueful smile that I am aware that this request is rather extreme. However, I am merely the messenger. You must take a stand and voice your opinion, he urged at this juncture. Alejandro regarded Balki with a meaningful glance and remarked, "Bear in mind that you represent the kingdom's military. His Majesty will ultimately mature." Feeling somewhat unnerved by Alejandro's penetrating stare, Balki faltered momentarily before nodding in agreement. "I believe restricting the scope to the Guard is reasonable, though the number of personnel should not exceed 10,000. Otherwise, it may unsettle many. That I will relay this condition to His Majesty, and based on my understanding of him, he will give it due consideration." After finishing his conversation with Alejandro, he forsook even the coffee, immediately ascending the carriage to depart. Rooney, emerging with 2 meticulously crafted cups of coffee, gazed at the now vacant table, his expression one of astonishment. That evening, Carlo acquiesced to the army's demands, confining the red shirts strictly to the Guard Corps, while limiting their numbers to no more than 10,000. With Carlo's nod of agreement, the military aligned itself with the proponents of Carlo's proposal, thus establishing a dichotomy of military support against governmental opposition. This compelled Prime Minister Depretis to confront the rising tide of dissent. For it was evident that the government was not a monolith. There were indeed voices within advocating for Carlo's stance. What, one might ponder, were the intentions of His Majesty within the Prime Minister's office? His trusted Interior Minister Sabo was lamenting to the Prime Minister. The domestic anti-French demonstrations had once again been incited, exacerbating the burdens on the Interior Ministry. Sufficient evidence indicated that the recent surge of anti-French sentiment was supported by our sovereign. Was His Majesty resolute in pursuing a confrontation with France? As a member of the Prime Minister's faction, Sabo inevitably bore a certain pro-French inclination. Although diplomatic relations between Italy and France had soured, there remained a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. That, of course, such sentiments would not impede his daily duties nor offer any advantages to France. When he spoke before the Prime Minister, it was not to oppose the anti-French protests, but rather to alert the Prime Minister to the actions of His Majesty. It was well known that, bolstered by military backing, the king's influence had surged, stirring many young officials with his fervently nationalistic rhetoric, thereby introducing turbulence into the diplomatic rapport between Italy and France. According to reports from the ambassador in France, Prime Minister Joffre had summoned him to express concerns over the anti-French demonstrations in Italy and issued a private warning. Should Italy persist in its antagonism towards France, the latter would have to reconsider its relationship with Italy. This situation only intensified the Prime Minister's existing frustrations, already aggravated by military interference. Meanwhile, His Majesty continued to extol the anti-French demonstrators, heralding them as the backbone of Italy. Were those opposing France truly the nation's backbone, while those endeavoring to quell the unrest were deemed traitors? Consequently, Depretis' faction harbored resentment, wishing to curtail the king's reckless proclamations. Nevertheless, they had not contemplated any extreme measures. Italy required stability, and one could not fault the kingdom's patriotic fervor, regardless of its excesses. However, the absence of drastic actions did not imply a lack of alternatives, and Sabo was elected to confer with the Prime Minister on whether other means could be employed to temporarily pacify the king. For instance, they could fill His Majesty's schedule under the pretext of enriching his knowledge. In response to his trusted Interior Minister's remarks, Depretis maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "You are overly agitated, Sabo." Yet, the Prime Minister interjected, "Enough." With a wave of his hand, he halted Sabo's intended continuation, lifting his gaze to the minister before articulating, "I shall address this matter. If they believe that military support will compel me to yield, they shall have to reckon with the consequences." The Prime Minister's words sparked a glimmer of realization in the Interior Minister's eyes. He ceased to speak, for the Prime Minister had evidently formed a resolve. Days later, it was once again time for Carlo to engage in governance studies. This occasion was markedly different. In addition to the Prime Minister and several cabinet ministers, there were numerous other attendees, among whom the two ministers of the Army and Navy stood out prominently. Such an unusual gathering led several to sense that the day's proceedings would prove exceptional, thus deciding to refrain from commentary on matters outside their departments, opting instead to remain mere spectators. Your Majesty, why are there so many people today? In light of the evident anomaly, Carlo promptly inquired. It is merely that today's agenda is rather extensive, hence the presence of so many individuals, replied Prime Minister Predis, an explanation Carlo accepted. However, observing the assembly, he braced himself for an impending contest. Your Majesty, shall we commence? We may begin. Upon receiving confirmation, the Prime Minister produced a proposal, stating, this concerns the construction of a railway from Cagliari to Sassari in Sardinia. Lord Peterson, would you kindly elaborate? The Minister of Transport, Sten Peterson, a man of considerable repute within the transportation sector, known for maximizing railway mileage at minimal cost, stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, he acknowledged before continuing, currently Sardinia lacks a single railway, which is detrimental to its development. Given that it is home to nearly 800,000 residents, the absence of a railway severely hampers Sardinia's economic progress. Therefore, after careful consideration, our ministry has resolved to construct a railway for Sardinia. We have dispatched 5 exploratory teams for geological surveys, and after thorough evaluation, we have opted to build the railway from Cagliari to Sassari, as these are the 2 largest cities on the island, facilitating the transport of goods and people. The planned railway will span a total of 261 kilometers, with 17 stations, a construction time frame of 37 months, and an estimated cost of 39.7 million lire. Upon concluding the minister's address, Carlo was the first to speak. Prime Minister, can the government allocate these funds? With monthly expenditures exceeding 100,000 lire, the government can indeed manage, the Prime Minister responded without hesitation. Then, is the construction of the railway confirmed? Yes, Your Majesty. Subsequently, the Prime Minister introduced several other proposals, which were addressed accordingly, some being rejected while others were approved. Carlo, amidst this, felt compelled to inquire, and everything appeared to proceed as usual. However, as the thickness of the proposals diminished, an air of gravity enveloped the room. Many sensed that a storm was brewing. Indeed, the Prime Minister then seized another proposal, declaring, this pertains to the Interior Ministry's regulations on strengthening the management of large-scale gatherings and demonstrations. Sabo, please present this to the Assembly. Certainly, Prime Minister, replied Sabo, the former mayor of Rome, stepping forward. Currently, demonstrations have erupted in various cities across Italy. While most of these protests are peaceful and orderly, a minority engage in vandalism and violence, posing a significant threat to public safety and instilling fear among the populace. Therefore, our Interior Ministry must impose controls on these gatherings to prevent such occurrences, given the varying nature of demonstrations. We propose that approval be transferred from municipal governments to the Interior Ministry, as we possess greater expertise in discerning which protests are manageable and which are not. Sabo continued, outlining numerous measures. While many in attendance internally murmured their apprehension, those present were astute individuals, well aware that this enhanced regulatory proposal was aimed squarely at them. Carlo's countenance darkened as he recognized its implications. If the confrontation was inevitable, then let it commence. Excuse me, I seem to have misunderstood, Carlo interjected suddenly, in response to the young king's inquiry. The Interior Minister, well prepared, smiled and replied, since Your Majesty did not comprehend. I shall reiterate, in light of Sabo's feigned ignorance. Carlo felt a surge of frustration. With none among them aligned with him, he would have to confront this directly. Interior Minister, perhaps you have misinterpreted my inquiry. What I seek to understand is the rationale behind the need to enhance regulation of demonstrations that IT seems somewhat, shall we say, unclear. The individuals involved are predominantly those with fervent patriotic sentiments that if we restrict their protests, it may lead the public to believe that the kingdom is acquiescing to France, which would be detrimental to unity. However, Your Majesty, Sabo countered, some of these demonstrations include disruptive elements who are undermining the public safety. We can delegate oversight to the police. Should any individual engage in destructive behavior, they can be apprehended immediately. Your Majesty, this would strain police resources, diminishing their capacity to address other matters, which could similarly result in a decline in public order. Might it not be possible to recruit additional police officers, Your Majesty? This endeavor requires both time and funding, and a competent police officer necessitates several months of training. In light of this, General Saraget, perhaps you could deploy the gendarmerie to assist the Minister of the Interior temporarily, until the new batch of police officers has completed their training and can return. Faced with Carlo's unexpected decision to involve the military, the Minister of the Interior, Sabot, found himself momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. However, the minister's bewilderment did not imply that Carlo's intentions would come to fruition, as the Prime Minister, de Prétis, stepped forward. Your Majesty, regarding the parade, we can manage this without troubling the military. Allowing the army to interfere in domestic affairs is a grave error. No government official wishes to witness such a scenario. Consequently, the other ministers, awakening from their stupor, began to offer their counsel. Your Majesty, our Ministry of Finance can allocate sufficient funds for the training of police officers. Our Ministry of Education can contribute as well. The Ministry of Health is equally capable. Observing the flurry of suggestions from ministers, Carlo felt a surge of satisfaction at the unfolding scene. He had anticipated that his mention of military assistance would elicit such a reaction. As Carlo fell silent, the cacophony of suggestions gradually subsided. Nevertheless, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, with many individuals casting furtive glances at Sabot and Carlo, clearly perceiving that the Minister of the Interior had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. With the rhythm completely controlled by the youthful sovereign, with his own confidant bested, it was now imperative for the Prime Minister to take the stage. Once the room quieted, he stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Your Majesty, the issue of the parade is rooted in the discord between our nation and France that, if this persists, it will bring about substantial losses for both our countries. To say nothing of the fact that the total value of goods currently destined for France amounts to 912 million lira, primarily comprising alcoholic beverages and livestock, which affects millions of families, that we must carefully consider our relationship with France. It was evident that the Prime Minister had shifted his focus away from the parade, directly addressing the core interests at stake, invoking Italy's critical economic concerns. His words plunged many present into contemplation. After all, with such deep ties to France, provoking them would not bode well for Italy. Confronted with the Prime Minister wielding economic interests as his weapon, Carlo appeared to be well prepared, promptly responding, Prime Minister, while the economy is undeniably a matter of great importance for the kingdom, this does not constitute a justification for yielding to France. You are aware of France's stance towards us. Tunisia did not even engage in discussions with us before outright occupying our territory. If we were to concede to France's actions due to this or that reason, what would become of Italy's national pride? It is essential to remember that prior to winning the Franco-Prussian War, Germany was fractured and disunited, that if we allow ourselves to be swayed by every consideration, how can we hope to confront France? Therefore, in my view, if Italy can be subdued by France due to its lack of strength, we could similarly be compelled to submit to other nations. And at that point, where would Italy's standing in Europe be? In Carlo's perspective, hailing from a future Eastern power, Italy could perish standing rather than bowing to the pressures of foreign nations. That is the relentless spirit of self-improvement that Italy urgently requires. As for the economy, it can be addressed once Italy has forged its national confidence. Much like the elderly saying goes, broken jars and pots at home can be remade. Should we yield to foreign pressures? How can we discuss national resurgence? Carlo's declaration astonished many in attendance. They had not anticipated that this monarch possessed such a spirited side, but given his age, it was somewhat understandable. Meanwhile, the two military generals expressed keen interest in Carlo's remarks. Though they wisely refrained from interjecting at this moment, Carlo's statements incited the Prime Minister's ire, and he retorted, I can understand Your Majesty's sentiments, but we must consider Italy's actual capabilities. There's a saying in my homeland, one should only take as much bread as one can eat. Clearly, the Prime Minister was insinuating that Carlo's ambitions were excessive, disregarding Italy's realities. In response to the Prime Minister's sarcasm, Carlo stood his ground. Curiously, there's also a saying in my homeland, Human effort can overcome celestial obstacles. Although the idiom Carlo cited was unfamiliar to the assembly, the essence of his words was understood, and many exchanged knowing glances. The tension between the elder and the youth intensified, their eyes locked in a fierce contest of wills. Reminiscent of a duel between roosters, the atmosphere grew palpably delicate, and it became imperative for someone to intervene and diffuse the tension. The only individuals with the authority to do so were the two military leaders and Speaker Leslie. At that moment, the usually unassuming speaker stepped forward, smiling as he addressed both parties. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, I believe both of you have valid points. Your concerns for Italy are genuine, albeit divergent in direction. Upon Leslie's interjection, both parties softened their stances, and others quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, the speaker is correct. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. While the two were separated, they could sense that their respective positions remained resolute. Carlo then proclaimed, although our economic ties with France are indeed profound, we cannot disregard Italy's stance. It was clear that Carlo was declaring his unwavering position. His assertion visibly incensed the Prime Minister, who brusquely pushed past those nearby to confront Carlo directly, gazing intently at the monarch. Are you certain? I am certain, and my resolve will not waver. The scene left many officials breathless, dreading a potential altercation, while the two military leaders swiftly moved forward, prepared to intervene if necessary. However, the Prime Minister did not react as they had feared. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Then I hope your Majesty's wishes come to fruition." With that, he departed without looking back. Soon, rumors of a dispute between the king and the Prime Minister spread throughout Rome, with some claiming that the king had slighted the Prime Minister, provoking his anger, while others suggested it was the Prime Minister who had incensed the king, resulting in their quarrel. Regardless of the origins of these tales, it was evident that a significant rift had developed between the Prime Minister and the king. As the principal party involved, Carlo was acutely aware of the implications of the Prime Minister's final words. Should he fail, the consequences would rest solely upon his shoulders, with no responsibility falling on the Prime Minister. If one were unfamiliar with history, Carlo would never dare to gamble, for failure would bring immense damage to his reputation, branding him as reckless, while success could elevate him to the status of a wise and far-sighted leader. What then was there to hesitate about? Carlo resolved to stake everything that if he were to gamble at all, then he must exert every effort. With the Prime Minister no longer obstructing him, preparations must be expedited. The two Venice-class cruisers were pivotal to this operation. While they could not hope to contend with the future French fleet, they could still prove invaluable if utilized effectively. Carlo envisioned these cruisers primarily as instruments to intercept supply lines and potentially disrupt trade routes to the Far East. Should this be accomplished, Paris would surely be thrown into disarray. Thus, Carlo took a keen interest in their progress, visiting Genoa multiple times to inspect the cruisers undergoing sea trials. Greetings, Major Soares. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Lieutenant Rafel. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Lieutenant Gomez. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Genoa Naval Base. Carlo warmly greeted the commanders of the cruiser squadron, who had just returned from their trials. One might wonder why the captain of the cruiser held the rank of lieutenant rather than a higher rank, as convention would dictate that a cruiser captain be at least a major, especially for a vessel of 7,000 tons. However, these two warships were exceptional for two reasons. Firstly, they were financed by the royal family, and secondly, they were not destined to join the ranks of the Italian Navy's combat vessels, as Carlo had already conferred with Admiral Gallic, the Minister of the Navy, regarding their eventual sale. Certainly, Carlo would not neglect the Navy. The funds acquired from the sale of warships would be allocated to the upcoming shipbuilding budget. Of course, it is impossible for the Navy to receive this financial boon without any obligations. They must prepare a suitable crew for these two warships, and not just any crew, but a cadre of elite personnel. At this juncture, Carlo revealed his true intentions to Admiral Golek. These two warships would ultimately be sold to the Qing government to aid in their resistance against the French invasion. Given the Qing Navy's limited capabilities, consideration must also be given to the training and provision of crew members. Faced with Carlo's disclosure, Admiral Golek found himself at a loss for words. However, out of respect for naval tradition, he felt compelled to comply. Selecting the crew was manageable, as Italy boasted a significant number of seasoned veterans. Thus, it was not problematic to draft some personnel. However, the selection of a captain posed a challenge. While the country had no shortage of captains with naval combat experience, particularly following the Battle of Sal against the Austro-Hungarian Navy, resulting in a considerable pool of candidates, 17 or 18 years had elapsed since that conflict. Those captains who had not retired would by now rank at least as brigadiers, making them ill-suited for engagements in the Far East. After all, the presence of a general on board would raise suspicions regarding Italy's deep involvement. Furthermore, the potential risk of these warships falling into French hands necessitated the exclusion of high-ranking officers. Not only were senior officers unsuitable, but even those of the rank of major should be minimized. Thus, opportunities arose for junior naval officers, and the fortunate Lieutenants Gomez and Liefel were selected to serve as the captains of the two cruisers. AS for Lieutenant Colonel Suarez. He was tasked with commanding the flotilla and instructing the two lieutenants on the operation of the cruisers. Though he would not accompany them to the Far East, these lieutenants were not chosen haphazardly. Both were stars on the rise within the Navy. Lieutenant Liefel hailed from an aristocratic family in Turin. Having joined the Navy in 1873, he had previously circumnavigated the globe as a second officer aboard the Gallipoli frigate and later commanded the gunboat Dugey, as well as serving as first officer on the cruiser Yongan. Throughout his tenure, he garnered unanimous praise from both superiors and subordinates. His commanding officer had once remarked on his bravery, composure, strategic acumen, and his ability to combine personal conviction with openness to the ideas of others. Lieutenant Gomez, on the other hand, came from a humble fishing family on Sardinia. Despite his modest beginnings, Gomez exhibited exceptional aptitude for learning, earning admission to the Naval Academy as the third-best student in his class. During his time at the Academy, he excelled, graduating second in his cohort, subsequently receiving his commission as a second lieutenant, and serving in various capacities aboard the armored cruiser Garush, the cruiser Beak, and other vessels. His superiors consistently held him in high regard, likening him to a figure of the Pusno school. While not particularly renowned during the Battle of Sal, his command of the 3rd Flotilla effectively contained the Austro-Hungarian fleet. Buying precious time for the Italian Navy to regroup, that it can be said that these two lieutenants represent the hope of a new generation for the Navy. Their appointments as captains reflect the Navy's earnest intentions. After exchanging pleasantries with the trio, Carlo inquired about the recent sea trials. God be praised, the trials went quite well. The two captains demonstrated remarkable synergy. At times, they made identical decisions without my prompting. Lieutenant Colonel Suarez remarked, commending the actions of the two captains. Their commendation, however, left the modest lieutenants somewhat abashed in Carlo's presence, as they were not accustomed to such accolades. I am well aware of the capabilities of Lieutenants Liefel and Gomez. This is not beyond their reach, Carlo stated, having visited Genoa on numerous occasions and thus familiar with their abilities. After offering praise, he continued, what shortcomings did the sea trials reveal, from a subjective standpoint? The turning radius was rather large, perhaps due to the length of the vessel. Additionally, the power system, possibly utilizing a new triple expansion steam engine, exhibited a higher failure rate compared to the previous vertical composite steam engine. Furthermore, the gunners reported that the two main guns, incorporating fully enclosed turret structures, suffered from poor ventilation, leading to discomfort during prolonged periods inside. Moreover, during shooting exercises, the heavy smoke inside severely hampered operational efficiency. In addition, the three commanders elaborated on an array of issues, while Carlo attentively listened to their remarks. Meanwhile, the designer Vittorio Cuniberti diligently recorded the identified problems, ready to address those that could be resolved immediately and to propose improvements for future constructions. Carlo did not linger at the shipyard for long. He soon invited the three officers to dine together in the elegant restaurant of Genoa. The four engaged in light-hearted conversation. However, at that moment, a messenger entered with an urgent telegram. Your Majesty, this is an expedited telegram from France. Upon hearing the telegram was urgent, Carlo hastily took it from the messenger. The message contained few words but conveyed the long-awaited news. The French Parliament had just passed a resolution declaring war on the Qing Empire. The moment he had been anticipating had finally arrived, and immediate action was required. After securing the telegram, Carlo offered a subtle smile to the three curious officers. Gentlemen, Your time is limited. Within the offices of the Treaty of Shimonoseki, the clerks and guards had been particularly cautious of late, moving about quietly, fearful of provoking their superior's ire. Consequently, the idle men outside the offices found their days difficult, as the guards often took out their frustrations on them, leading to a most unfortunate situation as the central figure of the increasingly serious atmosphere at the treaty office. Minister Li found himself troubled, and for a simple reason. The French had been restive in Vietnam, with the newly appointed French envoy, Batna, openly stating on multiple occasions that if the Qing Empire could not provide what France desired, then France would take it by force. Such overt threats of war left the court in a state of anxiety. Additionally, there was the issue of the battleship Zhengding II, which was under construction in Germany. Liu Buchan and Wei Han, responsible for receiving the warship, had jointly sent a telegram informing him that the Vulcan shipyard was conducting sea trials for Zhengding II and refused to release the ship until the trials were complete. The shipyard asserted that allowing an untested vessel to set sail would pose a significant risk to its reputation. However, Liu Buchan and Wei Han's confidential message indicated that this delay was a result of French interference. The French had bribed personnel at the shipyard to keep Zhengding II docked. Furthermore, attempts by the two men to expedite the ship's transfer were thwarted by German soldiers stationed at the shipyard. The inability to bring Zhengding II back home on time caused considerable concern for Minister Li. Noticing Li's growing anxiety, his aide Zhou Fu offered counsel, suggesting that there was no need for undue worry, as Zhengding II would assuredly return safely. Yushan, I am not troubled about Zhengding II, Li replied, producing a memorial. This is a report from Zheng Laojiao, stating that the French are stirring up trouble in Vietnam and may be poised for conflict, thus requesting permission for a preemptive strike. Minister, this is likely Zheng's strategy of retreating to advance, Zhou Fu remarked, identifying the intentions of Governor Zhang Guoquan of Guangdong. Everyone knows the old man's intentions. But if we can avoid war, we should. Have we not seen how much wealth Zhujiao has amassed from the recovery of Xinjiang? If we engage the French in battle, how shall we navigate the aftermath? The discord between Li and Zhujiao was well known. Both emerged from the same school of thought under Wen Jinggong, yet they had never seen eye to eye, particularly after the death of Wen Jinggong. As the strength of the Xiong army waned, their rivalry intensified. Whether the court had been subtly influencing this discord remained a matter of debate. In any case, after his recovery of Xinjiang, Li was promoted to governor of Zhili and concurrently appointed minister of Beiyang, while Zhuo was rewarded for his contributions with the dual appointment of governor of Jiangsu and minister of Nanyang. Unlike Li, who advocated for caution and patience, Zhuo had consistently maintained a bold stance, asserting that there was no need to be lenient with the French in Vietnam and that they should take decisive action when necessary. He even submitted a memorial stating his intent to lead the Chu army to confront the French in Guangdong. Fortunately, the court's officials and the Empress Dowager were pragmatic individuals and did not acquiesce to Zhuo's demands, allowing the situation to remain relatively stable. Just as Li was deep in thought, a servant rushed in. Without waiting for his inquiry, the servant reported urgently, "Sir, the Italian envoy, Jiao Liwen, requests an audience." The Italian envoy, although Li Zhongtong was unaware of the intentions behind the visitor's arrival, he recognized that a diplomatic envoy from a foreign nation warranted his attention. He instructed that the Italian envoy be shown to the main hall, assuring them that he would arrive shortly. After adjusting his attire, Li Zhongtong made his way to the hall, only to discover that not only was the Italian envoy present, but also a familiar gentleman, Howard, the Italian merchant who had visited him not long ago. Although a flicker of curiosity arose within him regarding the merchant's association with the envoy, his cultivated demeanor restrained him from voicing his inquiries. "Greetings, Envoy Jalowin and Mr. Howard," he said warmly. "Greetings, Your Excellency," they replied in unison. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and the arrival of tea and refreshments, Li Zhongtong finally spoke. "Might I ask, Envoy, what brings you to visit me today?" In response to Li Zhongtong's query, Envoy Jiao Liwen, who had adopted a Chinese name, smiled and replied, "I have no particular matters to discuss, but I received a telegram from my government concerning your nation, which I believe Your Excellency would find intriguing. Hence my visit to I Zhongtong's curiosity was piqued by this revelation, prompting him to inquire further what news could compel an envoy to make such a journey. Yet, upon hearing Li Zhongtong's question, Envoy Jia Wen's expression grew grave, and he solemnly stated, "Our country has received word that France has just resolved to engage in hostilities with your nation," with a loud crash. A teacup slipped from Li Zhongtang's grasp and shattered on the floor as he stood abruptly, his eyes fixed intently upon Envoy Jia. "Is this truly the case, Envoy? I assure you, my government would not jest about such matters," came the envoy's earnest confirmation. Stunned by the gravity of the news, Li Zhongtang stood frozen, while both Jia Wen and Howard exchanged worried glances. "Your Excellency?" Jia Wen prompted, rousing Li Zhongtang from his shock. "My apologies, Envoy. I was momentarily taken aback by this news," Li Zhongtang managed to articulate. "We can comprehend the weight of war, as it is a significant concern for any nation." Yet curiously, Li Zhongtang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned to the two visitors and remarked, "I presume, Envoy, that you did not come solely to deliver this news? Your Excellency, you are mistaken. This visit was indeed to convey this message. However, Mr. Howard may have matters of his own to discuss with you," Envoy Jia Wen replied before departing. Though puzzled by the envoy's abrupt exit, Li Zhongtang had an inkling of the underlying reasons but chose not to voice them. Instead, he turned his attention to the remaining Howard. "Mr. Howard, the fact that the envoy made a special trip for you suggests that your business must be quite substantial. Your Excellency is too kind. I merely engage in modest commerce. However, my company has recently acquired 2 armored cruisers, which remain unsold, causing us considerable concern. 2 armored cruisers? Unsold?" Li Zhongtang mused, his mind racing. He had previously familiarized himself with the European situation, noting the tensions between Italy and France over a dispute in Tunisia. Piecing together this information with Howard's words, he gleaned the Italians' intentions. Naturally, Li Zhongtang did not genuinely believe the vessels would remain unsold, yet he felt compelled to inquire further about their specifications. What are the capabilities of these 2 ships? Upon hearing Li Zhongtang's question, Howard's confidence surged. Both are newly launched vessels of this year, with a standard displacement of 6,850 tons and a full load displacement of 7,460 tons. That Howard's subsequent description of the vessel's performance took Li Zhongtang by surprise. A maximum speed of 18.6 knots, heavy armaments including 4 254mm and 6 152mm naval guns. Truly impressive ships. Given their formidable specifications, it was evident that their price would not be modest. However, when Li Zhongtang inquired about the cost, he was astounded. 2,200,000 taels of silver per vessel. This is significantly more than the Zending Ship 2. Indeed, the performance outstripped that of the Zending Ship 2, and while Li Zhongtang was not well versed in naval warfare, he understood the correlation between speed, firepower, and cost. Moreover, Howard's subsequent remark piqued his interest. "Your Excellency, if your nation lacks personnel to operate these armored cruisers, my company can recruit retired naval officers to man them. Naturally, should hostilities arise, your government would need to provide additional compensation." The implication was clear. The Italians were willing to offer both ships and personnel to assist the court in warfare, though the recruitment of retired officers was mentioned. Li Zhongtang recognized that these individuals would likely transition directly from their military uniforms to the naval vessels. With the Italians laying their cards on the table, Li Zhongtang had no intention of declining the offer. Regardless of the outcome of the impending conflict, his strategy of utilizing foreign support had already borne fruit. The court's willingness to employ Italian ships and personnel against the French was a testament to this effectiveness. However, he refrained from immediately acquiescing to Howard, citing the gravity of the situation as a reason to consult with the court first, before escorting them back to Tianjin. Once the two had departed, Li Zhongtang convened his trusted advisors to deliberate on the matter. The deliberations yielded a consensus. The proposal bore only benefits for Li Zhongtang. After receiving confirmation that his thoughts aligned with the advisors' conclusions, he settled into a state of anticipation. Indeed, 2 days later, the French envoy, Batna, brazenly presented a declaration of war, igniting a stir within the court. This was France, after all, the very nation that had compelled the late emperor to retreat to Chengde and was among the principal culprits in his untimely demise. At this juncture, Li Zhongtang submitted the prepared memorial, asserting that he had identified the Italians as potential allies against France, proposing the acquisition of two 7,000-ton warships to bolster naval defenses and prevent a recurrence of the calamities of the Gengxin Year, the Second Opium War. He subsequently submitted a confidential memorandum detailing the prospect of enlisting Italian troops to counter foreign aggression with foreign military might. In response to Li Zhongtang's proposals, the court agreed with remarkable swiftness. They sanctioned the procurement of the warships, with the Ministry of Revenue allocating 800,000 taels and instructing various provinces to raise funds. The largest contributions came from Zhili, amounting to 110,000 taels, while other provinces contributed between 10 and 15,000 taels, depending on their wealth. The timeline for fundraising was tight, requiring completion within a fortnight. Amidst the ensuing chaos of fundraising, however, within 2 weeks, the provinces had amassed a total of 550,000 taels. Do not misunderstand. Li Zhongtang's request for additional funds was not motivated by personal gain, but rather a strategic move to procure a batch of munitions from Italy to send to Xinglaojiu in preparation for the conflict with France. In the face of war, the Qing dynasty found rare unity in purpose. As the train arrived at its final destination, Genoa, passengers began to rise and prepare to disembark. In the last carriage, Liu Buchan stretched his sword back and turned to a guard beside him. "Jiang Liu, wake everyone. We've arrived." Jiang Liu, still groggy, went about rousing each passenger in the carriage. "Jiang Liu, why are you kicking me? Hey, you've lost your mind." As the carriage erupted into a chorus of complaints, the passengers gradually stirred to life. Their circumstances were rather unfortunate. Unlike other travelers, they had remained secluded in their carriage to avoid detection by the French, enduring multiple changes of locomotives, even hitching a ride on a poultry transport train along the way. Once everyone had gathered their wits, Liu Buchan addressed the officers who were poised to accept the Zending ship to, "Everyone, settle down. We are in unfamiliar territory, so let's remain in the carriage for now." His directive silenced the chatter, leaving only the sound of personal belongings being organized. The purpose of their journey had been made clear during the ride. The court had purchased 2 large warships from Italy, and they were to learn from the Italian naval officers aboard the vessels, striving to gain proficiency in their operation. They did not have to wait long. Once the other passengers had disembarked, a man clad in the uniform of the Italian Navy entered the carriage. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me as we disembark." This sentence was spoken in Chinese. Although it was somewhat halting, the officers of the Beiyang fleet in the carriage could understand it. Consequently, the officers of the Beiyang fleet followed the Italian naval officer through a guarded gate, where they beheld nearly 10 horse-drawn carriages. "Gentlemen, we need to board the carriages next. I personally advise against opening the curtains to avoid detection." This was spoken in English, and fortunately, many of the officers from the Beiyang fleet understood the language. After a round of mutual communication, everyone boarded the carriages. Once they were all aboard, the carriages began to move slowly, taking them forward during the twilight hours. As the leader, Liu Buchan naturally shared a carriage with the Italian naval officer. "May I inquire your name, Captain?" Having spent a considerable amount of time in Britain, Liu Buchan's command of English was quite proficient. "Hello, my name is Gomez, Radulus Gomez. Greetings, Captain Gomez. Might I ask where we are headed next?" Having learned the name, Liu Buchan was naturally most concerned about their destination. "We are heading directly to the naval base in Genoa. Due to the urgency of time, we cannot afford to grant you any rest." "No worries. That suits us perfectly." When Liu Buchan and his group arrived at the naval base, night had already fallen, and the gas lamps in the city illuminated the surroundings, resembling a sky adorned with countless stars. Once the carriage came to a steady halt, the group disembarked. The military port at night was heavily guarded, with patrolling soldiers present everywhere. Under Captain Gomez's guidance, Liu Buchan and his companions arrived at a dormitory building. "The second floor here will serve as your resting quarters. The bedding has been prepared. Shortly, I will arrange for food to be brought over. I apologize for the necessity of dining here." And no need for apologies. "Captain Gomez, we are all soldiers and do not mind the comforts." After bidding farewell to the Italian officer, Liu Buchan issued orders for groups of 4 to select a room, that he had previously observed that these were 4-person rooms, with new bedding provided. Soon, a pile of bread and a pot of thick soup was delivered, and the group sat by the beds, consuming the soup alongside the bread. Once satiated, fatigue began to set in, and they covered themselves with the bedding, swiftly falling asleep. The following day, the sound of the wake-up call from the base roused the group. At this moment, Captain Gomez returned. "Gentlemen, we are to board the ship now. Please be prompt." Upon hearing this, the group immediately perked up, for it was a 7,000-ton warship. Who would not wish to witness it? As they busied themselves, another group was also present at the naval base, pointing at two warships. "Take a last look at these two vessels. They will no longer belong to our navy," remarked Admiral Golake, gazing at the anchored Venice and Brescia. "Rest assured, Admiral, although these two warships will no longer belong to the navy, we shall not allow their reputation to falter. In the future, we will ensure that the French in the Far East tremble at the mere mention of these ships." Ha ha! Such ambition! Hearing the impassioned words of Lieutenant Rafel beside him, the naval minister reminisced about his youth. "That I shall not say more than this. As you know, although it is nominally the Qing Navy in command, you are effectively in charge. That I have but one request. Regardless of what occurs, you must return safely to Italy. You are my carefully selected officers from the Navy, and I cannot permit you to fall in the Far East. Rest assured, Admiral, no projectile capable of striking me has yet been manufactured." Golake patted the lieutenant's shoulder and continued, "What of the Qing Navy officers who have already arrived? No significant difference. However, they are somewhat taciturn. Captain Gomez is handling their reception." After nodding, the naval minister's expression turned serious. In that case, you shall depart early tomorrow morning. Was it not said to be 3 days hence? That was the initial plan. But it seems the French have caught wind of something. Be prudent. You must set off sooner." "Understood. I shall instruct the crew to prepare in advance. Additionally, once you pass through the Suez Canal, the names Venice and Brescia will no longer be used, as the Qing have renamed them Ziyuan and Jinyuan. You will become the first captain of a Ziyuan." After observing the two warships for a while, Admiral Golake departed. After his departure, Rafel immediately sought out Gomez to inform him of the decision for the warships to set sail early. Hence, the arrangement for the Bayong officers to familiarize themselves with the warships was cancelled, and all personnel aboard both vessels, regardless of nationality, promptly began transporting supplies and coal to the warships. After a long day of labor, both nations' officers, weary and dirty, shared hearty laughter, which served to strengthen the bond between them. Seizing the opportunity, that evening, Rafel and Gomez procured some wine and sausages. A group of men roasted sausages and drank wine, further fostering camaraderie, with even Lou Buchan embracing the two captains as they conversed in English. The next day, without any flowers to bid farewell, the two Venice-class armored cruisers set sail once more under the guise of a training exercise. However, it was unlikely that these two vessels would return again. In the Andaman Sea, the two warships were sailing at high speed. This was the Ziyuan and Jinyuan, having just resupplied in Yangon, yet the atmosphere aboard was quite somber. They had received news from the British in Yangon that just 5 days prior, the French fleet had launched a surprise attack on Maui port, resulting in the near annihilation of the Fujian fleet. Furthermore, the Maui shipyard had also suffered bombardment by the French fleet, incurring significant losses. Of course, the French fleet's accelerated action against the Fujian fleet was partly due to Carlo's responsibility. The Italian sale of 2 Venice-class armored cruisers to the Qing had come to the French's attention. They immediately protested to Italy and simultaneously ordered Admiral Gobat of the French Far East Fleet to prepare for interception. After considering the situation, Gobat decided to first eliminate the Fujian fleet, rendering the 2 incoming armored cruisers isolated, with the assistance of Fujian officials, who at this time were suppressing information and forbidding the officers of the fleet from making any rash moves. The Fujian fleet was caught completely off guard and suffered severe losses. Following the destruction of the Fujian fleet, the commanders aboard the Ziyuan and Jinyuan engaged in intense discussions. They first needed to consider how to enter the South China Sea. Currently, there were 2 routes available: the more direct route through the Strait of Malacca, or the longer route around the Sunda Strait. Each option had its advantages. The Strait of Malacca would allow the 2 warships to enter the South China Sea at the fastest speed, while the Sunda Strait would require more time. However, taking the Strait of Malacca posed the risk of being trapped within the strait. Conversely, the Sunda Strait would take longer and also had the potential for blockage. Faced with these 2 choices, the 3 commanders engaged in heated discussions. Lou Buchan, as the nominal fleet commander, supported taking the Sunda Strait, citing a straightforward reason: stability. After the obliteration of the Fujin fleet, his primary concern was to safely return the fleet home. The two captains, however, favored the Strait of Malacca, in Lieutenant Raffles' words, even if the French Far East Fleet attempted to block them in the Strait of Malacca. The firepower, protection, and speed of the two armored cruisers would render such an attempt futile. Their confidence stemmed mainly from the strength of the French fleet. Currently, Admiral Gobat's French Far East Fleet consisted of vessels capable of only 13 to 15 knots. Even the 5 armored vessels within the fleet were only in the range of 5 to 6,000 tons, with the Venice-class cruisers boasting a remarkable speed of 18.6 knots.